Chapter 91 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 92 You two are both very brave. The little girl was a little afraid of Wang Biao at first. But after hearing what Wang Biao said, she regained her courage. I want to find my parents! She held Wang Biao's hand and followed Wang Biao out of the toilet. When the three of them walked to the front desk of the KTV, the female waiter looked up and greeted with a smile. Yes. Take care. Welcome to come again next time. Seeing that the front desk did not mean to meddle in other people's business, Wang Biao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the setting of the NPC here is like this. Just doing their own job. No wonder the little girl squatted in the toilet and cried. But no staff went to check the situation. He took the little girl and walked quickly towards the cinema. When they arrived at the door of the cinema, the little girl became excited. It's here! I got separated from my parents! Wang Biao also became excited. It's really here! He looked down at the little girl and asked, Then do you remember the specific location where you got separated? As he spoke, he pulled the little girl inside. When they arrived at the waiting area, the little girl pointed to one of the seats. It's here! It was not until this time that Wang Biao remembered to look up to see if there were any surveillance cameras around. Then he was surprised. There is no surveillance here. How can we find her parents? Let's ask the staff first. Zhao Sun walked to the ticket counter. Hello. I would like to ask, he said politely to the ticket seller. Has a couple quarreled here before? The ticket seller looked up at Zhao Sun and made a reminiscent expression. It seems that there was. About an hour ago, a young couple quarreled for a long time. Then do you know where they went? Zhao Sun asked. I don't know about that. The ticket seller waved his hand. I was busy selling tickets at the time. How could I notice those things? I know. The cleaning lady heard the conversation between the two people and came over to say, The woman should have gone to the toilet of the cinema. And the man checked his ticket and went into the theater to watch the movie. Into the toilet? Wang Biao was surprised. It's been an hour. And he hasn't come out yet? Yes. The cleaning lady sighed. I went to the toilet once before. And he should have been hiding in the toilet cubicle crying. Oh my God! That's quite a cry. Wang Biao sighed like a supporting actor. How can you cry for an hour without feeling dizzy? Can you help us go to the women's toilet to take a look? Zhao Sun asked the cleaning lady. We are here to help this little girl find her parents. But we two grown men are not suitable to go into the women's toilet. The cleaning lady took a look at the pitiful little girl and readily agreed. No problem. I'll go and take a look. So the group walked out of the toilet door. As soon as I approached the toilet, I heard a woman sobbing in the women's toilet, looking heartbroken. The cleaning lady walked in and knocked on one of the closed toilet cubicle doors. Madam, is your child missing? The woman's crying stopped abruptly, and the next second, the toilet cubicle door opened, and the woman looked panicked. What happened? How could my Yaya be missing? Come out and take a look. The cleaning lady pointed outside the door. I don't know if it's your child. The woman didn't care about being sad anymore and hurried out of the toilet. When she saw the little girl being led by Wang Biao, she immediately rushed over. Yaya! Yaya seemed to have pressed a switch and burst into tears. Mom! Mom! I'm so scared! Wang Biao quickly let go, fearing that he would be regarded as a bad guy who kidnapped a child. The woman and Yaya hugged each other tightly, crying for a long time. And then the woman looked up at Wang Biao. Wang Biao immediately said, We heard your child crying in the KTV toilet, so we brought her out to find her parents. Thank you. The woman wiped her tears and thanked him. I thought the child was with her father, but I didn't expect. At this point, she showed an angry expression on her face. I didn't expect him to abandon the child. It is said that the child's father went to the theater to watch a movie. Zhao Sun suggested. It's not appropriate for us to break into the theater to find him. It's better to wait for him to come out when the movie is over. This is the only way for now. The woman sighed. She hugged Yaya and walked towards the waiting hall of the movie. Yaya hugged the woman's neck tightly with both hands, still sobbing, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The woman soothed him softly, and then looked at Zhao Sun and Wang Biao and said, Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't know the child was not with her father, if Yaya was missing. As she spoke, the woman started crying again. If Yaya was missing, I wouldn't live either. You two are both very careless. Wang Biao couldn't help complaining. You just turned around and left after a quarrel, without even checking where the child was. I thought the child's father was with the child, the woman said with a guilty conscience. It's a blessing that the child was found. Zhao Sun changed the subject and said to the woman, "Stop crying, or your child will cry again when he sees you." The woman lowered her eyes and saw her child looking at her in shock, with tears in her big eyes. The woman gently wiped Yaya's tears. "Good, Yaya. Don't cry. It's my fault. I will never let go of your hand outside. Okay?" Yaya nodded hard. "Yes, I will keep my word." While chatting, a man's voice sounded in the distance. "Yaya!" The man walked quickly towards the woman and Yaya, and looked at Wang Biao and Zhao Sun defensively. "What do you want to do? They helped us find the child." The woman poked the man's arm with her elbow in dissatisfaction. "If it weren't for them, Yaya would have been lost today." The man looked at the woman in surprise. "Isn't your daughter with you? I thought your daughter was with you." The woman rolled her eyes at the man in annoyance. "When you made me angry, I turned around and left. Isn't the child with you? How could you leave the child and go to the movies alone? I turned around and left immediately at that time. I thought the child was with you." The man argued for himself. Okay. As long as the child is okay." The cleaning lady acted as a peacemaker and advised the couple. "You both have to be careful in the future. You may not be so lucky every time to meet a good person." The couple stopped arguing and expressed their gratitude to Zhao Sun and Wang Biao again. The man held Wang Biao's hand and said sincerely, "I don't know how to thank you. If you have anything I can help you with, I will do my best to help you. I really have something I want to ask you for help with." Wang Biao held the man's hand and said with a smile, "We just came here. We are unfamiliar with the place, and we don't have much money. I wonder if you can treat us to dinner." Congratulations on completing the first ring of the ring running task. Second ring, let Yaya's parents treat us to a meal. The moment the man appeared, this pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun and Wang Biao. As soon as Wang Biao saw the text on the pop-up window clearly, the man said that sentence. Of course, he took the opportunity to make a request. The man was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Wang Biao to make such a request. But he still agreed. Of course. This is what I should do." Then he made an invitation gesture. "Let's go. I know a place that opens late at night, and the food is pretty good." Wang Biao nodded happily. Okay. Thank you so much." After that, he cast a proud glance at Zhao Sun, as if to say, "Look, there is no task that I can't handle." Zhao Sun looked straight ahead, pretending not to see Wang Biao's expression. The man led Zhao Sun and Wang Biao to the elevator, and the woman followed the man with the child in her arms. After getting out of the elevator, Zhao Sun deliberately walked a few steps slower. Wang Biao whispered to Zhao Sun, "You said, if the 10 ring running tasks are as simple as these two, then we should be able to complete all the ring running tasks in less than 1 day. Do you think it's possible?" Zhao Sun asked back. Wang Biao scratched his bald head. "That's right. Although I really hope it will become like this. But the possibility is not high." Then, he became optimistic again. "But no matter what, the more simple tasks there are, the better it will be for us. I think we can pray that the next ring running tasks will be simple." Zhao Sun, what kind of operation is it to put hope on prayer? Zhao Sun lowered his voice and said to Wang Biao, "The next task may not be as simple as the previous one. Don't ask for it casually in the future. If you are rejected, it will become difficult to complete the task." Okay, I know." Wang Biao nodded repeatedly. "When the third ring running task appears, I will discuss with you how to do it first, and then do it I know." Zhao Sun and Wang Biao went to a nearby small shop under the leadership of the man. It was very close, so everyone walked over. The food was not very exquisite, but it did taste very good. Wang Biao was very satisfied and praised the store for its good choice. The man was also very happy, and the host and the guest enjoyed the meal. After Wang Biao and Zhao Sun finished eating, a new pop-up window popped up in front of them. Congratulations on completing the second ring of the ring running task. Third ring, let Yaya's parents tell the reason for the quarrel and give them a satisfactory solution. Seeing this, Wang Biao immediately asked the man, "By the way, I'm a little curious. I don't know why you two quarreled today." The man was stunned, and then said awkwardly, This is our own private matter." The woman also echoed, "It's not convenient to disclose such private matters." Wang Biao didn't expect that everything went smoothly before, and the couple seemed to be easy to talk to. But they got stuck at the third ring. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun resisted the urge to turn the empty plate in his hand upside down on Wang Biao's head. I told Wang Biao not to act on his own, and he ignored it. If there were no 3 NPCs present, the plate in Zhao Sun's hand would definitely hit Wang Biao's head firmly. But at this moment, beating people is not the most important thing. Zhao Sun's brain was working quickly, and then he said, "It's like this. When I found your Yaya," she cried very sadly. Although she is young, she is not completely ignorant. She will be sad and scared when she sees you having conflicts. When the couple heard about the matter related to their daughter, they both took it seriously. "Yaya, I'm sorry. I made you sad." The woman hugged Yaya a little hard and apologized distressfully. Yaya seemed like a little adult, and she reached out and wiped the woman's face seriously. "Yaya is not sad. And Mom is not sad either." Then she looked at the man. "Dad is not sad either." The couple looked at each other, and both showed a guilty look in their eyes. If there is any conflict, it is better to speak it out, so that the children will not suffer with it. Zhao Sun's tone was gentle. "Although we met by chance, your child is really likable. I sincerely hope to help you resolve the conflict." Yes. Wang Biao nodded. "We really have good intentions and want to help you." The man asked the boss for a bottle of beer, gulped down a few big gulps, and then said weakly, "This matter is simple, and it is also complicated." Neither Zhao Sun nor Wang Biao spoke, motioning the man to continue. Yaya's hair was cut off by a male classmate in kindergarten. The man sighed. "The child's mother wants to settle with the other party's parents. But I heard that the child is a little mentally abnormal. I am afraid that if I offend such a person, Yaya will have a harder time in kindergarten in the future. Our Yaya's beautiful long hair was cut off, and you actually want to keep things quiet." The woman was a little angry. "Aren't you worried that they will take advantage of us to talk to them and bully Yaya even more?" Seeing that the couple was about to quarrel again, Zhao Sun said, "In fact, this problem is not difficult to solve. Just change Yaya's school. We also thought about changing schools, but that kindergarten is the closest to our home. The teacher is pretty good. I really don't want to change." The woman showed an embarrassed look. "If you go to other kindergartens, it will be inconvenient to pick up Yaya in the future. This is really a bit troublesome." Wang Biao touched his chin. "You don't want to change kindergartens, but you are afraid that Yaya will be bullied by classmates. The boy you mentioned. Report to the teacher and ask the school to persuade him to withdraw?" "No." The man shook his head. "The child's parents don't seem to be very smart. If we force them to leave, they will make a scene in the kindergarten. I heard that they even beat the principal before. I have a way." Zhao Sun suddenly spoke. "What way?" The man looked at Zhao Sun and asked hopefully. Zhao Sun did not answer the question directly, but said, "It's not certain now. Tell me the name of the kindergarten, and I'll go and see it tomorrow." Chapter 93. What should I do? It's called Xingyue Fairy Tale Kindergarten. The man answered, "I have something to confirm with you." Zhao Sun asked, "You don't want to change kindergartens, and you hope that boy will change schools in your heart. But because their family is not normal, you are afraid that if you offend them, Yaya will be bullied more. So you dare not communicate with the boy's parents. Right?" "Yes." The man nodded. "Okay. Tomorrow I will ask the boy to change schools." Zhao Sun looked at the couple and said seriously, "Don't worry. I won't mention the fact that Yaya's hair was cut. When the time comes, you can pretend that you don't know. Even if they want to go crazy, they will go crazy to me. So you don't have to worry about hurting Yaya." The couple were a little surprised. The woman was a little happy and a little unbelievable. "How can I do that?" "Just think of it as a thank you for treating us to dinner." Zhao Sun smiled. "Besides, Yaya is really sensible and cute, and anyone who sees her can't help but want to help. If it really works, thank you so much." The man poured a glass of wine for himself and Zhao Sun, raised his glass, and thanked Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun picked up the glass and clinked it with the man. After drinking the glass of wine, he stood up. "It's getting late. See you tomorrow." "Okay. See you tomorrow." The man stood up and saw him off. Wang Biao followed Zhao Sun out and walked for a while. After making sure that the couple couldn't hear what he said, he spoke. "Looking at the reaction of the couple, they should be quite satisfied with our solution. Why didn't the system prompt that the third ring task was completed?" Zhao Sun walked forward quickly without responding to Wang Biao. Wang Biao didn't care and said to himself, "The third round of tasks only says that you have to give a satisfactory solution. But it doesn't say that you must solve the problem. I think it's okay as long as you give a solution. But now, we must solve the problem well to complete the third round of tasks. As he was talking, Zhao Sun suddenly turned around and walked into the alley on the side. Wang Biao was a little confused, and he hurriedly followed him. Brother A Shui, why are you running here? It's dark here. Before Wang Biao finished speaking, he was hit hard against the wall by Zhao Sun's elbow. I reminded you not to act on your own. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, the third round of tasks might not be so easy to finish. Zhao Sun's voice was fierce. If you still open your mouth casually in the next round of tasks, I don't mind pulling out your tongue. Wang Biao was frightened, and because of nervousness, there was even a little cold sweat on his forehead. Shui, we are teammates. He was strangled by Zhao Sun's elbow, and it was a bit difficult to speak. Zhao Sun had always been kind and friendly before. Although he didn't like to talk to people, he didn't seem to be aggressive. Now, seeing Zhao Sun's murderous look, Wang Biao was really scared. The rules of the game only say that teammates can't die, but they don't say they can't get hurt. Zhao Sun sneered. There are many ways to ensure that you don't die and just get hurt. Do you want to try? No. I don't want to. Wang Biao quickly admitted his mistake. I just saw. The task was quite simple, and I thought it would be okay to just say it. I didn't expect them to reject me. I don't want to hear your excuses. Zhao Sun pressed hard against Wang Biao's throat. I just want to ask you, can you keep silent when a new ring-running task appears? Wang Biao uttered a word with great effort. Yes. Only then did Zhao Sun let go of Wang Biao. He lowered his eyes and looked at Wang Biao, who was holding his throat and coughing, and warned, I always keep my word. If you don't believe it, you can try it and see if I will pull out your tongue. Wang Biao took a long breath before he recovered. He said in a flattering way, I believe it. I believe it. I will never speak first in the future. I promise. After that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from the inner pocket of his shirt and handed one to Zhao Sun. I was wrong before. I have realized my mistake. Calm down. Zhao Sun took a look at the cigarette and asked, where did you get this thing? I brought it with me before entering the game. Wang Biao said with a smile. I have never been willing to smoke it. There is still half a pack left. Hearing this, Zhao Sun took the cigarette and held it in his mouth. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window popped up. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Water Control. The current swallow ability level is LD3, and you can have 3 abilities at the same time. Due to the ability effect of Swallow, the effect of Water Control is double, but it cannot be upgraded. Wang Biao didn't know that his special ability had been exposed. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and lit a cigarette for Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun cooperated and finished smoking the cigarette. While smoking, he clicked on the ability details of Control Water and found that this ability was similar to Control Fire of Twin Ponytails, which could make water appear out of thin air. However, as a new player, the size of the water ball that Wang Biao could make was about the same as the fireball of Twin Ponytails. With Zhao Sun's double increase, it didn't look so bad. However, if this kind of small water ball wants to attack people, it has to think of opportunistic ways. Where are we going next? Wang Biao asked when he saw Zhao Sun calm down. It's the middle of the night. We can't just wander around outside all the time. Find a bridge hole or an abandoned house to spend the night, Zhao Sun said as he opened the map. Oh my god! It's so cold. I'll catch a cold if I sleep in a bridge hole. Right. Wang Biao was a little reluctant. If you have money to stay in a hotel, I don't object. Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao. Wang Biao immediately fell silent. Where did he have money? Now it's all electronic payment. And he didn't bring any paper money. But his mobile phone ran out of power within 2 days of boarding the endless train. And he didn't bring a charger. So the mobile phone is now less useful than a brick. Zhao Sun found the Xingyue Fairy Tale Kindergarten shown on the map and walked in that direction. Time is limited. He has to complete the third ring mission as soon as possible. So it is more appropriate to live directly near the kindergarten. Wang Biao didn't know what Zhao Sun was thinking, but he didn't dare to offend him at this time. So he followed Zhao Sun quietly. It wasn't until Zhao Sun walked near the kindergarten that Wang Biao reacted. Are you going to spend the night here tonight? Zhao Sun didn't respond. He looked around the kindergarten and confirmed that there was no surveillance. So he climbed in directly from the top of the wall. The iron-barred fence on the wall didn't bother him at all. He easily climbed into the kindergarten. Wang Biao was stunned. What should I do? Chapter 94. There will be a day when you will know. Although Wang Biao is not fat, he has a little belly. Even if he can climb up, he may get stuck in the iron barbed fence. Besides, he is not tall, so it is not as easy for him to climb up as Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took out the sleeping bag calmly. You just watch outside and wake me up when it is light. Oh? Do you want me to stay up all night? Wang Biao looked incredulous. Through the fence, in the moonlight, he clearly saw what Zhao Sun took out. No. Why does this man have a sleeping bag? We are in a survival game, not on vacation. If you have a little sense of crisis, you should know that in an unsafe environment, at least one person should be left to watch. Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao. Wang Biao was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help but argue. But there are still things to do tomorrow. I can't stand not sleeping all the time. I'll take care of tomorrow's things, so I need to rest now. Zhao Sun got into the sleeping bag and lay down on the spot. As for you, you can take a nap in the security booth here while I'm doing the third ring mission. Seeing that Zhao Sun had arranged everything, Wang Biao couldn't refute anything, so he could only nod in agreement. Before Zhao Sun went to bed, he set an alarm for himself at 5 o'clock in the morning. In view of Wang Biao's previous record of not keeping his word, he still couldn't trust this so-called teammate too much. Asterisk. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Sun was awakened by the alarm. He immediately opened his eyes and looked outside. There was no way to see Wang Biao through the iron fence. The fence of the kindergarten is mainly iron fence, and the solid wall is only as high as the waist. Before he went to bed, Wang Biao was still sitting on the outer wall. But now there was no figure, but he could vaguely hear snoring outside. Zhao Sun quickly turned off the alarm, packed up his sleeping bag, and walked to the iron fence to take a look. As expected, Wang Biao was lying on the ground, sleeping like that. Even the sound of the alarm did not wake him up. Zhao Sun crawled out of the kindergarten and kicked Wang Biao. Is this how you keep watch? Wang Biao woke up suddenly, sat up in a daze, and when he saw Zhao Sun, he seemed to have not reacted yet. Just said, Ah, you woke up? Zhao Sun made a tisk sound and kicked Wang Biao's knee. Wang Biao screamed in pain and hugged his knee for a long time before he recovered. He questioned Zhao Sun. What are you doing? I asked you to keep watch, but you slept. If other players had any missions to kill us, we would have died many times. Zhao Sun grabbed Wang Biao's collar and lifted him up. Why do you still have the nerve to ask me? Wang Biao didn't react until this time. He said awkwardly, I just fell asleep accidentally. I don't want to hear your excuses. Zhao Sun shook Wang Biao away. 3 times is enough. You only have one chance. If Wang Biao wasn't his teammate, he would have no other choice. He wouldn't even give him a chance. Wang Biao fell to the ground holding his knees, crying out, Don't pretend. I control the strength. You just feel a little pain. Your knees are not broken at all. Zhao Sun said coldly. Wang Biao had to shut up and climbed up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. I fell asleep. It was my fault. I will pay attention next time. He admitted his mistake with a very good attitude, and took out a cigarette from his collection. No. Zhao Sun refused directly. Wang Biao took it back, and then laughed and said, We are all awake. What are your plans next? Wait until the kindergarten opens. Then go in. Zhao Sun replied. Oh? You want to enter from the main gate of the kindergarten? Wang Biao looked surprised. Then since you have to enter from the main gate, why do you have to crawl into the kindergarten to sleep? Sleeping inside is relatively safer, and there is a shelter, so it is not easy to be discovered by passers-by. Zhao Sun said concisely. But I'm outside. They will find it. Wang Biao complained a little. You refuse to help me climb in. Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao and sneered. If you are not asleep, when someone appears, you can just walk around as if you were passing by, and it will not attract anyone's attention. Wang Biao was embarrassed again. He scratched his head and said nothing. Zhao Sun was too lazy to respond, leaning against the wall, waiting for the kindergarten to open. Half an hour passed, and Wang Biao couldn't stay idle, so he spoke again. Hey, I'm curious. Why don't you like physical contact with people? Do you have mysophobia? Zhao Sun looked up at the sky and replied lazily. No. But you always acted as if you don't want to get close to people. What else can this be if not mysophobia? Wang Biao didn't believe it. Normal people would definitely think so. Zhao Sun didn't respond again, obviously not wanting to talk more about this topic. Wang Biao didn't know what to do, and continued to ask. I'm just curious. Tell me. After all, we are teammates. Isn't it a good thing to enhance mutual understanding? Zhao Sun retracted his gaze from the sky and looked down at Wang Biao. If you are so curious, there will be a day when you will know. He had an almost gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were calm without a smile. Wang Biao felt a chill in his heart for no reason, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The two did not speak again until 7:30, when the kindergarten opened. Zhao Sun walked over. Hello, are you the principal? The person who opened the door was a slightly plump middle-aged woman. Although there were fine wrinkles on her face, she looked very amiable. Yes, I am. The principal smiled and greeted Zhao Sun. You are? It's like this. My child is about to go to kindergarten. Zhao Sun said the reason he had thought of long ago. I heard from others that this kindergarten is good, so I want to come and observe it. Of course it's possible. The principal smiled. I can take you around to learn about the infrastructure of our kindergarten, daily courses, etc. Can I stay here for half a day and see how your teachers usually teach? Zhao Sun asked again. That's no problem, the principal reminded with a smile. But you can't disturb the teacher's class. Of course. Zhao Sun nodded in response. By the way, who is this? The principal looked at Wang Biao, who was yawning behind Zhao Sun. He came with me. Zhao Sun smiled. It's all my fault for being too impatient. I wanted to check the situation here as soon as possible, so I dragged him up before daybreak. Parents always worry about their children, which is understandable. The headmaster invited Zhao Sun and Wang Biao to come in. The headmaster briefly introduced the situation in the kindergarten. At 8 o'clock, she went to the entrance of the kindergarten to greet the students who came to school, and asked Zhao Sun to read the introduction materials about the kindergarten. As soon as the headmaster left, Wang Biao couldn't help complaining. I'm really sleepy now. I want to find a place to lie down and have a good sleep. You are really annoying, Zhao Sun said without raising his head. Maybe I should cut off your tongue immediately. Wang Biao. Can he say a word now? Cutting tongue at every turn. Although he had complaints in his heart, Wang Biao didn't dare to speak again. Zhao Sun estimated that the time was about right, so he went out to take a look. According to the headmaster's introduction just now, the students in the kindergarten will have some activities after entering the kindergarten at 8 o'clock, and they will have breakfast around 8:30. Parents are basically on time to send their students here. It is now 8:10, and the children should all be here. There were indeed many children playing on the small playground outside, including Yaya, whom I saw last night. At the same time, Zhao Sun easily locked onto the boy who bullied Yaya, because when other children were playing games happily, only that boy took the toy in his hand and hit the head of the child next to him. The teacher obviously knew what the boy was like a long time ago, and after stopping him, he directly asked the boy to stand aside. The boy did not protest, but he was still careless when he was punished to stand, and from time to time, he pulled a few grass leaves and blew them on the children who were close to him. How are you going to deal with that guy? Wang Biao watched the whole process and frowned. This kid is really hard to deal with. Chapter 95. This round of tasks is interesting. You don't need to worry about the next thing. Just find a place to sleep. Zhao Sun waved his hand. Wang Biao was confused. Oh? If I sleep, it may take several hours. It's good to have time for you to sleep. Why are you picky? Zhao Sun said impatiently. I may not be able to solve it quickly. Wang Biao said, oh. Then I will go to the headmaster and ask her to arrange a bed for me. Originally, Wang Biao just held a glimmer of hope, but he didn't expect that the headmaster actually agreed to arrange him in the dormitory where kindergarten employees take lunch breaks. Wang Biao was so happy that he didn't care how long he could sleep. He climbed up and fell asleep. On the other side, Zhao Sun walked not far from the little boy and used water control. His original plan yesterday was not like this, but after getting water control, he changed his original plan. After all, it looks more silent and trouble-free than the two plans he had thought of before. 2 soybean-sized water drops quickly flew into the boy's nostrils. The little boy who was pulling out the grass leaves suddenly felt that his nose was choked with water. He subconsciously opened his mouth to breathe, but then his mouth was also choked with water. He immediately became anxious, and did not care about the grass leaves in his hand falling to the ground. He stamped his feet anxiously and waved his hands. It was not until the little boy's face turned red that Zhao Sun let go of the control of the 3 water drops. The little boy finally coughed out the water and breathed fresh air, because the little boy usually made trouble and was now standing alone on the edge. Everyone did not notice the boy's abnormality for a while until the little boy coughed, which finally attracted attention. Out of duty, one of the male teachers walked over and cared. Chadong, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? The little boy was uncomfortable before, and was very angry. When he saw the teacher coming over, he immediately raised his foot to kick the teacher's leg. The male teacher reacted quickly, and quickly avoided it. There was obvious annoyance in his eyes. But he still suppressed his temper and said, Xiaodong, I've told you many times that you are not allowed to hit people casually. Who do you think you are? My parents wouldn't say that to me. Xiaodong cursed incoherently. I'm going to hit people. I'm going to hit people. As he said that, he was going to rush up and hit the male teacher. The male teacher obviously knew that Xiaodong could never reason with him. So he gave up decisively and returned to his post. Anyway, he cared about what he should care about. It was Xiaodong who didn't cooperate and said it out. And it had nothing to do with him. Seeing that the male teacher had left, Xiaodong thought that the male teacher was afraid of him, and immediately raised his chin proudly. Then he felt it and made sure that he was fine. So he squatted down to find stones. He hated what the male teacher had just said to him, and wanted to find a few stones to hit people. But he had just found a stone, and before he had time to pick it up, the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation came again. He danced uncontrollably again. This time, other children and several teachers saw it, but no one was willing to step forward to ask about it. After all, Xiaodong's actions now were not much different from when he was crazy. Just when Xiaodong couldn't hold it in any longer and his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, the feeling of suffocation disappeared again. Xiaodong fell to the ground and took a long time to recover. But before he could get up, the terrible feeling of suffocation swept over him again. This time Xiaodong finally panicked, rolling on the ground frantically, and reaching out to the teacher for help. Several teachers also found that Xiaodong was not right, and it was the male teacher who came to check on Xiaodong. But when the male teacher passed by, Xiaodong could breathe normally again. With Xiaodong's ability, he had no way to accurately describe his feelings. He just kept stomping his feet and wanted to run into the crowd to hit people. I don't think this will work. Is he sick? Xiao Sun, who was standing aside, said at the right time. Why not call his parents and ask them to take him to the hospital for a checkup? The male teacher showed an apologetic look to Xiao Sun. I'm sorry for letting you see the scene. He heard from the headmaster that this was a parent who came to visit the campus environment and wanted to enroll his child here next year. Because of Xiaodong's existence, their future enrollment situation is a bit worrying. So everyone wanted to perform well, so that the parent would be willing to send their child to school here. But the current situation... Oh, I dare not think too much. It's okay. This is a personal problem of the student, and it has nothing to do with your school. I have seen it. Xiao Sun smiled sympathetically. The male teacher gave a grateful look, and without saying anything more, he turned around to find the contact information of Xiaodong's parents. In fact, he also knew that even if the parents knew that this was a personal problem of the student, in order to prevent their children from suffering, they would not be willing to go to school with such a student. The school was also unlucky. In the first few days after enrollment, Xiaodong behaved quite normally, but later he became more and more crazy. The key is that kindergartens are not allowed to expel students at will, especially those with some problems, who will be accused of discrimination. This is also the reason why Xiaodong stayed here. After waiting for about half an hour, a middle-aged woman with a sarcastic look ran all the way over. As soon as she came, she picked up Xiaodong and cried, My dear baby, what injustice have you suffered? Xiaodong lay weakly in the woman's arms, and didn't say a word for a long time. Because during the half hour of waiting, Xiao Sun found opportunities to give Xiaodong 7 or 8 suffocation experiences. The transparent water droplets, the size of soybeans, would not be particularly conspicuous even if they were floating in the air. Not to mention that everyone avoided Xiaodong, and it was even more difficult to find the existence of the water droplets from a distance. So everyone could only see Xiaodong lying on the ground and rolling until his face turned red from time to time, thinking that this was another new way for Xiaodong to get crazy. But they didn't expect that Xiaodong was really tortured. Seeing that Xiaodong didn't speak all the time, the woman started to scold the people around her, and all kinds of ugly words were fired like machine guns. The headmaster and several teachers had sent the students into the classroom, away from the war zone, so as not to be scared. The remaining teachers could only stand and be scolded. Everyone's face was not very good, but no one spoke. When it comes to swearing, no one present can match this woman. And if they talk back, they will be beaten. It's too much of a loss. So I might as well just bear with it. Just as the woman was howling about her miserable life, Xiaodong finally spoke. The woman immediately stopped talking and looked at Xiaodong in her arms. My dear, How are you? Xiaodong burst into tears. Mom, I don't like it here. I don't want to stay here. I want to change schools. It's so annoying here. I want to change schools. Okay. My sweetheart. I'll listen to you. Without asking, the woman picked up Xiaodong and said to the headmaster, You have to return the tuition to us. Our baby can't stay in this broken school for a day. The headmaster readily returned the full tuition to the woman. She was so happy that she could send this plague away that she didn't care about the tuition. All the teachers and staff breathed a sigh of relief when they confirmed that the woman had left. Those who had originally thought of resigning also changed their minds. Everyone couldn't help cheering, and they all felt that the hard days were finally over. At this moment, Zhao Sun was looking at the pop-up window in front of him with a funny look on his face. Congratulations on completing the 3rd round of the ring running mission. 4th round, kidnapping Yaya. This round of mission is interesting. Chapter 96 Gentle Ways. Wang Biao was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by someone patting his head. He mumbled reluctantly, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a semi-transparent pop-up window in front of him. He was immediately happy when he saw that the 3rd ring task was completed. But when he saw the 4th ring task, his whole face fell. What the hell is this? He looked at Zhao Sun, who was standing beside the bed, and couldn't help complaining. Did you see the 4th ring task? Isn't this asking us to be bad guys? Do you think the 4th ring task will make you always do good things? Zhao Sun asked back. Wang Biao. That's true. But we just helped Yaya before. Wang Biao lowered his voice when he said this, fearing that others would hear him. Now we suddenly want to kidnap her again. Won't this make Yaya's parents think that our previous actions were all to get close to them and then kidnap their child? Why do you care what those 2 NPCs think? Zhao Sun was a little impatient again. Hurry up and get up. If you have to consider the NPC's thoughts when doing a task, then just don't do the task. Wang Biao didn't dare to say anything else, and quickly put on his coat and pants and got out of bed. He asked a little blankly, Then what are you going to do? Just kidnap someone directly. The 4th ring task only says to kidnap, but doesn't say how to kidnap. Zhao Sun obviously had an idea long ago. Try it in a gentle way first. You really can't bear to bully that cute little girl. Wang Biao showed an expression of understanding. Brother understands. Zhao Sun was too lazy to explain. Of course, he couldn't be reluctant. But considering the reversibility of the ring task, who knows what will happen after a few tasks? If you don't kill your character now, you can turn things around later. Otherwise, you may not be able to complete the next ring mission. Wang Biao didn't understand Zhao Sun's true thoughts. He just felt that he had guessed Zhao Sun's thoughts and felt a little proud. However, seeing that Zhao Sun didn't say anything, he thought he was very considerate and didn't expose Zhao Sun. Then what kind of gentle way are you going to use? Wang Biao asked. Just follow me. Zhao Sun said this and added, Don't open your mouth the whole time. He had no problem doing the 4th ring mission alone. But because of the existence of his teammate, he had to take Wang Biao with him. If his teammate was a reliable and less talkative person, he would be happy to explain a few words. But Wang Biao was a person who talked a lot of nonsense and was very unreliable. If he revealed his plan in advance and Wang Biao told it out during the operation, it would be a loss. Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao, who was walking beside him. If the rules of the game did not require the teammates to be alive, he would really want to. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Biao felt uneasy for some reason and couldn't help asking. I haven't spoken a word since I left the dormitory. Zhao Sun retracted his gaze and walked forward without saying a word. Wang Biao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Zhao Sun greeted the headmaster, who personally sent Zhao Sun and Wang Biao away. After letting the headmaster make sure that the 2 of them had left the kindergarten, Zhao Sun walked to a shopping mall in the distance and found a toilet at random. He took out the suitcase, pulled out a black hood and a pair of medical plastic gloves, stuffed them into his pocket, and then took out a folding fruit knife from the mountaineering bag and put it into his pocket. After thinking about it, he also took out a Shiojin pistol and hid it in his sleeve. This was also in the weapon bag. But there was only one, and there were only 3 matching magazines. This Shiojin pistol was a little smaller than a palm, very suitable for hiding on the body, and outsiders could not see from the surface that he had such a gun on him. However, correspondingly, the range and lethality were weaker than the pistol, suitable for close-range sneak attacks, or as a precaution like today, although the mission of the 4th round was only kidnapping. Who knows if the 5th round would be extortion? Now prepare everything first, so as not to have to take it out again later. After Zhao Sun came out of the toilet cubicle, Wang Biao, who was waiting outside, looked curious. You fiddled for a long time. What did you take out? He stared at Zhao Sun with wide eyes. Zhao Sun's jacket pocket was bulging, and it seemed that he had stuffed a lot of things. Although it was Wang Biao's first time to participate in the platform game, he completed 10 days of personal tasks on the train and accumulated 50 points. So he knew that he could open the storage compartment. Since he had a storage compartment, he also put his own things in the storage compartment, which was much more comfortable than holding everything in his hands or forcibly stuffing them into his pockets. So he knew that Zhao Sun must have something in the storage compartment. He ran to the toilet at this time, and it didn't look like he was in a hurry to have diarrhea. So he must have taken something from the storage compartment. The more Wang Biao thought about it, the more he felt that he was smart and clever, and he was secretly a little proud. Zhao Sun was too lazy to respond to Wang Biao and just left. Wang Biao had to stare at Zhao Sun's pockets. But unfortunately Zhao Sun's jacket pockets had zippers, and Wang Biao couldn't even find a gap, let alone see what was in the pockets. In this way, the two returned to the vicinity of the kindergarten. But this time it was not at the entrance of the kindergarten, but on the small playground. At this time, the children were all in class, and there was no one in the small playground. It was very quiet. But after a while, the bell rang, and many children ran out of the classroom to play on the small playground. Yaya was one of them. She went to the team that was swinging on the swings, lined up in an orderly manner, and didn't make any noise. Zhao Sun didn't rush to call people, but stood there quietly waiting for the opportunity. When Yaya finally sat on the swing and swung happily, she finally noticed Zhao Sun and Wang Biao standing outside the wall in the distance. Yaya smiled happily, and just opened her mouth to call, Uncle. She saw Zhao Sun put his right index finger on his lips. She immediately understood and nodded obediently. Then she stopped swinging on the swing, ran happily to the wall, and looked up at Zhao Sun through the fence. Uncle, you haven't left yet? Well, do you want to go out and play? Zhao Sun asked softly. I do, Yaya said honestly. But I have to go to class. It's okay. It's just a few hours. Your parents won't be angry, Zhao Sun coaxed. Besides, you just got scared last night. Your parents should want you to be happier. Right. Yaya was very excited, but still a little hesitant. The teacher and my parents said that I can't just walk around. I am not a stranger to you and your parents. Right. Zhao Sun patiently induced. Yes. Yaya nodded obediently. We helped you find your parents last night, didn't we? Zhao Sun asked again. Yes. Yes. Yaya nodded again. Today we also came here as agreed and drove Shout on the way, didn't we? Zhao Sun asked again. Yes. Uncle is so powerful, Yaya said ignorantly. Is it a spell? This is the first time I saw Shout on so scared. So, do you want to go out and play with Uncle? Zhao Sun induced again. I will tell your parents. Hearing this, Yaya's eyes lit up. Tell my parents? Okay. Then come closer. I'll carry you out. Zhao Sun stretched out his hand across the fence. Hearing this, Wang Biao looked at the other children on the playground nervously, seeing that everyone was concentrating on playing and didn't notice the situation here at all. And there was no teacher around. He was relieved immediately. Yaya approached the wall and looked up at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took a deep breath, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, then bent down and stretched out his hand, and carried Yaya to the wall through the fence. Wang Biao was short and his arms were short, so Zhao Sun could only do this by himself. The fence was not wide, so adults naturally couldn't get in and out at will. But for a little girl around 5 years old, it was easy to get out. Zhao Sun didn't force her to do it, but guided Yaya to get out on her own initiative. This can avoid hurting Yaya during the operation, causing Yaya to develop a fear mentality and retreat unwilling to come out. After Yaya got out successfully, Zhao Sun signaled Wang Biao to pick her up. Wang Biao didn't dare to complain, and honestly picked up Yaya. But he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. He just picked up the little girl. Why didn't he want to hold her now? Since he doesn't have mysophobia, he is just lazy and doesn't want to do such hard work. Thinking of this, Wang Biao felt that he was right again. Where are we going to play? Yaya looked at Zhao Sun with anticipation. How about taking you to experience nature? Zhao Sun asked with a smile. Yes. Yes. Yaya smiled happily. So Wang Biao held Yaya in his arms, followed Zhao Sun, and swaggered out of the kindergarten. The two adults and one child talked and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. No matter who saw it, they would not think that the child was kidnapped by two bad guys. At most, passers-by would find it strange that two grown men were carrying children. But everyone just looked at it a little more and didn't ask. After walking a distance, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun and Wang Biao at the same time. Congratulations on completing the 4th ring of the ring-running task. 5th ring, make a ransom call to Yaya's parents. The amount is 500,000. Hack! What happened just now is actually considered. Wang Biao saw Zhao Sun staring at him, and he swallowed the word, kidnapping, in his mouth. Then he asked again, how do we call? Call! Yaya seemed to suddenly remember this matter, and she said to Zhao Sun, Uncle hasn't called my parents yet. Yes, Zhao Sun answered Yaya. We don't have mobile phones with us. When we get to the place to play, I'll find someone to borrow a mobile phone to call your parents. Okay? Although he had a mobile phone, he checked it last night, and his mobile phone still had no signal here. Of course, even if there was a signal, he would not choose to use his own mobile phone to make this blackmail call. Anyway, there was no requirement in the ring mission to use his own mobile phone to make the call. Chapter 97. Your child is in my hands. Okay. Yaya was even happier. As long as she was sure to call her parents, she would be relieved. These two uncles are good people, and her parents will definitely not be angry because she went out to play with them. But if she didn't call her parents would be worried. Zhao Sun looked at the route on the map while taking Wang Biao and Yaya to a park far away. After the two of them said goodbye to Yaya's parents last night, they picked up the two bikes that were thrown downstairs and stuffed them into the storage compartment. Riding a bike now is much more comfortable than walking. It's just that the route is unfamiliar, and they are carrying a child, and there is no special small seat, so they can only ride slower. After riding for more than 40 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Wang Biao felt that his arms were about to break. He had to drag Yaya steadily with one hand and control the steering wheel with the other hand. Fortunately, he didn't meet a traffic police on the road. Otherwise, he would definitely be stopped and fined. Hey, Shui, have you noticed that there seems to be no police here? Wang Biao said to Zhao Sun as if he had discovered a new world. Look, we have been to so many places since last night, but we haven't seen a single policeman. There should be no traffic police. Zhao Sun responded. What Wang Biao could find, Zhao Sun could not have found until now. So far, they have not seen the existence of a traffic policeman. If it is a normal city, there is no way there is no traffic policeman. The duty of the traffic police is to maintain traffic order, so they must appear on the road. But there has never been a traffic policeman on the road, which can only mean that there is no traffic policeman in this game. However, this is a game world, and the entire city may be a fictional game background. There is nothing strange about the absence of traffic police. The residents in the city can still abide by traffic rules in this way without any chaos. It can only be said that the game setting is like this. As for the police and firefighters, they have not been seen yet, which does not prove that there are no such people. Although Zhao Sun did not find any buildings with names such as police station and fire station on the map, it is not ruled out that they are deliberately hidden. Of course, it is also possible that there are really no policemen or firefighters in this game. That would be even better. His kidnapping plan would also go more smoothly. After entering the park, Zhao Sun and Wang Biao found a deserted place and put away their bicycles. Yaya had been held for a long time and had been dozing off, so she did not notice the actions of Zhao Sun and Wang Biao. In her impression, she just felt that the bicycle disappeared. The reasonable explanation she came up with her little head was that the two uncles threw away the bicycle when she was not paying attention. As for whether it was reasonable, how could a 4- or 5-year-old child consider so many logical problems? This is an open riverside park. It is free. There are pigeons, a small river, and big carp in the river, which is very suitable for children to play. Anyway, Yaya likes it very much. Wang Biao followed Yaya all the time to prevent Yaya from running away or getting hurt. Zhao Sun went to the other side to look for a suitable candidate. After observing for about 20 minutes, he spotted a man walking alone. The man was only about 1.6 meters tall, thin, and shrugged his shoulders and drooped his head when he walked. He was introverted and easy to control. Zhao Sun walked up to the man. Hello. I want to ask you for a favor. The man looked to be about 30 years old. He was suddenly stopped by someone, and was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted and refused unceremoniously. Sorry, I don't have time. That's not up to you, Zhao Sun said as he took 2 steps closer. And the toes of the 2 people almost touched. The man was about to curse, but suddenly felt a hard thing against his waist. He lowered his eyes, and saw that it was a gun. He was immediately frightened and speechless. Big brother, if you have something to say, let's talk it over. Come with me. Zhao Sun smiled gently. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Man. He was holding a gun. How could he be at ease? The man had never seen much of the world, and his legs were a little weak from fear. I don't want to go with you. I'm just too scared and can't go. Then take a deep breath, Zhao Sun advised patiently. After all, if you don't leave, it will make me unhappy, which will be bad for you. The man instantly felt that he could walk, and hurriedly walked to the corner at Zhao Sun's signal. It was a weekday, and there were not many people in the park. This corner was just the edge of a pond, next to the park's wall and a row of big trees. It was not only very quiet, but also very suitable for blocking other people's sight. After the man walked to the innermost corner, he was so scared that he couldn't stand, and could only hold the tree trunk with one hand to barely stand. Brother, you want money? I can give it to you. Please don't hurt me. As he said, he took out his wallet from his trouser pocket. He didn't even dare to count, and took out all the money and handed it to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun looked at the money in front of him and accepted it directly, although his original intention was not to rob, since the money had been delivered. He should not refuse it. In this way, he would not have to eat the compressed biscuits and canned beef in the mountaineering bag today. Seeing Zhao Sun accept the money, the man could not feel completely at ease. The man asked cautiously, Then, can I leave now? Didn't I just say that? I need you to do something for me. Zhao Sun folded the banknotes and put them in his trouser pocket, and then continued, Give me your mobile phone. The man did not dare to ask more questions, and immediately took out his mobile phone and handed it over with both hands. Zhao Sun entered the mobile phone number that Yaya had just reported, and looked at the man. I will make a call later. I have prepared the lines for you. Just read them. No matter what the other party says. You don't have to respond. Just finish the words I gave you. The man was a little confused about the situation. The tone should be fierce, and the voice should be low, Zhao Sun said, gently shaking the small mini pistol in his right hand. If I am not satisfied, you should know the consequences. Since I use someone else's phone, I might as well let someone else make this blackmail call. Although using the voice changer function in the phone can cover up the original voice. But if the other party had a little bit of brains, they would suspect that the voice changer was used because they didn't want them to hear the original voice, which would prove that they knew the caller, which would easily make Zhao Sun himself the object of suspicion. Directly using a completely unfamiliar voice to make this call can perfectly avoid such trouble. Zhao Sun handed the man's mobile phone to the man, took out his own mobile phone, opened the memo, and showed the man the prepared lines on it. The man only took a rough look and felt that his eyes went dark. He definitely didn't check the almanac before going out today. The person he met was not a simple robber, but a kidnapper and extortionist. He actually kidnapped a child, which is too cruel. However, the man knew that he was busy with his own affairs now. So how could he care about others so much? He complained a few words in his mind, and then nodded honestly and said, I'll take note. Then call. Zhao Sun gestured, and reminded, Remember to speak fiercely, and in a low voice. The man pressed the dial button tremblingly, and his palms were sweating nervously. He hoped that the other party would answer the phone quickly so that he could end this nightmare quickly. But he also hoped that the other party would not answer the phone so that he would not become an accomplice of the criminal. He was in a dilemma now. It was too uncomfortable. After the phone rang a few times, it was finally answered. It was a woman's voice. The man did not dare to say much, and immediately read the lines. Your child is in my hands. Prepare a ransom of 500,000 yuan. Otherwise don't think about seeing this child again. His voice became a little hoarse due to excessive tension, but he tried to lower his voice as Zhao Sun requested. But it was not easy to hear his nervousness, and his fierceness was still quite strong. The woman on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds before she said, Who are you? What did you do to my child? The man did not answer the woman's question, but continued to read the lines. The ransom of 500,000 yuan, or old banknotes with consecutive numbers. Prepare it for me within 2 hours. And I will call you again. After that, he immediately hung up the phone. It was not until this time that he felt that he had recovered his normal breathing. Gasping for air. Not bad. Zhao Sun affirmed the man's performance. Then he took the man's phone and turned off the power directly. Congratulations on completing the 5th ring of the ring running task. 6th ring, after getting 500,000. Immediately leave Yaya on the spot. Zhao Sun glanced at the pop-up window in front of him and was a little surprised. This time, he actually made a blackmail call, which was considered to have completed this ring of the task. He thought that he had to get 500,000 to truly complete the 5th ring of the task. Then can I leave? The man asked in a low voice. Not yet. Zhao Sun refused directly. I still need you in 2 hours. Although he only gave a 2-hour time limit, it does not mean that Yaya's parents can really prepare 500,000 old banknotes in 2 hours. The time limit is just to increase the other party's tension. Contact again after 2 hours, and there will probably be some bargaining. Moreover, they should call the police if there are police in this game. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, the man looked pale. He won't stand here for 2 hours. Right? No. He didn't want to stand with the vicious criminals. It was scary. He felt that he might die at any time. Will you call the police? Zhao Sun suddenly asked the man. The man was stunned for a moment, then asked in a daze. Hold tight. What to hold tight? Chapter 98. You did a good job. When you encounter troubles and difficulties that you can't solve yourself, will you want to seek help from official organizations? Zhao Sun patiently changed the way he said it. The man finally understood what Zhao Sun meant, but he still shook his head. I haven't heard of such an official organization. Zhao Sun did not doubt the man's words, whether it was the reaction after hearing, call the police, just now, or the demeanor of saying, there is no official organization. Now, it was a real performance, not like a fake. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this result. However, without official constraints, society can still operate safely and normally, and it only exists in the game. Otherwise, this place would have become a mess, and it would be full of crime everywhere. At this time, Wang Biao walked over with Yaya. You are here. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I thought you were gone, he said breathlessly. I really can't walk around anymore. It's so tiring to take care of the children. He felt that taking care of the children for half an hour was more tiring than his half-hour run yesterday. The man subconsciously glanced at Yaya, whose smiling face was flushed, and immediately knew that this should be Zhao Sun's kidnapping target. However, looking at Yaya's happy expression, it seemed that she had not yet realized that she was kidnapped. He hurriedly looked at Zhao Sun and said, I didn't see anything. He was so afraid that he would be silenced. Thinking about it, he blamed Wang Biao for suddenly bringing the child here. If these two people didn't show up, he felt that the possibility of leaving here alive would be greater. Now he saw everyone's face and knew what the little girl looked like. The probability of being silenced was too high. Wang Biao only noticed the man's existence at this time. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked Zhao Sun, why did you bring a stranger? Zhao Sun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wang Biao. He took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to Wang Biao. Go buy some candy for the child, and come back in 2 hours. Where did you get the money? Wang Biao looked surprised. Robbed, Zhao Sun said concisely. Wang Biao. He cast a sympathetic glance at the man. Although he didn't know why Zhao Sun brought the man here, he was sure that the money must have belonged to the man. The man looked up at the sky awkwardly, pretending that he didn't understand anything. Wang Biao didn't dare to ask any more questions and left with Yaya again. The air became quiet again, and the man rubbed his hands uneasily. I won't say anything. Apart from saying this, he didn't know what else he could say. He just didn't want to die. Zhao Sun ignored the man's words. He wrote a few new lines in the memo of his mobile phone and handed it to the man. Call immediately when the time comes. And read according to this line. Okay. The man nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would cooperate very well. Then, he waited for time to pass by with a nervous mood. From time to time, he had to take out his mobile phone to check the time, for fear of missing the time to call. Half an hour passed like this, and his mobile phone rang. It was the number he called before. The man hesitated and handed the mobile phone to Zhao Sun to see. They called. Zhao Sun only took a glance and said, Answer it. The man pressed the answer button honestly. The husband's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Where did you take my daughter? Zhao Sun turned his phone to silent and typed quickly. After seeing the content above, the man lowered his voice and said, "Is the 500,000 old banknotes ready?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment before the voice came back. "Please give me some more time. 500,000 is not a small amount. It is difficult for an ordinary family like us to get it together." The man looked at Zhao Sun's memo and said in a fierce tone, "It seems that your daughter is not that important in your heart. We have prepared 400,000. The husband finally became anxious. "This is all our savings, and we have exchanged them into old banknotes as you requested. Can I exchange 400,000 for my daughter?" The man subconsciously looked at Zhao Sun and asked for help with his eyes. If it were him, he would definitely agree. 400,000 is not a small amount. And the other person is so anxious. So pitiful. It's a pity that he didn't dare to make this decision. Soon, Zhao Sun gave a new line. The man continued to say viciously, 500,000. Not a cent less. After saying that, he hung up the phone at Zhao Sun's signal. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked Zhao Sun, "What if they can't come up with 500,000? You can borrow it," Zhao Sun said calmly. The man didn't dare to speak again. Although he felt that Zhao Sun was cold and ruthless in his heart, he didn't dare to say it directly. He didn't want to die here because of his momentary sense of justice. Zhao Sun knew very well what the man was thinking, but he was too lazy to explain so much to an NPC. The amount of the kidnapping was not something he could decide. The task required getting 500,000. If he only got 400,000, the task would be equivalent to not completing it. This time, until the 2-hour deadline was over. Yaya's parents didn't call, and the man called at Zhao Sun's signal. The call was quickly connected, and this time it was the wife's voice with tears in her eyes. "We are raising money. Please don't hurt my daughter. The time has come," the man asked in a low voice. "You should prepare the money. There is still 50,000 yuan missing. My husband went to borrow from relatives and will be back soon." The wife was nervous and anxious. "We will be able to get it together soon. Please don't hurt my daughter. I beg you. At 12 noon, pack these old banknotes in a suitcase and send them to the Riverside Park," the man warned in a low voice. "Only you are allowed to come here alone, and your husband cannot come. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. At this time, the man didn't care about pitying the couple. He just wanted the time to come as soon as possible, so that he could complete the task of passing the message as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. At 12 noon, the man received a call from the woman. "I've arrived at the Riverside Park." The woman's voice was low and nasal. "I've brought the money. Where shall we meet?" "Put your suitcase in the nearest public toilet," the man instructed. "In the last cubicle of the women's toilet. And then continue to walk deeper into the park until you reach the river." "Okay," the woman sniffed. Footsteps and the sound of the suitcase wheels sliding on the ground came from the phone. The man hung up the phone again, and he looked at Zhao Sun nervously. Can I go now?" "You did a good job." Zhao Sun patted the man's shoulder with a gentle smile. The man breathed a sigh of relief and waited for Zhao Sun to continue with anticipation. Zhao Sun suddenly activated water control and blocked the man's mouth and nose. The man was startled and subconsciously wanted to struggle. Zhao Sun was quick and held the man's shoulders tightly, so that he could not escape his control. The man subconsciously opened his mouth when he felt difficulty breathing, but his nasal cavity and oral cavity were filled with balls of water at the same time, and drilled into his lungs along his trachea. He could only open his mouth in vain, but he couldn't breathe in a little air. Soon, the man's struggle became weaker and weaker, and his body slid down uncontrollably. Zhao Sun held the man with his hand, allowing him to stand, until the man's face turned purple and his chest stopped moving. Zhao Sun still insisted on blocking the man's trachea with a water ball for 2 minutes before letting him go. There were not many people coming and going in the park, and this place was in a corner, so no one noticed it the whole time. Zhao Sun dragged the man's body behind a big tree and put it away, and then left the pond. He would only do this if the agreement between him and his parents was still valid to save the lives of people who might have hidden dangers. And from that day on, when he confirmed that his parents were dead, his code of conduct was no longer the same as before. There were still several rounds of ring tasks to be done, so he naturally could not leave such risks. Although there were no police in this game, it was not a good thing to be identified by the man, in case he needed to pretend to be a good person in front of the couple later. This man could not stay. After Zhao Sun walked out, he saw Yaya sitting on a bench eating cotton candy and Wang Biao wiping his sweat. Seeing Zhao Sun coming over, Wang Biao asked curiously, "Where is the man?" Zhao Sun did not respond, but just said, "Follow me." Wang Biao said, "Oh," quickly picked up Yaya, and followed Zhao Sun. The two took a shortcut to the public toilet. Zhao Sun went directly into the women's toilet and took out the suitcase from the last cubicle. Fortunately, there were not many people in the park, and there was no one in the toilet now, and the suitcase had not been moved. He put the suitcase in the storage compartment and walked out of the women's toilet. Then he said to Yaya, "Yaya, your mother will come here to pick you up in a while. You wait for her here immediately. Okay?" Yaya seemed to have a lot of fun, and now she still felt a little reluctant. "But I want to wait for my mother to pick me up. Mom has other work to do," Zhao Sun persuaded patiently. "And if you play too long, Mom will be unhappy. You have to go to class in the afternoon." Yaya lowered her head a little depressed. "Okay. By the way, if you can do me a favor, the next time we have a chance, we will take you out to play again. How about it?" Zhao Sun proposed another tempting condition. "Okay. Okay," Yaya said excitedly. "No matter what questions your parents ask you today, as long as it's related to us, don't tell them. Okay?" Zhao Sun made a silent gesture. "This is a secret between us." Yaya followed suit and put a finger to her lips. "Yeah. Our secret?" Her little brain didn't even react to the contradictions in Zhao Sun's words. He had clearly said that he would call her parents to report that he was safe. But now, he said not to mention anything about them. She just thought it was a great thing to have a secret with others. So she agreed immediately. "Okay. You wait here immediately. Your mother will be here soon." Zhao Sun signaled Wang Biao to put Yaya down. "We have something else to do, so we'll leave first." "Okay." Yaya nodded obediently. While Zhao Sun walked out of the park, he took the man's phone and sent a text message to Yaya's mother, telling her where Yaya was now. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. "Congratulations on completing the 6th ring of the ring running task. 7th ring, go to the gold shop to buy a gold necklace." "We just got 500,000. And you want us to spend money?" Wang Biao was a little reluctant. "Even if we buy a cheap gold necklace, it will cost several thousand." While Wang Biao was complaining, Zhao Sun saw two men running towards him. Zhao Sun only took a glance, then retracted his gaze, and continued to walk out as if nothing had happened. He was sure that these two men were also players. All the NPCs in the whole city looked slow, and it was rare to see such people walking in a hurry. And the sense of urgency revealed by these two people obviously showed that they had tasks to do, and had no free time to visit the park. They came here to complete the ring task. However, as long as it did not conflict with his task, he would not interfere. While Zhao Sun was looking for a gold shop on the map, he said to Wang Biao beside him, "Stop talking nonsense. I will take you to eat something good later." Wang Biao was immediately happy when he heard it. He didn't say anything else, just followed Zhao Sun. But he had already started to recite the menu over and over again in his mind. After working all morning and not having breakfast, he finally had a chance to have something good for lunch. He must have a big meal. After determining the location of the gold shop, Zhao Sun found a small restaurant that looked clean and tidy nearby and ordered all the dishes that he liked on the menu. It only took the two men 15 minutes to finish the dishes on the table. The price of the dishes in the small shop was not high, and it only cost more than 400 yuan to finish the table. Zhao Sun did not use the money in the suitcase. The money he got from the man before was enough to pay. After leaving the small restaurant, Zhao Sun found a remote corner with no one around, took out 2 stacks of banknotes from the suitcase full of money and stuffed them into his pocket, and then put the suitcase back into the storage compartment. This money was enough to buy a necklace. Anyway, they were not going to wear it themselves, so they just bought the cheapest one. The gold shop was quite far from here, so Zhao Sun and Wang Biao rode their bicycles again. After riding for more than an hour, they finally arrived at the door of the gold shop. In front of so many passers-by, it was not easy to put the bicycles back into the storage compartment, so they parked them at the door of the gold shop. After entering the store, the two people directly asked the shopping guide to take out the cheapest necklace, which was exactly 2,000 yuan. Zhao Sun paid quickly. After the money and the goods were handed over, a new pop-up window appeared. "Congratulations on completing the 7th ring of the ring running task. 8th ring, stop the robbers from robbing the gold shop." Zhao Sun had just seen the content of the 8th ring task when 2 masked men suddenly broke into the gold shop. Robbery. Chapter 99. His gun is fake. Even Wang Biao understood the current situation instantly. He lowered his voice and said to Zhao Sun, "These two robbers should also be players." Under the premise of no official constraints, the NPCs in this game can live their lives step by step. Obviously, their settings are like this. Then, the only ones who can have the intention of robbing are players. For Zhao Sun, it was relatively late that he had a conflict with other players' ring tasks for the first time when he completed the 8th ring task. If there were no conflicts between players in all the ring tasks, he would find it strange. "Everyone lie down!" One of the men wearing a devil mask shouted to everyone in the gold shop. "Throw out your mobile phones! Don't look up! Don't resist!" Everyone in the gold shop hung their heads in fear, fearing that they would be shot if they looked up. They took out their mobile phones tremblingly and threw them to the ground in front of them. The man wearing the devil mask stood at the cashier, observing everyone in the gold shop, while the other man wearing the gorilla mask had begun to smash the counter and stuffed all kinds of gold jewelry into the bag. Zhao Sun lowered his voice and asked Wang Biao beside him, "How do you control your special ability?" "Quite skilled," Wang Biao answered confidently. Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao and was skeptical about what Wang Biao said. It's not that he didn't want to trust Wang Biao, but Wang Biao had broken his promise many times and seemed to be a person who liked to talk nonsense. If he trusted Wang Biao easily again, he would appear too stupid. "Can you charm the eyes of the man wearing the evil ghost mask?" Zhao Sun only gave Wang Biao one task, which also reduced the possibility of Wang Biao's task failure. If this task can't be done, then he has nothing to say. "No problem." Wang Biao made an okay gesture. "You two haven't handed over your mobile phones yet." The man wearing the evil ghost mask quickly noticed the little movements of Zhao Sun and Wang Biao, and pointed the gun in his hand at Zhao Sun. "Don't whisper. His gun is fake." Zhao Sun's lips did not move, but the voice was clearly transmitted to Wang Biao's ears. Wang Biao was relieved when he heard it. He immediately activated his water control ability, and one after another small water ball rushed towards the eyes of the man wearing the evil ghost mask. At the same time, Zhao Sun activated gold control and took out all the gold in the pocket of the man wearing the gorilla mask. When the gorilla man heard the click sound, he subconsciously looked down. It was at this time that the evil ghost man cried out and raised his hand to rub his eyes desperately. Zhao Sun instantly jumped up, took out the lively long rope from his pocket, and threw it at the evil ghost man. And then he rushed directly towards the gorilla man. Seeing this, Wang Biao also hurriedly got up from the ground and ran towards the evil ghost man. While running, he did not forget to continue to control the water droplets to block the evil ghost man's sight. Like a flexible snake, the lively long rope quickly wrapped around the evil ghost man's body, tying him tightly from head to toe. When Wang Biao rushed over, the evil ghost man had no way to break free from the lively long rope. He held the evil ghost man's legs and pulled him off the cash register. On the other side, Zhao Sun approached the gorilla man and took out the mini pistol, aiming at the gorilla man's chest and shot. Since you want to take the initiative, you have to prevent the other party from using special abilities. Seize enough opportunities and solve the trouble as soon as possible. So the gun is not hidden. However, the gorilla man's reaction speed is not slow. When he looked down at the ground, he felt someone rushing towards him. The moment he was about to look up, he realized that he might not have time to see who the other party was, and would be knocked down. So, at the moment Zhao Sun fired, the gorilla man used his special ability. A 1 centimeter thick earth wall suddenly appeared in front of him. After the bullet penetrated the earth wall, it shifted and hit the gorilla man's shoulder, missing the vital part. At this time, Zhao Sun had already run to the earth wall. He kicked the earth wall open and shot at the gorilla man again. The gorilla man felt the crisis and burst out with greater strength in an instant. A 2 centimeter thick earth wall was formed in an instant. At the same time, sticky mud appeared where Zhao Sun was standing, tightly wrapped around his ankles. The mud quickly expanded and deepened, firmly absorbing Zhao Sun's legs like a swamp. Zhao Sun's body tilted, and he almost fell into the mud. But he instantly put on the goddess's wings to barely maintain his body balance, and ensure that he would not continue to fall into the mud. And the second shot he just fired, because of the obstruction of the second earth wall, missed the gorilla man's vitals again, and only caused a scratch on his thigh. Zhao Sun did not hesitate at all and fired the third shot again. This time, the gorilla man barely created a piece of earth armor on his chest. But this piece of earth armor was too thin. It was easily broken by the bullet at a very close distance. The bullet penetrated the heart of the gorilla man. The gorilla man fell to the ground instantly. With the death of the gorilla man, the mud under Zhao Sun's feet returned to normal floor tiles. Zhao Sun took off the goddess's wings, walked in front of the gorilla man, and took off his mask. It was a completely unfamiliar face, never seen before. However, it can be confirmed that this is a new player. The number of new players who entered the platform game the first 2 times was very small, and Zhao Sun knew them all. So the new players he met now were all participating in the platform game for the first time. The speed of accumulating points by doing personal tasks on the train is far less than participating in the platform game. 30 points can be considered a lot for a personal task. But most of the time, the points obtained by completing personal tasks may only be in the range of 10 to 20 points. In addition, points have to be spent on eating and drinking every day, and some points have to be saved to avoid being the last one. Therefore, most of these new players, who have not participated in the platform game, have special abilities at level 1. Not difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the other man wearing an evil ghost mask. The evil ghost man has been struggling, trying to break free from the restraints of the lively long rope, but has not succeeded so far. Wang Biao struggled to hold the evil ghost man's legs and pressed him to the ground with his body. Even so, the evil ghost man was still able to twist and crawl slowly like a maggot. It seems that the evil ghost man is very strong. If it weren't for the lively long rope that trapped him, Wang Biao's strength alone would not be able to control him. Zhao Sun also knew about the special abilities of the evil ghost man, which should be strength enhancement or something like that. He didn't waste time and shot the evil ghost man in the head directly. The evil ghost man soon stopped moving. Congratulations on completing the 8th ring of the ring running task. 9th ring, go to the city hospital and give the gold necklace to the first person who appears at the hospital gate at midnight on the evening of the 12th. Wang Biao wiped the sweat from his head and got up from the ground. Should we leave now? He glanced at the NPCs lying on the ground with some embarrassment. The moment the robber appeared, these people all lay on the ground honestly. When he fought with Zhao Sun and the robber, these people didn't move at all. It feels like these people have no sense of resistance at all. But forget it. Although they have no sense of resistance, at least they did not help the robbers to cause trouble for them. How high can he expect from NPCs? However, now that the robber has been killed, he always feels unsafe to stay here. Although Zhao Sun told him that there are no police here, he feels a little guilty for doing bad things. He wants to get away with it now. Zhao Sun did not object and strode out of the gold shop. The outside of the gold shop is still the same as before. Occasionally, people passing by seem to have no idea what has just happened in the gold shop. The pedestrians are casual and peaceful. Zhao Sun and Wang Biao walked out quickly, which only caused some surprise to passers-by. They didn't know why they were in such a hurry, but no one suspected anything. The two picked up their bicycles and rode all the way to the city hospital. The city hospital is far away from this gold shop, and it takes 2 hours to ride a bicycle. It is already past 3 in the afternoon, and it is already evening when they ride to the vicinity of the hospital. However, there are still several hours before the mission's midnight on the 12th, so there is still plenty of time. When Wang Biao stuffed his bicycle into the storage compartment, he felt that he was about to collapse. Today's exercise volume is comparable to my previous month's exercise volume. Now I feel that my legs are as heavy as lead. Even after he boarded the endless train, he had never done such a large amount of physical exertion in one day. It was really tiring. I have to sleep tonight anyway. He took the lead in expressing his opinion, fearing that Zhao Sun would disagree. Otherwise I will fall asleep while standing tomorrow, which will affect the mission. Okay, I'll keep watch tonight. Zhao Sun agreed without any nonsense. Seeing Zhao Sun agree, Wang Biao breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. What are we having for dinner? He enlarged his map and said to Zhao Sun while looking at it. We have to have a good meal tonight. Better than lunch. After all, we completed 8 rings of tasks in one day. It's worth celebrating. Yes. Zhao Sun did not object and took Wang Biao to a high-end restaurant near the hospital. The meal cost more than 3,000 yuan. Adding the previous expenses, Zhao Sun still had about 15,000 yuan in his pocket. I say, can we book a hotel? Wang Biao was full and sleepy. I haven't slept on a soft big bed for a long time. You don't know what it means to quit while you're ahead. Right. Zhao Sun's eyes suddenly turned cold. Don't forget, among the players in the team, as long as one person dies, the other person will fail the game. If you are left alone in a hotel, who can save you if another player's mission is to kill you? After a pause, he glanced at Wang Biao and asked, or do you think you can sense danger while sleeping and wake up immediately? Wang Biao knew he was in the wrong and didn't say anything. Compared with sleeping comfortably, being able to complete the mission and pass the game alive is the most important thing. He is still very clear about this. It's just that the mission went smoothly today, which made him forget the existence of potential crises for a while. Moreover, Zhao Sun was too easy to talk to just now, which made Wang Biao unconsciously push his luck. Seeing that Wang Biao stopped talking, Zhao Sun didn't say anything more. He went to a roadside shop to buy himself a big bag of snacks to pass the long night, and then took Wang Biao back to the gate of the city hospital. Wang Biao went to the security booth to give 2 cigarettes, and finally got the opportunity to sleep in the security booth. Zhao Sun stood outside the security booth, eating a spicy strip from time to pass the time. Time passed by minute. 0 o'clock is coming. Zhao Sun's snacks were almost finished. He threw all the garbage into the trash can not far away, and then began to observe the people around him carefully. Near midnight, there were almost no pedestrians in front of the hospital. Even the emergency department was not so lively. At this time, if anyone appeared, it would definitely be very conspicuous. But seeing that there were still 30 seconds and 0 o'clock was coming, Zhao Sun did not see anyone. Not even a car. Since the mission said someone would appear, it is impossible that there would be no one. If not in front. Then, Zhao Sun turned his head and looked inside the hospital. Sure enough, he saw a haggard woman walking out of the hospital. When the electronic clock in the security booth turned to midnight, the woman was standing at the gate of the hospital. Zhao Sun walked over quickly. With the help of the not-so-bright street light, he saw the woman's face clearly. At the same time, the woman also saw Zhao Sun's appearance. She was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" "I came here with a friend." Zhao Sun made up a reason and asked, "Why are you here? Is Yaya sick?" The woman in front of him was Yaya's mother. Hearing the name, Yaya, the woman showed a painful look. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and finally couldn't help crying. "Yaya! She is in rescue." "Rescue? What's going on?" Zhao Sun was a little surprised. The woman tried to calm down and said, "In the morning, I received a call from the kidnapper saying that Yaya was kidnapped and a ransom of 500,000 yuan was needed. I went to the designated location with the ransom, but I didn't expect that Yaya was killed by the kidnappers. When I found Yaya, she fell in a pool of blood and was no longer breathing." At this point, she showed a look of fear on her face. At that time, a medical student passed by and helped Yaya to be resuscitated in the hospital, but she was still breathing. Then, with the help of that kind-hearted person, we took Yaya to the hospital for rescue. Now Yaya is still in the rescue room. I don't know what the result will be. Chapter 100 Acquaintances. The rescue will be successful, Zhao Sun said, and took out the gold necklace from his pocket. This is the gold necklace that I asked a master to consecrate before. It can bring you and Yaya some blessings. The woman looked at the necklace Zhao Sun handed over, and was a little grateful. Thank you, but I can't take it. It's not a valuable thing. Zhao Sun stuffed it directly into the woman's hand. I like Yaya very much. I didn't expect her to suddenly encounter such misfortune. I hope she can get better as soon as possible. The woman's eyes were filled with tears again. Thank you. Thank you. She was a little excited, but she couldn't say a complete sentence, and could only thank you. Congratulations on completing the 9th ring of the ring-running task. 10th ring, find the murderer who killed Yaya and kill him. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he said to the woman naturally, If you don't mind, I want to go see Yaya. Of course you can, the woman sniffed and said. But Yaya is still being rescued, and the child's father, and I can't see her. It doesn't matter. I'll go to the emergency room and wait. Zhao Sun sighed heavily. I didn't expect that the little girl I just met last night would suddenly encounter such a big change tonight. When the woman heard this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and couldn't help crying again. My poor child, she sobbed, feeling so sad that she couldn't help herself. By the way, do you have something to do now? Zhao Sun changed the subject at the right time. No, the woman shook her head. I just feel too depressed and want to go out for a walk. As if she remembered something, she spoke again. By the way, I want to buy a cup of coffee for my husband. The vending machine in the hospital should sell it, Zhao Sun suggested. It's better not to go too far. It's not safe. That's true. The woman nodded in agreement. I was a little out of shape, and almost forgot that I could buy it here at the hospital. She gave Zhao Sun a grateful look. Thanks for meeting you. It's okay. Zhao Sun smiled. I'll go see my friend first. If he doesn't have time, I'll go to the emergency room to find you later. Okay. The woman agreed and told Zhao Sun the detailed location of the emergency room. Then she hurried back. Zhao Sun looked at the woman's back as she left, and the face he saw during the day flashed in his mind. When he was about to leave the park, he saw two men in a hurry, and he knew at a glance that they were players. That time and place were too coincidental. It is very likely that the two people were the murderers of Yaya. After all, before he left the park, he sent a text message to the woman, telling her where Yaya was. No matter how slow the woman was, she should have run to Yaya in 20 minutes. In such a short time interval, Yaya was still killed. The only explanation is that one of the ring tasks of other players was to kill Yaya, and the most likely murderer was the two players who ran hurriedly into the park that Zhao Sun met at that time. However, the task restrictions may require players to act without being noticed by others, and even their faces cannot be seen, and they cannot be caught on the spot, etc. Yaya's mother came over quickly, and the two people didn't have time to confirm whether Yaya was really dead, so they had to run away first, or Yaya would really die soon, so the two people would leave without any regrets. But she was saved by a medical student passing by. If I guess correctly, this should also be a player. At present, it can be confirmed that at least the ring tasks of the three groups of players are related to Yaya. But the group of players who want to save Yaya has no conflict with his task. Well, if his speculation is correct, perhaps this medical student is someone he knows. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun opened the door of the security booth and dragged Wang Biao up. Wang Biao was sleeping in a daze. When he came out of the security booth and was blown by the wind in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt a lot more awake. He then noticed that there was a pop-up window in front of him, confirming that the 9th ring task was also completed. He was very happy. But when he saw the 10th ring task, he was a little confused. What happened? Yaya was killed? Let's talk while walking. Zhao Sun signaled Wang Biao to keep up with his pace, and he walked quickly into the hospital. Wang Biao hurriedly followed. Zhao Sun told him about the conversation with Yaya's mother and his speculation. Wang Biao looked mysterious after listening. Damn! So it seems that Yaya was killed by other players not long after we left. She's not dead yet. Zhao Sun reminded Wang Biao. Those two players should also know that their ring tasks have not been completed, and they may come to attack. That makes sense. Wang Biao nodded in agreement. Then we just need to wait here. The first stage of the ring running task must be completed by 12 o'clock on the 13th at the latest. If killing Yaya is not the last task of that group of players, then they have to consider leaving enough time for the remaining tasks. Waiting for the news of Yaya's death is too passive, and Yaya has a chance to be revived. So the possibility of that group of players taking the initiative to kill Yaya again is higher. Wang Biao now understood why Zhao Sun went to the emergency room to visit Yaya. He didn't really want to see how Yaya was doing, but wanted to see if the group of players who tried to kill Yaya were nearby. Although Yaya is pitiful, I am praying that the two murderers will show up soon. Wang Biao muttered softly. In such a big city, if they go to find someone by themselves, they may not be able to find them for several days and nights. Especially since there is no surveillance here. It is even more difficult to find someone. As long as the other party shows up, these problems can be solved. This is their last round of mission, and it must go smoothly. When Wang Biao was praying in his heart, Zhao Sun had already walked to the corridor next to the emergency room. Zhao Sun saw an acquaintance at a glance. A slightly fat woman with short hair. Number 015. Xiao Hong. And standing next to Xiao Hong is also someone he knows. Wu Wei. One of the volunteers. Judging from his previous behaviors, he should be the boss among the volunteers. When Xiao Hong saw Zhao Sun, she was a little surprised. And then she subconsciously looked at Wu Wei, who was standing next to her. Wu Wei stood up straight, staring at Zhao Sun and Wang Biao, who were approaching him. His posture was defensive, but he had no intention of attacking. They didn't know what Zhao Sun and Wang Biao meant by appearing here at this time, but they had to be on guard. Even if they were acquaintances, they couldn't let down their guard before they were sure of the other party's purpose. After Zhao Sun approached, he asked Xiao Hong in a low voice, "You saved Yaya?" Although he was asking, his tone was firm. Xiao Hong nodded subconsciously, and then hid behind Wu Wei. At this time, she could trust her teammates the most. "Do you know Yaya?" Wu Wei asked. "How did you know her?" Before Zhao Sun could speak, Yaya's father came over and greeted him after hearing the noise. Soon, Wu Wei figured out the role Zhao Sun played from Yaya's father's words, knowing that Zhao Sun helped Yaya find her parents after she got lost, and drove away the classmates who bullied Yaya. Wu Wei relaxed his defense against Zhao Sun a lot. Yaya's father said a few more words, and then returned to the door of the emergency room, waiting anxiously. It seems that our tasks do not conflict. When Wu Wei said this, he observed the expressions of Zhao Sun and Wang Biao. Although Zhao Sun never showed his emotions, it was difficult to see anything from his expression. But Wang Biao was a man who could not hide his thoughts, and was easy to see through. Wang Biao had roughly understood what was going on at this time, and he asked Wu Wei, "Your mission is to protect Yaya and keep her alive?" "Yes," Wu Wei admitted frankly. "Then is Yaya's chance of survival high?" Wang Biao asked curiously. "I heard that Yaya was no longer breathing at the time. Only a half chance." When Xiaohong mentioned this, her face turned pale. "Although I took emergency measures at the time, she bled too much. And she was too young. It's hard to say." She was very worried that the mission would fail. Once Yaya died, her ring mission would not be completed anyway. When she thought about dying in this game, or being trapped in this game forever, she felt despair and fear. "There is still half hope." Wu Wei comforted Xiaohong with a firm look. Compared with Xiaohong's pessimism and fear, Wu Wei seemed calmer and more stable. Xiaohong's mood stabilized a little. She looked at Zhao Sun and asked, "What is your mission?" "Find the murderer who killed Yaya." Zhao Sun did not hide it. The tasks of their two groups did not conflict, and speaking out could help each other. Hearing this answer, Xiaohong felt relieved. Wu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. "Yaya is still being rescued. I don't know if she can be saved." Xiaohong sighed. "If she can't be rescued, the group of players who want to kill Yaya don't have to show up. But they don't know whether Yaya can be rescued." Zhao Sun analyzed. "The time left for them to wait is also very limited. So I think they may come tonight or tomorrow morning. It seems that we have to be extremely alert for the next period of time." Wu Wei stretched his neck. "So as not to give that group of players a chance to take advantage of us. You are responsible for guarding, and we are responsible for fighting people." Zhao Sun put forward his own opinion. "I should have seen their faces during the day, and I will recognize them when I see them again." In this case, there is no need to deliberately create an opportunity for the murderer of Yaya to approach Yaya. If the two players want to take action, they must create opportunities even if they are under strict guard. They have no choice. Without knowing the special abilities of the other two players, they cannot easily create loopholes. If they really succeed, it will be more trouble than gain. Although Zhao Sun's mission does not require to ensure that Yaya is alive. If Yaya dies, it will be difficult to find the two players. Therefore, it is more beneficial for him to ensure that Yaya is alive. The four people were discussing the next plan. And suddenly the light in the emergency room flashed and the door opened. Yaya's parents immediately rushed to the door, looking at the doctor with nervous and expectant faces. "Doctor, how is it?" Yaya's father trembled his lips and squeezed out these words. Wu Wei and Xiaohong also ran over to hear the first-hand news. The doctor took off his mask a little tiredly, but with a little smile on his face. "The rescue was successful." Wu Wei and Xiaohong were relieved. The successful rescue means that the ring mission has hope to continue. Yaya's mother couldn't help crying out loud. She wiped her tears and thanked the doctor repeatedly. "But you can't relax now," the doctor reminded. "The child has to be observed in the intensive care unit for 48 hours. Only after the most dangerous period can it be considered to have truly passed this stage." "Okay," Yaya's father agreed repeatedly. Soon, Yaya was pushed out. Her face was pale, and she was still in a coma, unaware of everything in the outside world. The nurse pushed the bed all the way to the elevator. Yaya's parents followed closely, looking at their child's face intently. Wu Wei and Xiaohong looked at each other and followed immediately. It is easiest to go wrong during transportation, so they must keep a close eye on it. "Are we going to follow too?" Wang Biao approached Zhao Sun and asked in a low voice. Zhao Sun said, and followed into the elevator. The nurse looked at so many people coming in at once, and her expression became a little confused. Yaya's father explained. "These are all friends who helped before. So many people cannot enter the intensive care unit," the nurse reminded. "Even the child's parents cannot accompany them. We just stay outside," Xiaohong said with a smile. The nurse didn't say anything else. Yaya was escorted all the way into the intensive care unit without any accidents. The nurse prepared various testing instruments for Yaya, and then closed the door. Yaya's parents could only look at the child lying inside through the glass window, and dared not enter at will. Yaya's mother felt heartbroken. My poor child. She has suffered so much. Xiaohong comforted softly. She will get better. She will. Before everyone could say anything else, they suddenly felt a faint smell of disinfectant. This smell is very common in hospitals, and will not attract any attention. However, after the faint smell of disinfectant drifted over, everyone felt a moment of dizziness in their brains. Yaya's parents were a little confused. Before they could react to what happened, sleepiness swept over like a tide. The four players realized something was wrong almost at the same time. Wu Wei held his breath immediately, and Wang Biao pinched his nose hard. But they soon found that it was useless. The dizziness became more and more intense. After a few seconds, everyone lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Chapter 101 Is 3 minutes enough? After all 6 people, including Yaya's parents, fell to the ground, 2 men in white coats and masks came over. Your special ability is really useful. One of the young men sighed to the middle-aged man next to him. In just half a minute, everyone fainted. It's better than drugs. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but just looked at the little girl in the intensive care unit through the glass window. Compared to the good mood of the young man, the middle-aged man seemed to be in a much more complicated mood. The middle-aged man's original profession was a doctor. After boarding the endless train, he told himself that he had to abandon the doctor's instinct to save people, and killing people for self-protection was also a must. But this was the first time he attacked a child, and he still couldn't bear it, perhaps because of his conscience. He lost his usual level when he took action, and actually gave the little girl a glimmer of life. When he wanted to finish off the knife again, the little girl's mother arrived. Due to mission restrictions, he couldn't let the little girl's mother see him. Even if she didn't see his face, he could only run with his companions. His 1 second of hesitation brought him a lot of trouble, and he failed to complete this round of the mission. Fortunately, he still had a chance to make amends. However, it was no better for him to attack the child again than the first time. He still hesitated. The young companion noticed the middle-aged man's reluctance, and he said, "Let me do it, so as not to be like last time." The young man grabbed the door handle of the intensive care unit. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. The young man was startled, and then quickly used his special ability diamondization. His body instantly turned into an extremely hard diamond. The sharp claws behind him made a dang sound when they touched the young man's body. Wu Wei only felt that his arm was numb from the shock, and quickly retracted his hand. It was not until this time that the middle-aged man, who was half a beat slower in reaction, turned his head and saw Wu Wei standing up and Wu Wei's beast-like arm. He hurriedly used his special ability again to try to stun Wu Wei. Before Wu Wei could move, a bullet suddenly flew over from behind, barely grazed Wu Wei's cheek, and hit the middle-aged man's chest. Zhao Sun rubbed his head and stumbled to his feet. The middle-aged man had never expected that there were 2 people who were not knocked unconscious by him, and one of them was carrying a gun. His special ability had no offensiveness or defensive ability, not to mention that he was shot when he was unprepared. He was hit right in the face. The middle-aged man took a last look at the little girl lying in the intensive care unit, and suddenly felt his whole heart relax. This was good. He didn't have to be condemned by his conscience anymore. The middle-aged man closed his eyes without complaint. The young man didn't expect that 2 people would still be awake under the influence of the middle-aged man's special ability, let alone that someone would shoot. He didn't even have time to block the bullet for the middle-aged man, and watched the middle-aged man fall down with blood in his chest. He was immediately a little furious. His companion died. Even if he killed the little girl, even if he could survive until the end of the first stage of the game, he had no hope of passing the game. Damn it! I have no hope of passing the game. And you can't even think about passing the game, the young man said viciously, and opened the door of the intensive care unit. Wu Wei saw this and hurriedly chased after him. He couldn't hurt the young man now, but he could still hold him tightly and prevent him from getting close to the little girl. The young man was clamped and couldn't get close to the little girl. He angrily took out a fruit knife from his pocket and tried to throw it at the little girl. Wu Wei was startled and hurriedly used all his strength to pull the young man out of the door of the intensive care unit. At the same time, a long rope wrapped around the young man's body like a spirit snake, and his hands and feet were also tied tightly. He couldn't hold the fruit knife in his hand and fell to the ground. Wu Wei turned his head and saw Zhao Sun sitting on the chair a little weakly, but his eyes were still clear. Xiao Hong and Wang Biao were still lying on the ground unconscious. It seemed that the rope that helped the young man belonged to Xiao Sun. It was not until this time that Wu Wei noticed that there was a long wound on Xiao Sun's palm, and blood was constantly flowing out of the wound. Apparently, after noticing that the smell was wrong and holding his breath had no effect, Xiao Sun tried to create pain for himself to wake up from the coma. This did have a certain effect. Although Xiao Sun was not as mobile and awake as Wu Wei, he did help Wu Wei a lot. As for Wu Wei, his special ability is beast transformation. But due to the current level limit, he could only choose one part of his body to beast transformation at the same time. When he realized that he might be dizzy, he chose to beast transformation his heart, and directly resolved the effect of the drug through the strong heart of the beast and the increase of blood metabolism. Although the special ability of the middle-aged man is still effective when holding his breath, since it can produce smell, the actual effect should be similar to that of the drug. Therefore, Wu Wei believes that accelerating his own metabolism should be useful. As he guessed, he woke up the fastest and had almost no physical discomfort. Xiao Sun took a breath and said to Wu Wei, "Leave him to me." Wu Wei did not object. He dragged the diamond-like young man to Xiao Sun. His body is very hard now, and he can't be hurt at all. Xiao Sun looked up and down at the young man and said to Wu Wei, "Look at the situation outside. The noise I just fired could not have attracted the attention of others, unless those NPCs were knocked unconscious by the special ability of the middle-aged man." Wu Wei looked at Xiao Sun with some concern. "It's okay. He can't break free from this rope," Xiao Sun said very confidently, even if he is not strong enough to suppress the young man now. The lively long rope is enough to limit the mobility of most young men. Seeing Xiao Sun so sure, Wu Wei quickly looked outside. Sure enough, he saw many people leaning on the corridor. There are medical staff and family members of patients. Wu Wei came back immediately and said to Xiao Sun, "I don't know about other places, but everyone on this floor should be dizzy." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Xiao Sun forcibly opened the young man's eyelids and was observing something carefully. "I don't think he is an old player. His special ability level should not be high, so he should have many weaknesses," Xiao Sun said while pinching the young man's eyelids hard. "The tentacles are soft. It seems that this part is not hardened." There are a lot of new players participating in the third platform game. So far, he has not seen an old player. Perhaps in order to avoid the situation of random punches killing the master, there may be no old players participating in this game. It may also be that the number of old players participating is too small, and he has not met them yet. In short, the two people who killed Yaya are definitely not old players. Seeing that Xiao Sun found his weakness so quickly, the young man's eyelids trembled. He was originally in a posture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, maintaining the state of diamondization, thinking that even if he was tied up, the other party could not do anything to him. As long as he waited for the other party to relax, he would always have a chance to attack again. Anyway, he had no hope of completing the game. So now he hoped that more people would die with him. Unexpectedly, in less than a minute, the other party had already found his weakness. He was a little panicked all of a sudden. "What do you want?" He couldn't help but question Xiao Sun, and Xiao Sun's fingers had already touched the young man's eyeballs. The soft, trembling touch made Xiao Sun chuckle. He did not respond to the young man, but looked up at Wu Wei. "He is my task. I hope to deal with it privately." Wu Wei knew that Xiao Sun should want to do something, but didn't want to be seen by him. After thinking about it, he asked, "Is 3 minutes enough?" "1 minute is almost enough," Xiao Sun replied. Hearing this answer, Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'll go get a glass of water and come back in a while." As he said this, he left here again. Xiao Sun quickly pressed the mechanism on the ring, and the sharp needle slowly and steadily pierced into the young man's eyes. The young man wanted to scream in fear, but Xiao Sun covered his mouth tightly. "It's just a little pain. Just bear it and it will pass." Xiao Sun's tone was very gentle, as if he was comforting an ignorant child. The young man could only whimper a few times and couldn't even curse. This was not a matter of pain at all. The eye was poked with a needle, and just thinking about it was enough to make people terrified. Not to mention that Xiao Sun seemed to be deliberately torturing him, so slowly inserting the needle. For him, it was no different from torture. He even felt that it would be better to die directly. Just when the young man had such thoughts, the feeling of suffocation came over him. He foamed at the mouth uncontrollably, and his body twitched. At this moment, he realized that Xiao Sun didn't just poke his eyes with a needle. The needle was poisonous, tightly bound by the lively long rope. The young man could only twist his body in vain and soon died. Congratulations on completing the 10th ring running task. All 10 ring running tasks in the first stage of this round of the game have been completed. Please wait patiently for the arrival of 12 o'clock on the night of September 13th. Zhao Sun calmly put away his special items. The ring returned to its original state, and took out the medical kit to bandage himself simply. Chapter 102 The Shadow of the City of Light. When Wu Wei came back, he saw that the young man had fallen to the ground and was dead. He didn't know how Zhao Sun did it, and he didn't ask much. He held 2 disposable cups filled with cold water. He gave 1 cup to Zhao Sun, and then took the other cup to Xiao Hong's side. He tentatively sprinkled some water on Xiao Hong's face. Xiao Hong soon moved, and she frowned slightly, but still didn't wake up. It should be useful, Wu Wei said to himself. I can wake up so quickly after B's transformation, which means that this special ability will not cause people to be unconscious for too long. Sprinkling some water or something can also speed up awakening. Maybe you are too gentle. Zhao Sun only heard Wu Wei's last sentence clearly, and he directly poured the cup of water in his hand on Wang Biao's face. Wang Biao was startled and sat up immediately. What's wrong? Wu Wei. Well, it seems that being rude is indeed more effective. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Wu Wei also splashed the glass of water in his hand on Xiao Hong's face. Xiao Hong woke up as expected. Wu Wei simply told Xiao Hong what had just happened, and Xiao Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Biao on the side was also very happy. He had seen the system prompt and knew that his mission was completed. What should we do with these 2 bodies? Xiao Hong was worried. The NPCs on this floor will wake up later. If they see it, it will be difficult for us to explain it clearly. Just throw it downstairs, or throw it to the stairwell next to it, Zhao Sun said casually. This city has no surveillance at all, so it's difficult to check. You and them don't know each other, and you came here to take care of the children, so it's even less likely for people to suspect that you have any motives. He's right. Wu Wei stood up. I'll take care of it. As he said, he dragged the 2 bodies to the safe passage not far away, 1 in each hand. Soon Wu Wei came back and heard Xiao Hong asking Zhao Sun. We still have to watch over Yaya. We have to make sure she is out of danger before this round of the mission is completed. In fact, Yaya doesn't have to be out of danger, Wang Biao said cleverly, as long as she is still alive before 12 o'clock on the evening of the 13th. Won't your mission be completed? At this point, he suddenly remembered something and added, Of course. This is based on the premise that this is your last round of mission. Xiao Hong pursed her lips and said nothing. Of course she knew that what Wang Biao said was right. But seeing such a young child, it was a bit unbearable. But she still had to put her own mission first. Xiao Hong secretly made up her mind that if the little girl was critically ill, even if she was kept alive by various instruments and medicines, she must let the little girl hold on until the end of the first stage of the game. Seeing Wu Wei coming back, Zhao Sun stood up. There is nothing for me here. I'm leaving first. After speaking, he nodded slightly and strode away. Wang Biao hurriedly followed. Wu Wei and Xiao Hong helped Yaya's parents, who were still unconscious, and discussed what to say later. In the following period of time, Zhao Sun booked a 5-star hotel and enjoyed nearly 2 days of comfortable time with Wang Biao. Since the money could not be taken to the endless train, there was no need to consider using it in a future game. Therefore, they lived in the best place and ate the best food. In addition to being on guard against possible sneak attacks, they basically lived very comfortably. However, Zhao Sun was not idle during this period. He found some channels, and bought a lot of cold weapons such as machetes. It is not that he didn't want to buy hot weapons, but there was no way to buy hot weapons in this city. It is no wonder that the 2 players who robbed the gold shop used fake guns. When buying those cold weapons, Zhao Sun repeatedly confirmed that the other party was willing to give him the things voluntarily, and the buyer was a little doubtful about his life. In fact, this was Zhao Sun's way of taking advantage of the loophole. For things purchased with money, the other party is of course willing to take the initiative to give him the things. This cannot be regarded as him forcing the other party to give, let alone mental control. As for whether this loophole can be successfully exploited, we have to wait until the end of the game and get back on the endless train to know. Anyway, there is so much money that can't be spent, and it would be a waste if it is not used. It is better to do an experiment. Wang Biao, who has been following Zhao Sun, did not know the purpose of Zhao Sun's doing this. He just thought that Zhao Sun was preparing for the second stage. Wang Biao rubbed his hands and looked at Zhao Sun expectantly. Hey, Ah Shui, should I get half of this weapon? Zhao Sun glanced at Wang Biao and said nothing. Wang Biao smiled and said, "We completed the task together, and I also got half of the extortion money. Most of the 10 tasks were completed by me. You should be glad that you are lucky to team up with me. Otherwise, you might still be struggling with a certain task." Zhao Sun said bluntly, "I didn't ask you to thank me for this, but I used part of the money to give you food and accommodation. Do you have any other requests?" Wang Biao's mouth twitched. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say another word. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening of the 13th. In 2 hours, the first stage of the game would be over. After thinking for a while, Wang Biao said, "Then I want to have another hearty supper." Zhao Sun did not object and asked Wang Biao to call the hotel front desk to order food using the hotel landline. While Wang Biao was happily calling, Zhao Sun took out a small button-like object from his pocket and gently stuck it to the inside of Wang Biao's collar. Wang Biao did not notice it at all, and there was still an expectant smile on his face. Asterisk. After the supper was delivered, Zhao Sun asked the waiter to take a bite of each dish as usual, waited for half an hour, and made sure nothing happened, and then began to enjoy it with peace of mind. Time passed by minute, and Wang Biao soon had a full stomach. The hour and minute hands on the wall closed together and pointed to the number 12. At the same time, similar pop-up windows popped up in front of all the players who passed the first stage of the game. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully passing the first stage of the game and getting 100 points. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. The points this time were more than he had imagined. Perhaps in addition to the 10-ring mission, they also included the points for both players in the same group surviving. As soon as he finished thinking, his location suddenly changed. He was no longer sitting in the luxurious and comfortable presidential suite, but standing in a flower bush. There was a row of osmanthus trees on the roadside, and he could smell the sweet fragrance of flowers. Wang Biao had long disappeared from his side. It was clearly midnight, but the whole city was as bright as day. A pop-up window in front of him jumped, and new text appeared. The second stage of the game. From now on, until 12 o'clock on the 15th, the number of remaining players is 216. The rules of the second stage of the game are as follows. This stage will start the indiscriminate hunting task. In the next 48 hours, players can take the lives of others according to their abilities. Successfully kill 10 players and 100 NPCs to pass the game and automatically teleport out of the game area. After the second stage of the game begins, there is almost no dark area in the entire City of Light at any time, whether indoors or outdoors. In this process, each player's shadow will continue to erode the player's body over time. After the player is completely eroded by the shadow, he will become a shadow and no longer be eligible to participate in the game. Note 1. The process of shadow erosion will not cause any discomfort, nor will it affect the player's actions. Note 2. The speed of shadow erosion is related to the brightness of the light and the time standing under the light. P.S. The map will show the location of all players for 5 minutes every hour. I wish all players a happy game. After reading the rules of the second stage of the game, Zhao Sun first found a shade to stand in. He took a look at his shoes and found that there was a little black shadow on the upper. It looked like pure black matte paint, but there was no foreign body feeling when touched, and it was so smooth that it seemed to be part of the shoe. While Zhao Sun observed the situation of his shadow after standing in the shade of the tree, he analyzed the content of this task. In general, the task of the second stage is to kill 10 players and 100 NPCs before being completely eroded by the shadow. The remaining number of people is 216, which means that at most only 19 people can pass the game. But in fact, the number of people who can pass the game will be even smaller. After all, it is easy for a player to be killed by other players just after killing a few players. The rules of the game do not say that the number of heads of dead players can be added after killing players. So it is not surprising that only 1 or 2 people can pass the game in the end. Another thing is about the erosion of shadows. Obviously, the erosion rate of shadows is the fastest when standing in a very bright place for a long time. Like now, standing in the shade of a tree, completely blocked by the shadow of a big tree. The shadow has completely stopped eroding. But if you want to hunt other players and NPCs, you can't avoid being exposed to light. There is reason to suspect that if you are exposed to bright light for too long, the erosion rate of shadows may increase exponentially. Then, the exposure time and frequency need to be controlled. Zhao Sun thought so, and suddenly took out an instrument like a watch from his pocket. There were flashing red dots on it. It showed the location of Wang Biao. What Zhao Sun had attached to Wang Biao's collar before was a locator. He didn't know whether Wang Biao would separate from him after the second stage began. So he used this little thing just in case. This was also a little thing he found in the volunteer's mountaineering bag. Zhao Sun put on the goddess's wings and flew directly to where Wang Biao was. Although he encountered such a game rule by chance, Wang Biao was the perfect choice as his first prey. Chapter 103: The most convenient and fastest way to hunt. Wang Biao was a little far from Zhao Sun's location, but he used the goddess's wings to fly over. There were no obstacles blocking him, and he didn't need to take a detour, so his speed was much faster. However, in order to avoid being under direct sunlight for a long time, Zhao Sun would fly into the shadow of the building from time to time. It took about 15 minutes before he finally saw Wang Biao's figure. At this time, Wang Biao was holding an umbrella and walking carefully towards the milk tea shop next to him. He probably thought that he didn't have to worry about the light problem with an umbrella, and he could stop the shadow from completely eroding his body just like staying in the shade of a tree. But what he didn't notice was that behind him, the black shadow had climbed up his heels and slowly spread towards his ankles. Ordinary umbrellas, no matter how they are blocked, will expose both legs and feet to the light, especially when walking. Even the arms may be exposed to the sun because of the movement of the body. To achieve the effect of hiding under the shade of a tree, you must have a super large parasol like the one at the fruit stall. Obviously, there are no such large parasols in the city. Or, in order not to provide such convenience to players, there is no such large parasol when the game is set. However, holding an umbrella like Wang Biao is not completely useless. To a certain extent, it blocks a lot of light, and the erosion of the shadow is slowed down. Zhao Sun glanced at his ankle. He has been flying in the air. Although he adjusts his position from time to time and tries to fly into the shadow of the building, the erosion of the shadow has spread from the upper to the instep. Fortunately, the area is not large, and it only touches a small side of the instep. Zhao Sun raised the index finger of his right hand, and a ball of water beads quickly formed, floating slowly on his fingertips. While lowering the flying altitude, he shot water drops into Wang Biao's ears. One of Wang Biao's feet was about to step into the milk tea shop, and suddenly he felt something drilling into his ear, followed by a gurgling sound in his ear. He just raised his hand to rub his ears, and suddenly felt something drilling into his nose, and breathing became difficult instantly. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sun appeared in front of Wang Biao. Wang Biao was stunned, and then subconsciously wanted to raise his hand for help. But Zhao Sun grabbed Wang Biao's neck with such force that Wang Biao's face flushed almost instantly. Zhao Sun had an almost gentle smile on his face. He approached Wang Biao and whispered, "Aren't you very curious about why I don't like physical contact with people?" Wang Biao finally realized that Zhao Sun was here to cause trouble for him. He was very flustered, but he immediately used his special ability to shoot 2 water drops into Zhao Sun's eyes. Zhao Sun had been prepared for a long time, and raised his other hand to easily block the 2 water drops. At the same time, several water drops appeared on his fingertips, drilling into Wang Biao's eyes and nose respectively. Wang Biao was already being strangled by Zhao Sun, and he was struggling to grab Zhao Sun's hands with both hands. He had no time to avoid him. Suddenly, he could not see the person in front of him clearly, and even breathing became more difficult. Zhao Sun continued what he had just said. "I don't have mysophobia, but every time I come into contact with people, I really want to kill people." After saying that, he didn't give Wang Biao any chance to react. He took out a big machete and chopped Wang Biao's neck hard. Warm blood spurted out and stained one side of Zhao Sun's cheek. His eyes gradually became deep, and there was a hint of bloodthirstiness in his smile. Wang Biao widened his eyes, with both fear and unwillingness in his eyes. He was terrified by Zhao Sun's eyes at this moment, cold and with undisguised murderous intent. He was unwilling to die here. He had obviously passed the first stage of the game, and he only needed to kill a few more people to pass this game. But at the beginning of the second stage, everything was over. "I satisfied your curiosity, and you can be considered to have died for what you deserved." Zhao Sun smiled and chopped down again. This knife directly cut off Wang Biao's aorta, and more blood gushed out with a strong smell of blood. Why? Wang Biao stared at Zhao Sun with wide eyes, and fell heavily to the ground before he finished asking. Zhao Sun took Wang Biao's umbrella and hit him on the head. He looked down at Wang Biao, watching Wang Biao's eyes gradually fade. "You have annoyed me too many times. If it weren't for the relationship between the previous team, you would have died earlier than now." He retracted the machete, reached out, and touched the gradually cooling blood on his cheek, slowly calming his inner restlessness. Warm body temperature, beating pulse, soft and elastic skin, all make him want to tear and destroy. His mother discovered it very early and began to correct him when he was very young. The habit he developed over the years allowed him to control his desire to kill 100% when he didn't touch others. He could also control his desire to destroy as much as possible when he took the initiative to touch others. But if he was suddenly touched by someone without any preparation, the impulse of that moment would not be so easy to suppress. His mother was very troubled by this, until she came up with a compromise. Whenever he was touched suddenly, he would repeatedly wipe or clean the place where he was touched, just like erasing the traces of being touched, in order to calm his inner restlessness. This is a kind of psychological suggestion, and the effect is not bad. For so many years, he can almost live in human society like a normal person. At most, people who don't know him think he has some cleanliness. This is not a bad thing for him, but he can avoid physical contact with others as much as possible. However, that was in the normal human society. As for now, he doesn't want to turn himself into a madman who only knows how to kill. So he will still restrain himself appropriately. However, he will not abide by the agreement between him and his parents as before and never kill people. For someone like Wang Biao, he started thinking about how to kill him from the next day. Even if it's not in this game, he will find an opportunity to kill Wang Biao on the train. So he put a locator on Wang Biao. Xiao Sun killed people in the street, which scared passers-by. The waiters in the milk tea shop even squatted under the counter, fearing that they would become the next victim. Xiao Sun did not stay here. He wiped the remaining blood on his face as if nothing had happened, and then took off to another place. Before the positioning on the map was turned on, it would take a lot of time to try his luck to find other players. So he planned to complete 100 NPC heads first. As for the location, he had already thought about it. He went directly to the mall he had been to when he first entered the game. The movie theater on the top floor, a medium-sized theater, was enough to accommodate 200 or 300 people. Even if the people were not full, it should not be a problem to get 100 people. And the most convenient and fastest way to hunt. Xiao Sun landed on the roof of the building. He took out his suitcase and took out 2 safes from it. After opening the safe, the grenades and C4 bombs inside were revealed. Before entering the game, he spent all his belongings and only bought 2 boxes of hot weapons in total. There was no way. His family was not rich, and the 10th district had strict control over hot weapons. Most people were not allowed to own hot weapons. He bought them through improper channels, so the money he spent was naturally much higher than the regular channels. He took out a C4 bomb and put the rest back. Then, he entered the stairwell through the unclosed security door, avoided the ticket check downstairs, and went directly into the theater area. He walked around and chose a medium-sized theater. Most of the people in the theater were sitting, and the number of people was enough. He set a 1-minute countdown, placed the bomb under the seat in the middle of the theater, and left in a swagger. When he returned to the roof and flew into the sky, a violent explosion sounded in the building. The whole building shook, and the corresponding location of the cinema on the roof began to collapse. Xiao Sun looked at the pop-up window in front of him. Number of NPCs killed by player Xiao Sun, 254/100 people. The number was more than enough. The goal had been achieved. Xiao Sun no longer cared about the situation in the building, and flew away from this area. He went to the riverside park and rested in a pavilion. Half of the pavilion was illuminated by the sun, but the other half was in the shadow, which was enough for Xiao Sun to hide himself in. After hiding from the light, he observed the extent of his shadow's erosion. Half of his left foot was covered, but his right foot was only at the upper part of the shoe. At present, the erosion rate is very slow. There should not be much risk if the time and frequency of exposure to light are maintained in the future. It is just unclear whether the erosion rate will accelerate after the area of shadow erosion reaches a certain extent. In addition, judging from the situation just observed indoors, although the building avoids the sun, it is indeed as stated in the rules that there are fluorescent lights in almost all places. The effect of fluorescent lights is no different from that of sunlight. They will cause the shadow to erode the body continuously, and the erosion speed is no different. Therefore, it is impossible to hide in the building to avoid the erosion of the shadow. Just in case, you have to kill 9 players as soon as possible. Xiao Sun glanced at his phone. There are still more than 10 minutes before the first player positioning will start. The positioning only takes 5 minutes. and the player will definitely move faster after the positioning is completed. He must choose players who are close to him so that he can find the target in the shortest possible time, since he doesn't know what the special abilities of other players are, and he has the advantage of long-range attacks. It is best to choose a geographical location suitable for long-range attacks. Then players and buildings are not his first choice. Chapter 104 Shadow Erosion Speed. This is also the reason why Zhao Sun chose to rest in this riverside park. There are relatively open areas nearby. As long as there are players, it is very suitable for him to take action. Of course, if there is no player nearby, it can only be considered bad luck. He can only go to other places that are slightly closer. Although it is the same as daytime now. It is early morning after all, and there are not many people in the riverside park. Zhao Sun directly changed the magazine for the mini pistol in the pavilion. This magazine only has 5 bullets. He had used up all the bullets in the pistol before. Then he took out an ordinary pistol, which had only been used once before. There were 9 bullets in it. As long as his aim is okay, it should be enough. The effective range of this pistol is 50 meters, but it has a certain lethality within 200 meters. 50 meters is enough. Not long after Zhao Sun was ready, hundreds of red light spots finally appeared on the map. Only the light spots representing Zhao Sun himself were green. 3 of the light spots were very close to Zhao Sun, right in the riverside park. Zhao Sun took off immediately and approached the location of one of the light spots. The player represented by the light spot obviously noticed Zhao Sun's approach and was running in the opposite direction. But the speed of ordinary running could not catch up with the speed of wings flying. Zhao Sun only took 1 minute to catch up with the other party. The man looked around while running. The other party must have noticed that Zhao Sun was approaching very quickly and was very close. But he looked around and did not see anyone. He was panicked and confused. Zhao Sun took out his pistol and quickly lowered the flight altitude while pointing the muzzle at the other party's head. After they were within 50 meters of each other, Zhao Sun pulled the trigger. The man was shot dead before he even reacted to what was going on. Zhao Sun did not stop at all, turned around and ran towards the other 2 red light spots that were still in the riverside park. The 2 red light spots were already approaching each other, and they were obviously ready for a fight to the death. When Zhao Sun arrived, the 2 men had just met each other, keeping a safe distance from each other and testing each other with words. Zhao Sun fired 2 more shots and quickly harvested heads. Obviously, these players did not expect someone to appear in the sky, and their defense against the air was quite weak, giving Zhao Sun an opportunity to take advantage of. At this time, there was still 1.5 minutes left for positioning. Zhao Sun glanced at the nearest few red light spots, while noting the specific location, and flew towards one of the targets. This target was not originally in the riverside park, but moved towards the riverside park in the past few minutes, probably wanting to hunt other players in the riverside park. However, after the player died, the red light spot representing the player would disappear. The player moving towards the riverside park should have noticed something wrong, and was running back at this time. The riverside park is very quiet now, and Zhao Sun does not have a silencer. It is normal that the sound of the gunshot will alert other nearby players. But as long as they are not very defensive in the air, Zhao Sun still has a chance to take action. Zhao Sun chased after him at the fastest speed, and finally saw the fleeing player from afar 1 second before the location disappeared. This player's special ability should be speed. He runs very fast. No wonder Zhao Sun chased him for 1.5 minutes at the fastest flying speed before he saw the other person's figure. That man looked short and thin, but he ran faster than a rabbit. Zhao Sun only saw the man's figure from a distance. It would take about 1 minute to catch up. Although the man ran very fast, he was already in Zhao Sun's sight, and would not have a chance to escape. The moment the positioning disappeared, the short man seemed to be a little nervous. He ran forward non-stop, changing his position from time to time, and looking around constantly. He clearly saw that before the positioning disappeared, there was a red light spot getting closer and closer to him, and the speed was very fast. He was not sure whether the other party caught up when the positioning disappeared. He was very confident in his running speed, but after seeing the other party's pursuit speed, he did not dare to be completely assured. He could only continue to run forward and constantly change his position to increase the probability of getting rid of the other party. The positioning has disappeared, and the other party cannot accurately find his location. Moreover, he is still moving constantly, so he should be able to get rid of the other party. Such thoughts became stronger and stronger as time went by. His originally uneasy mood also became more stable. But just when the short man slowed down, a gunshot suddenly came from above his head, and then he felt a pain in his head and fell to the ground. Zhao Sun looked at the pop-up window in front of him, showing that the number of players hunted had increased by 1. And then, he quickly flew to the next location. Now there is no positioning. He can only find the target according to the direction in his memory. After solving the nearest players, the remaining red light spots are a little far from the Riverside Park. Although Zhao Sun remembered the specific locations of several red light spots before the positioning disappeared. When he arrived, the other party should have run away. If it was only a few minutes, he could still look nearby. But it would take at least 10 minutes for him to rush over. Enough for those people to change their positions and hide. Although he knew this would be the result, he still had to look elsewhere. 3 spots of light disappeared from the Riverside Park in a short period of time. Anyone who noticed it could guess that the Riverside Park was a dangerous area. Even if you were quite confident in your own strength, there was no need to go to a dangerous place. If you continue to stay in the Riverside Park, no new players will appear in a short time. You must change the location. Even if you can't meet the players who were originally there, you may meet other players. Even if you can't meet a player, it's not too late to wait for the next location to appear. He already has 5 heads now, and there is still plenty of time to harvest 5 more heads. During the flight, Zhao Sun glanced at his feet and found that the shadow had covered the soles of both feet. At first glance, it looked like he was wearing a pair of pure black shoes. But these shoes are completely non-reflective, and there is an indescribable feeling of discomfort, as if it is a black vortex that can swallow people. Zhao Sun quickly found a shadowy area and stayed for a while. When he was chasing the player just now, in order to pursue speed, he did not avoid the sun at all. Sure enough, if the light is exposed for too long, the erosion speed of the shadow will increase. In just over 5 minutes, his feet have been completely eroded. As stated in the rules of the game, the erosion of the shadow will not cause any discomfort. The benefits are obvious, and there will be no inconvenience in his actions. But the disadvantages also exist. Once you concentrate on doing other things, it is easy to ignore the erosion speed of the shadow. If the time is too long, you will be seriously eroded, and it is not easy to notice. You have to remind yourself consciously at all times. Zhao Sun waited in the shadow for about a minute, and the erosion of the shadow did not change again. So he flew back to the destination. As expected, when Zhao Sun arrived at the destination, there was no player there at all. He did not feel disappointed. Found an empty alley to land, put away the goddess's wings, and then went to the barbecue restaurant to buy some barbecue. It had been just over an hour since his last supper, so he wouldn't be hungry so soon. But the excitement of killing people raised his adrenaline, and hunger followed. In order not to lose control, he tried to choose the fastest way to deal with each person. There was not even close contact. Even so, he still felt the desire deep in his heart. It was probably the effect of killing Wang Biao. Only Wang Biao was not shot dead. Zhao Sun ate a few kebabs and got rid of all the messy thoughts in his mind. Then he looked at his shadow again. It had climbed up to his ankles. He quickly finished the remaining kebabs and returned to the alley where he had taken off the wings before. This alley was not directly exposed to the sun, and the middle section of the alley formed a very complete shadow, so it was safe to hide in it. He didn't rush to find other players, but stayed in the alley for an hour, until the second positioning began. He looked at the red dot closest to him on the map and flew out. Another successful one-shot kill, but this time it was in the downtown area, with many pedestrians on the road. The sudden gunshots and the blood-spattered players scared the passers-by enough, and they ran away screaming and holding their heads. Zhao Sun flew away without any nostalgia and continued to look for the second target. But in a few seconds he left. He admired the terrified looks of the people below. The gunshots alerted all nearby players, and the red dots on the map were quickly moving away from the crime scene. Zhao Sun was not in a hurry, and chose the nearest red light dot and chased it quickly. But this time the players were obviously more alert than the previous ones. When he found that the light dot representing Zhao Sun was approaching rapidly, he looked around and found nothing. So he subconsciously raised his head. He happened to meet Zhao Sun. The man was startled and quickly raised his hand to point at Zhao Sun. A thin lightning like a fishing line followed the man's fingertips and attacked Zhao Sun straight on his body. Zhao Sun's wings flapped twice, and he immediately changed his position and avoided the lightning attack. At the same time, he pulled the trigger at the man. The man knew that he had no ability to dodge the bullet, and instinctively used his special ability again. I don't know if it was a coincidence or the man really aimed. The thin lightning hit the flying bullet. The bullet exploded 20 meters away from the man, and the man only had a little spark burn on the back of his hand. which could be said to be unscathed. Chapter 105. There is no reason not to take the head that is in front of you. The man did not relax because he successfully blocked the bullet. He even took the initiative to attack Xiao Sun. Although the lightning is thin and weak, as long as it hits the body, it is enough to paralyze the body for a period of time. Once the opponent loses the ability to move, he will win. Who knows that Xiao Sun's reaction is not slow. At the moment the bullet exploded, he immediately flew high and far away, pulling the distance between him and the man. When the lightning attacked, because the distance was far enough, Xiao Sun had enough reaction time to successfully avoid the small wisp of lightning. At the same time, Xiao Sun determined that the man's special ability to control lightning had a biggest difference from those he encountered: water control, cold control, and fire control. Once the lightning leaves the man, the direction can no longer be controlled by the man. In other words, at the moment the lightning is emitted, the attack position has been fixed and cannot be changed later. As long as you can avoid it, you don't have to worry about being chased by lightning. Perhaps this was a limitation caused by the man's low level of special ability. But in any case, it was a good thing for Xiao Sun. The man took a deep breath and shot more than a dozen small lightning bolts in the direction of Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun could only fly upwards to increase the distance, while constantly changing positions to avoid the lightning attack. The accuracy of the pistol shooting would decrease if the distance was too far, so he did not shoot again. The man obviously understood this, and he attacked Xiao Sun almost non-stop, trying to defeat Xiao Sun with the sea of electricity tactics. Just when the man thought Xiao Sun could only passively defend, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He paused and turned his head in disbelief. He saw a small dagger flying out from behind him, and quickly stabbed him in the chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, and it was not until then that he suddenly realized that Xiao Sun's ability to fly was not his special ability. He was careless. He thought that as long as he kept a distance so that the other party could not shoot, he could ensure his safety, and he did not think about defense at all. Leaving the opponent such a big gap is tantamount to committing suicide. Only then did Xiao Sun fly close to the man again. When he was counterattacked by the man for the first time, he made a quick judgment and quietly dropped the dagger, just waiting for the right time. When the man was concentrating on attacking and didn't pay attention to his back at all, he used Control Gold to control the dagger to launch a sneak attack. Xiao Sun landed and skillfully pulled out a hair of the man and put it in his mouth. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Control Lightning. The current swallow ability level is LV3, and you can have 3 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold, Resurrection, Rage, Control Water. Xiao Sun chose Control Water. Control Lightning covers the special ability Control Water. Due to the ability effect of Swallow, the effect of Control Lightning is doubled, but it cannot be upgraded. Xiao Sun tried it, and the lightning he released could be as thick as a finger, which is stronger than the lightning released by this man. It seems that the frequency and speed of release have also increased. However, it still cannot control lightning like the other special abilities that control the 5 elements. After the lightning is released, it can only fly in the specified direction and cannot change direction. Although the intensity of this lightning is not high and the direction cannot be controlled at will, it is still more useful to him than water control. The attack power is stronger than that small water ball, and as long as it hits the target, it can greatly limit the target's mobility. The water ball must accurately hit one of the opponent's 7 orifices to limit the opponent's movement. In comparison, lightning control is more useful. In Xiao Sun's opinion, lightning control is also much more useful than this special ability, similar to the effect of the drug he encountered in the hospital. At that time, he and Wu Wei both resisted the effect of the drug, which means that the possibility of other players being able to resist is also very high. The probability of actually working may be only 2/3 or 1/2. So he did not choose to devour that person's special ability. Moreover, compared with auxiliary abilities, he prefers to attack. And this lightning control has both auxiliary effects and can attack, which is indeed more suitable for him. Xiao Sun glanced at the task panel. Number of players hunted, 7 out of 10. Very good. With 3 more heads, he can pass the game. Xiao Sun looked at the map where no player was located. It took a lot of time to fight with the man just now, and the 5-minute positioning time had passed. Now he could either rest on the spot or walk around to see if he could try his luck and meet other players. Xiao Sun chose to rest first. He had just stayed in the light for a long time, and the entire calf of his left leg was covered and wrapped by a dark shadow. But the shadow of his right leg was still at the ankle. If he continued to stay outside, the erosion would accelerate. Xiao Sun found a big tree on the side of the road and hid under the shade of the tree, finally stopping the erosion of the shadow. He rested for half an hour, and when he was about to stroll around to see if he could meet a player, he suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps in the distance. He immediately climbed up the tree, sat steadily on the branch, and observed the situation below. After a while, a young woman ran under the tree. She looked around nervously, as if to make sure if there was any danger, seeing that there were only a few pedestrians around, and none of them looked like players. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stood under the shade of the tree and carefully checked herself. She must have been very careful to hide, and the shadow had only spread to her ankles. Zhao Sun looked at the young woman standing under the tree and silently took out his pistol. Coincidentally, he knew this person. It was number 019, whose special abilities he had devoured several times. The young female college student. However, this would not be a reason for him to let number 019 go. There was no reason for him not to take the head that was delivered to him. And he knew very well that number 019's special ability was strengthening, which meant that number 019 had no defensive ability. In addition, this was number 019's first time participating in the platform game, so naturally there was no chance for him to get special items. This was a very suitable target for hunting. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at number 019's head. At the moment when number 019 stopped moving, Zhao Sun pulled the trigger without hesitation, accompanied by a gunshot. Number 019 fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of the blood hole on number 019's head, staining a large area of the ground red. Zhao Sun didn't take a second look, turned around and jumped off the tree, and quickly moved to another location. After the gunshot, the nearby NPCs and players would hear the noise, and it is likely that those people would flee far away instead of choosing to get close. Then, there would be no targets nearby for him to attack, and he was not suitable to stay here any longer. Zhao Sun moved to a slightly farther place, and quietly waited for the third positioning to start. This time, two panicked female players were successfully located nearby. When Zhao Sun arrived, the two female players were fighting each other. They obviously didn't have powerful special abilities, and they didn't even have much experience in killing people. They pulled each other's hair and rolled on the ground. They were so focused on fighting each other that they didn't notice Zhao Sun approaching. Zhao Sun stood about 20 meters away from the two female players, found a suitable angle, and successfully shot and killed two people with one shot. Saving a bullet made Zhao Sun feel very good. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing 10 players and 100 NPCs, and not being completely eroded by the shadows, completing the second stage of the game, and getting 100 points. 10 seconds after the system message appeared, Zhao Sun felt his eyes blurred, and then he returned to the endless train. It was a normal night here, and the bright moon hanging in the sky was a little dim. Suddenly coming from such a bright place to the dark night, Zhao Sun squinted his eyes and gradually adapted. Zhao Sun squatted beside the track, with a look of regret on his face. This time, he failed to trigger the hidden task in the game, and neither got the points for special items and hidden tasks, nor unlocked all the game plots. So he failed to get extra points rewards. What a pity. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was 3:23 a.m. on the 14th. There were about 44.5 hours before the end of this game. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Sun took out his sleeping bag and prepared to rest here while waiting for other players who had cleared the game to appear. He wanted to see how many players could pass the game this time. These players all had a chance to become his target for devouring in the future. It was necessary to remember their faces. It was normal for other players to come out slower than him. After all, it was quite time-consuming to kill 100 NPCs. Unless they had bombs like him, they would not have enough bullets even if they used guns. Besides, killing players would be more difficult than killing NPCs. He had trouble using guns. Most other players could only use cold weapons, which naturally took more time. When Zhao Sun slept until the sky was slightly bright, he suddenly heard a slight movement. He immediately opened his eyes and saw a tall and sturdy man standing not far away. The man also quickly noticed Zhao Sun lying down, and he immediately said, "Who?" Zhao Sun recognized the identity of the owner of the voice. Wu Wei, the leader among the volunteers. He sat up slowly. "Aye." Wu Wei took a few steps towards Zhao Sun. He closed his eyes tightly and finally adapted to the current not-so-bright light. After seeing Zhao Sun's face clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you." Then he seemed to react and asked, "When did you finish the game?" "To be here." He must be a player who has finished the game. And Zhao Sun was still wrapped in a sleeping bag, looking like he had slept for a while. That only means that he must have finished the game very early. Just a little earlier than you, Zhao Sun answered vaguely, and then said, You came out quite early too. Chapter 106. Get used to it. Wu Wei sat down on the spot. It's okay. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at his hands, his heart still trembling. Although he had all kinds of psychological preparations before boarding the endless train. And he also understood that there would be cruel situations in the platform game. However, it was still too cruel for him to kill so many people with his own hands, whether they were NPCs or players. He seemed to be able to feel the feeling of his palms turning into claws, and the sharp nails piercing into the human heart and pinching the heart. Soft, warm, and fragile. The bloody smell seemed to still linger in his nose, making him want to vomit. For the mission, he must keep himself alive. Only by surviving can he collect enough information. Only by surviving can he leave the endless train and pass on this information. But in order to survive, taking the lives of others, is he really right? Due to time constraints, he did not have time to judge whether the other party was a bad guy many times, but just felt that the time was right. So he took action. He felt that he had no sense of justice at that moment. He just wanted to live, and instinctively chose to let others die. At this moment, after completing the game, the sense of urgency of life and death disappeared, and a huge sense of guilt suddenly emerged, enveloping his entire heart, making him waver in his beliefs. Zhao Sun saw that Wu Wei was a little absent-minded, but he didn't ask too much. He came out of the sleeping bag, packed it up, and took a look at his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 279. Ranking. Special ability, Devouring LV3. Current Devouring Special Ability Control Gold. Ability Resurrection Frenzy. Special Ability Control Thunder. Special Items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. The points obtained this time are still considerable. A total of 200 points. The only pity is that the hidden task was not triggered. Otherwise he could get more points. But he also knew that it was impossible to have such good luck every time. If he could trigger a hidden task in every round of the platform game, he would have to wonder if he had exchanged his life for absolute luck. Zhao Sun thought as he took out a bag of biscuits and ate them. Wu Wei came back to his senses when he heard the voice. He saw Zhao Sun was in a trance, as if he was just in a daze without any psychological pressure. He couldn't help asking, Shui, how do you feel when you kill someone? Zhao Sun paused, looked at Wu Wei, and asked, Why do you ask this suddenly? I feel that killing people is not good. Wu Wei told the truth. Although I was mentally prepared early, when I really killed other players, I felt very heavy. Zhao Sun showed a surprised look. He was not surprised that Wu Wei would have such psychological feelings, although he himself would never feel any guilt. But he knew that most ordinary people would easily feel guilty after hurting others. What surprised him was that Wu Wei was actually talking to him. Trust him so much? This shouldn't be the case. Well, maybe it's because there are only two of them here for the time being, so Wu Wei can only choose to confide in him. Or, Wu Wei wants to draw closer the relationship between the two of them through such a confession, so as to attract him to join the gang? I feel that the second possibility is higher. Zhao Sun doesn't think Wu Wei is really so fragile. Although he has not had much contact with Wu Wei, he can also see that Wu Wei is mature and stable. It is normal to have psychological pressure and guilt after killing so many people in a short period of time. But for Wu Wei, it should be far from the point where he needs to find someone to confide in. Then, Wu Wei's confession must have a purpose. However, Wu Wei's purpose does not harm Zhao Sun's interests. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun smiled. It's normal to feel heavy-hearted. You'll get used to it. Do you really think you will get used to it? Wu Wei asked. If you want to survive on the endless train, you have to get used to it even if you are not used to it. Zhao Sun shrugged. All players have no choice. That's true. Wu Wei smiled bitterly. And then he said to Zhao Sun, Your mentality is better than mine. I have to learn from you in this regard. Zhao Sun did not respond to this sentence, but asked, Did you kill Xiao Hong? Wu Wei was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to ask this question suddenly. Then he shook his head. No. After thinking about it, he added, At the beginning of the second stage, she and I were forced to separate, and I didn't meet her again later. So I don't know what happened to her. Zhao Sun nodded to show that he knew, and didn't say anything else. Xiaohong's special ability did not help her kill other players at all, and she didn't have any special items for attacking. It was hard to say whether she could survive the game this time. Of course, Zhao Sun didn't really care about Xiaohong's life. What he cared about was that Xiaohong had not fulfilled her previous promise. Before fulfilling it, he hoped that Xiaohong could survive. Otherwise, he would lose out. Are you planning to wait for Xiaohong here? Wu Wei suddenly asked. No. Zhao Sun denied. I just don't want to get on the bus so soon. Wu Wei said, oh, and didn't say anything else. He couldn't find any other topic for a while. So he simply took out his compressed biscuits and ate them. Zhao Sun drank a few sips of water and sat there in a daze. The air was quiet, and only the sound of Wu Wei chewing could be heard. A few hours passed like this, and at 11:11 noon, the third player appeared. He was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. His face and clothes were covered in blood, and he was panting, as if he had just fought a fierce battle before coming out. When the young man saw Zhao Sun and Wu Wei, he was stunned for a moment, then walked away and kept his distance from Zhao Sun and Wu Wei. Seeing this, Wu Wei gave up the idea of saying hello. It is normal for players to be wary of each other, and he doesn't need to show goodwill to every player. Because of the young man's appearance, Wu Wei and Zhao Sun spoke less, and the atmosphere became even more depressing than before. At 9:24 p.m., the fourth player appeared. At 2:03 p.m., on the 15th, the fifth player appeared. Finally, at 11:45 on the night of the 15th, the sixth player, Xiaohong, finally appeared. When Xiaohong first appeared, she was stunned for several seconds and seemed to have no reaction. When she realized that she had cleared the game, she began to cry loudly. She didn't care that there were people watching her around, and didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not. She just squatted on the ground and cried for a long time. It was not until she couldn't breathe that she felt that the fear and panic in her heart had subsided a lot. She wiped her tears, stood up silently, and stared at her toes in a daze. Zhao Sun was a little surprised when he saw Xiaohong appear. Xiaohong was able to clear the game, which was definitely an extraordinary performance. Especially Xiaohong was covered in dirt, with wounds on her face. A small piece of her originally short hair was burned, and her clothes were cut into various sizes. One arm was still bleeding. All these showed that her condition was very bad, and it was very difficult to clear the game. But no matter what, she finally cleared the game. He finally had a chance to make Xiaohong fulfill his promise. Time passed by minute, and 12 o'clock was approaching. There shouldn't be any other players who can pass the game. Wu Wei sighed. Let's get ready to get on the train. There were 216 people in the second stage, and the ideal situation was that only 19 people could pass the game. However, only 6 people actually passed the game. Less than 1/3 of the ideal number. At the beginning of the game, there were 416 people in total, but in the end only 6 people returned to the endless train alive. Among the new players, nearly half of the number of people was reduced at once. This platform game is really too cruel. The other 5 people didn't say anything, but they walked to the door of their respective carriages one by one, ready to get on the train at the checkpoint. At midnight on the 16th, Zhao Sun boarded the endless train on time. Welcome player Zhao Sun back to the endless train. The pop-up window appeared briefly and disappeared. Then the familiar sweet electronic sound sounded from the train's horn. Congratulations to all passengers for successfully spending another day. The score rankings of all passengers have been released. Please check them yourself. Zhao Sun returned to his seat and opened his personal panel. The other data was the same as what he saw outside the train, and his ranking became 149, from nearly 500 to more than 100. The additional 200 points made his ranking move up a lot. It seems that in the past few days, most of the players on the endless train have not had high personal task scores. In addition, eating and drinking water also consume points, which made his ranking jump so much at once. The electronic sound sounded again. The last player in the points ranking on September 15th is number 017 in carriage 16, and will receive support and encouragement measures. The train will arrive at the 4th station at 12:21 noon on September 18th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Friendly report. The current number of new players remaining is 502. After the last sentence came out, several sounds of sucking and cold air rang out in the carriage. In fact, from the obviously insufficient number of people in each carriage, everyone knows that many players died in the third platform game. But after the numbers were spoken out intuitively, Players who did not participate in the third platform game still felt frightened. Xiaoheng, who was sitting next to Zhao Sun, looked at the person opposite her silently. Number 019 and number 020 both participated in the third round of the platform game this time. But they did not come back. In addition to number 018 who died before, the 3 seats opposite were empty. Originally 6 people shared a square table. But now only Zhao Sun and Xiaoheng were left. For a moment, Xiaoheng felt a little empty. As soon as she had the idea, she suddenly found someone coming over and sitting on the other side of Zhao Sun. Xiaoheng looked over with some surprise. And then she was shocked. The tall and thin man in his 30s was clearly number 013, who was taken away by the conductor because of the missing ticket. Chapter 107. You beg me. I won't tell you. Zhao Sun was checking the pile of cold weapons in the storage compartment. After confirming that the cold weapons were still there after boarding the endless train, he knew that his attempt was successful. Items purchased with money can be regarded as NPCs willingly giving. However, food and water are still not allowed on the endless train. He put a small amount of food in the storage compartment, all bought from the third round of the platform game. But now none of them are left. It was at this time that he saw someone sitting next to him out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw number 013, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Number 013 looked thinner than before, with a sallow complexion and prominent cheekbones. It was obvious that he had not lived well during this period. But he was indeed still alive. Noticing the sight of Zhao Sun and Xiaoheng, number 013 turned his head and looked at the 2 people. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Number 013's expression was cold and his tone was a little aggressive. Xiaoheng shook her head subconsciously, but didn't say a word. She didn't know what to say. But she could feel that number 013 seemed to be in a bad mood. She didn't want to cause new trouble when she was extremely tired. So she chose to keep things quiet. It's really surprising. Zhao Sun's tone was gentle, with his usual warm smile on his face. It's been half a month, and you haven't appeared since you left. We all thought you were dead. Then you should be very disappointed. Right. Number 013 sneered at Zhao Sun. Why do you think so? Zhao Sun asked back in confusion. Don't pretend. Number 013 exposed unceremoniously. You are the one who took away my ticket. You must hope that I will never come back. You really know it. Zhao Sun was not panicked, but showed an expected expression. From the attitude of number 013 towards him after he appeared, it was easy to see that something was wrong. He guessed that number 013 might know that he took the ticket, and asked this question just to confirm it. Although I don't know what number 013 has experienced in the past half month. It is obvious that IQ is difficult to increase rapidly due to difficulties. Otherwise, number 013 would not easily reveal at this time that he already knew what happened in the past. If number 013 wants to seek revenge on him, he should conceal it first, pretend to be unaware, and then find a suitable opportunity to attack, and the success rate will be higher. Now that he says it, it feels like number 013 can't hide his inner anger, and he urgently needs to see the enemy show a panic expression to relieve his emotions. Anyway, if it were Zhao Sun, he would not do this. Unless number 013's purpose is not revenge, but something else. This needs to be tested. It took me a lot of effort to find out. Number 013 glared at Zhao Sun and cursed. You are a piece of shit. The task is arranged like this. I can't do anything about it. Zhao Sun shrugged, without any guilt at all. If your task will hurt other players, will you not do this task yourself in order to let other players live well? Number 013 was speechless. He really couldn't do anything to harm his own interests in order to protect others. He himself felt that it was untenable to blame Zhao Sun for this. Besides, I don't know why you think that I would be disappointed if you were alive. Zhao Sun looked back at number 013 innocently and calmly. My mission is to throw away your ticket, not to kill you. That mission has been completed long ago. Your being alive now will not affect me at all. There is no need for me to be disappointed. Number 013 opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. Although he wanted to refute a few words, he couldn't think of what to say. He came here with the attitude of asking for punishment, and he also wanted to overwhelm the other party in momentum. But he didn't expect that in the end, he would be speechless. Seeing that number 013 didn't speak for a while, Zhao Sun took the initiative to ask. I'm a little curious. What have you been through in the past half month? And how did you know that I threw away your ticket? Number 013 finally felt that he had found an advantage, and he snorted coldly. Do you think I will tell you? Zhao Sun smiled. I don't know if you will tell me, But it doesn't stop me from asking. If number 013 came to him for other purposes, then there is still a chance to use the exchange of information as a bargaining chip. But if number 013 just wanted to settle accounts with him for revenge, then he would not tell him any information he didn't know. Zhao Sun didn't have much contact with number 013, and he couldn't accurately judge whether number 013 was brainless or had other purposes for a while. It would be great if he had an ability like mind reading. It's a bit troublesome now. After all, if number 013 just wanted to take revenge on him, he had to strike first. You can't leave such a hidden danger. But if number 013 has other purposes, he is not interested in number 013's purpose. He is interested in what number 013 should know about the ticket evasion rules. He wants to get this information. Otherwise, he can completely ignore whether number 013 has a purpose and kill this hidden danger as soon as possible. Even if you beg me, I won't tell you. Number 013 snorted. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. From number 013's attitude, it doesn't seem like he has any purpose. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun said, although I don't know what you have been doing for half a month, I am sure you have not participated in a platform game. Now that you are back, you should participate in the next platform game. Number 013's face sank slightly. What do you want to say? How about exchanging information about the platform game with you? Zhao Sun did not beat around the bush and directly put forward the conditions. Don't dream. Number 013 refused without thinking. I can ask others. There is no need to ask you for information. He paused for a moment and said harshly, I would rather give the information to others than to you. Zhao Sun was not annoyed, but just said, that's a pity. After saying that, his left hand quickly moved the ring on his right hand. And then he clenched his right fist and hit number 013's chest. Number 013 was on guard and immediately stood up and stepped back a few steps into the aisle, while raising his hand to hit Zhao Sun's wrist. Zhao Sun reacted very quickly and chased after him. He raised his left hand and grabbed the hand that number 013 stretched out, and punched number 013 on the shoulder. Number 013 was caught by the hand, and he was not able to avoid it. So he was hit hard. Under the heavy blow of the fist, he felt a slight stinging sensation on his shoulder. He looked down subconsciously, but saw a little blood on his shoulder. What did you do? He was startled and looked at Zhao Sun's hand. Very close. He clearly saw a sharp metal thorn on Zhao Sun's ring. Zhao Sun calmly moved the ring, and the thorn was retracted. Since you have no value to me, there is naturally no need for me to keep a potential threat around. Number 013 panicked. I can tell you everything you want to know. Don't kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt suffocated. It's a pity, Zhao Sun said in a very light voice, looking at number 013 struggling and falling to the ground. Even if you are willing to talk now, I can't believe that you are telling the truth. If number 013 was willing to exchange information at the beginning, it would be credible. But number 013 has already made a harsh statement, and would rather exchange information with others than tell him the news. Now he said he would tell him everything just to survive. Who knows how much truth he has? Besides, he didn't have an antidote. It's not that he didn't give number 013 a chance, and he couldn't blame him for not cherishing it. The moment he decided to take action, there was no room for maneuver. Number 013 struggled on the ground for a while, and then he was out of breath. The other people in the car were a little surprised when they saw this sudden situation, but they were all silent. No one interfered. Xiaohong was the closest, and heard the conversation between the two people clearly throughout the whole process, and knew why Zhao Sun took action against number 013. She didn't think Zhao Sun was wrong. If it were her, she would not want such a time bomb to sit next to her for self-protection. However, Zhao Sun was very decisive in his actions, and he did not show any mercy even if the other party begged for mercy. This also made Xiaohong clearly realize that she must not let Zhao Sun have the intention to kill her. Otherwise, there would be no room for maneuver. Fortunately, at least so far, she has never offended Zhao Sun. After a while, two male attendants appeared with a cart, moved the body of number 013 onto the cart, and pushed it to the back carriage. Zhao Sun watched the attendant disappear at the back door of the carriage. According to the previous situation, the body should have been pushed to carriage 17. Carriage 18 is the bathroom, and carriages 10 to 16 are seats for new players. Only carriage 17 is a carriage with a special space. When new passengers get on the train, they must kill the monsters in carriage 17 before they can leave carriage 17 and go to other carriages. Moreover, after number 013 became a fare-evading passenger, he was also taken to carriage 17 by the train attendant. The function of carriage 17 is definitely not just to provide a place for new passengers and monsters to fight at the beginning of each month. Dead players and players who violated the train rules also seem to have to enter carriage 17. But what happened after entering is unknown. Forget it. It doesn't affect anything if I don't know this now. As long as he never violates the train rules, he naturally won't have to face the unknown situation in car 17. If one day he violates the train rules and has to enter car 17, he will know what secrets are in car 17. Combining the consequences of Shen Yaolong's violation of the train rules and the fact that number 013 was able to come back alive after losing his ticket, at least 2 points can be confirmed. First, if the violation of the train rules is not serious, points will be deducted. Second, if the violation of the train rules is serious, such as triggering the ticket evasion rules, although it will face more troublesome situations, there is still hope. Chapter 108 Carriage 18. As long as it is not a punishment of immediate death, Zhao Sun does not need to panic too much. Zhao Sun sorted out his thoughts and turned his mind back. The current focus is that he has to go to the toilet tomorrow to reapply poison to the ring. There is no way. It is already past midnight, and according to the train rules, no loud noises are allowed. The noise of fighting is too loud and may be counted as a violation of the train rules. He has not yet thought of violating the train rules, but he can't leave an obvious threat around overnight, so he must get rid of number 013 immediately. The most convenient and quietest solution is to use a poison needle. Zhao Sun thought about going to the toilet as soon as the sun rose, and then he would have time to take a look at his personal task. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 16th. Destroy the same weapon you own. Zhao Sun, ? Can a personal task be drawn in a short time? Is it too coincidental? So far, this is the first time he has encountered such a similar task. He suspected that he had too many weapons now, which triggered a targeted personal task. This task was not difficult for him. Anyway, he had so many weapons, so he could just break the worst one. It was just that the points he got would be very few. It was okay if it happened occasionally. Asterisk. After sleeping until dawn, Zhao Sun immediately went to the toilet to reapply poison to the needle in his ring. Then he took out a kitchen knife from the storage compartment, disassembled the handle with the tools in the tool kit, and cut the blade with wire cutters, completing today's personal task. Just like last time, he only got 5 points. Zhao Sun was not surprised and didn't even want to complain. Then he went to an ordinary restaurant to buy a meat bun for 2 points, and went back to carriage 14 after eating. With nothing to do, he simply started to sleep again. He slept until noon, and when Zhao Sun woke up, he found that Xiaohong had returned. Because Zhao Sun fell asleep, Xiaohong sat in the seat opposite number 019. Anyway, you don't need to sit in your seat according to the ticket during the day, and number 019 is no longer occupied, so you can sit anywhere. Zhao Sun found that Xiaohong had changed into a clean set of clothes, and there was even a faint scent of shower gel. Have you been to carriage 18? Zhao Sun asked. Yes, Xiaohong replied. My previous clothes were so torn that I couldn't wear them at all, but I didn't know at first that the bathroom sold clothes. This time she got 200 points for clearing the game. She thought that even if the bathing package was expensive, it couldn't exceed 100 points. As long as it didn't exceed 100 points, she had to take a bath anyway. The clothes she was wearing before were not only torn and in disrepair, but also had a lot of blood stains, which were really too dirty. She had to take a bath. Otherwise she felt like maggots would grow on her body. Still selling clothes? Zhao Sun was a little interested. How many points? Xiaohong did not answer this question immediately. She looked at Zhao Sun and asked, Will you participate in the 4th round of the platform game? Zhao Sun's lips rose, with a gentle smile on his face, and asked back, Do you want me to participate? Or do you not want me to participate? If we can become teammates, I hope you will participate, Xiaohong said honestly. But if we become enemies, I am afraid you will participate. But whether we are enemies or friends is not up to us players. Zhao Sun shrugged. Before getting off the bus, we don't even know the specific rules of the game, let alone whether the game will divide players into teams. Yes, Xiaohong sighed, then looked at Zhao Sun very seriously and said carefully, So, I have a request. Zhao Sun looked at Xiaohong for a while, and suddenly said, You hope that I will not participate in the 4th round of the platform game. so that we can completely eliminate the possibility of becoming enemies. And if you encounter difficulties in the game that you cannot pass, you plan to use Princess's Prince pendant to let me enter the game to help. Yes. Seohong suddenly became a little guilty and stammered. As long as I pass this round of the game, I will have completed 3 rounds of the platform game this month. And I don't have to get off the bus again. She just wants to live. She wants to have more chances of winning. This is the most favorable situation she can think of for herself. But she was not sure whether Zhao Sun would agree. So she wanted to use the information about Carriage 18 that she had just mastered as an exchange. Although she was not sure whether this exchange would be successful, she had to try. Although the information about Carriage 18 was not very attractive and not very important news, Zhao Sun had already completed 3 rounds of platform games and could have stayed on the train this month. This was a deal that had no loss for Zhao Sun, and she felt that there was still a little hope that Zhao Sun would agree. Sorry, this deal is not attractive to me at all. Zhao Sun refused almost without any hesitation. The information about Carriage 18 is not important information that all players must master as soon as possible. I can explore it when I need to wash up. Although it will cost some points, it is something that will happen sooner or later. At present, he simply washes up in the bathroom. But if one day he is also covered in dirt and injured, he will have to take a bath even if it is to reduce the possibility of wound infection. After all, under such conditions, the mortality rate of wound infection will be very high. Of course, there may be a medical room in the endless train that can treat various injuries. But the points required are definitely not cheap. In contrast, there is no need to delay a problem that can be solved by taking a shower to such a serious degree. Seohong showed a disappointed look, and then she asked in confusion, "But you have already completed 3 rounds of the platform game. Why do you want to participate in the 4th round? I think adventure is very interesting," Zhao Sun said with a smile. "And the points obtained by completing the platform game are more considerable. And the speed of accumulating points by completing personal tasks on the train is faster." When she heard the first sentence, Seohong opened her mouth slightly. She couldn't understand Zhao Sun's brain circuit. Adventure. Interesting? For someone like her, even rafting and rock climbing, which are dangerous sports, she would feel scared. Not to mention survival games with death risks. She didn't feel the fun at all. After hearing Zhao Sun's second sentence, she could understand a little bit. The more points you accumulate, the faster your special abilities will upgrade, and your strength will improve accordingly, which is really attractive. Even she, after completing the platform game for the first time, got so many points and special items that she became greedy. However, after experiencing the second platform game, this greed was already dispersed by the fear of death. She had no idea of participating in more platform games at all, and just wanted to stay on the train honestly after completing the 3 platform games stipulated in the train rules. Thinking of this, Seohong sighed deeply. "Okay, then I can only pray that in the 4th round of the platform game, we are not hostile." Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and said, "How about this? You tell me all the information you know about the 18th carriage. In exchange, as long as we are not absolutely hostile in the game, I will keep you alive and let you and I complete the game together. Absolute hostility. How do you understand this?" Seohong asked worriedly. "For example, the game sets our tasks to be completely opposite, with a clear conflict of interest. Or the game specifies that I must kill you." Zhao Sun cited 2 examples, and then said, "In similar situations, I can't protect you." Seohong knew that this was actually the biggest promise Zhao Sun could make. She had no right to ask Zhao Sun not to participate in the 4th round of the platform game. Now, this is already a good result. "Thank you," Seohong said sincerely. "I am quite surprised that you are willing to protect me. Your special ability is useful to me, but it has not come in handy for the time being," Zhao Sun said frankly. "This is the main reason why I want to keep your life. Then I have to be glad that you have noticed my special ability." Seohong smiled. "The rest is to pray that we are not absolutely hostile in the game." Taking a deep breath, Seohong took the initiative to tell all the information about Carriage 18. She originally wanted to go directly to Carriage 18. But to go to Carriage 18, she had to pass through Carriage 17. And when she arrived at the door of Carriage 17, she was stopped by the guarding attendant. So she told the attendant that she wanted to take a shower. After hearing what she said, the attendant pressed a button at the door of Carriage 17. And when the door of Carriage 17 was opened, a dark passage appeared. It was completely different from the white space she saw when she boarded the train. It was like an underground passage. Completely dark. But there were no obstacles on the road. And there were no forks. As long as she walked forward honestly, she would soon reach carriage 18. When she stood at the door of carriage 18, a pop-up window popped up in front of her, prompting her that she needed to buy a bathing package to enter. The bathing package cost 30 points per time, providing disposable shower gel, disposable shampoo, disposable towel and bath towel, and you can bathe for 1 hour. In that pop-up window, she also saw clothes and ointment for treating external injuries. A set of clothes from inside to outside is 10 points. The ointment with the effect of healing external injuries is 30 points, and can be used 3 times. In fact, the bathing package is already quite expensive, and the ointment is not cheap either. The price of that set of clothes is still reasonable. In total, it cost quite a lot of points. But she just needed them all, and she had enough points. So she bought them all. She spent 70 points like this. The effect of the plaster is quite good. The healing speed is very fast, and it feels like there will be no scars left afterwards. Xiaohong rolled up her sleeves, revealing a scar on her arm that had become very light. It just hurts a little when it heals. Chapter 109 Fengqiao Villa. Zhao Sun glanced at the scar on Xiaohong's arm, and it had indeed recovered well. But he was more interested in something else now. You said that the attendant guarding the door of carriage 17 pressed a button on the side of the door of carriage 17. And after the door opened, there was a dark tunnel inside. He looked at Xiaohong and asked, "How big is that tunnel? How long is it?" Xiaohong was stunned, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to ask this. She recalled carefully before answering. It was pitch black and I couldn't see clearly, but it felt like the tunnel should only allow one person to pass through, and the length should be the same as the length of the train carriage. Then you should remember which button he pressed. Right? Zhao Sun asked again. Xiaohong showed an embarrassment. You should have seen it before. There is a flap mechanism next to the door. After opening the flap, there are several buttons inside. When he pressed the button, he completely blocked it with his body, and I didn't dare to get close to see. She didn't finish her words, but Zhao Sun already understood what she meant. She didn't dare to get close to see, fearing that she would be punished. So she didn't know which button was pressed at all. Zhao Sun didn't feel disappointed. At least now, we know that there are more than 3 forms of the interior space of carriage 17. One is a place for new players who have just boarded the train to fight monsters. One is a passage for players to go to carriage 18. Another is for players who have seriously violated the train rules to enter. But it is not clear whether they will be punished inside or what after entering. In fact, there is a 4th possibility, which is the corpse recovery place for dead players. But this may be one of the first 3 forms, and it is not yet certain. In short, carriage 17 is a multifunctional car with many uses. Zhao Sun did not ask any more questions. He looked at Xiaohong and said, I hope that in the 4th round of the platform game, we are not absolutely hostile to each other. After all, you still owe me an agreement that has not been fulfilled. Xiaohong smiled and said helplessly, Then all I can do now is to pray. Zhao Sun had lunch and dinner at an ordinary restaurant with 5-point food. When midnight on the 17th came, his ranking had unexpectedly fallen back. However, he was not the last one, so it didn't matter. What concerned him was that his personal task on the 17th was to destroy one of his weapons. If this was just a coincidence, he would have committed suicide on the spot. Could it be that because the number of his weapons exceeded the number of most players, it broke the balance to some extent? In order to maintain the balance, the system always made his personal task to destroy his own weapons until the number was balanced? The problem was that he could not destroy his important weapons. So he could only destroy those cold weapons and get very few points. The first 2 times he broke a knife and a kitchen knife, he only got 5 points. Even if he broke a machete, he would probably only get 5 points. If he continued to do personal tasks like this, he would get too few points every day. This would result in him spending more than he earned every day, and his total points would gradually decrease. Do you want to use this to gradually lower his ranking? If he gets unlucky one day, he might become the last one and be forced to accept assistance and incentive measures. This may be another way to weaken him. Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly, feeling a little funny in his heart. It is absolutely impossible to want him to destroy the hot weapons that he has worked so hard to get. So in order to prevent his points from getting less and less, he must participate in more platform games. If it were someone else, he might feel very distressed and even consider reducing his weapons until the same personal tasks no longer appear. But he would not feel distressed at all. Anyway, he originally wanted to participate in more platform games. And now it is consistent with his original plan. Asterisk. On September 18th, Zhao Sun's personal task was still to destroy one of his own weapons. Anyway, this task is easy to do and does not take much time. And he just happens to have a lot of cold weapons. So he went to the toilet after dawn and broke another kitchen knife and got 5 points. Near noon, he ate a pork chop rice worth 5 points. And bought 4 meat buns to put in the storage compartment for use. In fact, there were some military compressed biscuits and canned military meat in the volunteer mountaineering bag he got. This kind of food can be stored for a long time. He wanted to keep it for use when the game time is long and there is a lack of food. This time the game time should not be too long, because the system does not have friendly reminder. So 4 meat buns plus his remaining ham sausage and boiled eggs should be enough. In short, after spending more than he earned on the train these days, his total points changed from 279 to 257. Fortunately, it didn't drop much. Time passed quickly, and an electronic sound sounded in the speaker. The endless train will stop at the Maple Bridge Villa platform at 12:21 noon. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Then, many players stood up in the same carriage. The number of players getting off this time is still large. After all, it is the 18th, and there are not many remaining platform games. If you delay getting off the train, you may not be able to complete the platform games 3 times a month. Of course, there were also those who were brave enough or too afraid of the platform game, and still did not get off the train. According to calculations, there should be 3 or 4 more platform games in addition to the 4th round of platform games. The longer the better. Some players also held this idea. Soon, the train stopped. This train will stop for 2 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the evening of September 20th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the evening of September 20th. As the doors of each carriage opened, the players who were going to get off the train quickly got off the train. Zhao Sun walked skillfully in the white fog, and soon walked out of the range of the white fog. This time he got off the train at noon. The sun was just right, and the slightly cool autumn wind was dispelled a little bit of the coolness. Zhao Sun immediately looked at the building in the distance, and it really looked like a luxurious villa. Although it was far away, he could still see that the villa was surrounded by fiery red maple leaves, which made the entire villa's exterior wall look a bit red. In about half an hour, more and more players gathered in the open space. Finally, a huge public screen popped up in front of everyone. Welcome to the Maple Bridge Villa platform game. There are 320 players in this round of the game. After the game starts, each player will get a poker card. In this round of the game, this poker card will represent your identity. Most players have 3 ways to pass the game. The first way, collect a complete deck of poker cards, and the patterns on the back must be exactly the same. Then all the players representing the identities of these poker cards will pass the level together. The second way, collect 6 cards of the same suit and the same number. Then all the players representing the identities of these poker cards can pass the level together. The third way, collect a straight of 10 digits or more, without requiring the suit and the back pattern to be the same. Then all the players representing the identities of these poker cards can pass the level together. The way to confirm the collection, players hold hands with each other, form a circle, and maintain it for 5 seconds. It is not necessary to arrange them in the order of the poker cards, as long as one of the above 3 requirements is met. Note, each player has 3 chances to confirm the collection. If the number of chances is used up, the game is considered a failure. The way to pass the game for the Joker player is different from that for other digital players. The Joker player can replace the other player's number and suit by killing other digital players, after successfully gaining trust and joining the team. When the team confirms the collection fails, it is recorded as a successful disguise. The Joker player needs to successfully disguise twice before he can pass the game. PS1. There are 6 decks of cards in total, and the back pattern of each deck is different. PS2. Since there are 324 cards in the 6 decks, and the total number of players is 320, there are no jokers in 2 of the decks. PS3. If the digital player successfully finds the Joker player, he will receive an additional 20 points, and can get a blank card to fill in the number and suit as needed. If the digital player finds the wrong Joker player, he will lose the opportunity to confirm the collection, and the game will be considered a failure. PS4. if the Joker player's identity is exposed, the game will be considered a failure. PS5. Every time a Joker player kills a number player, he or she can get the points represented by the number of the number player's poker card. PS6. There is no essential difference between big and small Jokers, and the clearance method and other functions are the same. I wish all players a happy game. The next second after the public screen disappeared, Zhao Sun's position changed. He was standing under a lush maple tree, and a fiery red maple leaf happened to fall on his shoulder. He brushed away the maple leaf and looked up at the tall and gorgeous villa very close. It seems that the scope of this activity is not only inside the villa, but also the maple forest outside the villa is also the scope of the player's activity. Just thinking about this, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of him. The card that player Zhao Sun got in this round of the game is a Joker, a little ghost. Then Zhao Sun felt that there was a smooth cardboard in his hand. He looked down and saw that it was indeed a black little ghost card. He turned over and took a look at the back of the poker card, which looked like a cartoon girl. A less common back pattern, but very recognizable. Zhao Sun tried to put the playing cards into the storage compartment, but found that they could not fit in. He was not too surprised. If they could fit in the storage compartment, there would be no risk of others seeing the cards, and the tension of the game would be reduced a lot. He put the playing cards into the inner pocket of his coat and looked around. He did not rush into the villa, but wanted to see if he could catch a player in the maple forest. In any case, it would be safer for him to kill a number card first and disguise his own cards. Just when he was thinking about whether to walk deeper into the maple forest to see if he could find an unlucky guy, he saw a figure running over in a hurry. Chapter 110 Hearts 9. The man who came was a slightly fat middle-aged man. His running posture was a little clumsy, and it was obvious that he had not exercised much for many years. He looked at the direction of the villa not far away and ran very hard. After a while, he came to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun greeted him naturally. "Do you want to go to the villa?" The middle-aged man stopped and kept a distance of 3 meters from Zhao Sun. He looked at Zhao Sun with some caution and replied, "Yes, most of the players must be in the villa. Only by going there can we meet with other players and collect poker cards conveniently." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his back. It turned out that before the middle-aged man came over, Zhao Sun quietly dropped a fruit knife. Talking to the middle-aged man was just to divert the middle-aged man's attention. Although the middle-aged man was on guard, how could he have thought that the man standing 3 meters away from him could stab him in the back? This hit the vital point. The middle-aged man staggered and was about to make a sound when Zhao Sun rushed up and covered his mouth. When Zhao Sun took action, he paid attention to the situation around him. He did not see other players in his sight. He quickly dragged the middle-aged man's body and climbed up a tall and sturdy maple tree next to him with some effort, and hung the middle-aged man's body on the branch. The maple leaves were very lush, enough to block everyone's sight. Unless you stood under the tree and looked up, you could see the middle-aged man's body through the gaps between the leaves. In this way, no one would find out that the middle-aged man was dead in a short time. After Zhao Sun came down from the tree, he covered the little blood on the ground with mud and fallen leaves, and then changed himself into a coat, just in case there was blood on his body, and he didn't find it for a while. After doing all this, Zhao Sun took a look at his poker cards. Sure enough, a layer of 9 of hearts was covered on the surface of the Joker. The thickness did not change significantly, but from the outside, it looked like a 9 of hearts. Even the pattern on the back of the playing card changed, becoming an ordinary blue diamond pattern. Obviously, this completely changed into the appearance of a playing card owned by a middle-aged man. Zhao Sun put the playing card back into the inner pocket of his coat and strode towards the villa. As he approached the villa, he analyzed the rules of the game. If the number card player wants to pass the level, he must choose one of the 3 ways, and they have 3 attempts. As long as one of them is successfully collected, they can pass the level. In addition, revealing the identity of the Joker player can allow the number card player to get a blank card, which can be changed into the number the owner wants it will, which can increase the chance of passing the level. However, if the number card player identifies the identity of the Joker player incorrectly, he will lose the opportunity to collect. So the number card player will not easily try to reveal the identity of the Joker player, unless it is very certain that the other party is the Joker player. The Joker player must disguise himself and sneak into the digital card players, causing the digital card players to fail to form a team twice, in order to pass the level. However, after the Joker player makes the digital card players fail to form a team for the first time, the digital card players still have the opportunity to form a team again. while the Joker player cannot easily change his cards. If the team fails, all the failed digital card players will die. Among the living players, no one knows what the Joker player's cards were at the time. So the Joker player can disguise other cards at will to mislead other digital card players. But after the team fails, there is a high probability that the digital card players will have the opportunity to team up again. Once the Joker player changes his cards, and is discovered by the digital card players who failed in the team before, it is tantamount to immediately exposing his identity as a Joker player. Once the identity is exposed, the Joker player will be immediately judged as a failure to pass the level. Therefore, the Joker player cannot easily change his cards. So it becomes a little difficult to make the digital card players fail to team up for the second time. It seems that the task difficulty of the Joker player is higher than that of the digital card player, especially when there are enough people in the early stage. As long as the digital card players react quickly and are lucky enough, the probability of passing the level immediately is also very high. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun touched his chin. I don't know if the Joker player will get higher points for passing the game than the digital card player. Just like in the previous games, the more tortuous the way to pass the game, the higher the score for passing the game. The more convenient the way to pass the game, the lower the score for passing the game. Well, I am still looking forward to it. In addition, among the 3 ways for digital card players to pass the game, the first one is the most troublesome. It requires the most cards, and the patterns on the back must be the same. But 2 of the decks are missing 2 jokers, so they can't be complete at all. If you have to use this collection method, then at most you can only collect 4 groups. More importantly, no one knows whether the Joker is counted as one of the whole deck in this combination, or as successful disguise. The Joker players and the digital card players are obviously in an opposing relationship in terms of the rules of the game, and everyone knows that there are great risks in using this collection method. So most players should not choose the first collection method. Then the collection method they are more likely to choose is the second or third method. The second collection method only requires 6 cards to be collected, although the number is small. The cards that need to be collected are the same number and suit. That is to say, all the cards with the same number and suit in the 6 decks must be collected. This is not easy. In the early stage, there are many players, and it is difficult to say whether all the players with the same number and suit can be found. This also requires the test of whether the digital card players can trust each other. In the later stage, the number of players gradually decreases, and it may not be possible to collect a complete set of cards. In contrast, the third way of collecting is easier. Although you have to collect more than 10 poker cards, there is no limit on the suit and the back pattern. As long as it is a continuous straight number, the probability of collecting is much greater. Zhao Sun walked to the door of the villa. The door was open, and he could clearly see that many players were already standing in the living room of the villa. In any case, he had to form a team with the digital card players as soon as possible. There were many players in the game at the beginning, and the probability of the digital card players gathering was very high. And most digital card players would think that the Joker player might not have had time to kill the digital card player to disguise his identity. In addition, the digital card player has 3 trial and error opportunities, so it is normal to try once when there are enough people. This is also a good time for Zhao Sun to fish in troubled waters. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun stepped into the villa. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the villa, a young man standing at the door came up and asked, "What are your cards?" Zhao Sun showed just the right amount of defensiveness, not seeming exaggerated or abrupt. He looked the young man up and down, and asked cautiously, "Then what are your cards?" The young man was not angry when he saw this, but just said, "Don't worry. I'm definitely not a Joker player. And there are so many people here. If the Joker player kills directly, wouldn't it be equivalent to immediately exposing his identity?" Zhao Sun thought for 2 seconds and nodded. "What you said makes sense. But since you are not a Joker player, I think you should tell me your cards first. You are quite careful." The young man, tisked a sound, but still took out his poker cards. "How about this? We show our cards at the same time. It's fair." "Right. It's indeed fair." Zhao Sun also took out his poker cards. After the young man counted down 3 numbers, both of them showed their cards. Both are 9 of hearts. "What a coincidence," the young man said happily. "We have the same cards." Zhao Sun was also a little surprised. He asked, "Can I see the back of your playing card?" The young man turned over the playing card generously, revealing the colorful bubble pattern on the back. Since he was sure that the other party was not a Joker player, He didn't mind letting the other party see his cards clearly. After all, digital card players need to rely on playing cards to complete the numbers to pass the level. So digital card players should tell each other the numbers on the cards truthfully, without waiting for the young man to make a request. Zhao Sun also took the initiative to let the other party see his back pattern. Ordinary blue diamond pattern. Your back view isn't as good as mine. The young man chuckled. Come on. I'll take you to form a team. Zhao Sun followed the young man and asked, Are you looking for all the 9 of hearts? At first, I wanted to form a straight. The young man replied, But I'm lucky. I've been waiting at the door for a while, and I've already encountered 4 9 of hearts. Including me, there are 5 in total. He turned to look at Zhao Sun. Looking proud. I feel that my speed is faster than those who form a straight. So I just keep waiting for 9 of hearts. So, you only need to wait for 1 more 9 of hearts to complete it? Zhao Sun asked, and couldn't help but sigh. You are really lucky. You are wrong. The young man walked to the corner, his expression very excited. You are the 6th 9 of hearts I have found. For people were standing there, whispering to each other, seeing the young man coming over. They all looked at Zhao Sun. What are you standing there for? Hold hands, the young man said, and he couldn't wait to grab one of Zhao Sun's hands and call the other 4 people. We have collected 6 9 of hearts. Maybe we will be the first group of players to complete the game. Zhao Sun's body tensed for a moment, and then slowly relaxed. His eyes were lowered, and his face was calm, hiding the dark tide in his eyes. The other 4 players were so happy that no one noticed Zhao Sun's short 2 seconds of abnormality. Everyone held hands and formed a circle, looking forward to the system prompt of complete the game. Chapter 111 Mutual Questioning. 5 seconds later, the system public screen popped up. Unfortunately, you did not collect all 6 9 of hearts playing cards. This collection failed, and the chance of collecting all the numbers for each player present is -1. How is this possible? The smile on the young man's face faded, and he looked incredulous. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone reacted. There must be a joker among us. Who is it? Damn it. I lost an opportunity just like that. Don't let me find out who is the joker among you, or I'll beat you to death. Why are you looking at me? I'm 100% a digital player. You were always looking out before, and every time a new player came over, you always tried to get some advice. I think you're suspicious. What nonsense are you talking about? Which digital player doesn't hope to form a team as soon as possible and then clear the game? Is it wrong for me to be more active? I think you're also suspicious. When everyone was talking together, you stood aside and basically didn't say a word. I'm a quiet person. When the other 5 players were angrily doubting each other, a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for faking successfully once. Zhao Sun was in a good mood, but there was no obvious change in his expression. He just showed regret and defensiveness at the right time. He turned to look at the young man and asked, When you recruited those people, didn't you check their playing cards carefully to see if they were real? Who knows what fake playing cards look like? The young man said unhappily. And the rules of the game say that the joker player can replace the number and suit of the number player who killed him. So it must look exactly like the real one. Who can tell it's fake? He and every 9 of hearts player have looked at each other's playing cards. The suits and numbers are the same, but the patterns on the back are all different. The rules of the game mention that the patterns on the back of the 6 decks of cards are different. So these 6 9 of hearts completely meet the rules of belonging to 6 decks of cards. He couldn't see any problem at all. Yeah, the young woman on the side complained. Besides, we have only been in the game for more than 10 minutes. Who would have thought that a digital player would be killed by a joker player? It's really infuriating. Zhao Sun sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. Now that we can't find a joker player, we can only split up and find other players to form a team. After failing to collect 6 9 of hearts, the 5 real 9 of hearts players had to give up this collection method. The only option they could choose was the third 10 straight cards collection method. The young man seemed to remember something and looked at Zhao Sun with suspicion. You are the last 9 of hearts player I met. Everyone else has arrived at the villa, but you are the only one who came so late. Did you kill the real 9 of hearts in the maple forest? Are you doubting me? Zhao Sun frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on his usually gentle face. Players are randomly placed in various locations on the game map by the system. I am in the depths of the maple forest, very far from the villa, and I am not familiar with the route, so I walk a little slower. Isn't this normal? Without waiting for the young man to speak, Zhao Sun said, "Besides, you were the one who called me first and asked me to join the team. But I didn't take the initiative to propose the team." At this point, Zhao Sun seemed to remember something, and he asked the young man, "All of our Nine of Hearts players were pulled here by you." "Right. I pulled them here. What's wrong?" the young man asked back confidently. Zhao Sun immediately questioned, "You actively pull people to join the team. And on the surface, everyone thinks that you are just a digital card player who wants to pass the game as soon as possible. But in fact, the Joker player also wants to join the team as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the other players fell silent. They all looked at the young man with doubtful expressions. The young man's face suddenly became a little ugly. "You actually doubt me?" Zhao Sun said as a matter of course. "The Joker players need to form a team twice to pass the game, while the number card players only need to form a team once to pass the game. Everyone knows who is more eager to form a team." Although the other 4 players did not speak, their suspicion was even greater. The young man was very angry. "I kindly pulled you into a team because I wanted everyone to pass the game as soon as possible. But you actually doubted me. You can doubt others. Why can't others doubt you?" Zhao Sun snorted. "Besides, I am just a reasonable suspicion, not directly concluding that you must be a Joker player." The young woman on the side couldn't help but speak up. She said to the young man, "Yes, we all just doubted each other just now. It's normal to say that you have doubts. Everyone will be a little angry when they are suspected. But your performance is too intense. It really looks more and more suspicious." The young man was very angry, and his face flushed. "Since you suspect me, just point me out," he suddenly said loudly. "When you fail to point, you will know that you have wronged me." Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. But it is not difficult to see from everyone's expressions that they are not willing to do this at all. The young man did not notice everyone's expressions and continued. "I have another idea. You can point out the person you suspect the most in turn. There are only 6 players in total, and you can quickly determine who is the real Joker player. Are you sick?" The young woman couldn't help but curse. "We are just suspecting you now, not confirming that you are the Joker player. Why are you so excited? And if the pointing fails, the game will be directly judged as a failure. Who would easily point out others?" The other players seemed to have opened up their mouths and complained one after another. "That's right. You want us to suffer such a huge loss just to prove yourself. You are too selfish. We are not completely sure. Why should we risk losing the game to do this? Even if we can successfully identify the Joker player, only one number card player can get the reward for identification. What can other players get? If the game fails directly, will we look like a big injustice? I now suspect that you are the Joker player. Otherwise, why would you make such a suggestion? This matter will not benefit most of us players at all." The young man didn't expect that his proposal would cause such a big resentment. After a moment of stunned, he also got angry. "Then you can identify me first," he shouted. "Will it be confirmed whether I am a Joker player after identification? Even if the identification fails, it can only prove that you are a number card player, and it cannot be determined who is the Joker player." Zhao Sun said at the right time, "If you are really a number card player, then the player who identified you will directly fail the game, which is an unprovoked disaster for the player who identified you." "That's right." The young woman nodded vigorously, and then said angrily, "I think we should stay away from such selfish people, so as to avoid bad luck." After that, she turned around and left this corner directly to find other team targets. Other players also scattered like birds and beasts, each leading in different directions. The young man stood alone in the same place, and he was so angry that he didn't recover for a long time. He worked hard to ask the players one by one, and then actively formed a team. In the end, he failed and was already very unhappy. He was actually suspected of being a Joker player. He felt that he was going to explode. At this moment, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses came over. This man was the volunteer named Ajay, and he was also the youngest of the 5 volunteers. Ajay patted the young man on the shoulder and asked, "Hello, I want to ask, did you fail to form a team just now?" The young man was startled, and when he turned his head to look at Ajay, he heard Ajay's question, and he asked unhappily, "Why are you asking this? Don't take me out on me if you are angry with others." Ajay frowned and said in a bad tone, "Just answer my question directly. Why should I answer your question?" Seeing Ajay's bad attitude, the young man became even more angry, and was even more unwilling to pay attention to Ajay. Ajay had a bad temper to begin with, and he was about to quarrel when he saw this. But he suddenly remembered Wu Wei's warning to him, and suppressed his temper again. He took a deep breath and tried to speak in a calm tone. I just want to confirm that if you fail to form a team, it proves that there must be a joker player among you. Then I will be more careful when I team up with other players. He only noticed the situation here when the 6 people scattered. He noticed this place because he saw Zhao Sun, so he paid more attention to it. But when he noticed this place, the 6 people scattered. He couldn't be sure whether the 6 people separated after the team failed, or they reported the poker cards to each other and found that they couldn't form a team and then dispersed. But when he saw the 6 people separated, their faces were not very good. So he tended to the former possibility in his heart. But he still had to ask and confirm it. Seeing that Ajay's attitude suddenly became better, the young man was stunned for a moment. And then his tone softened a little. The young man's temper came and went quickly. But now he was able to talk to Ajay. It is true that the team failed, but I don't know who the joker is. At this point, he sighed, and all the previous anger turned into a sense of powerlessness. You have 6 people in total, so you should form a team according to the second method. Right? Ajay asked again. Can you tell me what the face of the poker card is? Chapter 112. You are right. The young man looked at Ajay with suspicion. Why are you asking this? Are you a joker player? If I were a joker player, wouldn't it be okay to just find a deserted place and kill a number card player? Ajay was speechless. When the other party dies, I will naturally know what the other party's cards are. There is no need to ask. That's not necessarily true. The young man snorted. Maybe you just saw that a certain team is still short of 1 or 2 people, so you want to find a certain number card in a targeted manner. Ajay, forget it. He was too lazy to waste words with the young man and turned away. He wanted to ask clearly what the cards were, but he thought that if someone among the 6 people reported other cards later, it would be certain that this person was a joker player. But the young man didn't want to say it. So forget it. Instead of wasting time here and arguing with the other party that he was not a joker player, it is better to hurry up and find a suitable team. Anyway, when he forms a team, he will remind other players who form a team together and never form a team with any of the 6 people. This way, the possibility of the joker player among the 6 people sneaking into the team can be completely avoided. Asterisk. After Zhao Sun left the team of 6 people, he began to look for the next group of targets. It would be great if he could form a team again when there were enough players. But now most players have already formed a team of some size, and it is not so easy for him to join. The young man was indeed lucky. He had collected 6 9 of hearts within 10 minutes of the start of the game. In comparison, the other players had not yet gathered the required number of people. But Zhao Sun didn't know if he would be so lucky to find a team that was just missing the number 9. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a slightly plump woman walking towards him. It was Xiaohong. When Xiaohong saw Zhao Sun, she subconsciously walked towards him. But after getting closer, she stopped again. She looked at Zhao Sun for a long time, opened and closed her mouth, and didn't say a word. Zhao Sun immediately had a guess in his mind, and he said, "Let's go to a quieter place." Xiaohong immediately followed quickly. The two entered the bathroom on the first floor of the villa. Zhao Sun directly closed the bathroom door and locked it. Xiaohong immediately swallowed her saliva nervously. Zhao Sun's voice was very low, and he went straight to the point. Are you a joker player? Although he asked this question, his tone was affirmative. Xiaohong was stunned for a long time and didn't speak. After a long while, she murmured, How did you know? Before entering the game, I promise you that as long as our identities are not absolutely hostile, I will protect you. Zhao Sun smiled and said, If you are a digital card player, you should choose to say it, because according to the proportion, digital card players account for the majority, and the probability that I am also a digital card player is very high. After a pause, he said, Even if I am a joker player and know that you are a digital card player, I will not kill you, because there is no absolute hostility between you and me. I can completely let you go and kill others. Xiaohong scratched her neck, feeling uneasy as if she had been thoroughly analyzed. But after you saw me, you hesitated to speak, and didn't speak for a long time. Zhao Sun continued. Then you hesitated most likely because you are a joker. If I were a digital card player, even if I wouldn't deliberately reveal your identity, There is a high probability that you would be judged as having been revealed because you said the words Joker to me. And then you would immediately fail the game. Xiao Hong sighed heavily. You are right. Then she said with a relaxed expression. But now it seems that you should also be a joker. Right. The moment Zhao Sun said that she was a joker, her heart really skipped a beat, and she almost thought she was going to die in this game. However, there was no system reminder after that, so she guessed that Zhao Sun should have the same identity as her. Under the premise that she did not reveal anything, Zhao Sun guessed that she was a joker, which was a real way to reveal her identity by himself. If Zhao Sun was a digital card player, she would have been judged as a game failure by now. Although she didn't have much wisdom, she still had some analytical ability. Yes, I'm also a joker player, Zhao Sun admitted frankly. And then he asked, have you replaced a certain number player now? Xiao Hong nodded, looking a little unnatural. This was equivalent to asking her to admit that she had just killed someone. Although it was not the first time she had killed someone in the platform game. And although she did not hesitate at all when she did it, she would still feel embarrassed and guilty when she really talked about her murder with others. If she didn't mention it, she could also not think about those things deliberately. Compared with Xiao Hong's unnaturalness, Zhao Sun's expression was much calmer. Zhao Sun didn't even care about Xiao Hong's expression changes, and asked calmly, then what number card did you replace? Xiao Hong came back to her senses and answered, Club 4. As she said that, she took out her own playing cards and handed them to Zhao Sun. On the surface, it really looked like Club 4, and the pattern on the back of the playing card was a red square. How did you deal with the body? Zhao Sun suddenly asked again. Xiao Hong didn't expect Zhao Sun to turn the topic back. She was stunned for a moment, and then said uncomfortably, there is a well behind this villa. I threw it into the well. Zhao Sun nodded. It seems that Xiao Hong still has some brains, and didn't just leave the body alone. You haven't disguised successfully once now? Zhao Sun asked again. Yes. Xiao Hong nodded. I just got the identity of the digital card. And now I'm ready to start looking for a team. I have already disguised successfully once, Zhao Sun said. So I can only help you once at most. Xiao Hong said, oh. But she was not disappointed or complaining. She had just entered the living room of the villa, and didn't know about the previous things. Now hearing Zhao Sun say this, she was just a little surprised that Zhao Sun had disguised successfully once so quickly. She just felt a little envious. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to say, why don't we split up first? If we find a team that both of us can infiltrate, then we can recommend each other to other members. If the team is only missing one number, then we can only take care of ourselves first. That's fine. Zhao Sun agreed readily, and said, I have failed in forming a team once. Once the players of other teams know about this situation, they will most likely choose not to consider me first. So it will be in your interest if you act separately from me first. There are still many players now, and the number 9 is naturally very common. If you want to make a straight, you don't have to find his 9 of hearts. If others knew that he had failed in forming a team, he would be labeled as a suspected joker player. If there are enough spare numbers, there is no need to choose him. Of course, if he can find a team that is still unaware, he won't have to worry about this problem. However, at that time, the 6 of them held hands and formed a circle in the corner, and the players in the entire living room should have noticed it. In addition, when the team failed later, everyone quarreled for a while, which definitely attracted the attention of most players. More than 300 players should have gathered in the villa living room at that time. So it is unlikely that he wanted to hide the fact that he had formed a team. After Zhao Sun showed his 9 of hearts to Xiao Hong, he said, when we go out later, if someone notices that we went into the bathroom together for a while and asks you about it, what are you going to say? Xiao Hong thought for a while and said, I will say that we were sitting next to each other on the endless train and knew each other. So we looked at each other's playing cards after we met. Yes. Okay. Zhao Sun nodded. Then he opened the bathroom door. Before he could go out, he saw a man with a shaman style standing at the bathroom door, tilting his head and turning his ear to the side, as if he wanted to eavesdrop. However, each room in the villa has a good soundproofing effect, and Zhao Sun and Xiao Hong talked in a low voice, so Shamat didn't hear anything. Being caught suddenly, Shamat didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he came over and looked at Xiao Sun and Xiao Hong with an ambiguous look. I just saw you two go into the bathroom together. I waited outside for a long time before I saw you come out. What did you do? Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaohong standing behind him. Do you know her? Xiaohong shook her head. I haven't seen her. Zhao Sun walked past Shamat and strode away, since he didn't know her, and Shamat's expression was obviously wrong. There was no need for him to explain. Seeing this, Xiaohong turned and left in another direction. Shamat caught up with Zhao Sun and smiled at him. Brother, you are in a good mood. In this survival game, you still have the mood to play with women. Zhao Sun walked forward without looking away, not even giving Shamat a glance. My taste is just a little poor, the Shamat said with a tisk-tisk sound. That woman has an average figure and an average face. What do you like about her? Is she a good worker? Zhao Sun stopped and asked sincerely. Are you sick? Oh, don't be angry. The Shamat still had that ambiguous and slightly vulgar expression. I actually just want to ask, are you and that woman lovers? Or P friends? If you are P friends, why not let me play with you too? I've been alone for too long. And suddenly seeing you two, like that makes me very impulsive. Zhao Sun looked the Shamat up and down for a few times, and suddenly asked, What is your purpose in looking for me? Chapter 113. What's in it for you? Didn't I tell you the purpose? Shamat winked at Zhao Sun, still with that filthy look that made people feel a little annoyed. Zhao Sun looked at Shamat calmly. If you have something else to ask me, just say it. If you are just interested in women, then you should ask her, not come to me. After that, he was about to leave. Hey, don't leave in a hurry. Shamat stopped Zhao Sun and said with a smile. I saw that you failed to team up with several other players before. Right. Seeing that Shamat was finally going to talk about the topic, Zhao Sun stopped. Then what? Most players have seen your situation. It's hard for you to find someone else to team up with. Shamat showed a sympathetic look. You have been labeled as a suspected Joker player by others. Unless others can't find another number. And you happen to be this number. Most players should not be willing to team up with you. Zhao Sun pursed his lips and said nothing, but he deliberately showed a somewhat worried expression. Seeing this, Shamat smiled and said, I can help you. Zhao Sun's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked a little moved, but he tried hard to restrain himself from showing it. Shamat thought he had persuaded Zhao Sun, so he continued, I'm just looking for someone to team up with. Why don't you join me? Zhao Sun looked at Shamat suspiciously. Why do you want to team up with me? Aren't you worried that I'm a joker? I heard what you said after the 6 of you failed to team up. Shamat smiled again. I think you are the least likely to be a joker among those people. You actually believe me? Zhao Sun was a little surprised, and then he sighed again. His expression moved. Thank you. You're welcome. I also made this judgment after analysis. Shamat reached out and wanted to pat Zhao Sun on the shoulder. Zhao Sun turned aside calmly and avoided the hand of the Shamat. Sorry, I'm not used to physical contact with people. Shamat didn't care, but just asked, How is it? You won't suffer any loss if you team up with me. And I promise that even if I find the same number as yours, I will give priority to you and won't kick you out halfway. Zhao Sun hesitated for a moment and asked, What's the benefit for you? Or what exchange conditions do you want? If he agreed directly, it would be a bit abrupt. Normal people know that pie in the sky will not fall, and he agreed too readily, which is easy to arouse suspicion. To play the whole play, he really has to treat himself as a digital card player whose identity is suspected and make a reasonable response. Didn't I say it before? I just want a woman to have fun with. Shamat rubbed his hands. The woman with you, although she looks average in figure and appearance. I don't mind her skills. She and I are not in the relationship you think. Zhao Sun showed a helpless look. We were sitting next to each other on the endless train, and just met. We asked each other about the face of each other's poker cards. Is that so? Shamat showed a regretful look. I thought you two went to the toilet to do something. How can I feel this way in a survival game? Zhao Sun looked at Shamat and asked, Then can you change to something else? Shamat looked Zhao Sun up and down for a long time and said, After you complete the game, go to a high-end restaurant and treat me to a big meal. Zhao Sun hesitated for a while, and then said with some embarrassment, It's okay, but the cost cannot exceed 30 points. I really don't have many points to use. Will you have new points after this round of games? Shamat took advantage of the situation. At least you have to treat me to a meal worth 50 points. Right? Ah? Zhao Sun looked painful, and after a long while he reluctantly said, Okay. Shamat was immediately happy. Then let's go and find other people to form a team. What's your card? Xiao Sun followed Shamat and asked this question. 7 of diamonds. Shamat readily took out his poker cards to show Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun also showed his poker cards to Shamat. I'm 9 of hearts. Then our numbers are very close. Shamat said happily. To make a straight of 10 numbers, no matter how you make it, 7 and 9 are necessary. Well, Xiao Sun nodded, thought for a while and asked again. My friend's number is 4 of clubs. She should also need it. Right? Shamat was even happier. Okay. Then let her come too. We will be one step closer to getting the numbers. So, Xiao Sun took Shamat to find Xiaohong. On the way to find Xiaohong, whenever he met a lone player, Shamat would ask what the other party's cards were. If he needed them, he would directly invite the other party to join the team. These lone players are basically slow to react for various reasons. When they want to join the team, the nearest team no longer needs the number of his cards. It takes some time to find another team that just happens to be missing the number of his cards. If you are unlucky, there will be a fight. One of the people who was stopped by Shamat for questioning had just finished a fight and his head was broken. It was obvious that he'd lost the fight and could not join the previous team. While Shamat was talking to other players, Xiao Sun also sorted out his thoughts. When he first saw Shamat eavesdropping at the bathroom door, he just thought he was a new player who was as stupid and had no sense of propriety as Wang Biao. But when Shamat caught up with him and kept saying obscene words, he realized that Shamat was probably an old player. Shamat looked too out of tune, which was a kind of out of tune that would never appear in a new player. No matter how good the mentality of a new player is, it is impossible for him to not be nervous in a survival game. Oh, he himself is a special case. Most new players are too busy to concentrate on finding a way to pass the game, and they will never be distracted by other things, let alone think about women. Shamat's repeated teasing and even fantasizing, even if the real purpose is to get close to him, is enough to prove that his thinking mode is not that of a new player. Even if a new player tries to get close to someone, he won't use this topic. In addition, Xiao Sun thinks that if he guessed correctly, Shamat should be a joker player. Shamat picked him because he must have heard his conversation with the young man and thought he was an unlucky digital card player who was wrongly accused. In addition, his and Xiaohong's behavior attracted Shamat's attention, which was just a topic to get close to him. The real purpose of finding him to form a team was probably to find a scapegoat. Xiao Sun was already a suspect of the joker player. If the team failed again, Shamat could point the finger at him, and all teammates would suspect Xiao Sun was the joker player. As for whether a digital card player would directly identify Xiao Sun's identity, Shamat didn't care. The result Shamat wanted was to make everyone suspect Xiao Sun, so that Shamat could completely hide himself, so that he would not be remembered for forming a team for the second time. Shamat obviously had a lot of game experience and some brains. It was a pity that he found the wrong scapegoat. Shamat didn't expect that Xiao Sun happened to be a joker player. The reason why Xiao Sun was sure that Shamat didn't know that he was also a joker player was because if Shamat knew that he was a joker player, he would not choose him as a scapegoat, because he had already failed to pass the game once, which meant that he had successfully disguised himself once. If he successfully disguised himself again, he would have passed the game directly. Shamat couldn't he be so kind? Or, if Shamat knew that he was a joker player and still wanted to cooperate with him, then his terms of the deal would not be so simple. In short, Xiao Sun chose to play along. If the team formation went smoothly, he would be able to pass the game directly. Shamat wanted to use him, so he chose to use him in return, which was fair. When Xiao Sun found Xiaohong, Shamat had already pulled in 3 lone players. Xiaohong asked the 2 teams and found that they were both trying to make a straight, but they were both not short of numbers 4. At this time, when she heard that Xiao Sun and Shamat were forming a team, and that they already had 6 numbers, including Xiaohong, Xiaohong immediately agreed to join the team. Now, the team has 6 numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 79. Only 4 more people are needed to complete a straight of 10 numbers. At this moment, excited cheers were heard in the distance. Xiao Sun and others looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 10 players holding hands with light all around them. The next second, they disappeared. Did they complete the game? Xiaohong showed an envious look. It's been less than an hour since they entered the game, and they have already completed it. That's great. Yes, they completed the game really quickly. The player with the number 3 on the card also said with envy. The time they spent on edge in the game was shortened, and they still got the same points as us. The points for completing the game may not be the same as ours, Shamat suddenly said. I think the earlier the players leave, the fewer points they get. Xiao Hong and several other players looked at Shamat in unison. Is that really the case? Xiao Hong asked curiously. How did you know? I just guessed, Shamat said naturally. In a game, it is inevitable that some players will find it easier to clear a level, while others will find it harder to do so. The difficulty of clearing a level is different, but the points earned are the same. Isn't that unreasonable? That does make sense. The player with the card number 5 nodded, and then said, but I would rather get fewer points, so that I can clear the level earlier and be safer. Yeah. I also think that the lower the difficulty, the higher the chance of survival. It's better to have fewer points. The player with the card number 3 immediately agreed. Chapter 114, he doesn't want to take risks. The other players didn't say anything. They all had their own ideas, but none of them intended to express them. Okay, let's not think about the points for now. Shamat smiled and asked everyone to follow him. Let's form a team first. Everyone followed Shamat and looked for lone players to ask about their cards. They now have the 6 numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 79, and they are still missing 8, 10, J, Q, or 2, 8, 10, J, or A, 2, 8, 10. Among them, 8 and 10 are must-haves, and the others can be combined according to the situation. With the joint efforts of everyone, the numbers 8 and 2 were found. If you want to get a team of 10 people as quickly as possible, you need A and 10, or 10 and J. During this period, 2 more groups of 10 players passed the game. There are 3 groups that failed to pass the game. There are 8 Joker players in total, in addition to Zhao Sun, Xiao Hong and Shamat. There are 5 more. 3 of them must be among the 3 groups of players who failed to pass the level. However, no matter how much everyone blamed each other, they could not determine who the Joker player was. Under the premise that the Joker player could not be identified, the number card players did not dare to risk the game failure to identify the Joker player. So the matter was left unresolved. It was just that it became very difficult for the players who failed to form a team with others. With so many players, no one was willing to form a team with someone who was suspected to be a Joker player. Zhao Sun also encountered the same problem. They found a player with the card A. But when this player saw Zhao Sun, he showed a hesitant look. He seems to be one of the players who failed to form a team before. A player pointed at Zhao Sun. Aren't you afraid that he is a Joker player? Don't worry. I'm sure he is not a Joker player. Shamat took the initiative to say, I watched the whole process when they formed a team. The most suspicious person is the young man who formed the team. A player's expression was a little tangled. After hesitating for a minute, he shook his head. Forget it. I'd better find another team. He didn't want to take risks. He would rather form a team slowly. And he hoped that the team he joined could successfully pass the game in one fell swoop. He didn't have a good mentality. Once the team failed, he would easily collapse, because he knew very well that the result of failing to form a team would be rejected by most players. He didn't know how to promote himself to others, how to make others believe that he was not a Joker player. So he wanted to avoid such a situation as much as possible. No! Shamat stopped player A and said with a smile. I assure you, there is no problem with him. Besides, we all have 3 chances to try and fail, even if there is a 1 in 10 million chance. If we really fail, it doesn't mean the game will fail immediately. No, player A insisted. I can't accept the result of failure, so I don't want to take any risks. But if you find another team to team up with, there is no guarantee that there will be no Joker players in the team, Shamat advised. It's risky to team up with anyone. At least I can't team up with players who are already suspected, so I can reduce my risk. Player A was not shaken by Shamat's words and left. Shamat couldn't stop him, so he could only turn around and look for other lone players. To make matters worse, when the player with the card 5 was looking for the lone player, he heard that a team next to him was only one number 5 away from forming a straight team of 10. So he decisively abandoned Shamat's team and joined the new team. Facts prove that his choice was correct, because the new team of 10 successfully passed the level. Now, Shamat's team went from 8 to 7, and the number of people decreased instead of increasing. Although only one person was reduced, the atmosphere in the team became less relaxed. The player with the card 8 looked at Zhao Sun carefully and whispered to Shamat. Why don't we kick 9 out of the team? Why? Shamat was puzzled. You explained to all of us before that 9 is unlikely to be a Joker player. Those of us who are willing to stay and team up with you must think that your analysis makes sense. The 8 player first affirmed Shamat. Then said, but there will always be many people who have doubts. With him, we may not be able to successfully organize a team. The 8 player's face was full of worry. If the situation like before happens again, because of 9's existence, they are unwilling to join our team, and a certain number of us are attracted to other teams. Then the number of people in our team will become smaller and smaller. Shamat's expression also became a little embarrassed. This, Zhao Sun, who was standing not far away, could not hear what the 8 player was saying, but looking at the other party's expression and what happened before, he could guess roughly. However, he was not worried that Shamat would chase him away. Shamat still needed him to take the blame after the team failed. If he left, Shamat would also become a suspect, which would be unfavorable for him to form a team again. However, he could not say nothing at all. Being too calm would make people feel strange. So, Zhao Sun showed a little anxiety at the right time. He walked quickly to the side of Shamat and 8 player. Do you want to chase me away? 8 player's expression was a little awkward. He subconsciously turned to look at Shamat, wanting Shamat to express his opinion. Although the suggestion was made by 8 player, he did not want to be the bad guy. Besides, the team was organized by Shamat, so Shamat should have expressed his opinion. Zhao Sun did not wait for Shamat to speak, and took the initiative to say, I am really not a Joker player. I was also a victim of the previous team failure. I finally joined the team now. If you drive me away, other teams will be even more afraid to accept me. He looked at the 8 player and said sincerely, please believe me. Okay. Then he looked at Shamat. You promised me before that no matter what happens, you will let me stay in the team. Don't worry. Shamat comforted Zhao Sun. I will definitely do what I say. 8 the player got anxious when he heard this. He asked Shamat, do you really want to keep him? Then he immediately said, if that's the case, I'll have to consider looking for another team. Shamat was not anxious. He said to 8, I know you're a little worried, but think about it. Most players have found their own teams now. They're just missing a few numbers. Are you sure you can find a team that's missing 8 after you leave our team? 8 the player opened his mouth, but said nothing. Obviously, he didn't have the confidence to find another suitable team. Otherwise, he wouldn't have persuaded Shamat to drive Zhao Sun away. If he had the confidence to find another suitable team, he would have chosen to leave directly, just like 5 the player. Besides, we all have 3 chances to try and fail. If we really fail this time, don't we still have 2 more chances? Shamat put his arm around 8's shoulders, turned around deliberately, avoided Zhao Sun, and said in a low voice, besides, if we really fail, wouldn't it be certain that 9 is the Joker player? Then I'll give you the chance to reveal his identity, and you can get an extra 20 points and a blank card. It's not a loss, right? 8 player was immediately tempted. Although 20 points is not a lot, the points earned by completing daily personal tasks on the endless train are sometimes less than 20. So this extra point reward is still attractive. The most important thing is the blank card, which can be filled with numbers and suits at will. When the time comes, find a team that is only missing 1 player, and fill in the number with the missing number. Will there be any worry that the team will not want him? Thinking of this, 8 player confirmed with Shamat. Are you really willing to give me the chance to reveal your identity? Of course. Shamat tried to make his expression look sincere. I am making this concession to keep you. Then he whispered, but you have to keep this a secret. Otherwise it will be difficult to end if others make a fuss. Of course I know that. 8 player nodded, which was considered as an agreement. Shamat put his arm around 8 player's shoulder and turned back, saying to Zhao Sun, don't worry. I have persuaded the people. You don't have to worry about being driven away. Zhao Sun's expression relaxed slightly, and he thanked Shamat and 8 player. Then he actively looked for lone players and asked them about their cards. Seeing this, Shamat knew that Zhao Sun wanted to perform well, and he laughed loudly in his heart. These new players are easy to fool, and they can be fooled by just a few words. He had no intention of really asking Zhao Sun to treat him to a meal. After all, it was uncertain whether Zhao Sun could return to the endless train alive. He proposed this condition only to make Zhao Sun let down his guard and think that he chose Zhao Sun because he had a profit. He said that he would give the opportunity to reveal the identity to player 8. But if other players revealed the identity before player 8, then it could only be blamed on player 8 for being slow to speak. If they found out that Zhao Sun was not the Joker player and the game failed, it would not be his fault. After all, he had always said that he trusted Zhao Sun. He just wrote some empty promises and said some reasonable words. These people believed him. If he hadn't had to continue acting, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. Just as Shamat was trying not to laugh, Zhao Sun pulled a player over. "He is Jay." Zhao Sun smiled at Shamat. "Now, we just need to find another 10 and 5 to complete the team." Chapter 115. Let me think about it. Shamat laughed immediately. It didn't seem strange that he laughed at this time. He thought so in his heart, and said to Zhao Sun at the same time, "Well done." Jay the player said awkwardly, "I really can't find another team. Otherwise I won't join you." He remembered Zhao Sun, remembering that he was one of the first members who failed to form a team. After all, that was the first team formed, and it failed again. Everyone present should have a deep impression. If there was no other way, he would not want to come. Now he can only treat a dead horse as a living horse and try to join a team first. Maybe he will pass the level. After all, it is impossible that all 6 people in the failed 6-person team are Joker players. Anyway, he has 3 chances. If he really fails this time, he can afford to lose. "Just join if you are willing." Shamat didn't care about Jay's words, and said with a smile, "I promise you won't regret it." You should regret it to death. Time waits for no one. And everyone did not greet each other again, and continued to look for the missing digital card players. After searching for about half an hour, either the numbers that were not lacking in the Shamat team, or the other party was unwilling to join because of Zhao Sun's existence. For a while, no more members were added. At the same time, during this period, 2 more teams successfully formed teams and passed the level. Xiaohong was moving with Zhao Sun. When she heard the cheers in the distance, she felt a little envious and anxious. "In this game, there should be quite a lot of players who can pass the level," she said to Zhao Sun. "It won't be the situation like the last game, where more than 400 people were left with only 6 people. The difficulty for digital card players is lower," Zhao Sun said in a low voice. "And most players are digital card players. It is easier to pass the level when there are more people in the early stage. In the best state, 24 straight teams of 10 people can be gathered, and the number of digital card players who pass the level is 240. But this is just an ideal state. On the one hand, there are ghost card players who mess up, and the digital card players will fail to form a team. On the other hand, after the number of people gradually decreases, the numbers may not be able to make a straight or flush. After all, the Joker player will find an opportunity to kill a few number card players. In addition, if you want to make a straight of 10 numbers, some numbers in the middle section must be included, which means that at the end, there will be a lot of numbers at the beginning and end, and the numbers in the middle will be in short supply, especially in the later stages. It will be difficult to form a suitable team. At that time, in order to compete for a team, the players with redundant numbers at the beginning and end may develop from fighting to killing each other. The rules of the game do not say that number card players cannot kill number card players. This situation has not occurred yet, but it has not reached that point yet. When the team is in short supply, it will naturally develop into this. Although it is not possible to reach the ideal number of people to pass the level, according to the current clearance situation, it is probably no problem for more than 100 people to pass the level this time. It is indeed the game with the largest number of surviving players so far. This also means that there will still be a lot of players in the next round of platform games. It is estimated that there will be more than 100 people. Just as Zhao Sun was thinking further and further, Xiaohong spoke with some concern. "It seems that there are not many times in this game where special abilities need to be used. I still can't replenish your mental power." She hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "But I don't want to participate in the next round of the platform game. As long as this round of the platform game is cleared, she will complete the task of participating in 3 platform games in a month. She doesn't want to participate in one more round of the platform game even if she is beaten to death. But she knows that Zhao Sun will participate. She and Zhao Sun still have an agreement that has not been fulfilled. Logically, she should follow Zhao Sun. But she really doesn't want to participate in one more platform game this month. What if the agreement cannot be fulfilled in the next game? Does she have to accompany Zhao Sun to participate in all the platform games again? She doesn't want to. She dare not deceive Zhao Sun. And after a period of getting along, she also knows that being honest with Zhao Sun will be much better than playing tricks. So she had to speak out her thoughts first. Zhao Sun glanced at Xiaohong. his expression calm, neither disappointed nor angry. He just said, "Let me think about it." In fact, Xiao Hong's words were what he expected. Most people would not want to participate in the fourth time after successfully passing the platform game 3 times. This is normal. However, Xiao Hong said it so early, which surprised him a little. But such frankness is okay. He didn't dislike it. "Yeah." Xiao Hong nodded and said nothing more. After searching the entire villa, Xiaomat found another player with a card of 5. But he had not found a single player with the number 10 until now. "Should we try our luck in the Maple Forest?" Xiao Hong looked at Xiaomat and suggested. "Although most players are in the villa, maybe there are lone players in the Maple Forest? It's been several hours since the game started. Even if we walk slowly, we should have walked out of the Maple Forest a long time ago." Before Xiaomat could speak, 3 the player took the lead in retorting. "How can we find anyone in the Maple Forest at this time? It's a waste of time. Yes, the Maple Forest is so big. If we walk the whole forest, it will probably take 3 or 4 hours. 8 the player followed up. "If we don't find anyone by then, we will miss the opportunity to find other lone players in the villa." "That's right. The longer we delay, the harder it will be for us to get a team together." 2 the player also joined the discussion. "Going to the Maple Forest to look for lone players at this time is a fool's idea." Xiao Hong was attacked again and again, and her face turned red. At this time, she also realized that her idea was not a good idea. But she just wanted to give the team some other perspectives. Even if what she said was wrong, she should just reject it directly. If everyone attacked her, she would be annoyed even if she had a good temper. Even if there are a few players in Maple Grove, the probability that the opponent is the number 10 is not high. Zhao Sun's tone was much calmer than others. He said to Xiao Hong, "Comparatively, it is more appropriate to find a target here in the villa." Xiao Hong's expression eased. She looked at Zhao Sun and asked, "But we have already asked all the single players in the villa. How can we find a player with a card number 10 now?" "It's not that there is no solution." Zhao Sun smiled and said, "Since the lone player doesn't have the target we need, we can look for him in the incomplete team." Xiaomat laughed. "That's a good idea. Our team is only missing 1 member. Those teams that are missing 2 or 3 or even 3 or 4 members are definitely not as good as my team. As long as there is a player with a card 10 in those teams, they will definitely choose to join our team. What if the team we meet happens to be missing only 1 member?" The 8 players subconsciously looked at Zhao Sun. "Then maybe someone in our team will take the initiative to join other teams." Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was very clear. With the uncertainty factor of Zhao Sun, if the opponent is only missing 1 member, then the member with the number card on our side is likely to choose to join the opponent's team. It can not only quickly complete the team formation, but also greatly avoid the risk of failure to gather all the members. In this case, our team is not at an advantage. The probability of this happening is not high. Zhao Sun took the initiative to speak. "Even if this happens, we can choose to snatch people." "Snatch people?" 8 the player was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he had not thought of this method. "Yes." Zhao Sun nodded. "The rules of the game only require players to hold hands to form a circle for 5 seconds. Players without jokers can pass the game. But it does not say that players holding hands must be willing." At this point, he smiled, his tone still gentle. "After confirming that the opponent's card is 10, we can directly grab the opponent's hand and force him to form a circle with us. 5 seconds is a short time, so we can hold him. Right?" This idea came to him after reading the rules of the game. It's just that it's difficult to tie 9 players together to form a team, especially since each player has various special abilities. Zhao Sun didn't think he had the strength to overpower so many people now. But after fooling 8 players, it would be easy to tie up another player. "That's right." Xiaomat clapped his hands. "Let's go find someone according to this plan." Just as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly sounded in the distance. When Zhao Sun and others looked over, they only saw a figure turned into a bloody mist, and they couldn't even see what the other person looked like clearly. This is the first time such a situation has occurred since entering the game. Is it the person whose identity as the Joker player was exposed? Or the number card player who identified the wrong Joker player? Xiao Hong murmured. No matter which case it is, it means that in this game, the failed player will die directly. Zhao Sun pointed out the key point. According to the previous few games, there are 3 results for players. Clear the game, be killed in the game by other players or NPCs, and stay in the game if the game is not cleared. If the third situation occurs, Then it should be assimilated into the NPC in the game later. Obviously, this game does not need NPCs, and it does not need players who fail the game to be transformed into NPCs. So the end of the player who failed the game is to die directly. It's just that the way of death is too tragic. At this time, the players around the blood mist had a lot of blood on their bodies and faces, and each of them looked terrified. No one expected that the opponent would explode directly in front of them. It was too scary. Chapter 116 being used. Shamat acted quickly. He went to ask around and quickly came back to tell everyone the news. The one who died was a Joker player. So, a number card player successfully exposed the identity of the Joker player? Zhao Sun's eyes lit up. Then he has blank cards that can be filled with numbers at will. Don't think about it. Shamat waved his hand. When I first heard the news, I immediately thought of this and was ready to persuade that person to join my team. But he has already gathered a team with others. And the numbers on the blank cards are all filled in. Not 10. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm his words, a team of 10 people in the distance successfully gathered and gradually disappeared. That person is quite fast. Ate the player's side twice. It seems that he had planned it long ago. He looked at Zhao Sun again. If he could successfully expose the identity of a Joker player, he could also get a blank card. At that time, he would be the hotcakes that other teams would fight for. But he had no idea whether Zhao Sun was the Joker player. When he thought that if he failed to expose the Joker, he would probably be blown up like the Joker player whose identity was just exposed. As soon as the player thought of this, he heard another terrified scream in the distance. Another player was blown into a bloody mist. This time, there was no need to ask, because the nearby player took the initiative to tell him. It was a number card player. After seeing someone successfully expose the Joker player, he was immediately tempted and pointed out a player he had suspected before. As a result, he failed to expose the Joker and was judged to have failed the game and turned into a bloody mist. The player was so scared that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Forget it. Forget it. He can't act rashly. Let's wait until the team is complete this time. This episode finally ended. After a few minutes, everyone's mood gradually recovered and they began to work on forming a team again. The 9 Shamat players also acted together, looking for the player with the card number 10 among those who had not yet formed a team. This time it was smooth indeed. As soon as he found the third team, he found a 10 player. This team was still short of 2 members, and it was obviously no match for the Shamat team. The 10 player was also very excited, and he almost immediately walked towards the Shamat team. But the person next to him quickly grabbed his arm and said, "You can't leave. We agreed to form a team together." The 10 player looked at the people next to him and showed an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry. It's hard to say when this team will have enough people. I want to complete the game as soon as possible. That person failed to form a team before." The person next to him pointed at Zhao Sun and reminded the 10 player. The 10 player was unmoved. "It doesn't matter. I haven't formed a team yet. If I really fail, I will come back." At this point, he looked at the others. "You won't abandon me when the time comes, right?" He smiled confidently. His number card was indispensable in the Shunzi team. Even if he abandoned the team first, they would not refuse him when he wanted to come back. As he expected, although the faces of the others were not very good, no one said that they did not want him to come back. He smiled and patted the shoulders of the people next to him, then turned and walked into the team of Shamat. Beside Zhao Sun, Xiaohong clenched her fists excitedly. After several hours, she finally formed a team. It was really not easy. In comparison, Zhao Sun seemed much calmer. He just smiled gently and nodded slightly to the 10 players as a greeting. There were no extra movements or expressions. He knew very well that the more he was at this time, the more he could not expose his emotions. Once he showed unnatural behavior, those who were secretly paying attention to his words and deeds would deepen their suspicion of his identity. Then, the team could be terminated at any time, and even his identity would be exposed. He would not let himself fail. The 10 people successfully held hands and formed a circle. Shamat was responsible for counting down, and several members had expectant looks on their faces. 5 seconds passed quickly. The system public screen popped up. Unfortunately, you did not collect all 10 straight cards. Failed to collect all 10 cards this time. The chance of collecting all 10 cards for each digital player present is reduced by 1. At the same time, a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for faking twice and successfully passing the game, earning 100 points. The next second, before everyone could come to their senses, Zhao Sun's figure disappeared. Damn! He is really a joker player. The player was angry and annoyed. And it was not until this time that he realized that Zhao Sun had failed to form a team once before. If he failed to form a team the second time, as a joker player, he would have successfully passed the game. How could he have a chance to expose Zhao Sun's identity? Damn! He was so blinded by the benefits that he forgot the most crucial point. At this time, the killer was surprised. After being surprised, he became a little angry. Damn! That guy is also a joker player. He actually helped others by letting the guy pass the game directly. If he knew that Zhao Sun was a joker player, he would never cooperate with him so easily. Even if he cooperated, the reward he wanted would definitely be very high. After all, Zhao Sun was able to stay in the team because he did his best to protect him, which meant that he protected Zhao Sun and helped him pass the game smoothly. Although Zhao Sun was now a scapegoat, others would not know that there were two jokers in the team so coincidentally, and he could form a team again with a completely innocent identity. But this was completely different from the result he planned. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. He felt that he was being used. Asterisk. Zhao Sun returned to the train. He took out his mobile phone and took a look. 3:49 p.m. This was the fastest time he had ever passed the game. It took only more than 3 hours. He put away his mobile phone, looked around, and found that he was the only one outside the entire train. It seemed that the players who had passed the game before had returned to the train and did not stay outside. Zhao Sun thought for a moment and decided to stay outside the train. He had already completed his personal mission for today, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough time to complete his personal mission after getting on the train. But sleeping in a chair on the train is not as comfortable as lying in a sleeping bag outside the train. And his current personal task is most likely fixed on destroying one of your own weapons. Not completing the task will result in points deduction or other penalties. And completing the task will only give 5 points. And he will also lose a weapon. Even if he has many weapons, he can't afford to do so. It's better for him to stay outside for 2 days before the game time ends and the endless train leaves. This way he can lose 2 fewer weapons. Anyway, the meat buns he bought before are still there, so he won't starve to death. It's still bright now, and Zhao Sun is not sleepy for the time being, so he walks around the train. The white fog around still exists, blocking the view, making it difficult to see what's in the distance. However, within 2 meters of the train, the white fog becomes very light, and everything can be seen clearly. The head and tail of the train are the same. Only within 2 meters can be clearly seen. And beyond 2 meters, it's all thick white fog. And it's completely unclear what's in the white fog. Zhao Sun didn't try to walk into the white fog. No matter how he walked in the white fog, he would eventually be directed to the temporary transfer station of the game, which was the open space. If he was treated as a new player, he might go back to the game. Going back at this time would be too disadvantageous. And he didn't want to be unlucky. Zhao Sun didn't go far, but stayed at the front of the train for a while. He wanted to see if there was a train driver in the front of the train, or if the train was unmanned. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. It was pitch black inside. It was clearly daytime, but through the glass window, the front of the train was only pitch black. This can only be said that the game setting does not allow players to see the situation in the front of the train from the outside. Zhao Sun didn't get too entangled. He returned to the side of carriage 14 and sat down to rest. This game only got 100 points, which was half less than the previous game. But compared with the 5 points for personal tasks every day, it was still much more generous. Unfortunately, no hidden tasks were triggered in this game. Judging from the situation of this game, there may not be any hidden tasks. Zhao Sun held his chin with one hand and stared at the white fog in the distance in a daze. He had not triggered any hidden tasks in 2 rounds of the game, and he really hoped that there would be a hidden task in the next round of the game. After all, you can get special items, Zhao Sun was thinking, when suddenly 2 people appeared in front of him. One was Xiaohong, and the other was Shamat. Zhao Sun raised his hand and greeted. You came out very quickly. This was also expected, after he passed the level and left the game. The other people in the team knew that he was a joker player. No one would have expected that there would be 3 joker players hidden in a team. So after he left, the remaining players were more likely to trust each other. They would think that the remaining members of this team were all number card players, which was more reliable than joining a new team. And the team would not fall apart. After he left, Shamat's team was only missing a number 9. As long as they found a player with a card of 9, the team could be reunited. By snatching people from other teams, they could quickly form a team of 10 again. So Zhao Sun was not surprised that Xiaohong and Shamat came out so quickly. Facing Zhao Sun's smiling face, Shamat was instantly furious. "How dare you plot against me?" His body instantly glowed with metallic luster, and he rushed towards Zhao Sun like a bull. Chapter 117. Killing him is easier. When Shamat ran, you could hear the unique friction sound of metal, and when his footsteps fell to the ground, there was also a heavy sound. He rushed towards Zhao Sun at a slow speed, but there was a sense of oppression from the force of 1,000 pounds. Zhao Sun sat still, and seeing that Shamat was really rushing towards him with murderous intent, he raised the index finger of his right hand. A lightning bolt as thick as a finger quickly shot out, and Shamat had no time to dodge, and his right leg was hit by the lightning. His footsteps paused, and then he fell stiffly to the ground. Zhao Sun tilted his head slightly, watching Shamat's body twitch uncontrollably twice. Although he didn't know what Shamat's special ability was, the human body itself was conductive. Not to mention that Shamat's body seemed to be metallized, so the conductivity was even stronger. Unfortunately, the power of his lightning was insufficient, and it could only paralyze the human body, which was far from fatal. So he chose to attack the thigh of the Shamat. After one leg was paralyzed, the Shamat's clumsy body could not stop flexibly, and naturally fell to the ground due to the inertia of the forward rush and the sudden paralysis of one leg. Xiaohong, who was behind him, was shocked when she saw the Shamat rushing towards Zhao Sun. Unexpectedly, in just 2 seconds, the Shamat fell to the ground before he could get close to Zhao Sun. Xiaohong's mood was very complicated. She felt that her emotions fluctuated too much in a short period of time. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should be relieved that Zhao Sun was safe and sound, or be surprised at the special ability used by Zhao Sun. She clearly remembered that in the platform game of Princess Thorns, Zhao Sun used a very special huge sickle and axe. She thought at first that it was Zhao Sun's special ability. After all, this kind of weapon could not be bought unless it was customized. In the Endless Train, where can you customize such a weapon? But later, she saw Zhao Sun using the same control money ability as the volunteers. And after she finished the game, she knew about the existence of special items. So she thought that the sickle and the giant axe were Zhao Sun's special items, and Zhao Sun's real special ability was control money. Those special abilities are randomly assigned to players, and it is not said that everyone has a unique special ability, so the same ability may exist. But now, Zhao Sun used lightning again. This doesn't look like the effect of a special item, right? She didn't see Zhao Sun take out any items. Zhao Sun just raised his finger just now. Does Zhao Sun have 2 special abilities? Well, she remembered that before boarding the train, the system said that it would give each passenger a novice gift pack. It really didn't say that there must be a special ability in the novice gift pack. Maybe some players, who are particularly lucky, have 2 special abilities? It's just because most players only have 1 special ability. So she thought everyone is the same. Xiaohong thought more and more about it, and gradually convinced herself. She was somewhat envious of Zhao Sun's good luck. But other than that, she had no other thoughts or emotions. At this time, Shamat finally recovered and got up from the ground. He still maintained his metal body, but did not rush towards Zhao Sun immediately, but suddenly raised a hand. A metal arrow immediately appeared in his palm, the tip of which glowed cold in the sun and was very sharp. Seeing this, Zhao Sun immediately used lightning control on Shamat again. This time, he sent out a series of lightnings in succession, and before Shamat's metal arrows completely left his palm, he successfully paralyzed Shamat's body with lightnings again. There were several lightnings that hit Shamat this time, and after he fell to the ground, his body twitched uncontrollably twice. The arrow in his palm also gradually shrank back because of his uncontrollable body. You also successfully passed the level. What are you dissatisfied with? Zhao Sun stood up, but did not approach Shamat, keeping a safe distance of several meters. After a while, Shamat finally felt that he could speak. He immediately cursed. Damn! Do you think I will be happy to be used by you? Zhao Sun chuckled, but he was not angry. You used me, and I used you, and neither of us suffered any loss. Why didn't I suffer any loss? Without my full support, do you think you can successfully form a team for the second time? Shamat became more and more angry as he thought about it. You can pass the game. All thanks to me. Without me passing the game and letting all the team members confirm that I am a joker player. Do you think you can form a team for the second time so quickly? Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It's a matter of mutual use and mutual benefit. It's fair. Xiaomat choked, but still stared at Zhao Sun unconvinced. After a while, he said again, I hate being used the most. Then you should be useless. Zhao Sun smiled. Unlike me, when I realized you wanted to use me, I thought this was a good opportunity. Xiaomat's face sank. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm not a new player like you who just got on the train. I know you are an old player. Zhao Sun's voice was very calm. But don't you think it's meaningless to use your identity as an old player to pressure me? Even if you are an old player, you will die sooner or later if you are useless. After speaking, he fired several lightning bolts at Xiaomat. Xiaomat had just recovered some mobility, and before he could get up, he twitched and fell to the ground again. Zhao Sun looked at the small electric current that occasionally flashed on Xiaomat's body, and gave up the idea of getting Xiaomat's special ability. He didn't prepare insulating gloves for himself, so if he touched it, he would inevitably get electrocuted. In addition, Xiaomat is an old player, and his special ability level is at least LV3. The effect currently displayed seems to be mainly defensive. This metal body can probably achieve an invulnerable defense effect. But the weakness is obvious. It has no resistance to attacks such as lightning, because of its own metallization. It even has an enhanced conductivity, which is more serious than ordinary people. As for the arrows from the palm, the speed is not fast enough, so it should not be too difficult to dodge. After Zhao Sun has Resurrection Rage, he has no need for special abilities of the defense system. And this kind of attack of turning out arrows is not as convenient as Control Gold. Although Control Gold requires you to prepare weapons yourself, he is not short of weapons now. When Control Gold, the speed is much faster than the speed of the Xiaomat turning out arrows. Generally speaking, the special abilities of Xiaomat have no appeal to Zhao Sun except that they are higher in level. Xiaomat took a long time to finally speak again. He was still angry, and even more angry because he was suppressed by Zhao Sun. You are a new player, and you are so self-righteous. I don't think you will live for too long. He cursed Zhao Sun unhappily. Zhao Sun was still not angry, but his smile deepened a little. You look really can't accept being used. He gave Xiaomat a few more electric shocks while speaking. But whether you accept it or not is none of my business. After saying this, he didn't say anything else, but just kept giving Xiaomat electric shocks. Now Xiaomat didn't even have the chance to speak. His body kept twitching, and his mind gradually became confused. Xiaohong in the distance didn't know what Zhao Sun wanted to do, but didn't dare to ask more. She stood far away, not daring to get close to Zhao Sun and Xiaomat, for fear that she would be affected. Time passed slowly. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun turned into a warm orange color, slowly setting in the west. Zhao Sun glanced at the time again. 5:32. It had been nearly 2 hours since he came out of the game. Except for Xiaohong and Xiaomat, no other players had come out. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at Xiaomat, who was twitching not far away. He had been electrocuting Xiaomat for almost an hour. And so far, Xiaomat still maintained a metallic body state. It lasted quite a long time. Zhao Sun looked up and looked at Xiaohong. Come here! Xiaohong trotted to Zhao Sun's side, and when she passed Xiaomat, she deliberately took a detour. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Zhao Sun said to Xiaohong. Xiaohong was stunned for a few seconds before she realized what Zhao Sun meant. She was a little surprised and couldn't help asking. Now? Yes, now! Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively. But we are not in the game now. Although Xiaohong was very happy to fulfill the agreement now, she couldn't believe that Zhao Sun actually chose this time. There is no life and death crisis now. Isn't this a waste of an opportunity? It is still in the game time, and we haven't returned to the endless train, Zhao Sun urged. The point is that I am almost exhausted now. You hurry up. Seeing Zhao Sun insist, Xiaohong didn't say anything else. She carefully put her hand on Zhao Sun's shoulder. Zhao Sun knew before that Xiaohong needed physical contact to transfer mental power to others, so he was mentally prepared. But now, he didn't have any strong psychological impulse. Soon, Zhao Sun felt that his mental state was much better, and even the fatigue was reduced. He once again gave Xiaomat an, okay, electric shock, not giving Xiaomat time to buffer. Seeing this, Xiaohong continued to replenish Zhao Sun's mental power honestly. After another 10 minutes of torture, Shamat finally suffered from urinary incontinence and drooling due to the continuous electric shock. An unpleasant smell drifted in the air. Then, Shamat's body finally returned to normal from the metal state. Almost at this moment, Zhao Sun took out a fruit knife, and from a distance of several meters, he controlled the fruit knife and stabbed Shamat's heart directly. An old player who holds a grudge against him is a hidden danger. Killing him is easier. Shamat died before he could even regain consciousness. Xiaohong couldn't help but take a breath. She didn't expect that Zhao Sun had been tossing Shamat for a long time in order to get Shamat to remove his metal body so that he could kill him. But then she thought about it. Shamat had such a big grudge against Zhao Sun that if he kept Shamat alive, he would inevitably be retaliated in the future. If it were her, she would also choose to kill Shamat to eliminate the trouble. Xiaohong didn't say anything and continued to replenish Zhao Sun's mental power until Zhao Sun felt that his condition had recovered to half of his usual state. And then he stopped. I can't do it anymore. Xiaohong waved her hand. This is my current limit. If I continue, I might die. Zhao Sun said. Well, that's fine. The limit of Xiaohong's ability to replenish others' mental power must be related to Xiaohong's own mental power limit. Zhao Sun could feel that his mental power was quite good. He had been electrocuting for an hour before he felt that his mental power was running low. It was normal that Xiaohong could not replenish his mental power. Xiaohong sat on the ground with some exhaustion. After taking a few breaths, she confirmed with Zhao Sun. Then have I fulfilled my previous agreement with you? Can I not participate in the next round of the game? Yes. Zhao Sun answered affirmatively, and then said, but I suggest that you upgrade your special abilities more when you have enough points. After all, we still have the princess's prince pendant. I hope that next time I need you, you can help me more than this time. Xiaohong was as happy as if she had been untied from the shackles. She also humbly accepted Zhao Sun's suggestion. Well, I'll remember it. It soon became completely dark. At this time, 10 more players finally passed the game and returned to the train. When they saw Zhao Sun and Xiaohong, these 10 players were a little surprised when they found a corpse lying not far away, and there was a faint smell of blood and urine around the corpse. All 10 players showed shocked expressions. To be able to appear here, it must be a player who has completed the game. But he died after completing the game. Although these 10 players did not speak, they all thought that it was Zhao Sun and Xiaohong who did it. For a moment, no one dared to say much, and they all returned to the endless train from their respective carriages. They were afraid that if they stayed here for one more second, they would die. They finally completed the platform game, but they didn't want to die in such a place. At such a time, they walked very fast, and the light was not good at night, so no one could see the appearance of Zhao Sun and Xiaohong clearly. Xiaohong waited until 11:50 p.m. and suddenly stood up. She said to Zhao Sun, I'm going to get on the train. Zhao Sun said, and didn't say anything else. Xiaohong couldn't help asking, aren't you going back? She knew that going back on time was to prevent the possibility of not having enough time to complete the personal task of the day. However, she finished the game very quickly this time, so she didn't think it was necessary to wait until the last day of the game to get on the bus. This way, she could complete her personal tasks on the 19th and 29th and save more points. No! Zhao Sun waved his hand. You go back by yourself. I'll wait until the game time is over before I go back. Xiaohong didn't know what Zhao Sun was thinking, but she didn't ask any more questions. At midnight, she went directly from carriage 14 back to the endless train. Zhao Sun was the only one left outside the train. Zhao Sun took out the meat bun from the storage compartment and ate it quickly. Unfortunately, the storage compartment didn't have the function of stopping time. The hot meat buns were now cold, and the taste was much worse than when they were hot. This means that food with a short shelf life can't be kept for too long even if it's put in the storage compartment. Otherwise it will go bad. Sure enough, the various designs in the train will not allow players to preserve food for a long time. If the game time on a certain platform is very long, and there is not enough non-perishable food, the difficulty of the game will rise to another level. Zhao Sun quickly ate a meat bun, then skillfully took out the sleeping bag, got in, and fell asleep. Asterisk. On the 19th, only 2 teams and 1 player passed the game. Needless to say, the one who came out alone must be the Joker player. When seeing Zhao Sun lying alone outside the train, every player was surprised and puzzled. However, most people did not have the habit of meddling in other people's business. They just looked at Zhao Sun for a few more times and returned to the train. Zhao Sun could feel the gazes cast on him. But he was too lazy to care, and just closed his eyes, and pretended not to know. On the 20th, only one team passed the level. The later it is, the lower the probability of being able to gather a team. And it is normal that there are few people passing the level. This time, 2 people in the team stayed, and the others went back to the train directly. The 2 people who stayed did not get close to Zhao Sun, and they did not even stand together to chat. They stood by different carriages, and waited quietly for the arrival of midnight. They also noticed the body of the killer. But no one asked a question. Zhao Sun got out of his sleeping bag when the alarm clock rang at 11:30 p.m. He packed up his sleeping bag, moved his hands and feet again, and returned to the train on time. A familiar pop-up window immediately appeared. Welcome player Zhao Sun back to the endless train. Then came the familiar electronic sound from the train horn. Congratulations to everyone for having a successful day. The score rankings of all passengers have been released. Please check them out. Zhao Sun walked to his seat while clicking on his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Score, 357. Ranking, 141. Special ability, Devouring LV3. Current Devouring Special Ability Control of Gold. Ability Resurrection Frenzy. Special Ability Control of Thunder. Special Items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. Zhao Sun stared at the score and ranking for a while, and suddenly remembered. His current ranking should be higher than that of a small number of old players. According to his initial calculations, the total number of old players would not be less than 150, even if there were not 200, and his ranking was already higher than 150. But he never received any notification to change carriages, and he still sat in seat 014 in carriage 14. It seems that new players will not change their positions before they have passed the 1-month rookie period. Just like the old players, who are ranked last will not appear in the new player's car even if they are ranked lower than the new players. In addition, his current ranking increase has also become much smaller. After the 3rd round of the platform game, his ranking on the car was 149, and now it is 141. His points increased by 78 points, but his ranking only moved up 8 places. It is obviously smaller than the previous ranking increase. It seems that the older players, who are ranked higher, have more points, and it becomes more difficult to move up in the ranking. It may not be so easy for him to rank in the top 100. Especially he wants to upgrade his special ability after accumulating enough points. By then, the remaining points will be even less. However, compared with entering the top 100, upgrading special abilities is more important. The top 100 or something. Let's talk about it after the special ability is upgraded. The last place in the points ranking on September 20th is number 110 in car 16, and will receive support and encouragement measures. The train will arrive at the 5th station at 7:13 a.m. on September 22nd. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Friendly report. There are currently 287 new players left. Zhao Sun calculated. The last time the friendly report was made, the number of new players remaining was 502, which means that there were 215 deaths this time, excluding some people who died on the endless train due to personal tasks or other reasons. The number of deaths in this game is more than 200. The number of people who passed the game is only over 100, although it is much higher than the number of people who passed the game in the previous platform games. The number of deaths is still twice the number of people who passed the game. It is now the end of the month, and the number of new players is getting smaller and smaller. Zhao Sun feels that according to this clearance rate, the number of people who can survive until the end of September and become old players may be less than 50. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 21st, destroy one of your own weapons. Seeing this personal task, Zhao Sun is no longer surprised. It seems that his personal mission is fixed until the number of his weapons drops to a certain level. Shui, Zhao Hong beside him asked Zhao Sun in a low voice. Are you really going to participate in the 5th round of the platform game? Zhao Sun came back to his senses and shifted his sight from the transparent pop-up window in front of him to Zhao Hong's face. What's wrong? The break time this time is very short. Only a little more than a day. Zhao Hong whispered. Continue to participate in the 5th round of the platform game. Are you worried that your condition is not good enough? It's okay. Zhao Sun smiled. I cleared the 4th round of the game early, and I rested well outside. Now I'm in good condition. Then, he asked Zhao Hong, are you worried that I'm not in good condition? So I summoned you in the 5th round of the game? Zhao Hong smiled awkwardly. You saw through it. To say that she was just caring about Zhao Sun. Even she herself didn't believe it. She just didn't want to enter the platform game again before the end of this month. No matter what mode she entered. She didn't want to. As long as she stays on the endless train and completes her personal tasks on time. She has already stepped into the area of veteran players. No matter what difficulty she will face after becoming a veteran player. At least now, she can relax a little. She doesn't want to have an accident at this critical moment and die in the game. Otherwise she feels that her resentment can turn into a ghost. Don't worry. I won't use such an important summoning opportunity easily. Xiao Sun naturally couldn't promise that he would never use it in the 5th round of the platform game. But he would definitely not use it until the critical moment. Chapter 118 Happy Zoo. Xiao Hong saw that she could not persuade Xiao Sun. So she had to give up. She actually knew before she opened her mouth that the success rate of persuasion was very low. But she always felt unwilling to give up if she didn't try. After failing, she gave up. She couldn't force Xiao Sun to stay on the endless train. She couldn't beat him. And she couldn't tie him up. The only thing she could do now was to pray that Xiao Sun progressed smoothly in the game and would not need to summon her. Xiao Hong sighed secretly and said nothing. She lay on the small square table, trying to make herself fall asleep as soon as possible. Xiao Sun also found a more comfortable position to rest against the back of the chair. Asterisk. During the day, Xiao Sun broke another machete of his own and got 5 points. Except for eating and going to the toilet. He used the rest of the time to rest and get enough energy. On September 22nd, Xiao Sun's personal task was to destroy one of his weapons. This time he did not do this personal task, and quietly waited for the train to stop at the station. The endless train will stop at the Happy Zoo platform at 7:13 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be ready. In carriage 14. Almost all the new players stood up, except Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong should be the only player besides Xiao Sun who has completed 3 rounds of platform games. Others have completed the platform game twice at most. And a few have not participated in a platform game until now. The remaining number of platform games is not much. And everyone's ideas have changed from before. Try to participate as much as possible to avoid insufficient remaining platform games. The train stopped. The electronic sound in the train horn sounded again. This train will stop for 2 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the evening of September 23rd. Passengers who are getting off, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the evening of September 23rd. After that, the doors of each carriage opened and the players swarmed out. The autumn morning is cool, and the breeze blows, which is cool and makes people more clear-headed. Xiao Sun walked into the white fog, listening to the various footsteps around him, guessing that most of the surviving new players might have come out this time. About half an hour later, the players gathered in the open space. A huge public screen appeared in front of everyone. Welcome to the Happy Zoo platform game. There are 286 players in this round of the game. When he saw this, Xiao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. The total number of new players announced by the system before was 287. And the number of people participating in the game this time was 286. As he guessed, except for Xiao Hong. All other players came. After entering the game, each player will randomly turn into an object, plant or animal. Players need to arrange their positions reasonably according to their appearance after they turn into something. The more reasonable the arrangement, the less likely they will be suspected. When they are objects or plants, they cannot move at will, let alone make any sounds. When they are animals, they need to stay in a bad environment suitable for the survival of the animal and behave in accordance with the habits of the animal. The hunters are NPCs. A total of 10. All objects, plants or animals that do not conform to common sense will become their targets. The hunter will not easily destroy any items, plants, or animals. He will only do it when he suspects that it is the player. Once injured, the player will immediately reveal his original form. After being discovered, the player can escape, but cannot transform again. And the hunter will locate and track him until the end of a round of game time. Or the player is killed by the hunter. No matter whether it is a special ability or a special item, it cannot really kill the hunter. Even if the hunter is fatally injured, the hunter will quickly revive. There are some treasure chests scattered in various areas of the zoo. The treasure chests may be empty, or may contain weapons that can really kill the hunter. There are only 10 weapons in total. Remember, only the weapons in the treasure chests can really kill the hunter. But each weapon is a disposable item. This game officially starts at 8 o'clock. And a round will be repeated every 4 hours until the end of the game. There are a total of 10 rounds. Every time a new round of the game starts, the area where the player can move will be reduced. In the first hour of each round, players can move freely and choose a suitable hiding place or look for treasure. During this time period, the hunter will not take any action. After 1 hour, all players can no longer move freely, and players who have transformed into animals can move in a small area. If a player is still outside the specified activity area after 1 hour, the game will be considered failed. In the last 3 hours of each round of the game, you must strictly abide by the transformation rules and try to hide yourself so as not to be discovered by the hunter. I wish all players a happy game. Zhao Sun had just finished reading all the game rules on the public screen, and his eyes flashed, and he appeared in a bamboo forest. Obviously, he had been teleported to the zoo. He immediately looked down at himself. At this moment, he still looked like a normal human. He took out his mobile phone and took a look. There were still 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. He walked out of the bamboo forest quickly, found the nearest guide sign, and took a picture of the map of the entire zoo with his mobile phone. The rules of this game did not say that the map would be displayed. Just in case, take a picture of the map first, so that he can have a reference when narrowing the activity range later. At that time, he will be busy escaping, and he may not have time to look for the guide sign every time. According to the guide, this zoo is very large, covering an area of 60 hectares. There are less than 300 players scattered in the zoo, and it is difficult to meet anyone. After all, on average, one person can occupy more than 2,000 square meters. If the players are evenly dispersed, then there will be no second person in the area of more than 2,000 square meters. In such a large park, there are a total of 10 hunters, and each round of hunting lasts only 3 hours. It seems that many players may not encounter the hunters. However, when the activity range gradually shrinks in the later stage, the probability of encountering the hunter will increase. The pressure on players in the early stage will be less, and it will become more difficult as time goes on. Soon, 8 o'clock arrived, and a huge public screen appeared in the sky. The first round of the game officially began, and the treasure chest was successfully placed. Zhao Sun suddenly felt a pain in his body. When he checked himself again, he found that he had become a roadblock. In fact, with his roadblock body, he couldn't look down at himself at all. However, after he transformed, a pop-up window appeared in front of him, showing his current transformation status. In order to make players understand better, the pop-up window even has a picture. Zhao Sun, how to say it, looking for a treasure chest in the form of a roadblock. Even if he found it, he didn't have the hands to open it. Zhao Sun tried twice and found that he could move. It's just that he can't walk on 2 legs like a human. But he can't jump like a rabbit. He can only slide like a roadblock blown away by the wind. Unfortunately, the ground he is on is very rough, and the sliding becomes very unsmooth and slow. Zhao Sun is still standing in front of the guide sign. He glanced at the guide sign again, and after confirming the location, he slid to the dining room closest to him. He originally wanted to go to the parking lot. It's normal for a roadblock to appear anywhere in the parking lot. Unfortunately, his current location is too far away from the parking lot. Even if he ran with a human body, he couldn't reach the parking lot. Not to mention that he could only glide slowly with the body of the roadblock. He also considered using Goddess's wings to fly. But a roadblock flying in the sky is too conspicuous, which is equivalent to exposing himself directly. Although the hunter will not take action in the first hour, it does not mean that the hunter will not observe. If the hunter happens to see it, it is equivalent to telling the hunter directly that a player has become a roadblock and is flying into the parking lot. At that time, the hunter will cut all the roadblocks in the parking lot, and it will be difficult for him not to be exposed. So he can only choose the nearest dining room. In places like zoos, the outer perimeter of the dining area is generally surrounded by roadblocks, and no vehicles are allowed to pass through. Only people can walk in. As long as you find a suitable location, you should be able to integrate into the roadblock family. Along the way, Zhao Sun also paid attention to whether there were treasure chests, but did not take a detour to find treasure chests. After all, this is the first round. He has to familiarize himself with the process first. The most important thing is to make sure that he can hide well within the specified time. We can talk about the treasure chest later. Although the location Zhao Sun chose was not too far away, it still took nearly 40 minutes for the roadblock to slowly slide on the rough ground. Fortunately, the perimeter of this dining area was indeed surrounded by roadblocks. The trouble was that there was no gap. Each roadblock stayed in its own position, and there was no missing place. Moreover, the roadblocks were connected with iron chains, and there was no single roadblock If there was an independent roadblock next to the other roadblocks, it would look too conspicuous. Zhao Sun first compared himself with the other roadblocks, and after confirming that there was no difference, he felt a little relieved. Then he began to try to remove the metal chain of one of the roadblocks. Although he should be without arms now, it does not affect him to take tools out of the storage compartment. When he needs to use tools, something similar to hands will appear on both sides of his body. But it is not as convenient to operate as when he is a human. The large wire cutters cut the metal chain smoothly, and the broken section was thrown into the sewer next to it. The metal chain looked no different from the original one. The problem was that Zhao Sun couldn't tie the metal chain to his head. In his current state, his arms could only be raised to the height of his shoulders. Besides, there was no buckle on the metal chain, and each section was a small ring without a gap. It was impossible to fix it to the head without any flaws. Then there was only another way. Zhao Sun didn't hesitate and quickly cut off all the metal chains in this row, although it was a bit troublesome. It was the safest solution he could think of at the moment. Zhao Sun threw all the metal chains into the nearest trash can. This trash can was designed to be fixed on the ground, so there was no need to worry about it being kicked over and exposing the metal chains inside. After dealing with the metal chains, Zhao Sun returned to the roadblock. There are 5 roadblocks in a row. After cutting off all the metal chains, adjust the spacing between the 5 roadblocks Zhao Sun can put himself in, so that all 6 roadblocks can maintain the same spacing. It doesn't look abrupt at all. Although the roadblocks on the other side of the dining area are connected by metal chains, it is not uncommon for one side to have metal chains and the other side to have none. The main reason is that there is not enough time for Zhao Sun to go to the other side to cut off all the metal chains. If the time is up when he cuts halfway, he can only freeze in place, which will really expose himself. It is better to maintain the current state. After Zhao Sun stood in his position, about 4 minutes passed, and the 1-hour time was over. The whole zoo sounded soft music, as if it was background music for the appearance of the hunter. In an instant, Zhao Sun felt that his whole body became extremely stiff, as if he really became a roadblock, unable to raise his hand or move, and could only stand in his position. It seems that he can only recover his mobility after the first round ends or after being hurt by the hunter. But this is not entirely a bad thing. At least, he does not have to worry about not being able to stay still for 3 hours. Time passed by minute, and Zhao Sun did not hear any movement except for the gentle music in the sky. There were no footsteps, no conversations, and there was almost no other sound except the rustling sound of the leaves of the nearby trees occasionally blown by the wind. It was so quiet that it made people drowsy. Zhao Sun simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Anyway, he could not move now, and it was useless to be frightened, so he might as well take the opportunity to recuperate. In this way, I don't know how long it has passed. Zhao Sun suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. He immediately woke up, but did not open his eyes. He could not see his full appearance, and he was not sure whether he would look different from other roadblocks when he opened his eyes. If someone saw that the roadblock had a pair of eyes, he would be exposed. The footsteps were very brisk, and it seemed that the person who came was in a good mood. After walking a few steps, the man would stop for a minute, seemingly observing all the objects passing by. Soon, the man walked near the roadblock. Zhao Sun could feel a pair of eyes looking at him, but the time was very short, as if he was just looking at him casually. Then, the footsteps got closer. The man seemed to have walked to the front of the row of roadblocks, bent down and checked each one by one. Zhao Sun soon felt the cool breath on his face, which made him feel a little itchy. The gaze of being watched became stronger. Zhao Sun still kept his eyes closed, and even tried to relax his body. Anyway, he couldn't move now, and it was futile to open his eyes, so he might as well close his eyes to ensure that he would not reveal himself. The breath sprayed a few more breaths on Zhao Sun's face, and then went away. At the same time, Zhao Sun felt that the gazes watching him disappeared. Zhao Sun did not relax immediately, but just maintained a state of relaxation and closed eyes. 10 seconds later, a female voice muttered not far from Zhao Sun. "Well, it seems that these are not." Then, the footsteps gradually faded away. Zhao Sun listened carefully, and the footsteps were similar to the previous rhythm. After walking a few steps away, they would stop for a while, and then continue walking. It seems that the other party really didn't notice anything and really left. Only then did Zhao Sun really feel at ease. The footsteps gradually disappeared in the distance, and Zhao Sun could no longer hear them. After a while, He suddenly felt the tension in his body disappear. Then his body hurt again. Zhao Sun opened his eyes immediately and saw a pop-up window in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for passing the first round of 4 hours of the game. The second round has begun, and the closed area is the children's playground. Current number of remaining players, 279. Only 7 players died in the first round, which is a small number. As he expected, the map range was too large at the beginning, and the number of players that the hunter could encounter was very limited. However, at the beginning of the game, some players were inexperienced and did not hide themselves well, so they were easily discovered. The reason why few players died was mainly because most players were not encountered by the hunter. Zhao Sun took a look at the picture of himself displayed on the pop-up window. A mouse. It was not a pet hamster or a squirrel, but the kind of mouse that everyone wanted to kill. Who says there can't be wild mice in the zoo? It's just that mice are not exhibited animals. Zhao Sun ran as fast as he could. In any case, at least the speed of movement was much better than the roadblock. He looked at the map and found that he was very close to the children's park. So he decided to go to the children's park. The rules of the game said that after the first hour of each round, if the player is still outside the specified activity area, the game will be considered failed. In other words, players can go anywhere in the zoo during free time. Even closed areas can be explored. There are very few players who have the opportunity to search the first closed venue, and there may be treasure chests with weapons hidden inside. It only took 10 minutes to run to the children's park this time. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities suitable for children in the children's park, such as carousels, slides, seesaws, etc. Zhao Sun looked all the way and saw something that looked like a treasure chest on the top of a windmill. But the windmill was at least 10 meters high and could not be reached at all. Zhao Sun didn't want to try his climbing ability as a mouse at all. After all, he was not a real mouse, and the rules of the game did not say that he would have the exclusive abilities of animals if he became an animal. So, Zhao Sun put on the goddess's wings. This time was different from the last time. He didn't need to fly far away. He only needed to fly to a height of 10 meters. And the probability of being discovered was not high. Even if he was discovered, the children's playground was already a closed area, and the hunter would not come here to find players again. Goddess's wings fit Zhao Sun's mouse body, and the wings became very petite. But the flying ability was not affected at all. Zhao Sun flew to the top of the windmill smoothly, and he saw a treasure chest. He was in his little paws, and opened the lid of the treasure chest with some effort. Inside was a paper gun made of colored paper. Zhao Sun. 6-inch. If the rules of the game hadn't said that the treasure chest was either empty or contained weapons that could kill the hunter, who would have thought that a paper gun would be a real weapon? It is easy to think that this paper gun is a small toy put into the treasure chest to make up the number and increase the fun of the game. In any case, this thing is quite in line with the style of the children's park. Zhao Sun quickly took the paper gun away and flew back to the ground. He tried it and found that the paper gun could be stored in the storage compartment. So he put the thing in the storage compartment first. Then he spent another half an hour looking around the children's park and only found 3 empty treasure chests. He did not continue to look and turned to run towards the bare valley closest to the children's park. In such a large zoo, it is more likely that treasure chests with weapons are scattered in various places. It is good to find one weapon in one area, and there is a high probability that there will not be 2 at the same time. Although he thought so, he still tried to find a few. Facts also prove that his guess should be correct. Now there are only 10 minutes left, and he can't stay in the children's park any longer. Regardless of whether there is a second weapon treasure chest here, he can only give up. There are many different species of bears in the Bear Valley. As a mouse, Zhao Sun certainly cannot put himself in a bear's cage. He chose a place suitable for mice. The sewer pipe. He felt that with his current size and the dark place where he was hiding, the predator might not be able to see him even if he passed by him. When the 1-hour time was up, Zhao Sun immediately felt an invisible sense of restraint in his body. But unlike the stiffness that was a roadblock before, he could still move now. It was just that he could feel that he could walk freely in the sewer pipe, but he could not leave the sewer pipe. He tried it, and sure enough, when he reached the sewer outlet, his claws could not be extended. Anyway, he didn't want to go out now, so he chose a horizontal pipe and laid down in it to rest. This time he didn't even hear the footsteps, and the 3 hours were over. It seems that the predator didn't have time to get here. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for spending the second 4-hour game. The third round has begun. And the closed area is the hippopotamus hall. Current number of remaining players, 269. The number of dead players this time is not large. The hippopotamus pavilion that was just closed is the southernmost venue. And the children's park that was closed before is the easternmost venue. And the two are far apart. Zhao Sun didn't have time to run there within an hour, because he has now turned into a big ginkgo tree, moving clumsily and slowly. He could only give up the idea of going to the hippopotamus pavilion. While looking for treasure chests in the Bear Valley, he was looking for a suitable place to take root. Fortunately, there are ginkgo trees in the Bear Valley, but each tree here is arranged in a suitable position. He wants to squeeze in without looking out of place, which is a bit troublesome. Chapter 119. Another thing that is inconvenient to move. Zhao Sun looked for a treasure chest while looking for a suitable place for himself. His current body is too big, and one person cannot hug the thick trunk. In this case, if he pulls out other trees to occupy space, the pulled out trees will be difficult to deal with. Pulling out small trees will result in a large number. Pulling out large trees will result in a large volume. It will be conspicuous wherever it is thrown. Even if it is burned, it will not burn out so quickly. Leaving branches and ashes behind is equivalent to telling the hunter that there is a player who has turned into a tree here. Even the smoke from the burning will attract hunters who originally did not intend to come here, which is simply asking for trouble. Zhao Sun stretched out one of his branches and reached a treasure chest placed on the bare fence. He did not take the treasure chest down, but directly opened the treasure chest with a branch. And then with his current height of 4 meters, he easily saw the contents of the treasure chest. Air. Nothing. He continued to move forward. He considered putting himself in the bear's cage. This park is an ecological park. The so-called cage is actually very large, and it tries to create various environments suitable for the survival of the species. In the cages of these brown bears, there are pools for them to play, stumps for them to climb, and some trees. The cages are very high and have a solid roof, so there is no need to worry about the bears climbing up the stumps and falling out. So it is normal to have a thick ginkgo tree in the bear's cage. But he saw those bears rubbing the wooden stakes with their buttocks and breaking branches with their heavy and huge claws. He was really a little worried. Although he is a tree now, he is also his own body. If it is broken, he may really get hurt. For safety reasons, he cannot put himself in an environment that may hurt himself. Zhao Sun walked slowly forward, wandering in the Bear Valley for more than 20 minutes, and found the second treasure chest. But it was also empty. He did not feel disappointed. He had already found a weapon that could kill the predator, so he was not in a hurry to find a second one. Moreover, there are only 10 treasure chests with weapons in total, so it is normal that it is difficult to find them. Zhao Sun walked deeper into the Bear Valley and finally saw a small patch of trees. This is the border with the leopard pavilion, separated by a small patch of trees to facilitate the division of areas. In this small patch of trees, there were originally 2 tall ginkgo trees. It would not be strange if there was one more. Zhao Sun moved his roots and squeezed in the bushes. There was a place in this bush with only grass. He didn't need to pull out the grass. He just stuffed his roots into the grass leaves, and it looked like the tree originally grew here. And these grasses seemed to have grown up later and covered the roots. Zhao Sun adjusted his position several times, stuffed his roots into the grass leaves as much as possible, and finally combed the grass leaves with branches, trying not to show any signs of being crushed. If there were really leaves that were deformed by pressure, he would just pull them out and throw them on the highest branch of the ginkgo tree next to him. The lush ginkgo leaves could completely hide the small grass leaves. After doing all this, Zhao Sun did not move his feet again. The body of the ginkgo tree was too heavy. He finally adjusted the best position. He didn't want to move casually and have to readjust it, even though there were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the first hour. He didn't want to move again. Zhao Sun looked at the traces along his way again. Fortunately, only a few ginkgo leaves fell on the ground. Even if there were no ginkgo trees around, it was common for 1 or 2 leaves to be blown away by the wind. After confirming that there was no problem, Zhao Sun took out a meat bun and ate it in 3 or 2 bites. Although he was now the body of a big tree, he was actually still a person, and eating was not affected. Soon, soothing music sounded over the entire zoo again. Zhao Sun immediately felt that his body became stiff again and could not move anymore. He closed his eyes and waited quietly for time to pass. In fact, the most challenging thing for players in this game is their psychological endurance. It's okay if there are no predators. Once a predator approaches, most people will feel nervous. Once you are nervous, It's easy to reveal your true colors. The consequences are predictable. The predator will see through and then be hunted down. But if you have a good mentality, even if the predator approaches, you will not panic. Then the pressure of this game is not as tiring for the brain and physical strength compared to the previous games. At least Zhao Sun thinks so. He almost never feels nervous or afraid. So his mentality is very good. Even if the predator is staring at him closely, he will not reveal any flaws. His idea is that if he is discovered, he can still run away after turning back into a human. If the predator is really skilled and finds his weak spot at once, he can also be resurrected. And he now has a weapon that can kill the predator. So why should he be nervous or afraid? Just thinking about this, a series of footsteps came from far away. Zhao Sun kept his eyes closed and listened quietly. He could feel a gaze looking at him, but only for a short second. It was obvious that he just glanced in his direction when passing by, not looking at him specifically. But the next second, a heavy object suddenly appeared on Zhao Sun's branch. Immediately afterwards, a shrill voice almost rang in his ear. "Hey! Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me!" Then, his branch was stepped on hard by something, and the heavy object on his body disappeared as the branches and leaves swayed. The shrill voice also became farther and farther away. "How many times have I told you to go slower when patrolling? You are so fast. It is easy to miss the prey." But the owner of the first footsteps never replied. The two footsteps became farther and farther away until they disappeared. Zhao Sun stood quietly. His eyes closed naturally, without any extra movements. And he did not close his eyes tightly. Just over a minute passed, and a shrill voice came from not far away. "Don't look! There is nothing here!" "Yeah!" Another slightly hoarse voice sounded. Then, the two footsteps gradually faded away again. Zhao Sun still did not move, but felt a little funny in his heart. These hunters like to use similar tricks. They pretend to have left, but they actually haven't left, waiting for the prey to show its weakness when it relaxes. Even the sound of footsteps and voices going away are well disguised. The biggest difference between this time and the last time is that there are two hunters this time. It seems that hunters do not necessarily act alone, although the number of players encountered by hunters will increase after they disperse. If they act together, the probability of finding and killing players can be greatly increased. These hunters have their own strategies. Zhao Sun knew that he could not be satisfied with only finding a weapon that could kill the hunter, and he had to find a few more to rely on. There were no accidents in the following time. Zhao Sun safely passed the third round in the form of a ginkgo tree. The gentle music in the zoo disappeared, and Zhao Sun changed his appearance again. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for passing the third round of 4 hours of the game. The fourth round has begun, and the closed area is the Pheasant Pavilion. Current number of remaining players, 253. Zhao Sun looked at the reference picture of his transformation displayed on the pop-up window. A square switch. Damn! Another thing that is inconvenient to move. Forget about finding a treasure chest this round. He would be lucky to find a place suitable for him within an hour. Zhao Sun slowly moved towards the nearest leopard house. Before moving, he glanced at his phone. There is a public toilet near the leopard house. The toilet must need a switch, but he can't go there. Even if there are several lights in the bathroom, they will only be controlled by one switch. If two switches appear side by side, it will arouse suspicion. He must go to a room with a lot of lights, which looks like it needs many switches to control different lights, in order to really hide himself. And the closest, most suitable place he can see is the Ecological Education Hall. To get to the Ecological Education Hall, you must pass the Leopard Hall. The distance is a bit far, and it is difficult for him to reach the destination with his current petite body. Zhao Sun looked up at the sky. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was already dark. The street lights in various parts of the zoo were also lit up. However, this is not a road, and the intervals between each street light are relatively far, which results in a dark area every few sections. Zhao Sun thought about it, and put on the goddess's wings on himself. His body is very small now, and he can use the goddess's wings to maintain a height of about 10 centimeters above the ground. This height is definitely not as conspicuous as flying high in the sky. Moreover, the night is a good protective color, with the blessing of special items. Zhao Sun flew to the entrance of the Ecological Education Museum in less than 10 minutes. This Ecological Education Museum was built in the shape of a tower, and it looks full of ancient charm. Zhao Sun directly used the goddess's wings to fly to the middle floor of the tower, and flew in through the open window. If someone could see it, they would find a square white gadget with a pair of finger-sized white wings, and flew into the tower quickly. Unfortunately, no one saw this cute scene. The tower was brightly lit, clearly illuminating every corner. Zhao Sun looked up and saw that in addition to several large lights on the roof, there were also quaint wall lamps and soft downlights. There were also floor lamps at the four corners of the ground. There was only one switch holder on the wall at the door, and there were only 2 switches on the switch holder. Zhao Sun immediately stuck to the wall next to the switch holder, close to the switch holder. He adjusted his position to ensure that he and the switch holder next to him were aligned and side by side. There was only one switch on his body, and there were only 3 switches added up with the switch holder next to him. So he didn't feel that there were too many. He glanced at the positions of the 2 switches next to him and flipped his switch to keep it consistent. After doing all this, Zhao Sun calmed down and began to check the surroundings. It was still early, and the position he wanted to stay in had been chosen. And it was not difficult to fix this position. He decided to see if there was a treasure chest on this floor. While observing, Zhao Sun suddenly heard a knock-knock sound coming from the stairs outside the door. It was like the sound of a hard object colliding on a wooden staircase. Zhao Sun turned his sight to the door. At this time, it was not time for the hunter to act, so it could only be the player. In the first 3 rounds, he had not encountered other players. This was the first time. Soon, he saw a floor lamp moving in from the outside. On the lampshade, there were 2 black and round things, which would blink from time to time. Zhao Sun understood. This should be the eyes of the player after he turned into an object. Sure enough, as long as he opened his eyes, he could immediately see the difference between the player and ordinary objects. So no matter what happened, he had to close his eyes in front of the hunter. Otherwise, he would actively expose himself. The floor lamp did not notice Zhao Sun's switch. He was anxiously looking for a suitable place for himself. The first floor of the tower was full of animal models, as well as introductions to these animals. And various bright headlights were installed on the roof. On the second floor were some plant models and introductions to these plants. Except for 2 headlights, all the roofs were downlights. Such a floor lamp looks very conspicuous no matter where it is placed. He had no choice but to go up to the 3rd floor again. He was worried that he would walk around the entire tower and still find no place suitable for him. Then he could only leave it to fate. But after seeing the rich variety of lights on the 3rd floor, the floor lamp became brighter. With so many types of lights, it wouldn't look strange to have a floor lamp in one of the corners. Right? The floor lamp moved towards a corner opposite Zhao Sun. There was a question and answer machine placed there, which was used for children to play with. It contained some questions about animals and plants, which allowed children to increase their knowledge of animals and plants while having fun. The floor lamp stood in the corner, just a little higher than the question and answer machine, and the light shone a little in front of the question and answer machine, so that the screen of the machine would not reflect. This placement seemed very reasonable. It not only had the function of lighting, but also did not affect the viewing of the question and answer machine screen. The floor lamp was very satisfied with the position it had chosen and immediately settled down. Zhao Sun watched quietly without saying anything. Because the floor lamp was here, Zhao Sun gave up the idea of continuing to look for the treasure chest and simply closed his eyes. The floor lamp never found such a small switch seat. Thinking that he was the only player here, after the first hour, soothing music sounded above the zoo again. It was just that such music sounded at night, accompanied by the occasional sound of wind, which sounded more bleak. These 3 hours were spent very safely, and no predator came. The floor lamp and Zhao Sun changed their appearance at the same time. It was not until this time that the floor lamp discovered that there were other players in the same room with him. He exclaimed, "Huh," in surprise. Zhao Sun looked at the pop-up window in front of him calmly. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for passing the 4th round of 4 hours of the game. The 5th round has begun. The closed areas are the Orangutan Pavilion and the Golden Monkey Pavilion. The current number of remaining players, 240. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. More areas were closed this time. Previously, only 1 area was closed each time. But this time 2 areas were closed at once. It seems that the speed of map area shrinking will be faster and faster in the later stage. Then the probability of players being encountered by hunters will also be higher and higher. Zhao Sun took a look at his transformed appearance shown in the pop-up window. A fork. The small plastic fork used for eating. With only 2 forks. Zhao Sun. Another small and inconvenient thing. He looked up at the floor lamp opposite. At this time, it has turned into a handheld speaker. What item were you before? The handheld speaker couldn't help asking curiously. I didn't even notice you. Zhao Sun didn't respond to the handheld speaker and rolled downstairs directly. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the handheld speaker muttered a few words unhappily. But he didn't dare to waste time and left here soon. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and looked at the map. The nearest dining area to him was in the Leopard Hall. If he didn't go back, he would have to go to the Lion and Tiger Hall. But the distance from here to the Lion and Tiger Hall is twice that of the Leopard Hall. And there is a Wolf Valley in between. Zhao Sun did not hesitate, put on the goddess's wings and flew towards the Leopard Hall. It happened that he was in a hurry to get on the road before, and just passed by the Leopard Hall, and had not yet found the treasure chest in the Leopard Hall. This special prop goddess's wings is limited to 1 hour only when using the holy ability. When using the flying ability, there is no time limit. Otherwise, he always turns into those inconvenient gadgets, and he may not be able to reach the appropriate place on time. This time it took about 10 minutes to reach the dining area near the Leopard Hall, compared with the dining area that Zhao Sun went to before. This dining area seems much smaller. There are no proper restaurants and hotels, only some snack shops and snack bars. It's similar to a small vendor, but there is no one in the stall. But the lights are on, and you can clearly see what is sold inside. Zhao Sun entered a store selling octopus balls. In addition to selling octopus balls, this place also sells instant noodles, grilled sausages and oden. Generally speaking, octopus balls, grilled sausages and oden are all made with bamboo or wooden sticks, and only instant noodles are mostly made with forks. However, the forks for instant noodles are all inside the noodles, and they are all 3-pronged forks, while Zhao Sun's fork is a 2-pronged fork. If it is placed on the instant noodles, it will be conspicuous and unnatural. Zhao Sun looked around and found a trash can in the corner of the stall, which contained a lot of wooden sticks and instant noodle bowls with noodle soup. It seems that this is the only way. After Zhao Sun determined his position, he did not rush in, but looked for treasure chests in the food area. He found 2, but unfortunately they were empty. Treasure chests with weapons are not so easy to find. Seeing that the 1-hour time was about to end, Zhao Sun quickly got into the instant noodle bowl. The entire fork was soaked in the noodle soup. From the outside, it was impossible to tell how many forks it had. The wet feeling was very uncomfortable, and Zhao Sun didn't know if his real body would become a drowned chicken if he soaked in it like this. But now, he could only take care of the present and avoid being discovered by the predator. At this moment, a red sausage suddenly jumped in from outside and fell accurately into the sausage roasting machine. The next second, the 1-hour free activity time ended, and the music sounded again in the zoo. Compared with the previous music, this time the music was softer and soothing, and even Zhao Sun felt that his body unconsciously relaxed a little. It was like a very effective lullaby. Zhao Sun instantly understood the purpose of this music. It was already past 1 in the morning. If the player was always in a state of being hunted, it would be easier to stay awake because of the tension. But this kind of tension will relax again after a while, and the surrounding environment is particularly quiet. Coupled with the soothing hypnotic music, it is easy to feel sleepy when relaxing. Although the items will be restricted and cannot be moved at will, there is no need to worry about moving around even if you fall asleep. But the player can make a sound. If you snore, talk in your sleep, grind your teeth, etc. after falling asleep, you will expose yourself. Moreover, the player will miss the opportunity to escape in time because of falling asleep. Although Zhao Sun does not have these bad sleeping habits, there may be other disadvantages after falling asleep that he has not thought of for the time being. In short, he can't sleep. Zhao Sun immediately perked up and kept recalling some things that can activate his brain to avoid immersing himself in the music and falling asleep uncontrollably. More than an hour passed like this, and Zhao Sun remained awake all the time. But Kacheng, who came on time, fell asleep. At a distance not too far away, Zhao Sun could clearly hear the sound of Kacheng snoring. I don't know if it's because of the small size of Kacheng, or because the player's snoring was not loud to begin with. The sound is not very noticeable, almost like a mosquito. You can only hear it if you get close, and you won't notice it if you are a little further away. But unfortunately, Kacheng's luck is not very good. Not long after, a hunter walked to the stall. As soon as the hunter stood in front of the stall, he heard a light snoring sound and quickly found the source of the sound. Heh, this was a woman's light laugh. Then, Zhao Sun heard a puff sound from above. Immediately afterwards, a man's scream rang out. The next second, Zhao Sun felt the table with the sausage grill shaking violently twice. Then a heavy object jumped off the table and stood next to the trash can. "Oh! It seems that I hurt you." The woman was still standing outside the stall. She showed a regretful look. "I wanted you to die in your sleep." The man covered the wound on his waist and looked for a direction to escape nervously. "Don't look at it. You are not lucky. This kind of stall has only one exit in the front, and the other 3 sides are walls," the woman said with a playful tone. "As long as you come out, it is equivalent to falling directly into my arms." Chapter 120 The Real Hunting. While the woman was talking, she took 2 steps closer to the stall. The man was a little furious, mumbling curses. But because he spoke too fast and his voice was too low, neither Zhao Sun nor the hunter could hear clearly what the man said. The woman was neither anxious nor angry. She just walked closer to the stall and stretched out her hand to try to reach the man. The man hurriedly stepped back. It was a pity that the stall was only a little big, and he bumped into the shelf behind him as soon as he stepped back. His body tilted, and his left foot lifted forward uncontrollably to maintain balance. With this kick, he kicked over the trash can in front of him. The bowl of noodles in the trash can fell to the ground, and the fork inside mixed with soup flowed out. Zhao Sun felt that he should have fallen under the table, and even with his eyes closed, he could feel that the light was completely blocked. People standing in a bright place cannot see things in a dark place clearly. So Zhao Sun opened his eyes. Before the man could stand firm, a hand like an animal's claw reached in from outside and grabbed the man's shoulder. It was more like stabbing than grabbing. The slightly long nail seemed very hard, directly piercing through the clothes and deeply piercing into the man's shoulder. The man screamed in pain, but did not hide again, but grabbed the other's arm with his backhand. Immediately afterwards, he spit out a stream of acid from his mouth and shot it straight at the woman's face. The woman screamed, obviously hit by the acid. The man took the opportunity to spit out another stream of acid, further corroding the woman's body. Amid the woman's continuous screams, the man seized the opportunity, turned out of the stall, and ran away without stopping. But the man should not have run away, and there was an obvious sound of fighting outside the stall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Sun tried several times. Then he found that during the 3 hours of fixed body, he could not use special abilities, nor could he take the initiative to turn into a human body, let alone take out a paper gun. Maybe when he turns into an animal, he can still attack actively, but when he turns into an object or a plant, he is really just an object or a plant. Apart from being able to open and close his eyes and speak, he cannot make any movements. Unless the hunted discovers the identity of the player, he may restore his human form and then use special abilities or paper guns. After confirming this, Zhao Sun gave up the idea of sneak attack. He originally wanted to kill the hunter while the man was fighting with the hunter. But now this plan can only be ruined. It doesn't matter if it's ruined. It's better to keep this paper gun for the next time he is discovered by the hunted. After all, he can't guarantee that he can find a second weapon. Now is not the time to use it. A man screamed outside the stall. Compared with the previous screams, this one sounded particularly shrill. After that, the man was silent. Zhao Sun heard the sound of flesh being torn apart, followed by the creepy sound of bones breaking. Zhao Sun immediately understood. No wonder he didn't see any dead players in the 5th round of the game. It wasn't that the bodies were taken away and thrown into a special place. These hunters were hunting in the true sense. The hunters were very fast. In just 5 minutes, the outside became quiet again. But the hunters didn't leave, but wandered around the stalls again. Zhao Sun couldn't move, so he could only lie quietly on the wet noodle soup. He closed his eyes again, not panicking. The hunters seemed to be in a good mood, and their footsteps were much lighter than before. She looked at every stall, and also stretched her head into the stall to carefully look at the various things on the shelves. Zhao Sun lay in the blind spot of the hunter's sight, and the hunter couldn't find him. After a while, the footsteps of the hunter gradually faded away. Zhao Sun kept his eyes closed, and in a soothing lullaby, he felt sleepiness gradually rising. He kept recalling some things that could activate his brain, and finally controlled the sleepiness again. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for finishing the 5th 4-hour game. The 6th round has begun. The closed areas are the Red Panda Pavilion and the Amphibian and Reptile Pavilion. Current number of remaining players, 204. More than 30 players died this time, which is much more than before. The map area is getting smaller and smaller, and the probability of players being encountered by hunters is getting higher and higher. In addition, many players don't know that they will reveal their flaws if they open their eyes. And there are lullabies that make players fall asleep uncontrollably in the middle of the night. If you are a little careless, as long as you are encountered by the hunter will discover your identity. The probability of finding a weapon that can kill the hunter is low. Even if some players react quickly and escape from the hunter after their identities are discovered, they will be located and tracked by the hunter. If there are only a few minutes left before the start of the new round of the game, there is still hope of escaping successfully. Otherwise, facing the hunter who can be killed. It is just a matter of time before you are caught up and hunted. Once you encounter two hunters acting together, you may not be able to escape far. Even if you have special abilities or special items such as invisibility, they are not very useful. Location tracking means that you can hide. Zhao Sun took a look at his current appearance. An animal. An animal with a face that looks a bit like a fox, but a body like a monkey. Looking at the black and white long ring tail, if I guess correctly, it should be a ring-tailed lemur. In any case, he felt dry now. The previous state of being soaked in the noodle soup should only affect him as a fork. After the transformation again, the noodle soup disappeared. Zhao Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to worry about how to solve the problem of wet body. He took out his mobile phone to check the photos he had taken before. He remembered that the Golden Monkey Hall and the Orangutan Hall had been closed before. But he was a ring-tailed lemur now, and there should be a venue suitable for him that had not been closed. Soon he found a venue called Primate Hall. It should be here. The venue for primates. Zhao Sun edited the picture and marked all the venues that had been closed before with red to avoid forgetting more and more venues that were closed later. Then he entered the leopard house, which was closest to the dining area. He passed by the leopard house twice, but never looked for the treasure chest here. He couldn't miss it again this time. There were several different large cages in the leopard house, and each cage held several leopards of different species. Perhaps because he was now a small monkey, every leopard would come forward and lick his tongue through the glass when he saw him. If it weren't for the barrier of the cage, it felt like the leopards wanted to pounce on Zhao Sun and eat him. After all, monkeys are also one of the leopard's food. Zhao Sun glanced over and didn't pay much attention to the leopard's eyes. He was scanning for treasure chests. Soon he found a treasure chest on a tree and on the top of one of the cages. He opened them and saw that they were all empty. He didn't get discouraged and continued to look for a while. As a result, he found that there was a treasure chest under a black panther. The place where the black panther was lying was a specially made solid wooden bed, and a square treasure chest was stuffed under this wooden bed. Zhao Sun immediately went to find the door to the cage. This so-called cage is connected to the resting and eating area of the animals at the back, and the breeder also feeds them there. As long as he finds that place, he can enter the resting and eating area of the leopards, and then enter the cage. He has already seen the treasure chest, and he will never miss it. Moreover, in such a dangerous place, the possibility of weapons in the treasure chest will be higher. Now in the first hour, his special ability can still be used, and there is no need to worry about the attack of the Black Panther. Zhao Sun soon found a locked door in the building behind the cage. It was an old-fashioned ordinary door lock. If there is no key, it can be opened by other methods. Zhao Sun couldn't help but think of the set of lock-picking tools in the mountaineering bag. He took out the set of tools, flipped through it, and found a master key. This master key can't open the ancient copper lock, but it is just right for door locks like this one used by every household. Zhao Sun jumped onto the door, wrapped his long and powerful tail around the door handle, and hung his body in front of the door. Then he tried the master key and easily opened the door. He entered immediately and closed the door. Following the passage, he quickly walked into the cage. There were 2 black panthers in the cage. When they saw a ring-tailed lemur appearing here, the 2 black panthers were stunned. It seemed that they were surprised that there would be other creatures besides them and humans entering here. Without waiting for the 2 black panthers to react, Zhao Sun pointed at the 2 black panthers with both hands, and lightning as thick as fingers shot out instantly. The 2 black panthers never thought that a monkey that looked so petite would suddenly attack, and they were caught off guard and hit in the head. They suddenly felt their whole bodies become paralyzed and collapsed to the ground. Zhao Sun took the opportunity to run under the wooden bed and took out the treasure chest. Before opening the treasure chest, he did not forget to give the 2 black panthers another lightning bolt, making sure that the 2 black panthers had not recovered their mobility, and then opened the treasure chest. There was a very small syringe inside, and the syringe was filled with 1 milliliter of blue medicine. Zhao Sun showed a happy look. Really good. This is the second weapon he found. He quickly put the syringe into the storage compartment. And seeing that the two Black Panthers were about to stand up, he added another thunderbolt and then left quickly. After closing the door again, he heard the Black Panthers roar with obvious anger, because the effect of thunderbolt had not completely dissipated. The Black Panthers' roar sounded weak. Zhao Sun didn't care about it anymore, put on the goddess's wings, and flew towards the primate pavilion at a high speed. An hour is not a long time. He has stayed in the Panther Pavilion for more than 30 minutes. And the Primate Pavilion is far away from the Panther Pavilion. Without the goddess's wings, it would be too late to fly there. Speaking of which, there are too many obstacles to low-altitude flight. If you follow the normal route, you have to take a detour and spend more time. He is definitely unwilling to spend so much time on the road. The less time he spends on the road, the more time he has to find the treasure chest. But if you go straight, you will encounter various obstacles such as buildings and plants. When it was transformed into a switch seat and a fork before, it was very small. And even if it encountered grass and bushes, it could drill through them almost without any obstacles. Unlike the first time it became a roadblock, it was difficult to fly over dense bushes at low altitude. Moreover, the terrain of this mountain forest park is high and low, and it is not certain where it will be blocked by rocks. He was somewhat glad that he turned into a ring-tailed lemur this time. The ring-tailed lemur is not big, only about half the height of the roadblock, and much thinner than the roadblock. In addition, the animal's body is flexible, so it is easier to control the direction when flying. Once he finds something wrong, he can also hide very flexibly. Unlike the previous time when he became a roadblock, he might not be able to completely hide himself by stuffing himself into the tree, because there were various obstacles along the way. Zhao Sun could not always use the highest flight speed of goddess's wings, but it took only about 15 minutes to reach the primate hall. There were less than 10 minutes left before the end of the first hour. Zhao Sun stopped thinking about finding the treasure chest and started looking for the location of the ring-tailed lemur. The primate hall covers a large area and has a lot of cages. Each cage contains different species of primates, except for the orangutans and golden monkeys, which have separate halls. Other primates are basically here. Zhao Sun looked all the way and saw baboons, squirrel monkeys, Saurus monkeys, gibbons, ring-tailed lemurs. Oh! He finally found his group. He opened the door with the previous method and walked into the cage belonging to the ring-tailed lemurs. There are a total of 5 ring-tailed lemurs here. It is probably cold late at night in autumn, so they all huddle together in a corner that can block the wind and warm each other with their body temperature. When they heard the noise, the 5 monkeys looked in the direction of Zhao Sun. After discovering that Zhao Sun was also a ring-tailed lemur, the 5 monkeys showed a little confused look. After being confused, there was no special action. The 5 monkeys still huddled together in a big ball and did not move. All 5 monkeys blinked their eyes and observed Zhao Sun curiously. Zhao Sun recalled the sign hanging outside the cage that he saw before he came in, which introduced the ring-tailed lemur, diurnal animals, and the only lemur active during the day. They are gentle and usually like to gather together in groups. In their society, females are responsible for directing actions. Most of the time, they are not aggressive and are even more friendly to their own kind. So, Zhao Sun approached the 5 monkeys tentatively. If a predator appeared here, seeing him and the other 5 ring-tailed lemurs so far away, it would not be in line with the habits of ring-tailed lemurs and would appear particularly unsociable. It would be too easy to guess that he was a player. When the 5 monkeys saw Zhao Sun approaching, they raised their heads one by one, blinking their eyes and just looking at him. They did not seem to have any intention of attacking, nor did they seem to reject him. And they did not even have any intention of guarding against Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took the opportunity to walk forward a few steps. Among the 5 monkeys, one of the female monkeys, who was obviously still breastfeeding, made a slight cry. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun did not understand. He has become a ring-tailed lemur, but he can't understand the other's language. This transformation is really of little use. However, combined with the introduction of ring-tailed lemurs I saw before, it is not difficult to guess that this female monkey should be the boss of the 5 monkeys. Looking at the eyes and expression of this female monkey, it is quite gentle. Zhao Sun can only guess that the other party wants to ask about his identity or ask him what he is doing here. After all, it is a primate, so it should have some IQ. Unfortunately, there is a language barrier between humans and monkeys, so Zhao Sun can't answer. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun took out a thin blanket from the storage compartment. Although it is thin, The material of coral fleece has a good warming effect. These 5 monkeys huddled together in the corner. They should be afraid of the cold. And this blanket should be a little attractive to them. Seeing Zhao Sun suddenly take out something, the 5 monkeys all showed puzzled looks. Zhao Sun gestured with himself, indicating that this blanket can keep warm. The female monkey seemed to understand, and immediately signaled a male monkey next to it to try. The male monkey obediently walked in front of Zhao Sun and pointed at the blanket. Zhao Sun directly draped the blanket over the male monkey. The male monkey closed his eyes for a moment because of fear. But then, he felt his body become very warm. There was a look of joy in his eyes. And he turned his head and whispered a few times to the backstage. The female monkey also became happy. Then, the male monkey took the blanket and signaled Zhao Sun to follow him. Zhao Sun saw that his offering was quite effective, and followed the male monkey to the group of monkeys. The female monkey waved to Zhao Sun, obviously accepting this new member. Zhao Sun cooperated and squeezed next to the male monkey just now, staying at the edge. The other monkeys worked together to cover all the monkeys with the blanket. Ring-tailed lemurs are very small, only 30 to 45 centimeters long, and weigh about 2 kilograms. A 1.5 meter long blanket can cover 6 monkeys huddled together without any problem. The warm feeling made the 5 monkeys look relaxed and happy. Zhao Sun was a little unaccustomed to such close contact, even if the other party was a monkey. But he was mentally prepared before the action, and there was no excessive reaction. Just after the blanket successfully covered the 6 monkeys, a soothing lullaby sounded over the zoo again. Zhao Sun felt his body was restrained again. However, compared with when he turned into a plant or an object, as an animal, he could still move his body freely. But he could feel that he could not leave the cage. Zhao Sun looked up at the sky, and the sky seemed to be slightly white. It was already past 5 in the morning, and it would be dawn soon. Most people would feel very tired at this time, especially after running around for an hour. It would be easier to feel sleepy when they suddenly had free time. Even Zhao Sun couldn't help yawning. He wouldn't be so sleepy at ordinary times. And the effect of this lullaby seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Sun pinched his arm to keep himself awake. The 5 monkeys beside him had closed their eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Zhao Sun looked at the sleeping faces of the 5 monkeys and felt even more sleepy. He immediately suspected that this was also a kind of psychological suggestion, which complemented the lullaby. The animals around him were all asleep, and the lullaby made people sleepier. Zhao Sun pinched his thigh again and tried to make his brain active by thinking. He held on for about 10 minutes, and then footsteps were heard outside. Zhao Sun had to close his eyes immediately, leaning against the male monkey next to him, pretending to be asleep. The result of closing his eyes was that the desire to sleep became more difficult to resist. Zhao Sun's hand was under the blanket, pinching his thigh, using the pain to keep himself awake. Huh? These ring-tailed lemurs actually have blankets. The woman's voice was full of curiosity. Did the breeder here give them to you? Zhao Sun's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt his mind clearer. He remembered this voice. This was the hunter he met when he became a roadblock. Although they had never met, the voice was easy to distinguish, and it was completely different from the voice of the female hunter he met in the dining area before. This blanket looks quite new, the woman seemed to be thinking. Was it given by the breeder before the game started? Or was it given by the player who entered today? No one answered her question. The woman stood outside the cage for a while before walking away. Zhao Sun did not relax. He was very familiar with the woman's routine. At this time, the woman must not have really left. The woman did not really leave. But unlike last time, she did not come back quietly after walking away to observe the status of each item. She went to open the door to the ring-tailed lemur cage. When he heard the sound of the door opening and closing, Zhao Sun understood what was going on. He immediately took out the paper gun. His hand was hidden in the blanket, and the paper gun would not be seen. It was confirmed that even during the fixed body time, as an animal, he could move freely, and there was no problem with taking out weapons. As long as he did not try to walk out of the cage, he should have no other constraints on his actions. Zhao Sun was a little eager to try. It was just right. Giving myself some adrenaline-raising activities could also make myself more sober. The sound of the woman's footsteps came closer and closer, and the 5 monkeys were awakened again. Zhao Sun also opened his eyes. When the woman walked into the cage, she saw the 6 monkeys looking at her with wide eyes, with a look of curiosity and confusion. Sorry to bother you. The woman smiled. This was the first time Zhao Sun saw the hunter after entering the game. Although the other party's body shape was similar to that of a human, it was obvious that the other party was not a human at all. This woman had no hair at all, a fish face, and dense scales all over her head. She was not wearing shoes, and her exposed hands and feet had webbed feet. When she smiled, you could clearly see the 2 rows of fangs in her mouth. They were like the fangs of a piranha. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a monster. The woman walked towards the 6 monkeys and even said politely, "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to take a look. If there's nothing strange, I'll leave in a while." Chapter 121, Killing the Hunter and Hidden Mission. In fact, when Zhao Sun was in the food area before, he had already guessed it when he heard another female hunter killing the sausage player. That female hunter had very sharp and hard nails, and teeth that could bite bones. She was definitely not a human. But from the known information, it should not be the same species as the monster in front of him. When the fish monster walked to the middle of the cage, the female monkey boss issued a warning. The fish monster paused, looked at the female monkey for a while, and smiled. "Due to the restrictions of the game rules, I can't just kill you without confirming that there are players among you. But if you keep showing your teeth to me, I will be very unhappy and beat you up." She opened her webbed hands and made a slapping gesture. "Like you get a beating on the buttocks. It will only hurt a little. There will be no flesh wounds. It will not be considered that I broke the rules." The female monkey seemed to understand what the fish monster said, and subconsciously shrank. Immediately afterwards, it showed its teeth again. "You are quite brave." The fish monster smiled, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. She kept approaching the monkey group. "I didn't expect that a gentle little monkey like you would be so fierce. Is it to protect your own tribe?" The female monkey made 2 sharp and short calls, as if warning the fish monster not to get closer. At the same time, the 2 largest male monkeys stood up, baring their teeth, ready to attack at any time. The fish monster did not stop, but just said, "Don't worry. I'm just checking you. Even if I really find a player hiding among you, I will only kill the player and will not harm your tribe." Seeing that the fish monster was only 2 meters away from him, Zhao Sun chose to take the initiative. He raised his left hand from the blanket, and a lightning as thick as a finger flew towards the fish monster. The distance was too close, and the fish monster had no time to react before being hit by lightning. But the paralyzing effect of lightning on the fish monster was much weaker than that on normal humans. Her body only trembled slightly, and did not fall down. Fortunately, Zhao Sun did not underestimate the enemy. From the moment he saw the rules of the game saying that no special items or special abilities could really kill the hunter, he knew that special abilities would not have much effect on the hunter. After he hit the fish monster with 1 blow, he released many lightning bolts in succession, all of which hit the fish monster's body at once. Although the fish monster still did not fall, its body became obviously stiff, and even its fingers were stretched out unnaturally. Zhao Sun immediately took the opportunity to take out the paper gun and press the trigger at the fish monster. There were obviously no movable parts at the trigger position, but at the moment he pressed the trigger, the muzzle actually fired a paper bullet. The bullet hit the fish monster's eyebrows, and quickly merged into the fish monster's forehead. The fish monster screamed miserably, and then fell to the ground. Its body quickly turned into a pool of sticky liquid, and then dried up in an instant. When the wind blew, everything was gone. Zhao Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, turning into an animal has many advantages over turning into an object or a plant. You can choose the right time to actively attack, as long as you control the hunter's actions, and then use the weapons in the treasure chest directly. It is not that difficult to kill the hunter. If you turn into an object or a plant, you have to be hit before you can restore your human body and use your special abilities. Then you have to continue the game in an injured state, which may expose yourself more easily or make you fall into a coma, which is not a good thing. Zhao Sun's thoughts turned in a second, and a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a hunter and getting 30 points. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Killing a hunter can actually get 30 points, which is much higher than the points he got when he killed the princess. If he can kill 10 hunters, that would be 300 points, and his total points would be more than 600. And he would be able to upgrade his special ability to level 4. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun suddenly became more motivated to find weapons in the treasure chest. At this time, the female monkey boss suddenly made a short cry. Zhao Sun came back to his senses and turned to look at the female monkey leader. The situation he imagined was not tense. The 5 monkeys did not have any hostility towards Zhao Sun. In fact, their eyes looked much gentler than before, and they were not even on guard. The female monkey leader got out of the blanket, walked to the corner, dug something out of the mud, and then walked over and handed it to Zhao Sun. With the bright light on the top of the cage, Zhao Sun clearly saw that it was a light gray stone. The stone looked a bit like the silhouette of a ring-tailed lemur, and there were patterns engraved on the stone that he couldn't understand. The female monkey leader looked at Zhao Sun with trust in her eyes, and motioned Zhao Sun to take the stone. Zhao Sun understood what the female monkey leader meant, thought about it, and took the stone. The moment his finger touched the stone, a new pop-up window popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for triggering the hidden task. Task content: find the basement and destroy the entire zoo without harming any animals. Hint: befriend all primates and they will provide you with clues. Clue: 1 out of 10. Zhao Sun couldn't help but smile. Finally, the hidden task was finally triggered in this game. Zhao Sun recalled carefully and guessed that after he killed the predator, he completely gained the trust of the ring-tailed lemur. So the ring-tailed lemur was willing to take out the stone and give it to him. After all, from the moment the predator appeared, all the ring-tailed lemurs showed obvious hostility. There is an obvious hostile relationship between the two. He killed the predator in front of the ring-tailed lemur and gained enough favor from the ring-tailed lemur. So the hidden task was triggered. Zhao Sun glanced at the line clue, 1 out of 10 on the pop-up window, and then looked at the stone in his hand. So, this is the clue provided to him by the ring-tailed lemur? It was just a piece of stone, without any pop-up window. No map puzzle or anything like that. And no route instructions. It looked like an ordinary stone, except that the shape was a little unique. Or, he needed to find 10 clues like this before the route map to the basement would appear? Well, it is possible, since he is looking for all primates and there are 10 clues in total. He should have contact with each species of primates. He remembered that the primate species he saw in the primate hall were baboons, squirrel monkeys, Saurus monkeys, gibbons, ring-tailed lemurs, mandrills, macaques, and pygmy marmosets. A total of 8. Add the orangutans in the independent orangutan hall and the golden monkeys in the golden monkey hall, which is exactly 10 primates. When he was able to move freely, the 7th round had already begun. He had to get all the stones of primates in the primate hall in the first hour of the 7th round. And then, he could go to the orangutan hall and the golden monkey hall in the first hour of the 8th round. In the case of language barriers, it took 40 to 50 minutes to persuade 7 different primates to give him their clues. It took 40 to 50 minutes to go to 2 closed venues and persuade animals that did not speak the same language to give him clues. Either way, it was not an easy task. Once time is running out, he can only choose a hiding place nearby. And he can't choose a place that suits his transformed appearance. And the probability of being exposed will increase. Even the time to find the treasure chest will be compressed. And he may not have the opportunity to get a new weapon in the next 2 rounds. These undoubtedly increase the difficulty of his game by several levels. But it's very interesting. He likes it very much. Under the influence of the powerful lullaby that keeps playing, he feels sober. Without any hesitation, Zhao Sun decided to do this hidden task. You can get more points and special items. Whether it's difficult or not, it's worth taking a risk. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun gestured to the female monkey boss. Later, you will go with me to the place where the other monkeys are. Help me talk to them, and let them give me theirs. Okay? At the end, he shook the stone in his hand. Letting the ring-tailed lemur communicate with other monkeys will definitely be much smoother than communicating with him. It is more convincing for the ring-tailed lemur to tell other monkeys that he has killed a predator than for him to say it himself. Now that he has gained the favor of the ring-tailed lemur, he should make good use of it. Okay. The mother monkey agreed readily. Zhao Sun was stunned for a moment, and found that he could actually understand what the mother monkey said. The mother monkey took the initiative to explain. You hold our stone, and you have the ability to communicate with us. Zhao Sun took another look at the stone in his hand. So that's it. This stone has this use. In this way, communication is much more convenient. So Zhao Sun said to the mother monkey, in about 2 hours, I will become something else. No longer the same as you. But I am still me. I hope you won't be scared. Take a shot in advance, so that he won't have to spend time convincing these monkeys that he is him after he becomes something else. An hour is too little time. He can't waste it in this place. The mother monkey and the other monkeys looked at each other for a few times, as if they understood what Zhao Sun said. Zhao Sun then added, I may become your natural enemy, or a blade of grass or a flower, or even a chair. But no matter what I become, I am still one of you. Only my appearance has changed. The 5 monkeys seemed to understand what Zhao Sun said and nodded. In this way, accompanied by occasional screams from afar, Zhao Sun spent the next 2 hours. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for spending the 6th 4-hour game. The 7th round has begun. The closed areas are the Waterfowl Lake, the Raptor Park, and the Primate Pavilion. Current number of players remaining, 166. Number of hunters remaining, 8. The number of players who died in this round is more than any previous time. The area of the map that can be moved is getting smaller and smaller. And the players are getting more and more dangerous. It is worth noting that there are actually 2 fewer hunters. It seems that in addition to Zhao Sun, another player has killed a hunter. From another perspective, there are only 7 weapons left now. Zhao Sun can only kill 8 hunters at most. This is still a perfect situation. But he still has to do hidden tasks now. And it would be a lot if he can kill 2 or 3 more hunters. The most troublesome thing is that the venues closed this time also include the Primate Pavilion. Then he must leave the Primate House before the end of an hour. Otherwise, he will be directly judged as a game failure. Time is even tighter. Zhao Sun took a look at his appearance this time. A flyer for the Happy Zoo. Zhao Sun. Good guy. I didn't expect that I would become a piece of paper after all the calculations. The 5 ring-tailed lemurs were quite calm when they saw Zhao Sun's sudden change of appearance. It should be that Zhao Sun's previous explanation worked. Zhao Sun separated a small piece of paper from each side, just like his own arms. He held the stone with the silhouette of the ring-tailed lemur in his 2 arms and said to the mother monkey, "I have to trouble you to take me to the cages of other monkeys." Originally, he was thinking of taking the monkey there himself. But now it's not as fast as the monkey taking him. The mother monkey cooperated and walked forward and grabbed a corner of Zhao Sun. "The door outside is no longer locked," Zhao Sun said again. "You can open the door by grabbing the door handle directly." "I know." The mother monkey walked out as he said. "Don't stay in the cage." Zhao Sun turned to look at the other 4 ring-tailed lemurs. "Take the opportunity to run." This has become a closed area. Players will no longer hide in this place. Which means that predators will not come here either. A few less monkeys will not attract any attention. The hidden mission mentioned that the entire zoo should be destroyed without harming any animals. Zhao Sun has not yet found a way to let all the animals escape. But the ring-tailed lemurs are sure to run. So there is no need to keep them in cages. The other 4 ring-tailed lemurs looked at each other, and then looked at the mother monkey. "Let's go!" The mother monkey gave an order, and the other 4 monkeys followed. 1 paper and 5 monkeys quickly walked out of the ring-tailed lemur area. At this time, all the lights were off. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was bright. Turning off the lights did not affect seeing things. The mother monkey followed Zhao Sun's instructions, and went to the cages of the remaining 7 different species of primates to explain the situation. The languages of monkeys are probably similar, with only a few words used differently. But that does not affect overall communication. Therefore, communication with squirrel monkeys, chacma monkeys, mandrills, macaques, and pygmy marmosets was quite smooth. Zhao Sun held the stone and roughly understood their conversation. The mother monkey told the other monkeys that he could kill the predator, which was their hope and worth their gamble. Then, the leader of these monkeys cooperated and handed over their clues. They were all stones, but each stone had a different appearance, which was consistent with their own silhouettes. Zhao Sun's current body could not hold so many stones at once, so he could only put the newly acquired stones into the storage compartment and hold the ring-tailed lemur stone in both hands. When communicating with baboons and gibbons, it was not so smooth. Although they belonged to the same primate, there are many differences between their languages and monkeys. However, the leader of the gibbon was quite reasonable, and after seeing that the other 5 monkeys had handed over their stones, the ring-tailed lemur gestured and explained in language. It took the initiative to give the gibbon silhouette stone. The least cooperative one was the baboon. Even after gesturing and explaining, the baboon finally understood the ring-tailed lemur's meaning. But the baboon still asked for food in exchange. Zhao Sun recalled the remaining food in his storage compartment, and finally took out one of the only 2 remaining sausages. The baboon then happily handed the baboon silhouette stone to Zhao Sun. After finally getting the baboon stone, Zhao Sun looked at the time. 8:55. There were still 5 minutes left, and his 1-hour activity time was over. There was no time to carefully choose a suitable location. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the map. His current location, next to the baboon cage, was almost in the middle of the entire primate hall. The nearest venues were the elephant hall on the left and the zebra hall on the right. Neither of these two venues was a closed area, and the distance to either side was about the same. The primate hall covers a large area. Whether it is to reach the elephant hall or the zebra hall, it is almost more than 2,000 meters away. Zhao Sun immediately put on the goddess's wings, and did not bother to say goodbye to the ring-tailed lemur, and flew out at the fastest speed. Fortunately, the flyer was very thin and soft. When it encountered obstacles, it could change itself into various shapes at will. There were no major obstacles along the way. It took more than 2 minutes for him to finally fly out of the primate pavilion. He did not stop, crossed a road, and successfully entered the zebra pavilion. At this time, there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the first hour. Zhao Sun flew to a bush, quickly took off his wings, and then folded himself into the shape of a paper airplane and plunged into the bush. It is reasonable for a flyer folded into a paper airplane by a child to be thrown into the bush. Right? Almost the next second after Zhao Sun plunged into the bush, the hour was over, and he instantly felt that he could not move at all. In the powerful lullaby that sounded again, Zhao Sun did not feel sleepy at all. After the life and death race just now, he felt that his adrenaline was soaring, and he would not feel sleepy for a while. In the next 3 hours, Zhao Sun would hear screams from afar from time to time. He also heard the footsteps of 2 hunters passing by one after another. However, he did not attract the hunters' attention and finally passed the 7th round safely. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for finishing the 7th 4-hour game. The 8th round has begun. The closed areas are the Rare Bird Park, Leopard House, and Giraffe House. Current number of players remaining, 111. Number of hunters remaining, 7. The number of players has dropped sharply, and there is 1 less hunter. Zhao Sun can't care about these now. He took a look at the object he has turned into. It is a red plastic stool that moves very slowly. He immediately put on goddess's wings and flew quickly to the golden monkey house. He chose to hide in the zebra house instead of the elephant house, because the zebra house is very close to the golden monkey house and the orangutan house. As long as you pass a main road and walk about 1,000 meters south, you can directly reach the golden monkey house. There is no need to worry about the problem of encountering obstacles during flight when the object you turn into is large. Moreover, the orangutan house and the golden monkey house are adjacent, so it is convenient to go there and back. During the flight, Zhao Sun took the time to eat a cold meat bun. This is the second meal he has eaten since entering this game. He ate very little, and was actually very hungry. But he still didn't eat too much. When you are full, you are more likely to feel sleepy. And if you are affected by the lullaby, it will be difficult to stay awake. At this time, hunger is one of the ways to fight sleepiness. When Zhao Sun arrived at the Golden Monkey Pavilion, he had already finished the meat bun. He took the stone of the ring-tailed lemur, stood in front of the cage of the golden monkey, and communicated for a while, and successfully got the stone with the silhouette of the golden monkey. As expected of the golden monkey, which is known as the aristocrat among monkeys, it is quite polite and easy to communicate. Even though Zhao Sun is now a stool, the golden monkey still trusts him. Afterwards, Zhao Sun flew to the orangutan pavilion without stopping. Orangutans have high IQs, and they live in zoos for a long time and often come into contact with humans, even if they communicate in human language. It is smoother than with other primates. But the trouble is that the orangutans have high IQs and have doubts about Zhao Sun. The stool. You are a stool. Can you speak human language? The gorilla boss questioned Zhao Sun. With the help of the golden monkey silhouette stone, Zhao Sun barely understood what the gorilla boss said. I was forced to become a stool. I was originally a human, Zhao Sun explained. As long as I help you get freedom, I can become a human again. Talking nonsense is commonplace for him. But this is not completely nonsense. He really has to find a way to give them freedom. Since the basement can be found, there is a way to destroy the entire zoo. So there should be a way to liberate all the animals in the basement at once. Otherwise, this is an impossible hidden task. Can you give us freedom? The gorilla boss's eyes suddenly became very bright. Really? I will try my best. Zhao Sun did not make a direct promise, but such behavior has won the trust of the gorillas. Speaking too much seems fake, like deliberately exaggerating to gain trust. Conservative promises are more realistic. After that, Zhao Sun took out the 9 stones he had obtained before and showed them to the gorillas through the glass. Other primates have already given me their stones. Only yours is missing. Seeing this, the gorillas no longer questioned, and the gorilla boss finally handed the stone with the gorilla silhouette to Zhao Sun. The gorilla's activity area was surrounded by glass. And finally the gorilla boss sent the stone out from the small hole in the feeding area. After getting the stone, Zhao Sun was about to leave. But the gorilla boss suddenly stopped him. "I'll give you another thing." As he said, the gorilla boss took out a treasure chest from under a hollow dead wood. Chapter 122 Uncontrollably Retching. Zhao Sun's eyes widened. There was a treasure chest hidden in the activity area of the orangutan house, which did not surprise him. What surprised him was that the orangutan actually took out the treasure chest on his own initiative. For the orangutan to say, "I'll give you something," the treasure chest should not be empty. And this also proves that the orangutan knows what the things in the treasure chest mean. As expected of the second most intelligent orangutan on land, it understands the current situation better than other animals. The orangutan boss opened the treasure chest and revealed the plastic toy dart inside. "You should need this thing," the orangutan boss said as he stuffed the toy dart out of the small hole in the feeding area. Zhao Sun took the dart and looked at it carefully. From the perspective of the style, it does fit the appearance of the weapon in the treasure chest. But he still confirmed with the gorilla. "Is this something that is already in the treasure chest?" "Of course," the gorilla replied as a matter of course. "How could we have such a toy here?" "Thank you." Zhao Sun thanked him politely. He did not stay any longer. Put on the goddess's wings, turned around and flew towards the commercial center not far away. Nearly 40 minutes had passed in the 7th round, and with the remaining 20 minutes, he was not sure whether he would have enough time to enter the basement and find the key point to destroy the zoo. He could only find a suitable hiding place first, plan well, and go to the basement in the 8th round. The commercial center mainly sells zoo peripherals, with a full range of dolls of various animals, as well as keychains, refrigerator magnets, postcards, and other products. Zhao Sun entered the building and took a look at the cashier area. Behind the cashier counter was a chair and a blue plastic stool. One more stool would not look too strange. After confirming this, Zhao Sun did not rush to put himself next to the blue plastic stool, but looked for treasure chests in the entire commercial center. There was still some time, and he didn't want to waste it. He found an empty treasure chest on the top of the shelf with a whole wall of dolls. Later, he never found another treasure chest. Seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, Zhao Sun moved behind the cashier. When he saw a cabinet under the cashier, he tried to open it. He saw a safe in the cabinet. Without time to do more, he quickly closed the cabinet door, put himself on the blue plastic stool on the 2nd floor, and stacked up. As soon as he stacked it, a man complained from below. "Why are you sitting on my head?" Zhao Sun realized that this blue plastic stool was also a player. It was quite tolerant. In the past 20 minutes, it didn't make any noise. However, after Zhao Sun sat on its head, the blue stool was obviously not so tolerant. Unfortunately, just when the blue stool wanted to resist and overturn Zhao Sun, the 1-hour free activity time was over. When Zhao Sun heard the blue stool's voice, he wanted to get up and leave, but he immediately found that he couldn't move. The blue stool and Zhao Sun both lost their ability to move in an instant, and could only stack up on top of each other and act like an immovable plastic stool. There was no other way. Landingzi could only complain a few more times and let it go for now. Zhao Sun did not respond throughout the whole process. While no predator appeared, he took a look at the translucent map that had been floating in front of him. After collecting the silhouette stones of 10 primates, this 3D map appeared in front of him. The map showed the details of the entire Happy Zoo, including the location of the basement. If you want to see more details, just use your consciousness to look at a certain point, and this location will be enlarged and appear more detailed. So Zhao Sun clearly saw that the entrance and exit of the basement was just below the Ecological Education Hall. The basement is very large. In addition to the Ecological Education Hall, it also occupies the underground area of the nearby Leopard Hall, Lion and Tiger Ecological Park, and Wolf Valley. At present, the Lion and Tiger Ecological Park and Wolf Valley are areas that have not been closed. If you enter the basement and don't have time to come out within an hour, you have to avoid the basement area corresponding to the closed Leopard Hall. Although it is underground, it is likely to be included in the closed area. Staying there will be directly judged as a game failure. As for the way to enter the basement, according to the detailed map on the 3D map, it should be possible to open the basement door by placing one of the 10 stones at the entrance of the basement. As for which stone it is too detailed to be seen clearly on this 3D map, so we can only wait and see. Zhao Sun has been thinking about the next action plan and the troubles he may encounter. The effect of the lullaby on him has been reduced a lot. The blue stool he sat on obviously couldn't stand the repeated cycle of the lullaby, and gradually began to snore. Jiao Sun had to say, "Hey, don't snore." If the hunters passing by heard this, he would be unlucky. He chose to stack on the blue stool before because 2 plastic stools and a chair lined up in a row were longer than the tabletop of the cash register, which looked a bit abrupt. But stacking plastic stools to increase firmness is a common operation and will not arouse suspicion. If he knew that the blue stool was also a player, he would never choose to stack on the blue stool. Lan Dingzi was snoring, but he was on the blue stool, which would make him the primary suspect of the hunter. Lan Dingzi was startled by Jiao Sun and woke up. "Oh? Did I just snore?" His voice was still confused. "Don't talk." Jiao Sun tried to lower his voice. "If you really can't, think about the horror movies you have watched before to clear your mind. Your snoring directly exposed 2 people. Lan Dingzi did not refute Jiao Sun. He didn't want to attract the attention of the hunter. Once when he was hiding, he happened to see how the hunter hunted the player. That scene was bloody, cruel and terrible. He couldn't help but tremble all over when he thought about it. He didn't want to be eaten. After being immersed in panic for a while, Lan Dingzi suddenly found that he didn't seem to be so sleepy. He realized that Jiao Sun's suggestion was right. Thinking about something that scared him was conducive to clearing his mind. So, Lan Dingzi, who had always been reluctant to recall the hunting scene he had seen before, kept recalling all the details in his mind, and was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats. And naturally he lost his sleepiness. Then, Jiao Sun felt a little damp below him. "Jiao Sun, what is this guy doing? Sweating? It would be strange to see water droplets on a stool." Jiao Sun was about to speak out to remind him, but suddenly heard footsteps outside, constantly echoing in the corridor, sounding particularly loud. He had to give up the idea of speaking. It was too quiet here, and even if he spoke in a low voice, he could not guarantee that the hunter who stepped into the building would not hear it. Fortunately, the blue stool was completely covered by his body, and the water droplets were also covered by him. As long as he did not sweat like rain, it would be impossible to see it without getting close. Soon, the hunter walked into the room and looked around at all the items in the room. The blue stool had come back to his senses when he heard the hunter's footsteps. He did not dare to make any sound at this time, and even breathed very lightly, for fear that he would be noticed. But just as the hunter walked to the cashier, he smelled a bloody odor. His mind instantly replayed all the hunting scenes he had seen before. The bloody scene, coupled with the bloody smell, made him feel his stomach churning. The next second, he retched uncontrollably. The hunter paused. "Jiao Sun. Damn." Although a little annoyed, Jiao Sun still kept his eyes closed and relaxed. In any case, he was now in a passive state where he could not move at all. Opening his eyes was equivalent to giving up self-protection and actively exposing himself. He didn't want to give up on himself. According to the rules of the game, the hunter cannot destroy items at will when he is not sure who is the player. Then after the hunter saw the 2 stools, he would definitely think about which one was the player. He didn't show his true colors, but the blue stool was exposed all over, so he still had a chance to avoid danger. "So it's here." This is a man's voice, with undisguised excitement in his tone. "That's great. I thought I would return empty-handed in the commercial center." The blue stool regretted it after retching, but he couldn't control this physiological reaction at all. Even after the hunter finished speaking, he retched uncontrollably twice. This undoubtedly gave the hunter an opportunity to accurately locate it. The next second, the hunter stood in front of the plastic stool. He looked at the 2 stools stacked together and tilted his head. "Oh, you still have some brains. You know to put yourself together with the real thing." He disassembled the 2 chairs neatly, and just as he was about to check them carefully, he found that there were fine and dense water droplets on the blue stool. Just as he was thinking whether these water droplets came from the surface of the blue stool or from under the red stool, the blue stool suddenly retched again. The hunter immediately showed a big smile. "It seems to be you." After speaking, he put the red stool back to its original position with one hand and threw the blue stool heavily to the ground with the other hand. The blue stool player screamed in pain, and his body returned to human form. The hunter laughed recklessly and slapped the blue stool with one palm. The blue stool player instantly turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. The hunter's palm slapped the mud, splashing some mud spots. The hunter narrowed his eyes slightly. "You don't think you can escape like this? Eating the mud you turned into is equivalent to eating you too, right?" The mud on the ground moved nervously to the side instantly, shouting as it moved. "That red stool is also a player. Don't kill me. Go kill him. The hunter was stunned. What? But he didn't check the red stool immediately, but walked quickly to the mud and stepped into the mud. The mud screamed again in pain. I knew it. The hunter laughed contemptuously. Although your body has turned into mud, it can't really be completely dispersed like mud. It still has to maintain a whole state. As long as you are stepped on, you can't run away at all. The mud was panicked and anxious, and shouted again. The red stool is really a player. Go kill him. This is the first platform game he participated in. Although the points accumulated from personal tasks done every day on the train exceeded 100 points, he was not willing to upgrade his special ability at all. One is that he is afraid that after upgrading his special ability, the remaining points will be too low and he will become the last player. The other is that he has to consider the cost of food and water every day, and sometimes he will not be able to make ends meet. He thinks that he did not upgrade his special ability because he is considering the long term. So his special ability level is still level 1. The special ability of level 1 is that after the body turns into mud, it must maintain its integrity. Otherwise, the lost part will become a mark of physical injury after the human form is restored. He did not expect that an NPC in the game would figure out the weakness of his special ability in such a short time. It's terrible. He turned into mud, which could only minimize the damage to himself from the enemy, and tried to ensure his survival. But if the hunter really wants to eat his mud, he will still not be able to escape the end of death. So, he now especially hopes that the hunter will go to see the red stool and leave him a chance to breathe. After controlling the mud, the hunter turned his head and looked at the red stool quietly placed next to the chair. The red stool never made a sound, nor did it blink or sweat. It was like a real object, without any abnormality. For a moment, he was a little confused about whether the red stool was a player. Maybe what the mud said was true, but it was also possible that he wanted to find a chance to escape. So he said it deliberately. After a few seconds of consideration, the hunter bent down and grabbed a small part of the mud. I'll get rid of you first, and then try the red stool. The stool can't run away at all. He had no reason to put down the prey in his hand, and was busy looking for other prey. Of course, he had to get rid of the prey in front of him first, and then look for other prey. No, no, no. The mud's voice became more and more terrified, and it was trembling uncontrollably. But the more panicked the mud was, the more excited the hunter was. As the mud kept begging for mercy, the hunter just stuffed the mud into his mouth. In the end, the mud's begging for mercy turned into screams, and the screams gradually became weaker until they disappeared completely. The hunter stood up and walked towards the red stool step by step. Now, it's your turn. He reached out and touched the body of the red stool. Are you an ordinary stool? Or a player? It felt slightly cool. The touch of a normal plastic stool, without any trace of moisture. If it was a player, it would be impossible for him to have no emotional fluctuations after hearing the noise just now. But this red stool did not change at all. The hunter hesitated. Should he take a gamble? If this is really a player, then he will not be punished. But if this is just an ordinary stool, he will be punished for destroying public property. However, if the degree of damage is not great, the intensity of the punishment will be reduced. It seems worth taking a gamble. Thinking of this, the hunter's face was covered with a bad smile again. He exerted force suddenly and threw the red stool to the ground. When Jiaosun felt a moment of weightlessness, he knew that something was wrong. But compared to being stabbed, the injury from the fall was not that bad. Almost in the next second, he turned back into human form. Ha! It seems that the goddess of luck is on my side. The hunter laughed triumphantly. I bet right. Before he finished speaking, he slapped his thick palm towards Jiaosun. Jiaosun pretended to squat down to avoid it. But at that moment, he took out a syringe from the storage compartment. At the moment when the hunter's palm was about to touch him, the needle of the syringe pierced straight into the hunter's palm. The hunter only felt a pain in his palm, and before he could react, he felt a stream of cold liquid flowing into his body from his palm. You? What did you do? The hunter looked at his palm in disbelief, and then found that his bear-like hand was cracking rapidly. It seems that the goddess of luck will not always be on your side. Jiaosun smiled, and the gentle tone sounded particularly harsh to the hunter at this time. You have a weapon. The hunter had already understood what was going on, but he couldn't take any remedial measures now. He knew that there were weapons hidden in the park that could kill him, but with only 10 weapons hidden in such a large park, the probability of finding them is not high. He had been very successful in hunting players so many times before. And he was so excited that he almost forgot about the weapons. He didn't expect that he would be defeated at this time. The hunter staggered and stretched out his hand to Zhao Sun, wanting to die with Zhao Sun before he died. But Zhao Sun reacted very quickly and dodged, and gave the hunter a lightning. The hunter's movements suddenly became slower, probably because the position of the hit was far from the vital point. After a few seconds, the hunter with deer hooves on his legs and bare paws on his hands finally let out a shrill scream. Soon, his body turned into a pool of sticky liquid, and then quickly dried up and turned into a piece of powder. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a hunter and getting 30 points. Before Zhao Sun had time to be happy, his body turned back into the appearance of a red plastic stool again. Obviously, after being discovered by the prey, the player who successfully kills the predator will continue to stay in the same place in the form of the item transformed in this round, until the end of this round. Zhao Sun was not disappointed. It was good to take this opportunity to rest. The hunter threw him hard just now. He felt that his left thigh should be bruised. Get used to the pain during this period of time, and try not to let this injury affect his actions later. Zhao Sun just thought about this, and hurried footsteps sounded outside again, probably attracted by the screams of the hunters of deer hoof and bare paw. Judging from the footsteps, there are two coming this time. A bit troublesome. He only has one weapon left to kill the hunter. Who do you say died? Before the person came in, a shrill voice sounded. It screamed so miserably that I felt a little scared when I heard it. Whoever he is, it doesn't matter if it's not us. Another slightly hoarse voice responded. What we have to do now is to find the player who killed him and kill this player. Zhao Sun had heard these two voices before, when he turned into a ginkgo tree. It seems that these two hunters have been acting together. Aren't you worried that the player still has weapons? The shrill voice asked. The probability is not high, the hoarse voice replied. As these words came out, the two hunters walked into the house. They quickly took a rough look at the entire house. It's really troublesome. There is not even a corpse left, and we don't know where the hunter died, the shrill voice complained. If we know where he died, we can directly look for items nearby. Indeed, the hoarse voice responded. After the player kills the hunter, he will immediately turn back into an item. If you know where the hunter died, it means that the player's location is exposed. Not necessarily, the hunter with a shrill voice suddenly said, as if he remembered something. If the player turns into an animal, he can run away after killing the hunter. Use your brain. The horse hunter's tone was a little disgusted. This is a commercial center, not an animal venue. How high is the probability of animals appearing here? That's true. The hunter with a shrill voice was not angry at all, and almost immediately echoed the words of the hunter with a hoarse voice. Unless they turn into mosquitoes, flies, mice, etc., animals will not appear in the commercial center. If they really turn into animals like mosquitoes, flies, mice, etc., then we can't find them. The hunter with a hoarse voice snorted and continued. In short, first carefully check all the items here. I feel that the probability of turning into items is higher. Okay, I listen to you. The hunter with a shrill voice agreed immediately. So the two hunters split into two groups, one looking to the left and the other looking to the right. All the items in the whole house were not spared, and they looked carefully one by one. But the speed of such inspection was particularly slow. When the hunter with a shrill voice picked up the red stool and just took a look, the 7th round was over. That player is lucky, after the shrill voice said. The two hunters disappeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the 8th 4-hour game. The 9th round has begun. The closed areas are the Ecological Education Hall, Comprehensive Performance Hall, Zebra Hall, and Australia Zoo. Current number of players remaining, 69. Number of hunters remaining, 6. Zhao Sun stared at the words Ecological Education Hall with an expression that was hard to describe. He was just about to go to this place, but it was closed. The previous primate hall was also closed. This coincidence. He almost suspected that it was deliberately against him. Chapter 123 Underground Laboratory. Zhao Sun took a look at his current appearance. A monster lizard. He remembered that the amphibian and reptile museum had been closed, which meant that no matter where he went this round, he could not find a suitable place for himself. He didn't know if hiding in the basement would be safer, or even if hiding in the basement would be useless. Forget it. Things have come to this point. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Zhao Sun didn't rush to leave. He searched at the cash register and finally found a key that looked a little special in the cash box. Then he opened the cabinet below and tried to open the safe with the key. Sure enough, it worked. He opened the safe, and there was a treasure chest quietly inside. He took out the treasure chest and opened it. There was a toy fruit knife without a blade inside. His sixth sense was right. There was really a weapon here. Zhao Sun put the toy fruit knife into the storage compartment, then put on Goddess's wings and flew quickly towards the Ecological Education Museum. The Ecological Education Center was closed, but the door was not closed. Zhao Sun found the way to the basement according to the 3D map. He walked in and saw a bare wall at the end. There were no windows or lights here, and it was pitch black all around. Zhao Sun took out his phone and turned on the flashlight mode. He shone the light on the wall and carefully observed every area. He soon found that one small area looked smoother than the others. It seemed to be touched by people often. He reached out and tried to press it, and the small area sank in with the force. Then, the front wall slowly moved to one side, revealing the stairs leading to the basement. Zhao Sun walked down quickly. At the end of the stairs, a door appeared, just like what Zhao Sun had seen in the 3D map before. There was a fingerprint lock on the door, and there was a groove next to the door. The outline of the groove looked like the stone with the silhouette of the primate. Zhao Sun took out all 10 stones, compared them carefully, and finally determined that the stone with the gorilla silhouette best matched the outline on the groove. He put the stone with the gorilla silhouette into the groove, and with a light click, the door opened. It seems that the fingerprint lock and the stone mechanism can open this door, as long as you choose one. After the door was opened, you can see the appearance of the basement directly. The things inside looked quite high-tech. Zhao Sun first looked at the wall behind the door, and after confirming that there was a similar groove on the wall inside the house, he took out an axe to destroy the fingerprint lock. Then half of his body walked into the door, and the upper body came out to touch the stone in the groove, and picked out the gorilla silhouette stone again. As the stone was picked out, the door closed quickly. Zhao Sun got into the house safely. Now it is not sure whether there will be other places to use this stone after entering the basement. It is definitely safer to carry the stone with you. If the predator finds the basement and takes away or damages his stone, it will be over. Zhao Sun looked around and could already sense the large area of the basement within his field of vision. Just this first room alone gave me a feeling of endless space. After entering the basement, there were no prompts on the 3D map. There were no route guides, no text descriptions, and no key clues. Obviously, the only way to destroy the entire zoo was to find it by myself. Zhao Sun walked quickly to the right where several rows of humanoid robots were placed and took a look. After approaching, I could clearly see that there were words on each robot. Gorilla Keeper, Zebra Keeper, Golden Monkey Keeper, etc. Needless to say, these robots are the keepers mentioned by the hunters before. No wonder the hunters were skeptical about the keeper giving blankets to ring-tailed lemurs. It turned out that these so-called keepers were all robots, not humans. Robots only do things according to the program, have no thoughts of their own, and will not have sympathy. Naturally, they will not care that the autumn nights are a bit cold, and giving blankets to animals will make them more comfortable. But if the program sets a certain temperature drop before the animals can be given items to keep warm, then the robot may also give blankets to animals. So the hunter at that time only suspected the source of the blanket, but could not be sure. Zhao Sun glanced around and saw several rows of robots on the other side. He looked closer and saw the two titles, Cleaner and Experimental Assistant, written on them. There was nothing else worth paying attention to. He walked quickly into the depths of the basement. There was a door at the end of this room, but it was not locked and opened with a push. After pushing the door open, there was a long corridor. From the 3D map, it can be seen that there are 3 rooms inside. 2 of the rooms have a large area, and the remaining room looks particularly small in comparison. Zhao Sun walked to the first door nearby and pushed it gently, and the door opened. This is the room with the largest area, much larger than the first room. There are countless cylindrical glass jars in the room, each of which is 2 meters high and half a meter thick, filled with green liquid. And in the liquid, there are animals of various shapes. Each animal can more or less see the general outline of humans, but the characteristics of these animals are very different from those of humans. Some have goat horns, some have cow tails, and some are covered with a layer of scales similar to snake scales. It looks like the characteristics of other animals have been added to humans, and each human has added more than one other animal. The ones in these large glass jars seem to have been cultivated and matured, but they have not been awakened and are all in a dormant state. Going further in, you can see some small jars half a person's height, which contain some young monsters. Going further in, you can see multiple iron racks, each of which is filled with arm-sized glass jars. And the glass jars contain completely unformed pieces of meat. Those hunters seem to come from here. However, no clues that can destroy the zoo were found in this room. Zhao Sun didn't stay for long and went to the second room immediately. This room was smaller, with countless bookshelves filled with all kinds of paper materials. The side of the bookshelf only had the time marked, and it was unclear what the materials were. With only 1 hour, there was no time to read all the materials. Zhao Sun was not discouraged. He walked around the room quickly along the edge of the room and finally found several computers in the innermost corner. There was an obvious groove on one of the computers. It looked familiar. Zhao Sun took out 10 stones, compared them, and finally put the stone with the golden monkey silhouette into the groove. The computer turned on. There was a notepad with the name experimental log on the computer desktop. Zhao Sun clicked it and found that the beginning of the log had a directory and index. He quickly read the indexes. He had a general understanding in his mind. This happy zoo was just a disguise to cover up the underground laboratory. Illegal experiments were conducted in the laboratory, using human embryos and injecting some gene fragments of other animals into them to study the growth of the experimental subjects. The purpose was to absorb the advantages of other animals and make humans more optimized and perfect. Therefore, those monsters were not the result of experiments on human bodies, but were cultivated from embryos. There were many failures in the early stage, and all the experimental subjects died. After several years of attempts, at least 1/3 of the experimental subjects were finally able to survive and reach adulthood. But for the experimenters, these experimental subjects were still failures, because they could not maintain a normal human appearance, and even retained a lot of other animal characteristics, and even had more wildness and aggressiveness. The experimenters have been trying to find a way to improve them. But before the improvement was possible, the experimenters were killed by several rampaging monsters. The last log should be the last words left by the only dying experimenter. Zhao Sun clicked on the details of that log and read all the contents. Rather than a last word, it was more like a warning and reminder. After the experimenters died, there was no human existence in the entire basement. But because the entire laboratory was mainly operated by robots and programs, the culture dishes could still feed the monsters normally, and the robots responsible for cleaning would still clean everywhere every day. So the basement looked spotless. No bodies of any experimenters are found, and no bloodstains are seen everywhere. All thanks to the cleaners. The robots, which serve as experimental assistants, will follow the original procedure and take the embryos out of the small jars and put them into the glass jars of the early childhood stage after 1 month of culture. After 6 months of early childhood, they will be taken out and put into the adult jars. Without the experimenters, no more new monsters can be produced here. But the monsters that have been produced will be well taken care of by the robots. If one day the electrical appliances in the basement are completely aged, all the robots will lose their functions because they cannot replace parts. Then those sleeping monsters will wake up, and the harm to the outside world will be immeasurable. At the end of the log, it is written, "So, if anyone can see this log, please destroy this basement. The specific method is in the control room, and my colleague should have left some clues there." Seeing this, Zhao Sun dug out the golden monkey silhouette stone and walked quickly towards the third room. If he guessed correctly, the third room should be the control room. That room is only more than 100 square meters. Compared with the other rooms, it is like the difference between a square and a bathroom. But more than 100 square meters is enough for a control room. When Zhao Sun wanted to push open the door of the third room, he found that he couldn't push it open. He looked up and looked carefully, and found that there was a groove at the top of the door. With his current giant lizard body, including the tail, the total length is more than 2 meters. With the tail supporting the body, the whole body is upright, and the head can reach the groove. The main reason is that the lizard's forelimbs are too short and can't reach too high. Zhao Sun missed his long arms a little. After thinking about it, he compared the silhouette outline, selected the baboon silhouette stone, and then rolled the stone with his tongue, aimed at the groove, and pushed the stone in. Fortunately, the lizard's tongue is long enough and relatively flexible. The door finally opened. It was indeed the control room inside. The entire wall was covered with screens, showing all the surveillance images in the entire zoo. On the other side, there was a 2-meter long and 1-meter wide control panel with various buttons and switches. Zhao Sun soon saw 2 very conspicuous switches on the control panel. There were 10 grooves around the 2 switches, forming a circle around the switches. On the handles of the switches, there was a label on each. Zhao Sun looked closer and saw that the left one said, Animal Cage, and the right one said, Collapse. The handwriting was sloppy and messy. Zhao Sun had to recognize it for a while, before he could see clearly that it was these words. Obviously, the person who wrote these 2 labels was very nervous and hurried at the time. So he had no time to write a detailed description, and could only give a simple summary. Fortunately, it was not difficult to understand. The collapse on the right was obvious. It should destroy the entire zoo. The zoo above collapsed, and the underground laboratory below would naturally be destroyed. Then the animal cage, written on the left, looked more like a way to protect animals. After all, the hidden task is to destroy the zoo without harming any animals. There is a switch on the control panel to destroy the zoo, and there should be a switch next to it for protecting animals. Regardless of whether it is as he guessed, he can only try it now. He doesn't have much time, so he can't hesitate. The worst case scenario is failure, and he won't get the points for the hidden task and the new special items. Zhao Sun put the 10 stones with primate silhouettes into the groove one by one, and then pulled the switch on the left. On the monitoring screen next to him, it can be clearly seen that the cages in several venues are open. It turns out that these cages have hidden mechanisms. After pulling down this switch, a certain part of the cage will open like a gate, revealing a square exit. When the animals heard the noise, they all looked in the direction of the sound source. And when they found that there was a hole in the cage, they were all a little stunned. Then, the brave ones tried to get closer, and after confirming that they could get out, they ran out happily. But some timid ones shrank their heads and dared not move, and they tried to move out for a long time. After seeing those scenes, Zhao Sun knew that he could only wait until the next round to pull the collapse switch. It is necessary to ensure that all animals run out of the zoo, so that he will not harm any animals by destroying the zoo. It is too early to turn off the power now. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun took out the gorilla silhouette stone and looked at the monitoring screen. He was relieved to make sure that the cages did not close again because he took out the stone. Then he looked at the various buttons on the control panel, pressed a red button, held the microphone in one hand, and pinched the gorilla stone in the other hand. Gorillas, I have fulfilled my promise. My only request is that you find a way to lead other animals to leave the zoo together within 3 hours. After that, he changed to a baboon silhouette stone and repeated what he just said. Then came the gibbon silhouette stone and the ring-tailed lemur silhouette stone. There is basically no big obstacle to communication between monkeys. Using one of the monkey silhouette stones can make it clear to all monkeys. As for whether these primates are willing to help this favor, and whether they can take all the animals away within 3 hours, Zhao Sun is not completely sure. But this is the best effort he can make at present. Next, whether he succeeds or not, he will press the collapse button in the 10th round. He made a bet, and he was not afraid of losing. Zhao Sun took all the stones out of the grooves and put them back into the storage compartment. Then he looked carefully at the monitoring screens and did not find the hunters. It seems that these hunters will not appear in the first hour. But he does not know where they are. Is it at the entrance of the zoo? Maybe? Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. There were 5 minutes left. As a giant lizard, he could not stay in the closed amphibian and reptile house. It didn't matter where he went now. It would be better to stay in the basement, closer to the control panel, so that he could move later. But he couldn't stay in the control room now. If there were really hunters, it would be bad to fight in the control room. The control panel could not be destroyed. Zhao Sun walked out of the control room quickly and closed the door again. Then he walked into the data room, climbed to the top of the bookshelf in a few steps, and lay quietly. It looks like a sculpture decoration on the top of a bookshelf. Although he is now very big, it is not easy to find him if you don't look up. As long as you leave the room full of robots, you are no longer within the scope of the Ecological Education Hall. You can hide anywhere in the other 3 rooms. In fact, it is okay for an animal to hide in the data room without being discovered. Once discovered, the hunter will definitely suspect that it is a player. But there is no way. If he hides in the laboratory, he is afraid that he will accidentally touch something and release a few monsters, which will be even more troublesome. If he encounters some unknown liquids and potions, causing his body to be deformed, it will be even worse. So it is better to hide in the data room. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Zhao Sun immediately felt that his range of activities was restricted. He couldn't walk out of the data room. But in the data room, he could move freely. He lay on top of the bookshelf, thinking that if he turned into an animal again in the 10th round, he wouldn't have to turn off the power in the first hour. He could stay in the control room and wait longer, so that the animals would have more time to run away, and the success rate would be higher after the power was turned off. In other words, the game rules of the main task did not say that the player must complete 10 rounds to pass the level, which should also be a foreshadowing for the hidden task. In other words, if the hidden task is not triggered, or if the hidden task is triggered but the hidden task is given up, the player needs to go through 10 rounds step by step to pass the game. But if the hidden task is completed, then as long as the player survives according to the main game rules before the hidden task is completed, he can also pass the game. Zhao Sun was thinking when he heard a noise coming from outside. He immediately came back to his senses. But he was not surprised. He had made a simple mechanism at the gate before. Once the door was opened, the mineral water bottle would be ejected, and the gravel inside would hit anything, making a loud noise. And what he heard should be this noise. The data room is not soundproof, but it is far away from the gate. The reason why the sound can be heard so far away is entirely because the entire basement is too quiet, and the wall plays the role of echo. But when the sound reached here, it was already very light. Zhao Sun had used the radio to talk to those primates before, and the hunters would definitely be able to hear it even if they were really staying at the entrance of the zoo. They knew very well that if they could use the loudspeaker, they must have arrived at the underground laboratory. So it was not surprising that the hunters came to the underground laboratory to look for someone so quickly. Even if he destroyed the fingerprint lock, the hunters could break the door violently, or they had other ways to open the door. I just don't know how many people are coming. He only has 2 weapons now, and if there are too many hunters, it will be a fierce battle. Zhao Sun soon heard footsteps. According to the frequency, there should be 2 hunters. He frowned slightly. It's not that the number of hunters worries him, but the footsteps are too fast. It's as if they opened the door and walked directly in without searching the robot's room at all. Is it because he used the radio that the hunters decided to go to the control room to see if he was still there? As soon as Zhao Sun thought of it, he heard the footsteps outside suddenly stop. Stopped outside the door of the data room. Zhao Sun frowned even more. Something was wrong. This was too unreasonable. Either search the basement room by room, or go to the control room first. Both choices were logical, but it was too strange to stop directly at the door of the data room. The data room was a room in the middle section. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible to choose to search here first, unless these hunters are sure that the player is hiding here. The door of the data room was pushed open, and 2 hunters walked in quickly. Among the many bookshelves, the 2 hunters almost walked to the bookshelf where Zhao Sun was. Now, Zhao Sun was 100% sure that the 2 hunters knew the player's hiding place. So after entering the data room, they didn't even split into 2 groups to search, nor did they check other bookshelves, but went straight to this bookshelf, as if to confirm Zhao Sun's guess. One of the thin and small men raised his head. The moment his eyes met Zhao Sun's, the man smiled excitedly. I found you! His voice was shrill and sounded familiar. His face was like a rooster. His mouth was in the shape of a bird's beak, with a little bit of a hook, and his hands and feet were like chicken claws, without wings, and all his limbs were claws. The man next to the chicken monster also looked up at Zhao Sun, his voice hoarse. You can suffer less if you come down by yourself. His face was like a duck, and the flat mouth was particularly eye-catching. His body was completely different from a duck. The upper part was like a giraffe, and his neck was twice as long as that of an ordinary person, and the lower part was like a horse's legs and hooves. Chapter 124 Counterattack and Closing the Gate. In Zhao Sun's heart, he still called the man with a hoarse voice the duck monster, because it sounded very suitable for the chicken monster. The 2 hunters were not very tall. The chicken monster was about 1.5 meters tall, and the duck monster was about 1.7 meters tall because of his long neck. It was not easy for the 2 of them to reach Zhao Sun, who was lying on the 2-meter-high bookshelf. So they suggested that Zhao Sun come down by himself to save trouble. I can come down by myself, but I want to be a ghost who knows everything. Zhao Sun didn't care whether the 2 hunters were willing to give him the opportunity to be a ghost, and immediately continued. You know exactly where I'm hiding, because there is something special in the basement, or because I'm not in a place that fits the lizard? The 2 hunters did not take any detours and found him accurately. There must be something like positioning that clearly pointed out his location. But this situation had not happened in the previous 8 times. And this time, there must be some reason. He could only think of these 2 reasons. You still have some brains. The chicken monster's voice was shrill, and even his smile was sarcastic. It doesn't matter if I tell you. It's the second reason. Zhao Sun understood. No wonder more and more players died in the next few rounds. It's not just because the probability of hunters encountering players has increased. As more and more venues are closed, the places where players can find the location that matches their transformed bodies are getting fewer and fewer. Especially after turning into an animal in a closed venue. No matter where they hide, it's useless. And these players who don't hide properly have accurately exposed their coordinates in the eyes of hunters. Hunters don't need to test and observe. They can directly determine that the other party is a player. If the player who is found does not get a weapon that can kill the hunter, and does not have the ability to dodge quickly and flexibly, then he is basically dead. If the special ability is very helpful for escaping and dodging, then if you persist until the end of that round, the hunter's pursuit will stop, and you can survive. It was very difficult to survive just by running for 3 hours. And no matter where you hid, you would be accurately located by the hunters. However, it was impossible for all the hunters to focus on a player who exposed his coordinates. They might have divided their own belonging areas before taking action. And the players who exposed their coordinates in the area belonged to 1 or 2 hunters. Just like now, there were only 2 hunters chasing to the basement. Moreover, there should be no communication tools between hunters, and they would not receive the news of the death of a hunter in the first time. Otherwise, when the fish monster died in the cage of the ring-tailed lemur, other hunters would come to check the situation soon, because there must be players near the place where the hunter died, and the player who just killed a hunter would most likely not have treasure chest weapons in his hand. This means that the success rate of killing this player is very high. But no other hunters appeared at that time. And that time in the commercial center, the chicken monster and the duck monster came over after hearing the screams of the hunter before his death. This further proves that there is no way for the hunters to communicate with each other, and they will not receive death notifications in the first place. Then, as long as it is confirmed that there are only 2 hunters in this area, the chicken monster and the duck monster, you can kill the 2 monsters with confidence. There is no need to worry that the screams of the 2 hunters before death will be transmitted from the basement to the ground and attract other hunters. After figuring this out, Zhao Sun asked again, Are there only 2 hunters around here? What? Do you think the 2 of us can't deal with you? The duck monster's hoarse voice revealed obvious dissatisfaction. I met you before, and I saw that you 2 have always acted together, like conjoined twins. Zhao Sun snorted and laughed. I'm a little curious. Are you 2 on bad terms with other hunters? So you can only choose to stick together. We 2 disdain to cooperate with others. The chicken monster's voice rose, sounding even more shrill. You still have the mood to ask these gossips. Don't you know you're going to die soon? As he said, he jumped up and waved his claws to scratch Zhao Sun's face. Obviously, he no longer had the patience to chat and just wanted to kill the prey as soon as possible. Zhao Sun took a step back and successfully avoided the chicken monster's claws, his eyes scanning the chicken monster and the duck monster. Judging from what the chicken monster just said, there should be only these 2 hunters in this area. He can start the counterattack. The only problem is that he must be injured by the prey before he can turn back to human form. He is not familiar with his current lizard body, and it is not good to move in the state of a lizard all the time, especially the long tail, which is too troublesome. If you want to return to human form, you have to get hurt. The most ideal state is to be slightly injured like in the last round. As long as there is no fracture, it is much better than bleeding. The chicken monster felt uncomfortable with Zhao Sun's gaze, and he glared at him. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyeballs out later. He seemed to think of something happy, and suddenly laughed again. I like eating eyeballs the most. They are chewy and refreshing. Stop talking nonsense. Catch the person first. The duck monster had no patience, and urged the chicken monster while pushing the bookshelf. The chicken monster instantly understood the duck monster's intention, and he also helped to push the bookshelf. Zhao Sun also understood what the chicken monster and the duck monster wanted to do. Didn't this just suit his mind? He didn't run away, nor did he resist. Just watched the bookshelf being pushed crooked, and he fell to the ground with the bookshelf. Just before landing, he changed his position and lay on the outside of the bookshelf that fell sideways, and even his tail was specially raised to avoid being pressed in the bookshelf. The vibration of the bookshelf falling to the ground made Zhao Sun's arms that were tightly holding the bookshelf numb, and his body instantly returned to human form. At the same time, the rows of bookshelves behind him fell down like dominoes. The chicken monster and the duck monster rushed towards Zhao Sun with a rumbling sound. Zhao Sun raised his hands and fired lightning at the two hunters at the same time. Unfortunately, the reaction speed of the two hunters was very fast, and they didn't hit any of them. The short chicken monster was more agile. He not only dodged Zhao Sun's lightning attack, but also kept his pace and moved closer to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun threw a plastic toy dart at the duck monster with his left hand. The duck monster immediately noticed that this weapon was a little different. He stopped and even stepped aside to avoid the attack of the dart. After throwing the dart, Zhao Sun's right hand reacted very quickly and grabbed one of the front paws of the chicken monster that had jumped in front of him. "Do you think that my reaction is too fast and the dart can't hit me? So you want to attack him?" The chicken monster laughed sarcastically. "It's a pity. With your level, you can't hit anyone. Instead, because you lost the most important weapon, you can only become a fish on the chopping board. Let me tear it apart." After saying that, he raised his other paw and grabbed Zhao Sun's face. Zhao Sun took out a plastic toy fruit knife with his left hand and stabbed it straight into the claw of the chicken monster that was firmly grasped by his right hand. The chicken monster paused, his eyes full of disbelief. Zhao Sun tilted his head with a warm smile on his face. "I didn't say I only have one weapon." He kicked the chicken monster in the belly and released his hand holding the chicken claw. The plastic toy fruit knife quickly melted into the chicken monster's palm. The chicken monster screamed and fell to the ground and rolled. The duck monster saw that the situation was not good and was about to take advantage of the chaos to give Zhao Sun a fatal blow. But he didn't expect Zhao Sun to suddenly raise his hand towards the duck monster. The plastic toy dart suddenly flew up and stabbed into the back of the duck monster fiercely. As the plastic toy dart melted into the duck monster's body, a small circle of iron wire fell down. The duck monster widened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect Zhao Sun to be able to control the dart from such a long distance. He was careless and had no defense at all. The duck monster also screamed uncontrollably. 2 seconds later, both hunters disappeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing 2 hunters and getting 60 points. Zhao Sun instantly turned back into a giant lizard. He looked at the messy data room, chose another row of bookshelves that were still standing, and rested on the top of one of the bookshelves. Of course, he had no way to control these plastic toys remotely. But as long as he tied a circle of wire on the plastic toys, his controlled gold would come in handy. It's just that controlling objects in this way can't be so precise, and the control is not as smooth as when controlling metal objects. The speed, accuracy, and control will be greatly reduced. But as long as the dart can hit the hunter, it doesn't matter whether it hits the vital part. This greatly reduces the difficulty. He thought of this when he found this dart weapon. If you have to wait until the hunter approaches you every time before you can use the weapon to kill the opponent, then the probability of your injury will also increase. And sometimes you may have to attack from a distance. Just in case, he tied a circle of wire on the dart. Isn't this just in time? Unfortunately, after all this trouble, he didn't have a weapon to kill the hunter. If there are still hunters chasing to the basement in the 10th round, then he may not be able to wait too long and will have to pull the collapse switch. Although he has the ability of resurrection rage and can come back to life after being killed. According to what he saw before, a hunter eats up the prey in about 5 minutes, and he can revive in 3 minutes. The princess was able to revive after being smashed to pieces. From this situation, being torn into pieces should not affect his ability to revive. But if half of him went into the stomach, then I am not sure if I can revive. Or in other words, I am not sure if I can revive completely. Although the time in the stomach was very short, the monster's digestive ability seemed very strong. And it is very likely that a small part of the limbs was corroded and digested by gastric juice. This part may not come back. It would be good if he could revive completely. But if he could not revive, it would be a big loss. If he could only revive the part outside, he still prefers himself to be complete. In short, he did not want to make such an attempt unless he had no choice and had no other choice. There were no more accidents in the following time. Probably because he was in the basement far away from the ground. He could not even hear the lullaby above the zoo clearly. This also allowed Zhao Sun to stay awake all the time without pinching his thigh. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for passing the 9th round of 4 hours of the game. The 10th round has begun. All other areas are closed, and only the cute pet park is open. Current number of players remaining, 32. Number of hunters remaining, 3. The number of players in the last few rounds really dropped sharply. And now there are only about 30 people left. The number of hunters has dropped from 6 to 3. It seems that in addition to him, Another player has also killed a hunter. Zhao Sun sighed with some regret. He has no chance to deal with the remaining 3 hunters. The plan to accumulate 300 points did not succeed. But getting 120 points is not bad. Zhao Sun looked at the picture displayed on the pop-up window. He has now turned into a ballpoint pen. Good guy. He is a good guy. The only open area is the cute pet garden. Fortunately, the basement is very large, and the control room is just below the cute pet garden. If the hidden mission fails, and he cannot move, he does not have to worry about being directly judged as a game failure because he is in a closed area. Moreover, it is reasonable to put a ballpoint pen next to a notebook, so there will be no situation of being located and hunted. However, he became an object. After the 1 hour free time was over, he could no longer move. He could only delay until the end of the hour, and then he had to turn off the power. Such a small ballpoint pen certainly could not pull the switch that was larger than the body. So he could only try Control Gold. Fortunately, the main body of the switch was made of metal, and Control Gold could operate it. Zhao Sun rolled quickly to the control room. He first used Goddess's wings to fly himself to the top of the control room door, and then held the baboon silhouette stone and stuffed it into the groove with great effort. The door of the control room opened smoothly, and he pulled out the stone and flew into the room quickly. He took out the stones one by one and pressed them into the 10 grooves of the control panel one by one. After doing all this, he stood next to the switch and looked up at the rows of monitoring screens. No matter where the other players were now, they would run towards the cute pet park, which made it convenient for him to observe the situation outside. While watching the surveillance, he took out the cold meat buns to eat. After the body became smaller, the mouth also became particularly small, and it was much slower than usual to eat buns. Zhao Sun ate the whole meat bun with great effort. He found that although his body had become smaller, his appetite was still the same as usual, and he didn't feel full after eating a meat bun. But his strength was not as strong as usual. This transformation was really like that. He didn't keep anything that was helpful to him, but kept anything that was useless. The cute pet garden was not large in area, and it was full of small animals such as rabbits, hamsters, chicks, ducklings, and piglets, which could be fed and petted, and were reserved for tourists who liked animals to have close contact. 31 players squeezed into the cute pet garden, and there was a chance to find a player every few steps. Although there were only 3 remaining hunters, the situation was still unfavorable to the players. Just by looking at the surveillance video, Zhao Sun had already seen several items and animals that did not fit the cute pet garden. These players were also anxiously turning around, obviously worried about their own fate. Zhao Sun only took a few glances and then shifted his sight and looked elsewhere. What he wanted to see was not the player's situation, but the animal's situation. In the cute pet park, there was no animal in the area that the surveillance camera could see. Even the hamster was gone. Zhao Sun looked elsewhere again. After there were no players running around, the other closed areas were very quiet, and it was easier to confirm whether there were any animals. Not a single one could be seen within the surveillance range. It seemed that those primates helped to take other animals away, but it was not certain whether there were any fish that slipped through the net. In any case, he could only take a gamble. If he failed, it would mean that the hidden mission failed. As long as he did not violate the rules of the main mission, he could still pass the level and leave the game. Zhao Sun looked at the time on the surveillance screen and waited patiently for the end of the first hour. When the time became 20:55, he used Control Gold to pull down the switch. There was no abnormality in the half minute after the switch was pulled down. Zhao Sun tried to press the switch down again, thinking that he had not pulled it down completely. But it turned out that the switch had been completely pulled down. Just when he was surprised, a vibrating sound came from above. The vibration gradually became louder, and the entire basement shook violently. It seemed that this beginning was successful. Since it was successful, he could not stay where he was. Zhao Sun quickly put on the goddess's wings, and was ready to dodge at any time when something fell. There were only 4 minutes left. If he flew out of the basement from here and flew to the cute pet park, it would be too late. The exit of the basement was in the Ecological Education Hall, more than 3 kilometers away from the cute pet park. It would take nearly 7 minutes to fly from the control room to the basement door, and then from the Ecological Education Hall to the cute pet park. Even if the goddess's wings flew at a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour throughout the whole process, if it exceeds 4 minutes, he will lose the ability to move freely, and will be directly judged as a game failure because he is in a closed area. But if he does not leave the basement, After the entire zoo collapses completely, he will be buried deep underground and may not be able to get out. So he has to go. But he can't take the conventional route. So he can only find another way. At this time, he is somewhat glad that he is just a ballpoint pen. Such a small body is very helpful for avoiding obstacles and getting out through gaps. In the surveillance video, the players also felt the unusual huge vibration. They looked around anxiously, not knowing whether they should leave or stay in the place they found. It seemed that some of the items said something, and the other players followed them out boldly. In addition to a building with various small pets in the cute pet park, there is also a large open space for piglets to race and ride ponies. Standing in the open space is not easy to be buried by buildings, which is relatively safe. And staying in the open space does not leave the area of the cute pet park, which does not violate the main game rules. At this time, the players did not care whether standing in the open space would expose their identities to the hunters. They just wanted to save their lives first. The vibration was too big, like a big earthquake. Continuing to stay in the house would definitely be crushed to death. In just half a minute, obvious cracks appeared on the roof of the basement. Then the cracks expanded rapidly, and in just 10 seconds, a piece collapsed. Xiao Sun immediately flew up and flew out of the hole in the roof before the collapse became more serious. Because of the collapse below, the soil above began to sink and became much softer. Xiao Sun controlled a small sharp knife, selected the softest piece of ground, and rotated the sharp knife like an electric drill to drill upwards. He was small now, and it happened to be pointed. As long as there was a little gap, he could drill upwards, and he didn't need to dig a big hole. He was very fast, just like an earthworm digging a hole, and finally came to the ground before he couldn't hold his breath. This route was straight, and he didn't leave the area of the cute pet park throughout the whole process, which perfectly avoided the possibility of violating the main game rules. Xiao Sun dropped the sharp knife that was deformed by the stones in the soil and took a deep breath of oxygen. The moment he flew 1 meter above the ground, the entire ground collapsed completely. Among the other players, those who reacted quickly used their special abilities to protect themselves. Some players' special abilities were useless, so they quickly changed their positions. As long as they changed quickly enough, they could reselect a suitable standing position before the ground sank in and avoid sinking into the ground. Those who reacted slowly were not so lucky. The entire zoo was collapsing rapidly, and in just 3 minutes, it became a ruin. There was still 1 minute left before the end of the hour. A huge public screen suddenly popped up in the sky. Happy Zoo was destroyed. The game background no longer existed, and the game ended here. Players who survived to this moment, as long as they did not violate the rules of the game, are considered to have cleared the game. Since the players only completed 9 rounds, each player received 90 points. After seeing the text on the public screen clearly, many players cheered. They all thought they were going to die in the game, but they were lucky enough to clear the game directly. In any case, being able to survive is more important than anything else. At the same time, a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Xiao Sun. Congratulations to player Xiao Sun for completing the hidden task, receiving a bonus of 100 points, and obtaining the special item Blessing of Primates. Congratulations to player Xiao Sun for unlocking all the plots in the game Happy Zoo, and receiving a bonus of 20% of your total points in this round of the game, which is 62 points. Xiao Sun was in a very good mood, and it was worthwhile for him to spend time reading the logs in the data room before. It was just to get the bonus points for unlocking all the plots. And this time, the bonus points were quite considerable. Chapter 125 Primate Blessing. The scene changed, and the players returned to the side of the endless train. Xiao Sun looked at the other players and counted them. There were 29 players who returned, which means that 3 players died in the collapse just now. However, not all the players who returned here were safe and sound. There were only 6 or 7 players who seemed to be unscathed. Most of the rest were more or less injured, some seriously and some slightly, but they were still conscious. In addition, the situation of 5 other players was not so optimistic. They were all in a coma. One of them seemed to be knocked unconscious, with no obvious external injuries on his body. The other 4 had their own injuries, all of which were bleeding profusely. The coma was also caused by shock due to excessive blood loss. Even if these players finished the game and came out, they would not live for a few hours without timely treatment, even if there was a medical room on the train that could be used for treatment. These unconscious players could not choose to spend points to be rescued. Basically, their fate was death. Those players who were conscious but seriously injured did not dare to stay outside and quickly returned to the endless train. Even though they knew that if they got on the train after 9 o'clock in the evening, they would most likely not be able to complete today's personal tasks. They had to get on the train. Compared with the price they had to pay for failing their personal tasks, the fear of death was more frightening to them. If they were seriously injured and not treated in time, they might soon die from infection or other problems. Although many of them were not sure whether there was a way to treat them on the train. They knew that staying outside the train was a complete waste of time. The endless train would always give countermeasures after the players had corresponding conditions. But the players would only need to spend points. Just like charging, taking a shower, etc. They had to try. More than a dozen players got on the train at once. And the number of people outside the endless train was reduced by half. And it suddenly felt a lot more empty. Zhao Sun also noticed at this time that there were several acquaintances among the remaining players. Wu Wei, Ajay and the short-haired woman were all standing in the distance. In order to avoid hostility, these volunteers had only one companion participating in each round of the game. All three of them participated in a platform game. But there are not many games left, so they can't take turns like before. They can only participate together. But there is still one person missing. In addition to the cowboy who was killed by him, there should be 4 volunteers. The 4th volunteer has never participated in a platform game, so it is impossible for him not to come this time. There is only one possibility, that he died in the game. The expressions of these 3 people are a little heavy, and they should be sad for the lost companions. However, these 3 people did not immerse themselves in emotions for too long, and began to check the status of the 4 unconscious players. The player with no obvious wounds on his body was awakened by Ajay's 2 slaps. And it seems that he can still survive. The remaining 3 players can't wake up no matter how they call them. Unless someone is willing to spend their own points to treat them, and take the risk of not completing today's personal task to take them to the car, they will have a glimmer of hope. But it is obvious that even Wu Wei and the other 3 volunteers do not have such a strong heart. Points are the foundation for every player to survive on the endless train. It is obvious that the points consumed to treat serious injuries are not a small amount. No one is willing to spend these points on others. It is hard to say whether the person can be saved or not. Even if he is saved, whether the other party is grateful or willing to return the points in equal value is unknown. The volunteers cannot afford to gamble. Zhao Sun retracted his gaze, reached into the pocket of his coat, and touched a palm-sized stone. The stone was cold and round, like a small round millstone. This is his new special item, Primate Blessing. It was not until this time that he had time to take a look at the details of this special item. Primate Blessing. Players who own this item can communicate freely with any primate without language barriers. The holder can choose the primate to help from the 10 silhouettes of the item according to their own needs. It can be used for exploration, sneak attacks, theft, creating chaos, etc. There are a total of 10 primates to choose from. You can only summon one of each primate, and a maximum of 10 primates can be summoned at the same time. When each primate dies, the silhouette will disappear and cannot be summoned again. P.S. If you take it back into the stone before death, no matter how serious the injury is, you can summon it again intact after 48 hours. But if you die, you can no longer take it back, and you can no longer summon a new primate of that kind. The 10 primates are baboon, squirrel monkey, hanging monkey, gibbon, ring-tailed lemur, mandrill, macaque, pygmy marmoset, orangutan, and golden monkey. Zhao Sun's fingertips stroked the marks on the stone, which were the silhouettes of 10 primates. The species of these 10 primates are exactly the same as the 10 he encountered in the zoo. In short, this prop is pretty good and can be used in many occasions. When Zhao Sun sat down and prepared to eat the last remaining meat bun, the number of players outside the train became even smaller. Some players, who were slightly injured, also boarded the train. Some were worried that their injuries would become more serious if they were not treated, while others were very panicked because they had not been able to stop the bleeding. When Zhao Sun finished eating the meat bun, there were less than 10 players standing outside the train. However, Zhao Sun did not care about these. He sat cross-legged and dozed off, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. This time he was not in a hurry to upgrade his special ability. He wanted to see how much his ranking could move up after accumulating so many points. More than 2 hours passed quickly, and Zhao Sun successfully boarded the train on time. Welcome player Zhao Sun back to the endless train. A pop-up window appeared and quickly disappeared, followed by a familiar electronic sound from the train horn. Congratulations to all passengers for successfully spending another day. The points ranking of all passengers has been released. Please check it yourself. Zhao Sun opened his personal panel and walked towards his seat. This road was already very familiar to him, and he could sit down smoothly without even looking at it. Player, Zhao Sun. Scores, 714. Ranking, 130. Special ability, Devouring LV3. Current Devouring Special Ability Gold Control. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special Ability Thunder Control. Special Items, Lively Long Rope. Burning Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. Primate's Blessing. Before getting off the bus, he had a few meals and bought some meat buns as dry food, deducting some points. And then this time, he got a total of 372 points in the game. And the total points were indeed 714. When the total points were 342 before, his ranking was 141. Now the total points are 714. More than 300 points more than before. But the ranking has only risen by 11 places. TSK. As expected, the older players who rank higher have higher points. And it has become difficult to rise in the ranking. If it is the top 100, there may be a difference of several hundred points between each ranking. Then how big is the total points of the first place? But this leads to a new question. What do old players do with so many points? Just to compete for the first place? Then what's the benefit of competing for the first place? If there is no benefit, then there is no point in competing for the first place. It's enough to ensure that you are not the last one. These points might as well be used to improve the quality of life on the train, rather than saving them all the time. Well, this problem can only be explored after he becomes an old player. For now, let's focus on the present. Zhao Sun clicked on the special ability. You can use 500 points to upgrade the special ability Swallow LV3. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully upgrading the special ability Swallow to LV4. Please click on the details to view the detailed information. Zhao Sun clicked on the details. Swallow LV4. Rarity, only. Ability details. After selecting the target, bite any item belonging to the target for 3 seconds to obtain the opponent's ability. The current level can obtain the opponent's ability and increase it 4 times. You can have 6 abilities at the same time. If you swallow the 7th ability, you need to choose to cover one of the 6 abilities you already have. The acquired ability will not disappear until it is covered by a new ability. Note, the selected item must be on the target for more than 24 hours. If the item is taken from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a swallowed item. Zhao Sun's eyes lit up. This time the increase has increased from 2 times to 4 times, which is already a leap. The most important thing is that the number of abilities that can be obtained this time has increased from 3 to 6, which is a doubling that has never happened before. Not bad. Very good. I will get a strand of Wu Wei's hair tomorrow. Although he has only seen Wu Wei use special abilities once, and is not sure what they are. It feels good. Anyway, there are still 3 vacancies now, so it doesn't hurt to take one first. The last place in the points ranking on September 23rd is number 001 in carriage 11, and will receive support and encouragement measures. The train will arrive at the 6th station at 2 a.m. on September 27th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Friendly report. There are currently 27 new players left. Before boarding the train at the checkpoint, the 3 shock players had not woken up yet. No matter whether they would die or not, they could not return to the endless train anyway. Therefore, the number of players who returned to the endless train alive from the game became 26. Xiahong was the only player who did not participate in the 5th round of the platform game, which added up to exactly 27 people. In other words, there were indeed no old players participating in the 5th round of the platform game. In total, the number of old players who participated in the platform game was very small. It was obvious that the train rules that old players needed to abide by on the endless train were different from those of new players. At least they were not required to participate in the platform game 3 times a month. So what did they usually do on the train? Zhao Sun did not think that the endless train would give preferential treatment to old players. It was impossible for old players to only complete personal tasks every day. Perhaps because he was about to become an old player, things related to old players became more and more interesting to him. I'm glad you came out alive, Xiahong said softly. She finally got to know a player with good strength. And of course she hoped that the other party could live a little longer. There is also a special item binding between them. If the other party can live longer, it means that she also has the hope of living longer. Zhao Sun came back to his senses and smiled. I shouldn't die so easily. After thinking for a while, he asked, "This time you are the only new player staying on the train. Is there anything special about your personal task compared to usual?" Xiaohong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Zhao Sun to suddenly ask such a question. "You don't have to explain the content of your personal task in detail. Just say if there is anything strange or special," Zhao Sun added. Xiaohong recalled carefully and shook her head. "No. Aren't personal tasks generally divided into two categories? Things that need to be done by yourself and are not related to other players, and things that need to offend other players. Your summary is not bad." Zhao Sun laughed softly. "Maybe it's because there are no other players. My personal tasks in the past 2 days are all the former. But I guess there is no obvious difference from the previous personal tasks." Xiaohong explained seriously again. "Well, I know." Zhao Sun responded and didn't continue the topic. Since there is no difference, he has no interest. He looked up at the personal task that has been floating in front of him. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 24th. Destroy one of your own weapons. It's still the same old task. Zhao Sun was even less interested. Xiaohong saw that Zhao Sun had no interest in continuing this topic. So she changed the topic. "I think the 6th round should be the last round of platform games this month." "Well, it is likely." Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. The 6th round of platform games will start at 2 a.m. on September 27th. If there are only 2 days, it will end at 2400 hours on the 28th. Generally, after returning to the endless train, you have to stay for more than 1 day. That is, the 29th must be on the endless train. The remaining day is only the 30th. At least there has been no platform game that lasts only 1 day or less than 1 day. So it is highly likely that the 6th round will be the last round of the platform game in September. Among the remaining 20 or so new players, if there are players who have only participated in 1 round of the platform game, then even if they have participated in the 6th round, they have still violated the rules of the game. The consequences of this violation should not be as simple as just deducting points. He was a little curious about how it would be handled. Thinking about it, Zhao Sun yawned uncontrollably. He said to Xiaohong, "I'll rest first." He had not slept for more than 48 hours. And he had to force himself to resist the effect of the lullaby before. And now he is really sleepy. Seeing this, Xiaohong stopped talking, and she fell asleep quickly on the table. Chapter 126 Fairy Tale Forest. September 24th. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Sun woke up. He went to the bathroom to wash up, completed today's personal task, and then went to an ordinary restaurant to buy a vegetable bun for breakfast. He was a little tired of eating meat buns for several days. In addition, upgrading his special ability deducted 500 points at once. Although he had more than 200 points left, he still felt that he had become very poor in an instant. So he planned to spend less on food in the next 2 days. The main reason was that he didn't want to be the last player in the ranking today. After all, the players who clear the game this time can get at least 90 points, plus the points accumulated in the past half a month. They should be able to make up 200. Of course, it would be best if those players upgraded their special abilities. In this way, he would definitely not be the last one. Zhao Sun went to carriage 11 to find Wu Wei immediately after breakfast. Wu Wei was very surprised to see Zhao Sun coming. Although he intended to build a good relationship with Zhao Sun, he could see that Zhao Sun was used to being alone. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Sun would not come over if there was nothing to do. So, seeing Zhao Sun at this time, Wu Wei was quite surprised. And he asked, "What are you doing here? I'm just curious." Zhao Sun sat down next to Wu Wei casually and looked at Wu Wei. "Did you lose another teammate in the last game?" Wu Wei had a short haircut, and it was quite difficult to find a fallen hair on him. I couldn't just ask Wu Wei to cut a hair for me, so I had to find something else. "What do you mean by asking this?" Before Wu Wei could speak, Ajay jumped up. "Did you come here specifically to mock us? Didn't I just say it? I'm curious." Zhao Sun glanced at Ajay. "Do you have a bad brain and can't understand what others say? Or do you have a bad ear and can't hear what I'm saying clearly? You?" Ajay was instantly furious, and slammed the table and stood up. "Ajay!" Wu Wei warned in a low voice. Ajay's reason returned instantly, and he sat back down without saying anything. But he turned his head and looked out the window, looking unwilling to talk to anyone. "Ajay is just young and doesn't know how to deal with people," the short-haired woman said to Zhao Sun. "Don't bother with him." Zhao Sun shrugged. "Of course, I won't take his words to heart. We lost a companion." Wu Wei sighed and answered Zhao Sun. "In the 7th round, he was killed by the hunter." Zhao Sun comforted casually. You don't have to be too sad. In this kind of survival game, it is impossible to guarantee that the entire team will survive. You are really cold-blooded. The matter of human death is so light in your mouth. Ajay still looked out the window, but still couldn't help but say something. I'm a little curious about what your special ability is. Zhao Sun was not angry. He leaned back in his chair and smiled at Ajay. If you are impulsive, irritable and mean, you won't live long without a special ability. Do you think I will tell you? Ajay turned around and glared at Zhao Sun. Who knows what you are thinking? Ajay, if you keep talking nonsense like this, don't blame me for being rude to you. Wu Wei was a little annoyed and warned Ajay again. Ajay's expression froze for a moment, but he still obediently didn't speak again. He still admired Wu Wei as the captain. So even when he couldn't control his temper, he could still listen to Wu Wei's words. He turned his head to look out the window again, determined to be a background board, and didn't say a word. He felt that he and Zhao Sun were completely different people. This was an indescribable feeling. His disgust for Zhao Sun was natural, just like a cat would never like a mouse. He liked upright people like Wu Wei, and no matter how gentle Zhao Sun appeared on the surface, he felt that the other party revealed a malicious intent. Although Wu Wei told him that no matter whether the other party had malicious intent or not, as long as the malicious intent was not directed at them, they could still get along as usual. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy on the endless train. He understood the truth, but it was difficult to completely control his temper and be kind to someone he didn't like. The best he could do was to be silent like now. Zhao Sun felt a little regretful when he saw that Ajay had no intention of speaking again. He was still thinking about irritating Ajay and starting a fight. And then Wu Wei and the short-haired woman would definitely try to stop him. And he could take the opportunity to get something from each of the three people. It was normal to pull hair or lose a button during a fight. Unfortunately, Wu Wei persuaded Ajay. And Ajay, who was impulsive, actually listened to Wu Wei. The plan could not be implemented. Forget it. Let's put those two people aside for now. But Wu Wei's special ability must be obtained today. Zhao Sun looked at Wu Wei again. Wu Wei had been wearing this coat since he boarded the train, and he had never changed it until now. There was no quilt when he slept at night, and he could only sleep sitting up. And it was even more impossible to take off the coat. So any item on this coat had been on Wu Wei for more than 24 hours. Zhao Sun noticed that the thread on Wu Wei's right cufflink was broken, and only one was barely connected. It should be because Wu Wei usually used his right hand to do things, and his sleeves kept rubbing against various places. So the thread of the cufflink was gradually worn out. With a little force, the cufflink can be taken off. The question is, how to take it off without attracting attention. While thinking this in his heart, Zhao Sun was not idle, and kept chatting with Wu Wei about his experience in the last round of the game. This way, he would not arouse suspicion because he remained silent for a long time. While chatting, Wu Wei suddenly said, in the end, the zoo collapsed, and no one knows what happened. And the person who talked to those animals such as gorillas and baboons on the radio, is he a hidden NPC? Zhao Sun pretended to think, and then said, it's possible. Who knows? If we can meet that hidden NPC, maybe we can trigger a hidden task. The short-haired woman said with some regret. I haven't triggered a hidden task yet, and I'm curious about what a hidden task will look like. About the hidden task, Zhao Sun told him volunteers when the cowboy died. Otherwise, they might not know that there is a hidden task for a long time. Unfortunately, although they knew about it, none of them had experienced the hidden mission so far. Hidden missions are difficult to trigger. Zhao Sun sighed softly. Anyone who saw it would think that he hadn't triggered a hidden mission for a long time. By the way, Zhao Sun looked at Wu Wei. I have something to give you. As he said that, he took out the backpack that originally belonged to the cowboy. He put the backpack between himself and Wu Wei, unzipped it, and searched inside. The moment Ajay saw the backpack, his face changed slightly. But he didn't act impulsively like before, and he just held back a word. The expressions of Wu Wei and the short-haired woman seemed much more natural. Ajay always felt that the cowboy's things were taken away by Zhao Sun. But Wu Wei and the short-haired woman knew very well that this was what Zhao Sun deserved. The cowboy used the backpack as an exchange, and Zhao Sun took the initiative to tell them everything that happened in the game. Therefore, Wu Wei and the short-haired woman just looked at Zhao Sun's actions in confusion, not knowing what Zhao Sun was going to take out. Zhao Sun quickly dug out a wallet from inside and handed it to Wu Wei. This is your companion's stuff. It's useless for me to keep it. It's better to give it to you. Wu Wei's expression suddenly became a little excited. He opened the wallet, and saw that there was indeed the cowboy's ID card and photo inside. The photo was a family photo. Grandparents, parents and cowboy. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. But now, things have changed. These things are really useless in the endless train and the survival game. And only people who are related to the cowboy want to keep them as a souvenir. Thank you. Wu Wei sincerely thanked Zhao Sun. Thank you for not throwing away this wallet. You're welcome. Zhao Sun stuffed some of the things he dug out back into the mountaineering bag, and then lifted the mountaineering bag and shook it so that it could be zipped up. While shaking the backpack, Wu Wei was still looking at the photo in his hand. His right hand was half raised, and the zipper of the backpack caught Wu Wei's right cufflink very conveniently. The next second, because of Zhao Sun's force, the cufflink fell off. The cufflink did not fall into the backpack. Under the force of the zipper, it rebounded and fell to the ground. Zhao Sun pretended to have just discovered it and said sorry. He quickly zipped up the backpack, put the backpack back into the storage compartment, and then squatted down to pick up the cufflink for Wu Wei. It's okay. It's just a cufflink. Wu Wei's mind was still on the relic of the cowboy man. He said to Zhao Sun, It doesn't matter if you can't find it. I've found it. Zhao Sun responded. After picking up the cufflink, he pretended to get up, and his head hit the small square table heavily. He took a breath, curled up and pretended to need to slow down, covering his head with one hand and putting the other hand on his chest. He blocked his view with his body and pursed his lips around his cufflinks. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the Special Ability Beast Transformation LV2. The current Swallow ability level is LV4, and you can have 6 abilities at the same time. Due to the ability effect of Swallow, the effect of Beast Transformation LV2 is quadrupled, but it cannot be upgraded. Please click for details. Shui, are you okay? Wu Wei hurriedly showed concern for Zhao Sun. Only 3 seconds had passed, but Wu Wei's concern was already very fast, because the time was too short. Zhao Sun's movements were very smooth, and no one was suspicious at all. Zhao Sun crawled out from under the table. It's okay. He handed the cufflinks to Wu Wei, and then said, Sorry, I broke your cufflinks. It doesn't matter. Wu Wei smiled. If this thing falls off, it falls off. I can't sew it. Anyway, the clothes can still be worn. I'll help you mend it. The short-haired woman reached out to take the cufflinks from Zhao Sun's hand, and took out the needle and thread she carried with her, and said to Wu Wei, Take off your coat and give it to me. Wu Wei was not shy, and took off his coat neatly and handed it to the short-haired woman. Zhao Sun stood up. Then you guys go ahead. I'm going back. Wu Wei couldn't think of any topic for the time being, so he didn't keep anyone. Come to me if you have something. Zhao Sun responded and turned away. On the way back, he clicked on the ability details of Beast Transformation LV2. This was the first time that after getting a new ability, the words, Please click on the details for details, appeared. It seems that after his devouring was upgraded to LV4, there were some subtle changes. Beast Transformation LV2. You can choose 2 parts of your body to be beastified at the same time, and the body parts after beastification will have the characteristics of the beast. After getting the quadruple amplification, according to the upgrade direction of this special ability, the changes are as follows. You can completely beastify the whole body, or you can choose one or some parts of your body to be beastified according to your own needs. The body parts after beastification will have the characteristics of the beast, and on this basis, choose one of the characteristics of the beast for quadruple amplification. After reading the details, Zhao Sun was very happy. Now the effect amplification is not just a simple doubling of the data, but will also change according to the situation of the ability itself and the upgrade direction. In other words, he can now perform a complete beastification, which may be an effect that only Beast Transformation LV3 or Beast Transformation LV4 can have. In addition, you can also choose one of the characteristics of the beast after beastification for quadruple amplification, which is an ability effect that does not exist in Beast Transformation LV2. If he understood correctly, for example, if he transformed into a cat and then chose to increase his agility 4 times, his reaction ability would be 4 times faster than that of an ordinary cat. At this moment, Zhao Sun finally felt that the 500 points spent on the upgrade were worth it. He was even more looking forward to what changes would happen after he got a higher level special ability and then increased it. This good mood lasted for a long time. When he went back, Xiaohong could clearly see that Zhao Sun was in a good mood. But Xiaohong didn't ask much. In the ranking that night, Zhao Sun suddenly fell out of the top 200. But fortunately, he was not the last. But now there are very few new players left. And more than 200 are basically the last. So on the next 25th and 26th, Zhao Sun had 2 meals a day. And only ate 2-point vegetable buns. Bean paste buns and steamed buns. Avoid spending more points than you get. And it is easier to become the last player. Just like that. When the 27th arrived, Zhao Sun's total score became 217 points. His ranking was last every day. But he managed to stay in stable position and not become the last one. Moreover, there were 3 different kinds of food to eat this time. So I didn't feel tired of eating. Because it was past midnight. I couldn't just walk around. And the time to get off the train was at 2 in the morning. Zhao Sun didn't have time to go to the restaurant to buy food. So he bought 4 loaves of bread, 4 bags of biscuits, and 4 bottles of mineral water when the conductor came over with a cart. A total of 12 points were spent. Anyway, I was about to get off the train. So I didn't have to worry about the problem of my ranking dropping due to the points I spent. Not long after, an electronic sound came from the train horn. The endless train will stop at the Fairy Tale Forest platform at 2 in the morning. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Just like last time. Except for Xiaohong. All the other players, who were still alive in the same carriage, stood up. Even though some players knew that they could only pass 2 rounds of the platform game at most, which was bound to violate the rules of the game, they still chose to participate in this platform game. Because everyone knew that the degree of punishment for missing 1 platform game and missing 2 platform games would be very likely to be different. As long as the end is not death. No matter what the punishment is, there is still hope for life. So in order to receive a lighter punishment, they must also participate in this platform game. 5 minutes later, the train stopped. This train will stop for 3 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the evening of September 29th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the evening of September 29th. As soon as the words fell, the doors of each carriage opened instantly. The players walked out in unison. Zhao Sun walked through the thick white fog, and soon walked to an open space. He looked up, and saw a large lush forest in the distance. At such a distance, he could only see the trees, and could not see anything else. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the players gathered in the open space. A huge public screen popped up above everyone. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Forest platform game. Players need to find characters related to fairy tales in the forest, and trigger tasks by talking to fairy tale characters. You must complete at least 2 fairy tale characters' tasks before you can pass the level. After triggering a task, you can choose to accept or reject it. Once you have chosen, you cannot change it. There is no penalty for rejecting it. There is no penalty for accepting it but failing the task. Note 1. Once a player accepts a fairy tale character's task, the fairy tale character will no longer be able to trigger a task. Note 2. There are 40 fairy tale characters in the Fairy Tale Forest. Note 3. After a player triggers a fairy tale character's task, he may fall into a limited scene. Please always remember your identity as a player. Even if the task fails, you can still get out of the limited scene. Wish all players a happy game. The next second, Zhao Sun stood in the forest. There was a bright crescent moon hanging in the sky, and the visibility was originally good. But under the layers of lush leaves, the moonlight shining on the ground became much dimmer and thinner. Zhao Sun could only barely see what was in front of him. If it was farther away, he couldn't see it clearly. He took out his mountaineering bag and took out a high-intensity flashlight from it. Suddenly, the visibility was much higher, and the small insects around were scared and stopped screaming. Zhao Sun quickly chose a direction, looking for fairy tale characters while walking, and reviewing the rules of the game in his mind. There are 40 fairy tale characters in the Fairy Tale Forest, and each player must complete the tasks of 2 fairy tale characters to pass the game, which means that in the most ideal state, only 20 players can pass the game. However, the game rules do not say that players can only accept tasks from 2 fairy tale characters, but that they must complete 2 tasks. In addition, the rule of no penalty for accepting tasks but failing is enough to prove that as long as there is enough time, players can accept any number of tasks until they complete 2 tasks. In this way, the number of players who can pass the game is even smaller. Under these premises, it becomes particularly important to seize the initiative. The sooner you encounter a fairy tale character, the sooner you trigger the task. and try to ensure that the task you trigger can be completed. The greater the hope of passing the game. The later it is, the harder it is. Of course, if you encounter a task that sounds particularly difficult, it is best to refuse it directly, and quickly find the next fairy tale character. It's much better than accepting this difficult task and failing. Wasting time. Zhao Sun walked very fast, and occasionally he would be tripped by the vines on the ground. But his reaction was quite agile, and he could always stabilize his body in time and avoid falling. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Sun didn't even see a shadow of a person. He couldn't help but speed up his pace. Maybe some players have found the fairy tale characters in these 10 minutes, and he hasn't found them yet. It is very likely that the location he put them in is not very good, and there are no NPCs nearby. Then he can only walk faster and look for them farther away. The strong flashlight in Zhao Sun's hand kept shining forward and to the left and right sides, and his footsteps never stopped. Just when he was considering whether to use wings to fly in suspension to speed up, his footsteps paused. The strong flashlight swept again to a big tree on the left. This is a deciduous broadleaf forest. In the cool breeze of the autumn night, the leaves of the whole tree turned yellow, and many leaves fell, and some branches looked bare. This also allowed the bright moonlight to fall down, covering a layer of fallen leaves under the tree and a dozing rabbit. Yes, a rabbit. This rabbit, which could attract Zhao Sun's attention, was certainly not an ordinary rabbit. It was wearing a British-style outfit, with its hands resting behind its head. The whole rabbit was leaning against the tree trunk, its head drooping slightly, and its ears bent down. Under the bright light, you can clearly see the rise and fall of its chest, proving that it is still alive. This should be the March Hare in Alice in Wonderland. Zhao Sun walked over quickly. As he approached, the light of the strong flashlight swayed on the March Hare's body, and the overly bright light pierced the March Hare's eyes. But in the next second, it quickly closed its eyes again. Quick! Quick! Turn off the thing in your hand! I feel like my eyes are going blind! The March Hare protested loudly. Zhao Sun said nothing, but turned off the flashlight. Only the moonlight fell, and the light suddenly felt much weaker. The March Hare heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes again. It looked up at Zhao Sun, but did not speak again. Zhao Sun realized that the March Hare was waiting for him to speak, thought for a moment, and asked, "Why are you sleeping here?" "Oh, yes, I fell asleep here." The March Hare seemed to have just realized that he had actually slept under the tree. It yawned, stretched, and then continued, "Why am I sleeping here? Let me think. I seem to be looking for something." Chapter 127 March Hare. "What are you looking for?" Zhao Sun asked, following the words of the March Hare. "Well, I'm looking for something. What am I looking for?" The March Hare scratched his long ears in distress, a little confused, as if he had not yet fully woken up from his sleep. Zhao Sun did not urge him, but waited patiently. "Ah, I remember." The March Hare patted his head. "I'm looking for a pocket watch. My pocket watch is gone." It looked up at Zhao Sun and asked expectantly, "Can you help me find my pocket watch?" Zhao Sun looked back at the March Hare, but did not respond immediately. Obviously, this was the task that triggered the March Hare. From the content of the task, it seems that there is no danger. It is not necessarily an easy task to find the pocket watch. "Where to look for it?" Zhao Sun asked. "It shouldn't be the whole forest." "Right. If it is the whole forest, there is basically no hope of finding it. So he might as well give up the task directly." "How is it possible?" The March Hare tilted his head to look at Zhao Sun and chuckled. "My pocket watch must have been lost in the place where I stay for a long time." Zhao Sun recalled the general content of Alice in Wonderland, and remembered that the place where the March Hare in the story stayed for a long time should be a long table in the forest, where he drank tea with the Mad Hatter and the Dormouse. Then the search range would be very small. "Okay, I'll help you find it." Zhao Sun agreed. The March Hare was very happy. It walked behind the tree and urged Zhao Sun, "Then you follow me." Zhao Sun did not hesitate and followed the pace of the March Hare. After walking around the thick tree and about 10 meters in, we arrived at an open area. There were no trees here, but the ground was covered with various weeds, and in the middle was a rectangular dining table and several chairs. There were all kinds of cups, plates, spoons, forks, etc. on the dining table, and there were half green and half yellow vines entwined in it. The originally white tablecloth has turned yellow, and the surfaces of all the tableware and chairs are covered with a thin layer of gray. This should be the so-called limited scene. A scene that belongs to the story of Alice in Wonderland and fits the role of the March Hare. Zhao Sun looked at the scene in front of him and recalled the rules of the game in his heart. Judging from the rules of the game, entering the limited scene is likely to make the player forget his identity. Once you forget that you are a player, you can't get out of the limited scene, although there is no punishment for failing the task. What is the difference between being trapped in the limited scene and being unable to get out and being punished? No, it is actually more cruel than punishment, because after the punishment, it is still possible to pass the game and return to the endless train alive. But if you are trapped in the limited scene, you will completely lose the hope of passing the game. In short, you must always remind yourself not to forget your identity. Zhao Sun gave himself 3 psychological hints in his heart before approaching the dining table. This dining table looks like it hasn't been used for a long time. Are you sure your pocket watch fell here? He asked the March Hare standing next to him. It must be here. The March Hare widened his pink eyes. I never left this place before Alice showed up. After I left here, my pocket watch disappeared. Since it disappeared after leaving here, could it be lost on the road? Zhao Sun asked. You should recall the road you walked after leaving here, and look for it along the way. Absolutely impossible, March Rabbit denied loudly. After I found that the pocket watch was missing, I immediately went back along the road to look for it. But I couldn't find it. At this point, it suddenly yawned. Then I was too tired and fell asleep under the tree. Zhao Sun understood. The timeline of the story of this NPC is said not long after leaving the dining table. March Rabbit found that the pocket watch was missing and went back to look for it. He was tired and fell asleep on the way. And then he was met by Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun patrolled the dining table and asked again. Have you been here before? Yes, March Rabbit answered very confidently. But this table is full of dust. It looks like it hasn't been used for a long time, Zhao Sun said while walking around the table. Finally, I saw traces on a chair opposite. Only this chair is dust-free. It seems that someone, or a rabbit, has used it recently. There was indeed a small clean area on the edge of the table in front of the chair. They all left. The March Hare shrugged. I don't know what he thought of. And suddenly he laughed. The 3 of us were trapped here for a long time, until Alice appeared and rescued us. And we were finally able to leave this place. The Mad Hatter and the Dormouse couldn't wait to leave, and I should be very happy. But its ears were half drooped, and his expression suddenly became a little sad. But I just want to drink tea here again, and I want to see when the Mad Hatter and the Dormouse will come to see me, an old friend, and have a cup of afternoon tea with me. But they didn't. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its voice became angry. I watched the leaves turn green and yellow and green again, and no one came back here. I was forgotten like these forks and cups. Zhao Sun. The original plot said that the March Hare's brain was not normal and a little neurotic. Now it seems that talking to himself in a short period of time can change several emotions in an instant, which is indeed neurotic. But he was not very interested in the story of the March Hare. Unless the plot can provide clues about the pocket watch, it is useless to him. In this game, if you want to unlock all the plots, you must contact 40 NPCs and accept all the NPCs' tasks. Obviously, this is impossible to do, so he no longer has the opportunity to unlock all the plots and get extra points. Then, he has no interest in understanding the extra plots that are not related to the task. Thinking of this, he asked the March Hare, why don't you talk about your pocket watch? Maybe it will help me find it for you. The March Hare quickly came out of its previous emotions, and it chuckled. Yes. Now the pocket watch is the most important thing. Just as it was about to continue, it seemed to think of something and stopped. Why haven't you started looking for my pocket watch yet? It asked Zhao Sun unhappily. I'll tell you about my past with the pocket watch. You should listen and look for it. Zhao Sun did not argue, took out a pair of plastic medical gloves from the storage compartment, and then began to search from the place closest to him. The March Hare showed a satisfied look, and then continued, that pocket watch is my favorite treasure. As for how it came from, I can't remember. Maybe it's a family heirloom. Oh no. It seems that I bought it with my own money. No. Why do I remember that someone gave it to me? Oh, I can't remember clearly. Then you must remember what your pocket watch looks like. Zhao Sun glanced at the March Hare. Color, pattern, whether there are any letters engraved. You can't have no impression of these. Right? Yes. I know all these. The March Hare said very happily. Silver pocket watch. The cover has a very regular diamond pattern. And the side of the cover is engraved with March. Ah. I'm beginning to miss the slight sound of the pointer turning in the pocket watch. It held its chest with both hands and closed its eyes involuntarily. My pocket watch? Only I can understand what it says. After separating from me, it must feel very lonely. Zhao Sun opened the lid of the teapot to check if there was a pocket watch hidden inside, and asked, by the way, what does your pocket watch tell you? It says a lot. The March Hare seemed very happy that someone asked this question, and it said excitedly, it told me that it can't stop for a moment. Although it sometimes feels tired, it always feels that its persistence is meaningful. Without Zhao Sun's questioning, the March Hare took the initiative to extend the topic. I said I am particularly grateful for its company. It said that it also loves me very much and wants to accompany me forever. Zhao Sun took out a dagger and cut the vines on the table, exposing more of the tabletop and making it easier for him to search. The March Hare was still chattering about what the pocket watch had said to it. Finally, it concluded, it is my only remaining friend. I must not lose it. Until this time, Zhao Sun asked again, can the pocket watch really speak? Or did you hear those words from the tick-tick sound? After all, this is a fairy tale background, and it is not surprising that the pocket watch can speak. But there is no plot that the pocket watch can speak in the original book. He has to confirm whether the plot of the game has been changed or the March Hare is still crazy. Of course it can speak. The March Hare answered as a matter of course. And at the end, it laughed. But you guys with poor hearing should only hear the ordinary tick-tick sound. Zhao Sun. It's confirmed that it is crazy. Zhao Sun picked up the overturned teacup and threw away the fallen leaves on the table. In this way, every detail on the table was carefully searched. But there was no trace of the pocket watch. Then he started to clean the ground, searching every place carefully while cleaning. He spent an hour like this, but found nothing. Zhao Sun stood up, looked at the March Hare who had been standing by without moving, and asked, is there any basement nearby? What are you thinking about? The March Hare's eyes seemed to say, are you crazy? It widened its pink eyes. How could there be a basement here? You've seen it. I turned this place upside down, but I didn't find your pocket watch. Zhao Sun suggested, you must think about whether you have lost it somewhere else, or we can go to the route you left and look for it again. I'm 100% sure that the pocket watch must be here. March Hare was a little annoyed. I can feel it calling me. It can't be anywhere else. Can you hear it calling you? Zhao Sun grasped the key point. Can you hear the tick sound in the pocket watch now? March Hare was at a loss for a moment, then scratched his ears and corrected. I didn't hear the tick sound. I heard its call. Okay. Call, Zhao Sun perfunctorily said, and then used Beast's transformation to turn his head into a dog's head. He had just obtained the special ability, and he hadn't gotten used to it yet. For a moment, he forgot that now was actually a good time to use this special ability. It was only when he heard March Hare say, hear its call, that he reacted. What's going on? The March Hare opened his mouth in surprise. Why did your head become a dog's head? Are you originally a dog? No. Why is your body still a human? Zhao Sun ignored the March Hare. After turning into a dog's head, he chose to increase his hearing fourfold. Almost in the next second, he heard the very clear tick-tick sound of the pointer moving, so clear that it seemed to be right next to his ear. He adapted to the sudden change in hearing. He tried to ignore the sound of the breeze, the sound of falling leaves, the sound of insects in the distance, and so on, and tried to focus on the tick-tick sound. Soon, he figured out the direction. He strode towards the March Hare. It was not until Zhao Sun walked in front of him that the March Hare raised his head with some effort, looked at Zhao Sun, who was much taller than him, and asked, why are you coming to my place? Zhao Sun stretched out his right hand, grabbed the two ears of the March Hare, and lifted the March Hare up directly. What are you doing? The March Hare was angry and annoyed, and the whole rabbit struggled violently, almost twisting itself into a knot. Zhao Sun raised his left hand and released a weak lightning bolt at the March Hare. The March Hare suddenly felt numb all over, and suddenly he didn't even have the strength to struggle, and the whole rabbit softened. Seeing that the March Hare was honest, Zhao Sun put his left hand into the inner pocket of the March Hare's coat and took out a pocket watch from it. It was silver, with a very regular diamond pattern on the cover, and March was engraved on the side of the cover, which completely matched the characteristics of the March Hare's pocket watch. Isn't this your pocket watch? Zhao Sun changed his head back to human form and said to the March Hare, "You always carry it with you." It was really unbearable to have so much hearing enhancement at once, and it felt that the whole world became particularly noisy. After changing back, I suddenly felt a lot quieter. Is that so?" The March Hare had not yet completely recovered from the paralysis, and it said slowly, "I remember it disappeared. Could it be that it sensed my strong feelings for it, so it took the initiative to come back? Maybe." Zhao Sun put the March Hare down and stuffed the pocket watch into the March Hare's hand. "In this way, I should have completed my help to you. Right." He did not argue with the March Hare that the pocket watch could not come back by itself. According to the plot and setting, the March Hare was not in a normal state of mind. It forgot that the pocket watch was in its pocket and thought that it was lost, which was a normal thing that might happen. He did not need to argue with a neurotic rabbit. It was okay to complete the task. The March Hare looked at the pocket watch in his hand, and his ears shook from time to time, looking very happy. "Well, thank you for your help. I finally found my pocket watch. I am very happy." As he said that, he jumped and ran into the depths of the jungle and gradually disappeared. In front of Zhao Sun, the old dining table and chairs, and the dusty and stained teacups and plates, also gradually disappeared. The scene in front of him turned into a dense forest again. Now, he had no idea where he was now, and he did not remember which direction he had walked before. Zhao Sun took off his gloves, put them back in the storage compartment, and then turned on the strong flashlight and shone it around. It was different from the place where he met the March Hare before. Either it was because he followed the March Hare for more than 100 meters, and the position changed, so of course the surroundings looked different, or it was because after he completed a task, the position would change randomly. It didn't matter which reason it was. Anyway, it didn't affect his search for new NPCs. Zhao Sun randomly chose a direction and continued to walk forward quickly. In the next 2 hours, he didn't need a fairy tale character. This forest was bigger than he imagined. Before, it felt like the forest had no end when he looked at it from a distance. Not to mention that when he was in it, it was even more like a vast sea of forests. 40 NPCs hiding in it were like 40 small fish hiding in the sea. It was really not that easy to meet them. It would be better if they stayed in one place like the March Hare. But if other NPCs could move their positions or even avoid players, it would be even harder to find them. The good thing is that it is not so easy for other players to find NPCs, unless they are extremely lucky. Otherwise, they don't have to worry too much about not having a place to pass the level in such a short time. The downside is that it is difficult for me to find the NPC. I still have to think of some unconventional methods. Zhao Sun took back the flashlight and turned himself into an owl. Then he chose to quadruple his vision. After the hearing is amplified, it takes some time to adapt. But now, he doesn't have much time to adapt slowly. Moreover, there are too many and too chaotic sounds. Unless you can clearly hear the voice, it is difficult to judge which sounds are valid, and you can't be sure where to go. It is better to increase vision, see farther and more clearly, and it is more conducive to finding NPCs. The most important thing is that owls can fly. Zhao Sun flapped his wings, adapted a little, and flew up quickly. Thanks to his frequent use of goddess's wings, he is familiar with flying in the air, so he can master the trick of flying so quickly. Maintaining a low-altitude flight state can avoid most of the vines and weeds on the ground, and not be blocked by the branches and leaves above. Zhao Sun's forward speed is obviously much faster than before. In addition, he had a keen vision 4 times stronger than that of an owl. Nothing could escape his eyes, as he flew all the way. However, with these bonuses, Zhao Sun still did not encounter a single NPC in the next 2 hours. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the characteristics of an owl had basically no advantage during the day, and the eyes could not see anything clearly. Zhao Sun landed next to a big tree and turned back into a human form. Maintaining the animal form for a long time and flying all the time made him feel tired. Obviously, the length of time to maintain the animal form is also linked to mental power. If he guessed correctly, the ability to change the size of an animal should also be related to mental power. People with weak mental power cannot change into large animals. If it weren't for the wrong time, he would have wanted to try what animal he could change into now. He was afraid that the size of the animal he changed into would be too large and his mental power would be exhausted all at once. That was no joke. He couldn't let himself down. Zhao Sun sat down on the spot, took out a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits, and ate a mouthful of water with each bite of biscuit to replenish his energy. After thinking for a while, he took out a box of chocolates from the backpack and took out a small piece of chocolate from the independent package and ate it. In fact, there was some food in the backpack, such as compressed biscuits and canned meat. These things had a long shelf life, and he didn't want to eat them casually. He wanted to wait for the next time when the game time was long and he couldn't get food supplements in the game, and then use compressed biscuits and canned meat for emergency. This time he consumed a lot, and the food he prepared was all biscuits, instant noodles and bread. The energy was really not enough, so he ate a small piece of chocolate. There were only 2 boxes in total, and 2 pieces of this box had been eaten, so he had to save it. After eating, Zhao Sun didn't rush to leave, and rested for another half an hour. He couldn't consume himself too much, which would be detrimental to the next action, so proper rest is necessary. Feeling that his fatigue was relieved a little, Zhao Sun got up. He had already thought about turning into a falcon. Falcons are small in size, have good eyesight, and are great at flying, making them suitable for daytime operations in the forest. Just as Zhao Sun was about to transform, he suddenly heard a slight sound behind him, like the sound of grass being plucked. He turned his head immediately. He saw nothing. Just as he was feeling confused, he heard the sound getting closer and closer to him. He looked down and found a toy soldier in red military uniform struggling to use his long sword to pluck grass, approaching Zhao Sun step by step. Finding that Zhao Sun noticed him, the toy soldier continued to walk forward for a while. The toy soldier stopped walking until it was half a meter away from Zhao Sun's feet. It raised its head with some effort and said loudly, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Sun did not answer but asked, "Then what are you doing here?" The toy soldier looked a little confused. I don't remember." Its expression gradually became a little flustered. "I shouldn't have forgotten, but I can't remember it now." Zhao Sun looked at the toy soldier's appearance, and it didn't seem to be pretending. Besides, as an NPC, the task is to be triggered by the player, so there is no need to pretend to have amnesia. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun asked, "Do you want me to help you find your lost memory?" The toy soldier opened his mouth, but no sound came out. After a while, it said puzzledly, "I think I have something to ask you for help, but it's not what you said. But I can't remember what I want you to help with." Chapter 128 Princess of a Neighboring Country. Looking at the state of the toy soldier, Zhao Sun quickly realized what was going on. Before this, the toy soldier should have encountered other players, and that player triggered and accepted its mission. But in the end, the mission failed, because the mission had been accepted by a player. The toy soldier could no longer be triggered by other players, and because the player who accepted the mission failed, the toy soldier entered a free state. In this free state, the toy soldier may not even know who he is, so he can't let other players trigger the mission. After figuring this out, Zhao Sun immediately turned into a falcon and flew forward. An NPC that can't trigger a mission is useless to him. He naturally won't waste time on useless NPCs. The toy soldier was knocked to the ground by the airflow caused by Zhao Sun's takeoff. But it didn't get up, but lay blankly in the grass, looking at the fragmented sky through the gaps between leaves and branches. He muttered to himself, "What should I do? What do I want others to help me with? Why? I don't remember." Zhao Sun flew for more than an hour and met a player during this time. He was chased by the other party as an NPC for a while. Fortunately, the falcon was fast and responsive, and it quickly got rid of the other party. Not long after getting rid of the player, Zhao Sun finally met an NPC, a woman in a gorgeous palace dress, a beautiful long golden curly hair, fair skin, and delicate face. At first glance, she is a princess or queen in the palace. Many fairy tales have princesses and queens, and it is not clear who this one is. Zhao Sun quickly landed and turned back into a human form. When the woman saw the falcon turned into a human, she opened her mouth in surprise. Are you a human or a bird?" Zhao Sun did not answer the woman's question, but asked, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" The woman seemed to have been triggered by some program, and the previous surprise immediately disappeared, and turned into a face full of sorrow. "Ah, speaking of which, I do have something I want to find someone to help me with. I wonder if you are willing to help me." She looked at Zhao Sun expectantly. Hearing this, Zhao Sun knew that this was an NPC that had not yet been accepted by the player, and he felt a little relieved. Finally found a useful NPC, and the game progressed a little, but he did not immediately agree to the woman's request. "Can I ask what it is?" The woman bit her lip and whispered, "I want to get the Queen's magic mirror." Hearing the words, Queen and Magic Mirror, Zhao Sun's first thought was the fairy tale of Snow White. But Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the woman's long golden hair for a moment. Snow White's appearance features: skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony window frames. Obviously, the person in front of him does not have the appearance features of Snow White, unless she is wearing a wig. But the story does not mention that Snow White wears a wig. If the fairy tale characters are completely based on the fairy tale, then this woman should not be Snow White. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun said, "Why do you want the Queen's magic mirror?" The woman lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly, "Can you not ask? I don't want to answer. And I don't want to lie." Okay. Zhao Sun agreed readily. But he put forward a new condition. "But you have to tell me who you are." He was not interested in the purpose of the woman getting the magic mirror. This task was to help the woman get the magic mirror. That is, what happened after getting the magic mirror had nothing to do with him, as long as it did not affect his completion of the task. He didn't care even if the woman wanted to use the magic mirror to kill people. The reason for asking this was just to make the other party willing to answer his second question out of compensation. Sure enough, this time the woman didn't have the courage to refuse. "I am the princess of a neighboring country." The princess of a neighboring country? Zhao Sun showed a surprised look. In his impression, it seems that only the prince of a neighboring country appeared in the story of Snow White. But there was no princess of a neighboring country. Although these two neighboring countries may not be the same country. After all, with Snow White's kingdom as the center, there may be 3 or 4 neighboring countries around. But can a character who has not appeared in the story of Snow White be regarded as a fairy tale character? Or do the NPCs in the fairy tale forest exist based on the initial version of the fairy tale? In the initial version, there is a character called the Neighboring Princess. But after many revisions, this character has been deleted from the popular reading materials, so most people are not aware of the existence of this character. Zhao Sun has no way to check this. The fairy tales he knows are all familiar ones. He has never come into contact with the initial version. But since there is such a fairy tale character, and there is no need to distinguish between true and false fairy tale characters in the game rules, then he doesn't need to care so much. No matter why this character appears in Snow White's fairy tale, he just needs to complete the task. Stealing a magic mirror or something. The difficulty coefficient should not be too high. The defense level of the Middle Ages is not difficult for him to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun agreed. "I am happy to help you." The woman's eyes brightened up after getting a positive answer. She looked up at Zhao Sun with a grateful look on her face. "Thank you." Then she lifted her skirt, stepped on her high heels, and walked forward with some effort. After walking 2 steps, she turned to Zhao Sun and said, "Please follow me closely." Zhao Sun responded and followed the woman. After walking about 100 meters forward, Zhao Sun suddenly saw a palace in front of him. The distance was very close, and he only needed to walk about another 500 meters to reach the entrance of the palace. "That's the palace." The woman lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of being heard by the queen in the distant palace. "I haven't figured out how to get in yet. There's no need to break in." Zhao Sun looked at the woman. "Aren't you the princess of a neighboring country? You can visit the queen as a princess. As long as they confirm your identity, they won't refuse to receive you." The woman looked embarrassed. "But I don't want them to know that I took the magic mirror. Otherwise they will definitely ask me to return it. So I came to help you," Zhao Sun said as a matter of course. "As long as you were with the queen when the magic mirror was stolen, wouldn't you be clear to suspicion?" "Yes. That makes sense." The woman looked at Zhao Sun blankly and asked, "Then how are you going to enter the palace? If you help me steal the magic mirror, you can't enter the palace with me as my servant. Otherwise, if you are not by my side, the queen will still suspect me." Zhao Sun, "I feel that this woman is stupid. Although the last sentence seems to have used some brains, it is not much. I hope that this woman will not fail more than she can accomplish during the mission." Thinking of this, Zhao Sun reminded her. "After entering the palace, I hope you will act according to my plan as much as possible and don't do unnecessary things. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will not be able to get the magic mirror because of your extra troubles." Just warning her not to cause trouble may not be useful. But if it affects her interests, she should be able to listen to it more. The woman didn't expect Zhao Sun to say such a thing suddenly. She was stunned for several seconds before nodding. "Oh, okay. I'll remember that." Zhao Sun then responded to the woman's previous question. "I will become your pet and go into the palace with you. Even if the magic mirror is lost when I'm not with you, no one will think that I took it away. The woman remembered that when she first met Zhao Sun looked like a bird. She understood. Yes, this is a good idea. If you become an animal, no one will be suspicious at all. Zhao Sun instructed the woman. After entering the palace, you only need to do one thing. Get along well with the queen, and let her hold a banquet to entertain you. At the banquet, you must be inseparable from the queen. The woman nodded repeatedly. I know. At the end, she asked a little worriedly. But we don't know where the magic mirror is. Don't I need to ask the queen? Do you think she will tell you? Zhao Sun was a little speechless. That's true. The woman smiled awkwardly. Then leave this to me. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao Sun interrupted the woman and reminded her again. Remember what I said? You only need to do what I asked you to do. Don't make any trouble. The woman didn't dare to say anything else. Just nodded. Let's go, Zhao Sun said to the woman. If you think of any other problems, talk while walking. This time, it was the woman who followed Zhao Sun. When they were about 200 meters away from the palace, the woman suddenly slapped her head. Ah, I remembered something. She looked at Zhao Sun. I sneaked out alone this time. I didn't even bring a servant, and I didn't take a carriage. She looked down at her skirt that was already stained with dirt, and her high heels that were stained with a lot of mud. How should I explain this to the queen? Is there anything that can prove your identity as a princess? This was the first thing Zhao Sun thought of. Yes, the woman said as she stretched out her left hand, revealing a sapphire ring on it. This can prove my identity as a princess. Zhao Sun didn't see what was special about the sapphire, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since the woman said it could prove her identity, she shouldn't be lying. Then, okay. You can use the ring to prove your identity, and then find an excuse. Zhao Sun paused here. He remembered that the woman's brain was not flexible, so he gave a direct suggestion. Just say that you are curious about the neighboring country, but your husband doesn't want you to go out, so you sneaked out alone. Will this work? The woman hesitated. It should work, Zhao Sun replied. If it was a world with rigorous logic, this reason would be a little thin. But this is a fairy tale world. It's normal to be a little suspended. Oh, okay. The woman nodded. It seemed that she would not doubt the truth of what Zhao Sun said. At this time, Zhao Sun stopped and asked, Do you like cats or dogs? The woman didn't understand why Zhao Sun asked this, but she answered honestly, I like Persian cats. So Zhao Sun turned into a pure white Persian cat and jumped into the woman's arms. The woman looked at the Persian cat nestled in her arms, with soft and smooth fur and a pair of light blue eyes that were particularly beautiful. Her heart softened immediately, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch the Persian cat's head. Zhao Sun almost reacted instinctively and immediately raised his hand to knock the woman's hand away. The woman was stunned for a moment, and then lowered her eyes in a depressed mood. Sorry, she apologized sincerely. Although you look like a cat now, you are actually a person. I shouldn't touch you casually. It's so rude. Zhao Sun said, and didn't dwell on this topic. He said, We're almost at the palace. Don't forget what you should say. The woman walked to the door of the palace, showed her ring as Zhao Sun said, and explained her reasons. Sure enough, the guards at the door didn't even ask her more questions or search her body, and just led the woman in. When they arrived at the main hall of the palace, the king and queen who had received the notice were already sitting in the main seat. The woman bowed politely and repeated her reasons. Young people like to run around. The queen smiled and looked at the woman. When I was your age, I liked to ride horses and go out for a stroll. The king took a look at the queen's expression and said, Since the queen likes it, you can stay here for a few days. He stood up and said to the woman, I will write a letter to the neighboring country and tell the prince of the neighboring country that you are playing here, and I will send you back soon to avoid your husband's worry. The woman thanked politely and raised her skirt to salute. The queen did not signal the woman to sit down until the king left. Then the queen asked, I don't know what to call you. The woman smiled shyly. My name is Cinderella. Zhao Sun, who was thinking about whether to rush out to find the magic mirror now, was stunned after hearing this. If there was nothing wrong with his ears. This woman just said her name was Cinderella. Isn't that the protagonist in Cinderella? Zhao Sun raised his cat head and looked at the queen sitting on the upper seat. She was a bright and beautiful woman, but her eyes were filled with an incomparable pride. The previous plot and the queen in front of him clearly proved that this was the fairy tale of Snow White. But now Cinderella, the protagonist of Cinderella, appeared again. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and understood it in an instant. The game rules only said that characters related to fairy tales would appear in the forest, and talking to fairy tale characters would trigger the task. But it was never said from the beginning to the end that after the player accepted the task, the story background of the limited scene must be the original fairy tale content. 40 fairy tale characters appeared in the same fairy tale forest at the same time. It is not impossible that occasionally several fairy tale characters from different stories intersected. The previous March Hare. The plot was after Alice appeared. He just thought it was a derivative plot and didn't think much about it. But this time, there was an obvious fusion of stories. However, it is not difficult to hear from Cinderella's words that she should have married her prince. In other words, the storyline of Cinderella's fairy tale is over. As for Snow White, the queen is not dead yet, and she must still be in the plot of Snow White's fairy tale. But I don't know how far it has progressed. Another point is that since characters from different fairy tales appear in the plot of the same limited scene, will another player appear? For example, Snow White is also one of the NPCs. If a player triggers Snow White's mission, he will also appear in this limited scene. The time when two players trigger the NPC is different. It will not affect their entry into the same limited scene. If this situation really happens, it is fine if the other party does not conflict with his mission. Once there is a conflict, the mission will become a little complicated. If there is a conflict in the mission, and the other party enters the limited scene earlier than him, then he will lose the first opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun jumped off Cinderella's legs and ran out directly. Hey! Cinderella didn't expect Zhao Sun to run away as soon as he said he would. She couldn't stop him, so she had to apologize to the queen awkwardly. Sorry, my pet is a little playful. Suddenly he came to a new place. He couldn't sit still and wanted to look around. It's okay. The queen smiled generously. It's a good thing that the cat is lively and active. But aren't you afraid that it will get lost? No, Cinderella said confidently. He will definitely come back to find me after playing enough. That's good. The queen nodded, and then changed the subject. It's getting late. We will have lunch in a while. I wonder what you like to eat. I'm not picky about food. Anything is fine, Cinderella replied. While the queen and Cinderella were chatting, Zhao Sun had already run into the bedroom area at the back. Although the film and television works about Snow White always show that the magic mirror is hidden in the basement by the queen, the actual situation may not be so. The magic mirror looks like a mirror on the surface. As long as it doesn't speak, who would know it is a magic mirror? There is no problem with normal use. Besides, this is a fairy tale, and the magic mirror is in the bedroom of the queen and the king, which is more normal. Zhao Sun walked upstairs until he saw a wooden door that was much more gorgeous than other rooms, and then jumped up to unlock the door. Sure enough, the decoration inside was gorgeous, and there were portraits of the king and queen hanging on the head of the bed. It was obviously their bedroom. Zhao Sun walked in and went straight to the dressing room connected to the bedroom. Sure enough, he saw a dressing table with beautiful relief and a half-length mirror inside. On the dressing table, there was also a handheld mirror. Zhao Sun was about to check which of the two mirrors was the magic mirror, when he suddenly heard the sound of the door lock being opened outside. He immediately hid behind a round clothes hanger in the corner, using the clothes hanging on it to cover his body, and watched what would happen. Soon, a short girl came in. She seemed to be a minor, with a round face and round eyes, and a very soft and cute appearance. She was the kind of lovable appearance that had no offensive power at all. She looked around carefully, and even tiptoed when she walked, like a thief who was not very skilled in business. She walked to the dressing table, tentatively opened the first drawer on the left, and searched inside quietly. Soon, she took out a stack of papers, and did not rush to leave, just flipping through them page by page. Zhao Sun saw that the girl's attention was not on the two mirrors at all, so he put aside the idea of sneak attack for the time being. This is obviously a player, although he didn't pay much attention to the players other than the volunteers, and had no impression of this round-faced girl. This round-faced girl was obviously incompatible with the fairy tale world. Coupled with the current behavior, it is undoubtedly a player. If the servant steals, he should choose to take the jewelry box and leave quickly, instead of dawdling in the drawer of the dressing table to look for some paper. Sure enough, more than one player appeared in this limited scene. Fortunately, the girl's task did not conflict with his, so he didn't need to meddle in other people's business. Zhao Sun planned to wait until the girl left before figuring out which one was the magic mirror. Although there was no conflict between their tasks, he did not intend to expose his identity as a player. The girl spent a long time reading through the pages, and suddenly sighed. Why is it not one of them? She sorted the papers in disappointment and put them back in the drawer. Then she searched through several other drawers. There was not even a piece of paper in the other drawers. So naturally, there was nothing she wanted. She rubbed her face in distress and muttered to herself. Since there is nothing here and in the study, I should look for other places. I should look for any place where I can put things. Although normal people would not put this thing in some places, it does not mean that it cannot be put. As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to think of something and hurried towards the closet. She opened the drawers in the lower row and searched one by one. Some of these drawers contained socks. Some contained underwear. And some contained lingerie. It was normal for these things to appear in the drawers of the wardrobe. These were not what she wanted. She was not disappointed, but continued to open the fourth drawer. There were all kinds of gloves in it. She reached in and fumbled around. And suddenly her eyes lit up. And then she took out a slightly yellowed paper. At this moment, the sound of the bedroom door opening was heard again outside. The girl hurriedly closed the drawer, looked around, and ran quickly towards the clothes rack where Zhao Sun was hiding. Behind the clothes rack was the wall, and Zhao Sun had no other place to hide, so he simply did not move. When the girl walked to the side of the clothes rack, she finally found the white Persian cat squatting on the ground. She showed a surprised look. Why is there a cat here? She didn't have time to think about it. Picked up the Persian cat and squeezed behind the clothes rack. Then, a young girl in a gorgeous princess dress walked in. She had long black and shiny hair, snow-white skin, and bright red lips. Although she is only a 14-year-old child, she already has a stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 129 Magic Mirror. The moment she saw the person coming, the round-faced girl relaxed and walked out directly. Princess, you scared me. Snow White, who was looking around, was also startled when she heard the voice. Then she scolded. Zhao Zhao, why are you hiding there? You just scared me. I thought it was the queen or the queen's maid coming, so I hid quickly because I was afraid of being discovered. Zhao Zhao explained, and then unfolded the palm-sized paper she had just found to show Snow White. Look quickly. Is this the one you want? When Snow White took the paper, she glanced at the cat in Zhao Zhao's arms. Where did this cat come from? I saw it when I hid behind the clothes hanger. Zhao Zhao answered truthfully. I don't know how it got in. Strange. I don't remember there being such a cat in the palace. Could it be that my father and mother have just raised a new one? Snow White murmured. But she didn't pay much attention to it. She looked down at the paper. Zhao Sun had already seen the things on the paper clearly when he was picked up by Zhao Zhao before. It was a portrait. The woman in the painting was wearing a gorgeous palace dress and a dazzling crown. But her eyes were very gentle. Her whole face was beautiful and revealed the radiance of motherhood. This was not the appearance of the current queen. And her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Snow White. So, this should be Snow White's biological mother. Snow White's expression became particularly nostalgic and soft. She pressed her face against the portrait for several seconds, and then said to Zhao Zhao, Thank you. Although this is not the portrait of my mother that I want most, it also gives me a lot of comfort. Zhao Zhao originally saw Snow White sticking to the paper so intimately, and thought that she had found the right one, and a happy smile appeared on her face. After hearing what Snow White said, she realized that this was not the portrait she was looking for. But she did not show a disappointed look. Just smiled and said to Snow White, I'm glad you can be happy. I will continue to work hard to help you find other portraits. After a pause, she asked, How many portraits of your biological mother are there in total? I don't know. Snow White showed a distressed look. My father and mother had a good relationship, and often asked painters to paint portraits of my mother. But after my mother died, my father married a new mother, and in order to make the new mother happy, he let the new mother burn most of the portraits. Speaking of this, she had tears in her eyes and looked at Zhao Zhao pitifully. At that time, my mother's most loyal maid hid some portraits in the chaos, but she didn't have time to tell. I don't know where I'm hiding, because I was executed by my new mother for stealing. The theft must be fake. Zhao Zhao muttered. It should be that your stepmother found out what the maid did and killed her because she was angry. Snow White was stunned for a moment, then showed a frightened and confused look. It shouldn't be. Zhao Zhao patted Snow White's back to comfort her. Forget it. Don't think too much. I will find the portrait you want as soon as possible. Yeah. Snow White responded obediently. and then said a little worriedly, "Let's go quickly. We'll have lunch later. And if I don't show up, the servants will come to find me. It would be bad if the mother found us here. Okay." Zhao Zhao was about to go out with the cat in his arms. Unexpectedly, the cat in his arms suddenly broke free from Zhao Ao's arms, jumped down, and went back behind the clothes rack. "Hey!" Zhao Zhao subconsciously wanted to chase after it and take the cat back. "Forget it. This may be the cat that my mother bought. If we take it away by force, my mother will be unhappy," Snow White advised. "Let's leave it here and leave quickly." Zhao Zhao thought about it and felt that what Snow White said made sense. So he didn't care about the cat anymore, and quickly left the bedroom with Snow White. Zhao Sun didn't turn back into a human until the two girls left. Turning into this small animal consumes much less mental power, and he stays in the same place most of the time, so the mental power consumption is even less. However, he has transformed several times in a row. The first 2 times, he was flying at high speed and using vision to find NPCs, and he didn't get enough rest. These consumed a lot of mental power, so he could feel that he needed to recover now. If he simply turned into a cat and lay still, he felt that this state could be maintained for a day or 2. Zhao Sun picked up the handheld mirror on the dressing table and looked at it, then casually reached out and knocked on the half-length mirror. Just as he was thinking about whether he should recite that classic line to see if he could get the magic mirror to speak, the handheld mirror in his hand suddenly spoke. "Are you here to take me away?" The handheld mirror's voice was obviously excited. "I can't live this shitty life for a day. Take me away." Zhao Sun was rarely stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Are you the magic mirror?" What surprised him was that the magic mirror actually took the initiative to expose itself. And it was not difficult to hear from the magic mirror's words that it seemed very dissatisfied with its current life. In other words, it didn't like being the queen's mirror? Nonsense. Besides me, which other mirror can speak? The magic mirror said anxiously. "Hurry up. I'll tell you how to take me away. Take me away as soon as possible." Zhao Sun didn't rush the magic mirror to tell him the method, but asked, "You and the queen have a bad relationship?" He had to test it first to make sure that this was really the magic mirror he was looking for. From all the signs, it can be seen that the main line of the fairy tale in this game is not much different from the original plot. But the details are very different. What if there is a fake magic mirror? Cinderella may not have seen the appearance of a real magic mirror, and she probably won't be able to tell the difference if she brings a fake one. "How good can it be?" the magic mirror said unhappily. "If she hadn't found a way to control me, I wouldn't want to be controlled by her. She's a moron, asking every day if she's the most beautiful person in the world. She actually uses such a useful magic mirror of mine to ask such questions. This is simply an insult to me." "Oh." Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with some interest. "Then are you a prophetic magic mirror?" "I don't have the ability to predict." Admitting this made the magic mirror a little unhappy, so it defended itself in the next second. "Although I can't predict, I know everything that happened in the past and everyone who exists now." There was undisguised pride in its tone. "Is that so?" Zhao Sun thought for a moment and said, "Then I have a few questions to ask you. Then you have to help me leave here first." The magic mirror said immediately, "The queen and I are bound by a contract, and I can only answer her questions. Because of this bond, after she asked me not to leave this room, I can only stay here." Hearing this, Zhao Sun immediately took the magic mirror and walked out. "Hey, what are you doing?" The magic mirror became a little anxious. "Didn't I just say that I can't leave this room?" Zhao Sun turned a deaf ear and strode out of the bedroom. Almost the moment he stepped out of the bedroom door, Zhao Sun felt his hands empty. He returned to the dressing room and saw the magic mirror lying on the dressing table, exactly the same as the original position. "It hurts so much." The magic mirror was a little angry. "Do you know that every time this happens, I will be forced to return to my original position, and my body will hurt?" Zhao Sun didn't care about the magic mirror's emotions and asked, "How do I cancel the contract between you and the queen? Have you decided to help me?" The magic mirror immediately forgot the pain in his body and asked expectantly. "Yes, I will help you." Zhao Sun answered affirmatively. The magic mirror hurriedly told Zhao Sun the method. "You need to get a hair, a drop of blood and a tear from the queen, and then put these things together on my mirror, and the contract can be cancelled." Zhao Sun nodded. "Okay, I know. Hair and blood are easy to get. Tears, a little troublesome. But he has thought of a good way." Just as he was about to step out of the dressing room, He suddenly turned back and put forward a condition. I will help you liberate yourself. And you will owe me a favor. After the matter is done, you must answer a few questions of mine truthfully. How many questions? The voice of the magic mirror suddenly rose, protesting. No, I can only agree to let you ask one question at most. Okay. Zhao Sun did not bargain anymore, agreed readily, and turned to leave. The reason why he put forward this condition was mainly to test. It is easy to see from the reaction of the magic mirror that if you want the magic mirror to know everything, it is necessary to bind it. If you can answer all questions without binding, then there is no need to bind. Since it is bound, there are two possibilities. The first is that the magic mirror has to answer the questions of the bound person, and the magic mirror can choose not to answer the questions of the unbound person if it does not want to. The second is that the magic mirror will only answer questions truthfully to the bound person, and may lie to the unbound person, no matter which possibility it is. It means that if Zhao Sun wants to ask some useful information from the magic mirror and get accurate answers, it is best to bind it with the magic mirror. But this leads to two more questions. One is how can he get the binding method from the queen? The other is that he must hand the magic mirror to Cinderella to complete the task and pass the game. He cannot guarantee that after he fails and leaves this limited scene, he can find a new fairy tale character that has not been triggered to accept the task. In order to ensure that he can pass the game, this task must be completed. If you want to get the answer to the question you want to know before completing the task, you have to plan it well. Of course, he was not sure whether the magic mirror knew the answer to what he wanted to know. It was also possible that the magic mirror only knew the events in fairy tales and knew nothing about the real world. But it was still worth a try. Asterisk. Before coming out, Zhao Sun carefully observed and made sure that there were no servants walking around. Then he walked out of the bedroom and closed the door. He changed back into a Persian cat and ran quickly towards the restaurant. Although he had never been to the restaurant in his palace, as a cat, he had a very good sense of smell. It was dinner time at this time, so he could determine the location of the restaurant by smelling the smell. When Zhao Sun arrived at the restaurant, the king, queen, Snow White, Zhao Zhao and Cinderella were already seated at the table, and the maids pushed the cart and brought various plates. Zhao Sun walked to Cinderella's feet, and Cinderella, who had been a little nervous, noticed that Zhao Sun was coming. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and carried Zhao Sun to the seat next to her. Hey, is this cat yours? Snow White asked curiously. It's mine. Cinderella smiled and answered. Did you see it somewhere else? Yes. Snow White paused, remembering that she couldn't say she saw it in her father's bedroom. Otherwise it would easily arouse the queen's suspicion. So she changed her words and said, I ran into it when I was strolling in the garden, and I thought it was my mother's new pet. Such a beautiful pure white cat. I also like it very much. The queen took the opportunity to say, Unfortunately, it has an owner. If the queen likes it, you can hold it and play for 2 days. Cinderella showed her goodwill to the queen. Then I thank you first. The queen smiled. If you don't mind, lend me the cat to touch in the afternoon? Cinderella subconsciously looked down at Zhao Sun, who was sitting on a chair beside her. She was just being polite just now, but she didn't expect the queen to really want her cat. But this is not a real cat. She didn't dare to make this decision. Zhao Sun nodded for the untraceable. Seeing this, Cinderella relaxed. She looked up at the queen again and said, Okay. Then she thought of Zhao Sun's instructions, and said, I wonder if the queen likes to hold a banquet. I haven't had a lively time for a long time. I really look forward to having a banquet tonight. This is easy. The queen looked at the king sitting next to her, showing a charming smile. Dear, you send invitations to those princes and nobles. Let them come to the banquet tonight. Okay. Of course. The king agreed readily. During the following mealtime, several people were discussing the details of the evening banquet. Zhao Sun took the time to signal Cinderella to give him an empty plate and get some more food. Cinderella read it several times before she understood the meaning, and explained the situation to the queen and the king. After getting the queen and the king's permission, she picked up some chicken legs, bacon and other foods and put them on the plate, and put the plate on the chair on the other side of Zhao Sun. A clever maid came forward and helped to move the chair Zhao Sun was sitting on, and the chair with the dinner plate together, making it easier for Zhao Sun to eat. In this way, Zhao Sun finally enjoyed a big meal again after more than 10 days. After lunch, the queen really carried Zhao Sun away. She didn't do anything to Zhao Sun, but just held him in the rocking chair to bask in the sun. She seemed to really like cats. Cinderella was also accompanying him, and the two chatted from time to time. But Cinderella never found a chance to be alone with Zhao Sun, and didn't dare to ask Zhao Sun if he had gained anything from the previous trip. Zhao Sun stayed in the queen's arms, and easily got a hair of the queen. He didn't even need to pull out the hair forcibly. As a woman with long hair, it was normal for her to lose hair on her body. He could find one by looking carefully and pick it up. But to get a drop of the queen's blood, the queen had to be injured. He could bite with the cat's sharp teeth, but the trouble was that he had offended the queen before getting the magic mirror, and Cinderella might be driven out of the palace. Maybe she wanted to catch him and beat him to death. Of course, he was not worried about being caught, but if that happens, he won't be able to move freely in the palace. He still has to think of another way to hurt the queen. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun decided to get the queen's tears first, so he jumped off the queen's body. The queen was caressing the cat's soft fur, and suddenly felt her arms lighten, and saw the cat jump down and run quickly outside. What happened to it? The queen didn't ask anyone to chase it, but turned around and asked Cinderella. Cinderella lied in an unskilled way. It ran so fast. It must be going to the toilet. It can't dirty the queen's skirt. Hearing this, the queen laughed. So that's the case. Your cat is quite human. Yes, Cinderella said. So I want to take him with me when I go on a long trip. With him to entertain me. I won't feel bored on the road. Although your cat is not a human. It is so considerate and can make people feel happy. The queen said here, and suddenly sighed. It's a pity. I don't have such a blessing. Why does the queen say that? Cinderella didn't understand, so she could only follow the queen's topic and ask. You should know that Snow White is not my biological daughter. The queen looked into the distance. Her expression was a little helpless. It's hard to be a stepmother, no matter how considerate I am to that child. She is not close to me. Cinderella didn't expect that the queen was talking about this matter, and her expression was suddenly a little embarrassed. She didn't want to talk about this topic. On the one hand, she was bullied by her stepmother and stepsister when she grew up, so she didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. On the other hand, she was also worried that she would offend the queen if she said something wrong. But the queen just kept quiet, obviously waiting for Cinderella to say something. There was no way. Cinderella could only stammer and say, Snow White may be shy. Introverted people are not good at getting close to others. That's possible. The queen looked thoughtful and suddenly asked, Do you think Snow White is beautiful? Of course. She is very beautiful. Cinderella answered affirmatively. How beautiful? The queen asked with interest. Do you think she is the most beautiful in the world? This time, Cinderella immediately understood what the queen meant, and she shook her head quickly. That's not the case. Hearing this answer, the queen smiled meaningfully, and seemed to be in a good mood. Cinderella breathed a sigh of relief. While Cinderella was dealing with the queen, Zhao Sun had already walked into the kitchen. At this time, the servants in the kitchen were busy washing the dishes for lunch, and a small number of them had already started preparing various ingredients for tonight's banquet. The servants suddenly saw a cat running into the kitchen, and they all subconsciously wanted to drive it away. But a maid who was serving the meal happened to pass by and saw the cat. That's Princess Cinderella's cat. Don't touch it casually, the maid reminded. The servants immediately gave up the idea of driving the cat away. This kind of pet raised by the nobles is more valuable than the servants like them. If the cat is frightened because of the drive, they will have to pay the price. So for the next period of time, the servants were busy with their own work, letting the cat wander around and pretending not to see it. Zhao Sun walked around and finally saw an onion in the food warehouse. He picked up one and ran out of the warehouse. He also took a small plate from the tableware area and quickly left the kitchen. When he walked to a deserted place, he took out a fruit knife, cut the onion in half, rubbed it repeatedly on the cross-section with his claws, and after making sure that it was stained with enough onion juice, he put everything into the storage compartment. That's right. He wanted to use onions to force the queen's tears. The magic mirror did not say that. Tears with specified emotions were needed. There was no need to create a plot to make the queen mood. Happy, angry, sad, etc., which made it much easier to get tears. Tears stimulated by onions are also tears. When cutting onions, Zhao Sun tried his best to turn his head aside, but the onion smell was quite strong. After getting it on his claws, he couldn't help sneezing several times. After a while, he returned to the room where the queen and Cinderella were. Seeing the cat coming back, the queen smiled and said to Cinderella, As expected, you know your cat best. It looks like it really went to the bathroom just now. Then she waved to Zhao Sun. Come here. Come to me. Zhao Sun walked briskly to the queen and took the initiative to jump on her. When the queen approached, he raised his paw and stretched it in front of the queen. The queen was almost immediately stimulated to shed tears, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Where did this cat run to? The queen complained while groping for a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Why is the smell on the paw so pungent? Oh? Cinderella certainly didn't know what was going on, so she could only say, I don't know. Zhao Sun insisted on keeping the paw in front of the queen, and the queen's tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhao Sun's other hand immediately turned into a human hand, took out a small plate, and filled it with more than a dozen drops of tears. Then, Zhao Sun stretched out his claws and pierced the queen's fingertips with his sharp nails. The queen screamed in panic, and a drop of blood fell into the plate and mixed with her tears. Zhao Sun turned around and handed the plate to Cinderella, motioning her to take it. Although Cinderella didn't understand what Zhao Sun was doing, she still got up and took the plate. Zhao Sun took out a fruit knife and cut a cane on the edge of the handle of the rattan chair. And then he looked at Cinderella. Cinderella was stunned for 2 seconds before she understood what Zhao Sun meant. She hurriedly said, Queen, your finger was pierced by the cane on the rattan chair. I'll call a doctor for you. Chapter 130, testing whether the magic mirror is useful. Before Cinderella finished speaking, Zhao Sun had already jumped off the queen. He took advantage of the queen's inability to open her eyes, turned back into human form, and took the plate from Cinderella's hand. Then, he walked out of the room directly. Cinderella was so scared that she dared not breathe. She wanted to stop Zhao Sun's bold behavior, but she was afraid that her words would attract the queen's attention. So she finally endured it. Wait! The queen was afraid that Cinderella would leave. After hearing Cinderella's words, she hurriedly said, Cinderella, please find me a handkerchief first. I want to wipe my tears. Cinderella came back to her senses. She took out her handkerchief and put it in the queen's hand. Queen, this is my handkerchief. If you don't mind, you can use it first. The queen thanked her and hurriedly wiped her eyes with the handkerchief. I'm sorry, Queen. I don't know what's on the cat's paws. I've driven it away. Cinderella apologized. I'll find him later and wash his paws. Forget it. What can a cat know? The queen finally stopped crying and opened her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief and was quite friendly to Cinderella. It stretched out its paws to me. It must be trying to show me goodwill. It didn't mean it. Hearing the queen say this, Cinderella felt much more relieved. Then she said, Then I'd better call a doctor to see you, so as not to hurt your eyes. You also need to apply medicine to the wound on your fingers. Don't bother you to go over. The queen smiled, stood up, walked to the window, and said to a maid standing downstairs, Go call the doctor. The maid looked up and saw that it was the queen's order, and immediately responded and left. At this time, Zhao Sun was already on his way to the king and queen's bedroom. He was observing all the way from the kitchen to the queen's side. This place was very close to the master bedroom, and there were no servants nearby. Obviously, when the queen wanted to be alone with the guests, the servants did not dare to disturb her casually. So, Zhao Sun dared to change back to human form and walk directly to the bedroom. All the way was smooth. Zhao Sun soon walked into the dressing room, and the handheld mirror was still lying in its original position. You are here, the magic mirror said happily. Have you collected all the materials I need? Then it muttered again. You are quite fast. I thought it would take at least 2 days to get it done. Yeah. Zhao Sun put the plate of tears and blood next to the magic mirror, took out the hair, and then asked, Just put these 3 things on your mirror and it's... Okay. No need to do anything else. Yes. Just put them directly and it's... Okay. No need to do anything else. The magic mirror paused, and then added, But you have to wait until midnight. Such an important thing. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhao Sun was speechless. Then what's the point of him running here now? Isn't it a waste of time? And by the time night comes, these tears and blood will have dried up. Wouldn't everything he did before be in vain? Don't worry. I didn't make it clear just now. The magic mirror explained again. What I mean is that you can put all these things on me now, but you have to wait until midnight. And then you come and put me in a moonlight place. Let me be illuminated by the moonlight for half an hour, so that I can completely get rid of the queen's bondage to me. Do you usually talk to others like this? Zhao Sun couldn't help asking. More or less. The magic mirror answered, and then asked, What's the problem? I feel that it's normal for me to talk like this. You didn't get broken because you are useful. Not because you shouldn't talk like this, Zhao Sun said bluntly. The magic mirror was immediately unhappy. I am a great magic mirror. I can answer all the questions you want to know in this world. If you talk to me like this, I won't answer you a single question. Zhao Sun snorted and laughed. Really? It's a pity that you are not omniscient. The magic mirror immediately retorted. Why don't I? You said it yourself. Zhao Sun interrupted the magic mirror. You can't predict the future. You only know the past and the present. Magic mirror. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have told the truth at that time. Now I can't even pretend to be happy. Seeing the magic mirror silent, Zhao Sun felt better. He poured the 3 things onto the mirror. Almost in the next second, the smooth mirror surface seemed to turn into water waves. And along with the rippling waves, blood, tears, and hair were gradually submerged in it. When the mirror surface returned to calm, the 3 items were no longer visible. It's done. The magic mirror's tone became happy again. Just wait for me to bask in the moonlight at night, and I will be free. Then it worriedly told Zhao Sun. Don't oversleep at night. I have to bask in the moonlight on time at midnight, and it will be useful for half an hour. This is different from the previous agreement, Zhao Sun bargained. When I reached a condition with you before, I only knew that I had to get the queen's tears, blood and hair. You didn't say that I had to come to steal the mirror in the middle of the night to bask in the moonlight. This is not much more, the magic mirror defended. Not only will this add half an hour of trouble, but I also have to find a way to prevent the queen and the king from noticing. Zhao Sun snorted coldly. This is much more troublesome than what we had to do before. The magic mirror was silent for a moment, and asked reluctantly, Then what do you want? You answer me a question now, and you must tell the truth. Zhao Sun immediately put forward the conditions he had thought of long ago. You must swear with your freedom that the answer you tell me is definitely not a lie. Otherwise you will lose your freedom again, and will never be free. Since this is a fairy tale world and magic exists, such an oath should be effective. The magic mirror's voice suddenly rose. Such a heavy oath. Don't you want to help me at all? You reacted so strongly. I have reason to suspect that you don't want to answer my questions truthfully at all. Zhao Sun turned and left. Then, there is no need to continue the agreement between you and me. Hey, don't leave. The magic mirror was anxious. The queen's hair, tears and blood are all given to me by you. No one else can do the follow-up except you. If it wants to ask others for help, it will have to let the other party get the queen's hair, tears and blood again, and start all over again. Seeing that the opportunity to see the light of day is right in front of it, it doesn't want to wait any longer. Zhao Sun paused. He looked back at the magic mirror. In this case, you should be better to me. The magic mirror was silent for a long time, and then reluctantly said, You can't ask me how to bind me with the contract. I can answer you truthfully about other things. It didn't want to jump into another fire pit just after coming out of one. It wanted to be a free mirror. Okay, Zhao Sun agreed readily. It is not sure whether the magic mirror will be useful to him now. If it is useless to know the contract method. If it is useful, he can also find a way to ask the queen about the contract method. So he didn't want to ask the magic mirror this question. What he wanted to ask was to first confirm whether the magic mirror was useful to him. Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't want to ask about the contract method, the magic mirror breathed a sigh of relief. Its tone became lighter. Then what do you want to ask? Do you know the endless train? Zhao Sun asked. This is a question he had thought of a long time ago. If the magic mirror knows the existence of the endless train, then it is likely that it knows the real world, because the endless train exists in reality. So whether asking about other things in the real world or about the endless train, you can get the answer. This magic mirror is useful to him. This time, the magic mirror was silent for a long time before speaking. What is the endless train? The train doesn't sound like the same thing as a carriage. Now it was Zhao Sun's turn to be silent. Hey, you can't not fulfill your promise just because I can't answer your question. Right. The magic mirror was a little panicked. You also know that I am not omniscient and omnipotent. It's normal that I can't answer such a strange question you asked. Until this time, Zhao Sun spoke solemnly. You didn't swear. The magic mirror was stunned for a moment, and then remembered what Zhao Sun said before. It immediately swore. I swear on my eternal freedom that I don't know what the endless train is. If this is a lie, I will lose my freedom forever. Zhao Sun exhaled slowly. He said slowly, I will come back to take you to bask in the moonlight in the evening. But you must answer my second question now. You are asking for more. The magic mirror was a little annoyed. In the original agreement, you should answer me one question. And in the agreement just now, you have to answer me another question. Zhao Sun said slowly. There are 2 questions in total. I just want to finish asking them in advance. What if I have answered them all, and you don't come tonight? The magic mirror was worried. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Zhao Sun smiled. Of course. It's useless if you don't believe it. Because now the initiative is in my hands and you need me. He certainly wouldn't say that in order to complete the task. He must help the magic mirror to cancel the contract with the queen. It's easier to handle things when the initiative is in your own hands. Magic mirror. So angry. Then you can only ask one more question. The magic mirror said reluctantly. If you go back on your word and ask me a third question, I would rather stay here and wait for the next person who can help me. Zhao Sun didn't care about the warning of the magic mirror and asked directly. Do you know the name of the head of the 10th district? This question itself doesn't have much meaning. But if the magic mirror can answer it, it proves that the magic mirror still knows about the real world, knowing nothing about the endless train. It might be because the endless train itself has some kind of shielding or restrictions on the NPCs in the platform game. After the magic mirror answered the first question, he thought that there might be such a possibility. So he asked the second question to confirm whether the magic mirror really knew nothing about the real world, or was restricted by the endless train and had no idea about the endless train. Oh? The magic mirror's voice was obviously embarrassed and confused. Why? Why can't I answer such a simple question? Although it is not omniscient, it is impossible for it not to know a person's name. Such a simple question. However, it couldn't think of the answer to this question. All it saw was a fog. The magic mirror was a little suspicious of the mirror. Zhao Sun sighed. Okay, I'll come back tonight. After that, he turned back into a cat and left the bedroom. Obviously, the magic mirror is just a magic mirror in a fairy tale. It only knows the characters and plots in fairy tales. Not only is it not omniscient, it can even be said to be completely ignorant. For him, this magic mirror has no use except to complete the task. The idea of the previous contract had to be abandoned. It is indeed not so easy to figure out the endless train. This time, the loophole was not exploited. Forget it. He did not expect to uncover all the mysteries so quickly. Zhao Sun returned to the room where Cinderella and the queen were and looked inside. The doctor was carefully bandaging the queen's wound, and Cinderella was caring and comforting her. Zhao Sun made a cat cry. Cinderella and the queen turned around at the same time. Half of Zhao Sun's body was hidden outside the door, and only his head stuck out. He should know that he has done something wrong. Cinderella spoke for Zhao Sun. And he dare not come in to face the queen. This kitten is quite spiritual. The queen smiled, but she was not angry. I'll go wash its claws, Cinderella said as she walked out the door. The queen did not stop her. Cinderella picked up Zhao Sun and walked away. And then she relaxed a little. You scared me to death. Cinderella's voice was very low, almost close to Zhao Sun's ear. You made the queen cry and hurt her. What on earth are you going to do? I'm helping you get the magic mirror, Zhao Sun said concisely, without waiting for Cinderella to ask. Zhao Sun said, try to extend your banquet time tonight to 1 or 2 hours after midnight. Originally, he asked Cinderella to propose the idea of holding a banquet so that it would be easier to leave the palace with the magic mirror. Before the banquet started, there were a lot of people coming and going in the palace. And it was night. And there was no electric light in this era. So it was normal for the guards in the palace to not be able to see the people coming and going. It was most convenient to run away in the chaos. In fact, if Cinderella gets the magic mirror, he will complete the task. Then he doesn't care whether Cinderella can leave the castle. But if Cinderella must leave the palace with the magic mirror, then he will have to consider how to let Cinderella leave. Holding a banquet was his backup plan. But now, because the magic mirror requires that the moonlight must be exposed for half an hour at midnight, the role of the banquet has changed. In any case, fortunately, he had asked Cinderella to suggest holding a banquet before. That's no problem. Generally, banquets will last until 1 or 2 in the morning. After marrying the prince, Cinderella attended many noble banquets and was very familiar with this. Sometimes, everyone is chatting happily, and the banquet will not end until the next morning. That's fine. Zhao Sun was relieved. Are you doing all this to help me get the magic mirror? Cinderella asked in a low voice. Why do you have to do so many things? I thought that as long as I find the magic mirror and steal it, it will be okay. How can it be that easy? Zhao Sun explained to Cinderella. The magic mirror is bound to the queen. It cannot leave the queen's bedroom before it is unbound. I took the queen's tears and blood to help the magic mirror unbind. Ah, that's it, Cinderella suddenly realized. Then, as if she had thought of something, she asked again. So the banquet tonight will be extended to give you time to unbind the magic mirror? Yes, this is another process. Zhao Sun did not elaborate, but just instructed. When midnight comes, you must find an excuse to leave the banquet no matter what. And you must be alone. Cinderella nodded to show that she understood, and then asked, Then where should I go? Of course, to the queen's bedroom, Zhao Sun said as a matter of course. I will wait for you there. I know. Cinderella nodded repeatedly. You should go to accompany the queen. I will go somewhere else, Zhao Sun said, and jumped directly from Cinderella's arms. Cinderella watched the cat disappear quickly, and sighed helplessly. She didn't expect that taking the magic mirror would be so troublesome. She suddenly felt a little confused, not knowing whether she was doing the right thing. But she really wanted to get the magic mirror. Taking a deep breath, Cinderella adjusted her state, returned to the room, and continued to build a good relationship with the queen. Asterisk. Zhao Sun found an empty guest room in the corner, and after changing back to human form, he hid in the empty closet to rest. From last night to now, he has been in the transformed state most of the time, and his mental strength has been exhausted most of the time. In order to deal with various troubles tonight, he must restore his human form and rest for a few hours. Lying in the closet, if someone comes in, it is not easy to be discovered. Even if someone wants to open the closet, he has time to change back to a cat. Zhao Sun chose a slightly more comfortable posture and curled up to lie down, and fell asleep in a short while. Night gradually fell. Zhao Sun could vaguely hear footsteps from time to time in the corridor, outside in his sleep. But they were just passing by. It should be that the evening banquet is about to start, and all the servants are busy making preparations. After another round of hurried footsteps passed by, the door of Zhao Sun's room was suddenly opened. Zhao Sun woke up immediately. He opened his eyes and listened carefully to the noise outside, but his body did not move. Princess, don't worry, Zhao Ao's voice sounded. They are holding a banquet tonight, and I have time to find a portrait of your mother for you. I want to go find it, too. Snow White's voice followed. One more person means more strength. You are the princess of your kingdom. If you don't show up at the banquet, you will attract attention. Zhao Zhao reminded in a gentle voice. I am different. Most people don't know me. Even if I'm not there, not many people will care. Well, okay then. Snow White compromised helplessly. And at the end, she said with some worry. But you don't know if you found the portrait I want the most. I only have a vague impression of that portrait, and I can't describe it. I will only know if it is what I want when I see it. Don't worry. I will bring you all the portraits I find. Zhao Zhao comforted. As long as I find, I will bring all the paintings back to you. Snow White felt relieved. Zhao Zhao, you are so kind. This is what I should do. Zhao Zhao smiled a little embarrassedly, and asked, By the way, there should be a place like a basement in this palace? Can you tell me? I want to take this opportunity to go to the basement to see if the painting you want most is hidden in the basement. I don't know. Snow White was a little depressed. I didn't know there was a basement in the palace. It's okay. I'll find a way myself. Zhao Zhao hurriedly comforted. You don't have to be so sad. My luck has always been good. Maybe I found the basement by accident. Snow White didn't speak, but sobbed a few times. Okay, don't cry, Princess. It will be hard to explain if others see it later. Zhao Zhao patiently comforted Snow White's emotions. Don't worry. I will definitely find the portrait you want. Well, I'll leave it to you. Snow White's voice was full of hope. The two girls discussed the next plan again, and what kind of excuses Snow White should make if someone asked where Zhao Zhao was. After agreeing on these, the two girls opened the door and walked out of the room. Zhao Sun listened to the whole process in the closet and knew that Zhao Zhao would also take action during the banquet. However, Zhao Zhao had searched the king and queen's bedrooms before, and she probably wouldn't go there again. At least not tonight. Unless she searched everywhere and still couldn't find what she wanted, she might start looking again. Zhao Zhao's main goal tonight should be to find the basement and other rooms that had not been searched. As long as they didn't run into each other and didn't interfere with each other, it would be fine. Zhao Sun yawned and fell asleep again. He slept until 11:30 p.m. before getting up. At this time, the banquet hall was already very lively, while other places became particularly deserted. Most of the maids were transferred to the banquet hall to serve the guests. Zhao Sun came out of the closet, moving his numb hands and feet, and walked to the window to look at the brightly lit banquet hall. A few people in gorgeous clothes came out of the hall to get some fresh air or smoke. When the patrol soldiers passing by saw them, they would greet them politely before leaving. The soldiers in charge of night watch and patrol were all working, but they were very polite to the nobles. This was a point that could be used. Zhao Sun stretched his arms. It was almost time, and he should start to act.